Before the crossing, Yang Dian was just a company employee, living in a low-rent apartment, and a regular at a foot massage shop, logging into the game like a punctual NPC. After crossing, for 18 anxious years, he achieved nothing in both literature and swordsmanship. Having made a little money with his foresight, Yang Dian thought he would end up as an NPC again in this life, just like in his previous one, when suddenly, an external aid arrived. After an 18-year delay, so he looked up at the moon, yearning to ascend to the heavenly palace to see what year it was tonight and what sights the heavenly realm held. If there were no stairs to heaven, he would clench his fists and forge a path to the skies, and all of this began with a visit from a prostitute. Chapter 1, Little Handsome Guy, Won't You Invite Me In for a Sit? In the small alley at night, neon lights flickered. The prostitute from the Shanshan foot massage shop seemed to have also gained an external aid. Once a quiet shop that rarely saw customers, now just a wave from the prostitute would attract passers-by. They would stop, turn around, and push open the glass door illuminated in pink light. The prostitutes were becoming more and more charming, the same person, yet Yang Dian witnessed her reverse aging over the past few days. In just 7 days, the elderly woman over 50 had grown into a peach-like young woman in her 30s, with an alluring figure and an enchanting aura. Standing in the shadow behind the curtain, Yang Dian held a bun in each hand and once again saw the beautiful woman wave to the street outside. Before long, a chubby man with a briefcase and sparse hair eagerly walked into the foot massage shop. 5 minutes later, the once rosy-faced man emerged from the shop looking exhausted and staggering. If weighed, he might have lost a few pounds, which could be seen as a blessing for those seeking to lose weight. Watching the increasingly graceful and youthful woman at the door wave goodbye to the chubby man, saying things like, "Come again next time." Chapter 2, Public Security Bureau, Anti-Prostitution Office, Sweep Away Prostitution. Seeing the prostitute's appearance, Yang Dian instinctively tightened his grip on the doorknob, leaving a faint imprint on it, still not enough control over strength. As the thought arose, he took a step back into the room, making way for her to enter. He Qing, with a bright smile, extinguished her cigarette and deliberately brushed past Yang Dian, entering the room. Clean, tidy, and odorless. No used tissues in the trash can. This doesn't look like a place where a young person lives. After commenting on the room, she turned to Yang Dian. "My name is He Qing, from the Shanshan foot massage shop downstairs. You should know that, right? After all, you've been watching me for many days. Why doesn't the little brother come down to find his sister every day?" Facing He Qing's alluring gaze, Yang Dian closed the door behind him. It was just curiosity. He candidly expressed his curiosity. In just 7 days, you went from a roadside old lady to this. If I had heard it from someone else, I probably wouldn't believe it. Things like rejuvenation, unless you go under the knife, are just legends. Chapter 3, Black Technology, I'm the most tight-lipped person. Indeed, this world is not just the modern urban society I used to see. As the thought arose, Yang Dian saw Sheng pull the trigger of a handheld cannon. However, what spewed from the cannon was not a giant bullet, but a deep blue mist, ZZ. As the mist enveloped He Qing, frost began to form visibly on her, and in the blink of an eye, she was encased in solid ice. Only then did Sheng breathe a sigh of relief and turn to the door, revealing half of his head, looking at Yang Dian, who seemed ready to flee at any moment. "All right, stop peeping at the door. If you want to see, just come in." After hesitating for a moment, Yang Dian walked into the room and closed the damaged door, blocking the curious gazes of the neighbors. Looking at He Qing, who was frozen on the ground and appeared particularly grotesque, he feigned unease and asked, "You guys aren't just ordinary security personnel, are you? What's going on with her? Possessed by a ghost?" Sheng exchanged glances with Lin Mo, and after a silent communication, Lin Mo finally spoke. "Saying she's possessed by a ghost isn't quite right, but the actual situation is somewhat similar. As for what happened to her, I think you should have some guesses."
Chapter 4, Origin and Recruitment. The story begins over a decade ago. Lin Mo recalled what he knew, carefully choosing his words before speaking. In 2014, the Chang'e 5T-1 flight test vehicle captured images of the moon's far side, specifically the Moon Bay crater. During the examination of these photographs, the Space Research Institute discovered what appeared to be remnants of spatial folding in the shadowed area of the crater. It was eventually confirmed that this region contained materials with unknown dimensional characteristics. This was the origin of everything. From that year onward, the world began to change. Not long after the existence of the unknown dimensional materials was confirmed, the first awakened one, a fire controller, was discovered in America. He was an illegal immigrant from Mexico. Of course, those guys in the West had no compassion. 3 days after the Mexican was discovered, he was sent to the dissection table. Scientists there found a newly developed organ inside his heart. It was translated as fire reservoir, meaning a place to store flames. At this point, he glanced at Yang Dian, who seemed noticeably more alert. Don't worry, dissecting awakened ones is something that only started happening over a decade ago. Chapter 5, Move with emotion, enlighten with reason. Tempt with benefit. Damn. Seeing that long tongue extend to its limit, then pause in the air for a moment before rapidly retracting. Shi Sheng, ignoring the pain in his wrist, raised his hand cannon and pulled the trigger at He Ching. Bang, bang, bang. The slightly muffled sound of cannon fire echoed in the cramped bedroom. 3 streams of ice mist, darker in color than before, enveloped He Ching again, even from a distance making Yang Dian feel a piercing chill. Perhaps Shi Sheng was controlling it deliberately. Yang Dian clearly saw that the ice mist did not settle on the solid ice covering He Ching. Instead, it transformed into wisps of blue smoke, slipping through the cracks in the ice pierced by the tongue, and directly merging into He Ching's body. When He Ching's entire body emanated a layer of strange blue light. Shi Sheng trembled, his face pale as he slumped into a chair. Thank you. He looked at Yang Dian, touching the back of his head with a look of lingering fear. That was the spot where his head should have been blown off. If it weren't for you, even if I didn't die, I would have to lie down for 2 months. Yang Dian remained silent, only walking over to the completely frozen He Ching, crouching down to touch the solid ice covering her. Feeling the bone-chilling cold emanating from his fingertips, he took a few steps back, distancing himself from He Ching. Then turned to look at Lin Mo. Chapter 6, The Unity of Heaven and Man technique. Following Lin Mo through the door, Yang Dian discovered that the interior was surprisingly spacious, with only a table and a chair. Seemingly sensing Yang Dian's curiosity, Lin Mo patted the chair and said, in modern society, of course, we don't have treasure houses like in ancient times. Everything is at the headquarters. Once you've made your selections, they'll arrange for someone to bring it over. As for how to choose, you'll know once you sit in the chair. Yang Dian complied and sat down. The next moment, the lights in the room dimmed slightly, and a virtual projection appeared before him. If it weren't for the bright Huaxia dragon emblem in the center of the projection, he might have thought his external device had evolved. Comrade Yang Dian, a Level 3 security officer of the Anomaly Management Bureau, hello. I am the AI Xiaomai from the Logistics Department of the Anomaly Management Bureau. You can call me Xiaomai. I will assist you in receiving the newcomer benefits from the Bureau. Are you ready to choose what you want? Listening to the sweet voice coming from the microphone on the table, Yang Dian instinctively looked up at Lin Mo. At that moment, he realized that Lin Mo had already exited the room and closed the door behind him. Reflexively snapping his fingers, Yang Dian turned his gaze to the cartoon character in the corner of the virtual projection. Chapter 7, The So-Called Surprise, a Rare Treasure. The next morning, after getting used to sleeping late during the holidays, Yang Dian woke up early. One reason was his curiosity about the surprise Shi Sheng had mentioned. The other was because of the Unity of Heaven and Man technique. Calculating the time, it should also be arriving at the Bureau soon. He didn't know how much energy it would take to learn it, or even to achieve the first entry. With a sense of anticipation, Yang Dian freshened up and pushed open the door. Then he saw his landlord, Uncle sitting on a small stool in the corridor. Hesitating to speak after he stepped out. Uncle you're up so early. Have you eaten? Looking at Yang Dian, who appeared polite and smiling, Uncle stood up, opened his mouth, glanced at the broken door behind him, and sighed with regret. Xiao Yang, was it your place that got raided by the police last night? It made quite a commotion, it almost gave me a stroke. Yang Dian's smile froze. Before he could argue, he noticed the neighbors peeking through the cracks of their doors. Instead of going to work early in the morning, they were all waiting to see the spectacle. While feeling resentful inside, Yang Dian helplessly spread his hands. Uncle It was an accident last night. Chapter 8. Current situation of the Anomaly Management Bureau, perhaps to leave a good impression on Yang Dian. After a brief chat with Shisheng's wife, she waved her hand to the two of them and walked towards the security office with the documents in her arms. Watching her enter the security office while sending the nosy female security officers back inside, Shisheng finally spoke. Shu Qian, my wife. We got married 2 years ago. At this point, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. It's been over 2 years of marriage, we've had 2 little kids, and she got pregnant again a month ago. Do I look like a breeding stallion? Yang Dian glanced at him sideways. I feel like you're not regretting it because you're a breeding stallion. Shisheng turned to look at Yang Dian, curious about what he would say. I feel like you're regretting it because your sister-in-law is pregnant, and she's strict with you, leaving you with nowhere to vent your energy. Shisheng immediately laughed. Hey, you really understand me. After saying that, he started the Cadillac again. Stepping on the gas and heading towards the security office. My wife's cousin is all right. She's beautiful and kind-hearted, does well in school, has no spoiled rich girl temperament, and has never dated anyone since childhood. After meeting her, I found her interesting, so let's develop that. Chapter 9, Techniques and Pokeballs. Thin. Too thin. Pinching the unity of heaven and man technique, Yang Dian's heart skipped a beat. How thin is this? How much can it record? With a hint of doubt, he opened the booklet. As expected, the contents were indeed very few. 5 human figures, a technique mantra with less than 100 words, and that was all. Is this what they call a true transmission in a single sentence, while false transmissions require thousands of volumes? Muttering to himself, Yang Dian began to read the technique mantra word by word against the human figures. Calm the mind and focus on the unity of qi, chest in, abdomen retracted. Hands transform yin and yang, seek the breath of heaven, heart transforms into chaos. After reading it twice, Yang Dian's clear eyes gradually became bewildered. What the hell is this? I can't understand it at all. After putting down the booklet and complaining, Yang Dian's peripheral vision caught sight of a video player, about the size of a palm placed below the Unity of Heaven and Man booklet in the suitcase. Oh? So there's a tutorial video. Rubbing the back of his head, he picked up a few other items. He then realized that besides the handgun and magazine, the other items all had user manuals underneath. What the ancestors said is indeed correct. Haste makes waste. Chapter 10, Attempting to Cultivate. Halfway to demonic transformation. Upon hearing Yang Dian's inquiry, Lin Mo immediately stood up. Of course there are. He led Yang Dian out of the office and stood in front of an elevator. There are 10 cultivation rooms on the underground 3rd floor, built 3 years ago. According to the higher-ups, the spiritual energy environment in the cultivation rooms is better than outside. When the cultivation rooms were first built, they were brightly lit, with people lining up 24 hours a day. But about 2 months after they were built, they became almost deserted. Do you know why? Following Lin Mo into the elevator, Yang Dian guessed the reason immediately. The auxiliary effect of the cultivation room isn't as strong as imagined. Yes? Lin Mo nodded. Anyway, I haven't felt any difference between the inside and outside of the cultivation room. As he spoke, the elevator doors opened automatically on the 3rd underground floor, revealing a passage made entirely of steel to Yang Dian's eyes. Here we are, just find a cultivation room and go in. Once you enter, the indicator light outside the cultivation room will change from green to red, so you don't have to worry about being disturbed. Chapter 11, The Exotic Golden Cicada. The security patrol car, with 4 wheels, couldn't be driven without a license. But there was no problem with the 2-wheeled electric scooter. Riding the blue and white electric scooter with patrol written on the front, Yang Dian made his way to the wetland park. He then discovered that this security outfit was quite useful. The wetland park prohibited external electric scooters from entering. However, dressed in security attire and riding a security scooter, the park staff did not stop him. In fact, they even greeted him friendly as he entered. The saying "clothes make the man" couldn't be more accurate. Riding the electric scooter through the dappled sunlight on the tree-lined path, feeling the summer breeze mixed with a hint of saltiness from the sea, and listening to the distant cicada chirping, Yang Dian's heart suddenly calmed down. If I were to cultivate the unity of heaven and man now, taking 3 steps shouldn't be too difficult. Just as Yang Dian was contemplating whether to find a place to park and practice, he faintly heard a different sound carried by the wind. Gripping the brake lever, he stopped the electric scooter. As the buzzing of the motor faded, clearer cries for help reached Yang Dian's ears. Am I really going to stumble into something? Chapter 12, Eating Cicadas, Rising Energy. A real golden cicada. After his gaze fell on the culprit, Yang Dian suddenly felt an indescribable hunger. Flesh, soul, instinct, everything urged him to catch the golden cicada. And then, eat it. Hiss! With powerful willpower, he resisted the instinctual desire. Yang Dian forcibly turned his head, pulling his gaze away from the golden cicada. As the cicada disappeared from view, the sudden hunger also vanished. So, why did I want to eat the mutated cicada? Still raw. Considering a few possibilities, Yang Dian's gaze returned to the mutated golden cicada. This time, he no longer suppressed his body's instincts. Taking a couple of steps back, he quickly moved forward. Yang Dian stepped on a protruding tree tumor. When he leaped to the apex, he curled his fingers into claws and dug them into the tree trunk. With a sudden force of his wrist, his body flew up another 3 meters, reaching the side of the golden cicada. With the target right beside him, Yang Dian naturally did not hesitate. He extended his right hand and swiftly reached out, grabbing the cicada that was sucking tree sap on the trunk in his palm. He then stretched out his left hand to push against the trunk. Using the pulling force, he landed on a nearby sturdier branch. Chapter 13, Still a repeat offender. What's going on? Quickly walking a few steps to the 2 people, Yang Dian examined the middle-aged woman. You say she stole your necklace. Do you have any evidence? When and where was the necklace bought? Please show me the payment record for the necklace. Yang Dian had indeed often seen news about scams and framing online. But encountering it in reality was like a young girl getting on a sedan chair for the first time. The middle-aged woman was taken aback by Yang Dian's questioning and turned around, wanting to curse him for meddling. However, when she saw the security uniform on Yang Dian, the curse got stuck in her throat. Stammering for a while, she touched her neck. This was her subconscious action when she felt guilty during an argument. Seeing her stammer and avoid eye contact, yet unable to fabricate anything, Yang Dian couldn't help but shake his head. These people are just like that. Blusterous but cowardly. They bully the weak and fear the strong. When they encounter someone easy to push around, they go all out. When they meet someone they can't afford to provoke, they can't even utter a word. What's wrong? Can't you remember for a moment? Hearing Yang Dian's insinuation, the middle-aged woman's eyes brightened. Yes, yes. Comrade. That gold necklace I bought over 20 years ago. Who can remember exactly what day it was bought? Chapter 14, Earthly Treasures. After inquiring about the information on the exotic species, he glanced at Yang Dian's shoulder. Also, remember to bring the law enforcement recorder when you go on duty in the future. Otherwise, if you encounter a situation like just now and there's no law enforcement recorder to document it, it could be difficult to handle. Yang Dian fell silent for a moment. Do I really have to bring the law enforcement recorder? As someone who has been through it. Lin Mo immediately saw through Yang Dian's thoughts. What's wrong? Do you feel that carrying the law enforcement recorder is restrictive and not free? Seeing Yang Dian's tacit agreement, he smiled. It's normal to have such thoughts. Awakening your innate abilities and mastering ancient martial arts, deep down, you must feel a bit self-important. You were specially recruited into the exotic administration without any prior training as a public servant. It's normal to feel that carrying a law enforcement recorder is a constraint. Not just you, other awakened individuals and ancient martial artists specially recruited into the exotic administration also have the same thoughts. In order to accommodate your emotions, the Bureau has relaxed some requirements for you. Yang Dian, who was counting ants with his head down, instantly looked up. He didn't expect the higher-ups to be so reasonable and to govern according to individuals. Facing Yang Dian's curiosity, Lin Mo didn't keep him in suspense and directly introduced, Chapter 15, Stepping into the Realm of Heaven and Man, the Surging Energy. What, after just eating one golden cicada? You're already thinking about the next one. Yang Dian nodded madly, the taste is too good to forget. You? Looking at Yang Dian's appearance, Lin Mo felt a bit helpless. Rare treasures are so easy to find. If I had encountered one in all these years, I wouldn't have only stumbled upon one cow bile. As for the Bureau, rare treasures do exist, but they are very expensive. A minimum of 1 million merit points. Besides that, rare treasures are prioritized for research personnel. For the higher-ups, if we eat rare treasures, at most it just enhances individual strength, which is mere brute force. But those scientists are different. If there is a breakthrough in technology, it benefits everyone and is a significant matter for national fortune. 1 million merit points. After muttering to himself, Yang Dian continued to ask, then Captain, I just solved the golden cicada and saved 3 people, can I get merit points? Lin Mo gave him a sideways glance, still not giving up. Still thinking about exchanging rare treasures from the Bureau. Before Yang Dian could nod, he continued, if the golden cicada is just an exotic creature and you submit it, then you will definitely receive merit points. Submitting a deceased exotic creature, depending on its strength and innate abilities when alive, guarantees at least 100 merit points. Chapter 16, The Golden Beast at Home. Walking through the universe. Breathing in the sea of energy, with the sun and moon shining together. As the bright moon rises in the east and the setting sun drops in the west, the evening clouds turn to smoke, and the vast sea transforms into golden scales. Yang Dian gradually came back to his senses from deep cultivation. He kicked his shoes and pant legs wet from the waves, and turned to look back at the beach he had walked on. The tide was relentless. One wave after another. The footprints he had left on the sand had long been washed away by wave after wave. But when the pale blue panel appeared in his eyes, a smile emerged at the corner of Yang Dian's mouth. The sea could wash away his footprints on the beach, but it couldn't wash away his efforts and sweat. The panel was the best testimony. Unity of heaven and man, not yet entered. Can consume 755 points of energy to enter. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dian seemed to hear the pulsation of his heart, the rhythm of his blood. Unity of heaven and man. He was somewhat expectant. Glancing at the half-risen moon above the sea, Yang Dian turned and walked towards his small electric scooter. He didn't know if it was because he had eaten the golden cicada. Although he had been cultivating the unity of heaven and man for an afternoon, Yang Dian didn't feel a bit tired. In fact, he felt quite refreshed. Chapter 17, Mutated Parasites, Underground Research Institute. With no major events in Changla, day after day passed. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday afternoon. After finishing his patrol early, Yang Dian returned to the security office and found Lin Mo, who was sipping goji berry water from a thermos. He was preparing to discuss some rest matters with him. However, before he could speak, Lin Mo spoke first. Xiao Yang, you came at the right time. I was just about to call you. The third team has already taken out what was in He Qing's head. Since He Qing was captured by us, they want us to go over there. Get ready to go with me to Fuzhou University. Yang Dian paused his steps and curiously asked, what was in He Qing's head? Lin Mo shook his head. The third team didn't elaborate. They just told me it was a parasite. According to their research, it has infectious properties and can be transmitted sexually. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's body trembled, and his right hand instinctively touched his earlobe. Back then, He Qing had even teased him by licking his earlobe. Damn, if he hadn't held back at that time. And Lin Mo and Shisheng hadn't broken in, wouldn't he be in trouble? Yang Jian moved, suddenly feeling a bit stiff. Chapter 18, Scientific Name, Firefly Worm. Walking beside Yang Jian, Shen Fei noticed that every time he passed a laboratory or observation room, he would instinctively turn his head to observe the research equipment and mutated creatures inside, and couldn't help but smile. Xiaoyang seems very interested in these mutated creatures. This was actually one of the reasons he had specifically asked Lin Mo to bring Yang Jian along. At 18 years old, having just taken the college entrance examination, and awakening only a few days ago, he had already cultivated a martial art to great success. What does this mean? It means talent. It was fine if he didn't know before. Now that he knew, of course, such talent should be specially recruited to his school. Why would a talent from their province go to study at a second-tier university in another province? Yang Jian naturally didn't know Shen Fei's thoughts. Upon hearing Shen Fei's inquiry, he withdrew his gaze from the observation window and nodded honestly. I am indeed very interested. Our ancestors said, "You are what you eat." The classic of mountains and seas also states that eating some magical creatures can lead to certain miraculous changes. I don't know if the classic of mountains and seas is nonsense, but it seems that for martial artists, eating some nourishing things is definitely beneficial for cultivation and improving strength. Chapter 19, The Role of Firefly Worms, Shen Fei's Actions. No, it's Shen Fei emphasized. As he spoke, he had already brought Yang Jian to a sealed cultivation dish that appeared empty from the outside. Jingwei, turn off the lights. Okay, Professor Shen. In the next moment, the laboratory became pitch black, and one could not see their own fingers. Before Yang Jian could adapt to the dark environment, a blood-red thread suddenly lit up inside the originally empty cultivation dish. This blood-red thread is the firefly worm. Perhaps because it was in the dark, that faint light became extremely conspicuous. Once focused on the firefly worm, Yang Jian noticed that this mutated parasitic worm could become invisible in the light and glow in the dark, as if it were breathing. Its body rhythmically contracted and expanded, gradually expanding laterally towards the surroundings. During the expansion, tiny hemispherical caps gradually appeared on its surface, forming dense folds layer by layer. When the firefly worm expanded to its limit and touched the edge of the cultivation dish, it suddenly contracted inward, curling up like an abalone. At the same time, this sudden contraction seemed to have touched some G-spot. Chapter 20, Classification of Extraordinary Beings. Shen Fei certainly didn't know what Yang Jian was thinking. After introducing the current situation, he turned to Yang Jian. By the way, I heard from Lin Mo that Xiaoyang is still this year's college entrance examination student. How did the exam go? Yang Jian smiled awkwardly. As for books, without any external help, one simply cannot learn them, even if one is a time traveler. Therefore, his grades have always been his biggest pain. His exam results were quite average. He could barely qualify for a second-tier university, and to get into a first-tier university, he would likely have to go to another province. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei nodded slightly, then changed the subject. Actually, it's not necessary to go to another province. Fuzhou University has special enrollment plans for exceptional talents. You are an awakened one, have mastered ancient martial arts, and have joined the Anomaly Management Bureau. Willing to fight for the people. Both your abilities and your awareness fully meet our special enrollment criteria. Are you interested in coming to study at our university? Yang Jian's eyes lit up upon hearing this. When Shen Fei said this, he guessed he might be specially recruited. He didn't expect his guess to actually become a reality. However, adhering to the traditional modesty of Huaxia, he pretended to hesitate for a moment. Chapter 21, Punching Power. Speed, reaction time, Stone support request. Yang Jian patted the sandbag and then nodded, let's measure it. He was quite curious about how much power he could unleash. Now that he had the opportunity, of course, he wanted to test it. Seeing Yang Jian agree, Shen Fei immediately looked up at the camera mounted in the corner. Jingwei. Start the test, record and announce the test data. The camera rotated slightly and finally focused on Yang Jian. Okay, Professor. The next moment, a faint buzzing sound echoed on the third floor, and the indicator light embedded in the wall turned green. All testing devices have been activated and are ready to begin. Shen Fei turned to Yang Jian. Yang Jian then patted the sandbag in front of him. Shall we first try the strength? With that, Yang Jian had already stepped back 2 paces, maintaining a comfortable punching distance from the sandbag. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jian glanced at Shen Fei. Shall I start? Shen Fei nodded, ready at any moment. Before he finished speaking, a loud punch echoed in the empty third floor. Beep, punching power 8,317 kilograms. Hearing the announcement, Yang Jian couldn't help but exhale deeply. Was 8,317 kilograms of punching power high? Chapter 22, 300 infected individuals. There are bad people in the organization. Check if the second team has sent over the target information. If not, urge them. As he started the vehicle, Lin Mo turned to Yang Jian, who had taken the front passenger seat. Share the footage recorded by the enforcement camera as well. Let us see what the situation is now. Yang Jian followed the instructions and opened his phone screen. Before he could access the Anomaly Management Bureau's internal system, a huge red exclamation mark appeared on the phone screen. He reached out and tapped the exclamation mark, revealing detailed investigative information. Captain, the second team has sent over the information. After responding to Lin Mo, Yang Jian began to read the summary of the information. Gulu District, Wuxi Road, Minxia Building. There is a company called Xindonggang Import and Export Trading Company. Investigations show that the boss, Yang Fei, is the source of the infection. Well, the interpersonal relationships within Xindonggang are quite complicated. Boss Yang Fei has affairs with several female subordinates, including his female secretary. While flirting with Yang Fei, the female secretary is also involved with his driver. Besides the affair with the female secretary, the driver has an unclear relationship with Yang Fei's wife. Furthermore, based on the retrieved chat records from communication software, it was found that Yang Fei's driver's wife is also involved with his landlord, who likes to frequent unregulated massage parlors. Chapter 23, Tang Seng's Flesh. Yang Jian, can I kill Old Qian? Old Qian is in the office. What's up? In the background, footsteps and a door opening could be heard through the Bluetooth. Old Qian, Lao Mo is looking for you. Then Yang Jian heard another male voice. Hey. Lao Mo. It's me, Old Qian. What is up? Is there some new discovery that I need to inform other brother units? Hearing Qianzhen's voice, Lin Mo's cold demeanor softened a bit. However, due to some suspicion, his tone still sounded firm and indifferent. Why didn't you notify other brother units about the infected information that Shisheng told you? Huh? Qianzhen sounded a bit confused. At over 50 years old, his voice was surprisingly clear like a college student's. I already told Xiao Qian. I gave all the relevant information to Xiao Qian to send out the announcement and request support from brother units. What's going on? Is there a problem? Xiao Qian. Qianzhen's second daughter, Qianxin. Qianzhen has one son and one daughter. Following the tradition of passing on the family legacy, both Qianzhen's son and daughter work in the organization. His son, Qian Wuqiang, joined the Public Security Bureau, and his daughter, Qianxin, works in the second team of the Anomaly Management Bureau, which handles information. Chapter 24, Marshal. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback by Yang Jian's question. When he realized what Yang Jian meant by kill, he was momentarily stunned. This kid has such a heavy aura of death, and such a strong killing intent. He muttered a phrase in his heart, nodded, and then shook his head. In a critical situation, it's permissible. However, the infected are merely controlled by the glowworm. The research institute has already developed a special medicine. If possible, it's best not to kill. After saying this, seeing Yang Dian nod, he walked towards the building. Lin Mo took a deep breath, unbuckled his holster, and held the handgun in his palm. After taking a couple of quick steps, he entered the building ahead of Yang Dian. Similarly, Wang Jian, who drew his handgun and followed Lin Mo into the building, glanced back at Yang Dian as he passed by. We don't have a habit of letting young comrades lead the way. Yang Dian paused his steps, smiled, and muttered, "I'm not that young." After a brief comment, he quickened his pace and entered the building. Once inside, he noticed that other security personnel had already drawn their sidearms under Wang Jian's command, aiming at the staircase. In an emergency, shooting to kill infected individuals is permitted. If there are any repercussions from above, I will bear all the consequences. Chapter 25. The intermission ends. Sensing the smell of gunpowder wafting through his nostrils and feeling the pounding of his heart, which was synchronizing with the frantic throbbing of his temples, Yang Dian turned to look at the infected individual hanging from the ceiling, having been shot in the head by Lin Mo. A suffocating feeling enveloped Yang Dian's entire body. So close. Just so close. Just a little bit more, and his head would have exploded. Golden bell shield, iron cloth shirt, iron head skill, iron crotch skill. After mastering the unity of heaven and man's skill, no. I won't learn anymore. When I go back, I will immediately start practicing armor. Just as Yang Dian made up his mind to heavily stack armor until no one could hit him, the infected creature that Lin Mo had shot in the head, but was still clinging tightly to the ceiling, suddenly trembled. In the next moment, its blooded and mangled head suddenly exploded, and a crystalline cone, seemingly made of crystal, emerged, radiating a colorful sheen, taking the place of its head. Has it mutated again? In surprise, as he looked at the crystalline membrane inside the infected creature, he noticed a circle of fine, sharp teeth where its neck used to be, prompting Yang Dian to instinctively pull out the high-pressure electric net capture ball that he had behind him. Chapter 26. Re-entering the night market. 3 Martial Arts Manuals. Jing'an District. Night market. After leaving the Minxia building, Yang Dian took on patrol duties in the Jing'an district, and was always ready to support other security teams. There was no other way. The Bureau of Anomalies only had a few people right now. It was unrealistic for them to go door to door to capture people. They could only send security teams to handle it, while they served as a mobile support team, ready to assist other teams when issues arose. As for Yang Dian coming to the night market, it was naturally to check out the old bookstalls. He had found the martial arts manual Dragon Claw Hand at the old bookstall, and who knows, there might be other techniques hidden among the piles of books. During this downtime before the task achievements came in, if he wanted to quickly obtain martial arts techniques, this place was the most reliable. Walking through the brightly lit night market, observing the bustling scene with people coming and going, laughter, and the sounds of bargaining filled the air. Yang Dian's tense emotions from the battle relaxed a bit. Then he silently sighed. In this world, everything appeared vibrant and peaceful on the surface. People regarded the war between countries thousands of kilometers away as a grand drama. But secretly, it was already a raging fire. The collisions between nations, between people, and between humanity and nature had reached a critical point. Chapter 27. Shu Sengao was right, purple is indeed more elegant. Night market, barbecue store. After ordering a few skewers of fried dragon, Yang Dian found a spot to sit down and began to read Iron Cloth Shirt. Iron Cloth Shirt, hard skill. After reaching great mastery, the skin becomes as hard as iron armor, impervious to knives and guns, able to withstand critical hits. During cultivation, a special medicinal ointment must be applied all over the body, and external force must be used to strike the body. In the early stages of cultivation, cloth strips can be used for striking, after reaching a certain level, wooden sticks or iron strips can be used. During cultivation, one must remember that too much is as bad as not enough. If purple bruising appears on the skin, cultivation must be stopped immediately, and proper rest must be taken. After reading through Iron Cloth Shirt and firmly remembering it, a natural thought arose in Yang Dian's mind. It only required 17 points of energy to master the Iron Cloth Shirt. With this thought, Yang Dian paused his action of closing the book. It was a bit better than Dragon Claw Hand. Pondering, Yang Dian didn't rush to learn Iron Cloth Shirt, but instead picked up the second book, Grass Flying. Grass Flying. Light skill, after reaching great mastery, steps like a meteor, able to travel 1,000 miles in a day. Upon seeing the first line, Yang Dian felt that this skill was exaggerated. What does it mean to travel 1,000 miles in a day? It averages out to running 500 kilometers in 24 hours. Chapter 28, Unexpected Gain, Wild Awakeners and Abnormal Creatures. Uncle Security, did you spend so much money on martial arts manuals because they are useful and can really be practiced? Looking at their eager expressions, Yang Dian thought for a moment before nodding slightly. Of course, the things left by our ancestors are useful. Hearing Yang Dian say this, the two girls became even more excited. So. They repeated 3 times, yet still couldn't get out what they wanted to say. As if their words were a secret they couldn't voice. With a hint of suspicion, Yang Dian took out his law enforcement device. Do you have your ID? If not, open the Wealth Treasure app and pull out your electronic ID. The two hesitated for a moment, but still took out their phones and opened their electronic IDs. Beep. Chen Wenyo, female, 18 years old, from Jinan District, Fuzhou City, Fujian Province, no criminal record. Beep. Chen Wenqian, female, 18 years old, from Jinan District, Fuzhou City, Fujian Province. No criminal record. After confirming that the two had no criminal records, Yang Dian pretended to be indifferent and asked, what do you want to say? Besides martial arts, are there any other amazing things in this world? Chapter 29, Shallow. The sisters' home was not far from the night market. In just over 10 minutes of walking, the three of them arrived outside their community from the cafe outside the night market. Standing under the streetlight, Yang Dian's gaze swept over the sleepy security guard in the booth. Suddenly, he thought of something. When did you awaken your talents? Do your parents know? And what about that 3-colored cat and the cockroach? When did you discover their abnormalities? The sisters exchanged glances and spoke in unison. We awakened this morning. Our parents left for work early and are still at the factory, so we haven't had a chance to tell them. Then Chen Wenyo continued, as for the little flower, it happened when I accidentally conjured a fireball while making breakfast this morning. Little flower came over and blew it out, and that's when we discovered its anomaly. It can control the wind. After Chen Wenyo finished speaking, Chen Wenqian added, the big cockroach was something we saw today while cleaning up in the utility room. Saying this, she shivered. That cockroach was really huge. It looked like a door when it was on the wall. It scared us to death. Chapter 30, Shadows behind the door. After agreeing with the two sisters that they would have their parents accompany them to the Chang'an Public Security Bureau to join the Bureau of Anomalies tomorrow morning, the 4 of them headed into the community. As they walked, Lin Mo confirmed related information with them. Besides knowing that the cockroach is the size of a door and the 3-colored cat has the ability to control the wind. Do you know any other information? Chen Wenyo shook her head first. I don't know. Chen Wenqian lowered her head and thought for a moment, then raised her hand like a little student. There seems to be a cockroach egg sac in the corner of the utility room. But that egg sac is a bit big, about the size of a soda bottle, so I'm not too sure. Upon hearing this, Yang Dian and Lin Mo exchanged glances. Then Yang Dian spoke first. Captain, if that egg sac is really that big, can we confirm that the offspring of that mutated cockroach have also mutated? At least in terms of size. Lin Mo nodded. That is about how it can be understood. Yang Dian suddenly became excited. Captain, if the offspring of that mutated cockroach can also grow to the size of a door, then wouldn't we have struck it rich? Facing Lin Mo's puzzled gaze, he continued, you see, the protein content in cockroaches far exceeds that of most organisms. Chapter 31, horrific beyond words with a sound of national essence, there was another loud bang as the door closed. Sensing the faint musty smell wafting from inside, Yang Dian turned back after closing the door and looked at Lin Mo, who was also frowning. Captain, did you see that? Lin Mo nodded. His tone somewhat stifled, I saw it. He rubbed his head, feeling equally unwell, when Ya and Wen Qian weren't wrong. That's a huge cockroach. Then, curious, he asked, why did you suddenly close the door? I didn't feel any threat from that cockroach. It shouldn't be hard for you to deal with it, right? Yang Dian pinched his nose, trying to drive away the musty smell from his mind. It's not about whether I can handle it, it's that the cockroach looks too bizarre. Plus, the musty smell from it is simply mental pollution. If I look at it a few more times, I might puke. Lin Mo glanced at the door several times. I feel the same way. Especially when I saw the patterns on the cockroach shell, the desire to vomit becomes even stronger. Yang Dian pondered, so, besides its body growing larger, that cockroach has also developed the ability to interfere with mental states or affect human hormones. Chapter 32, Colorful Three Flowers. A bounty of achievements coming in the room was in disarray. The refrigerator lay on the marble floor, its door wide open, but there wasn't a trace of food inside. The trash can emitted sporadic sounds. Upon closer inspection, there were several thumb-sized cockroaches gnawing at plastic bags. Besides that, there were traces of mutated cockroaches crawling and gnawing all over the coffee table, sofa, chairs, dining table, and even the walls. The entire house was in shambles. Aside from not seeing much dust, it was almost like an old house that had been uninhabited for decades. Bedroom, kitchen, bathroom. As the house was continually searched, the number of mutated cockroach larvae in Yang Dian's snakeskin bag increased. However, he still hadn't found the long-haired three-striped cockroach that the sisters Ya and Qian had mentioned. Glancing at the window with a security door, Yang Dian frowned slightly. Could it have run outside? He wondered if those mutated cockroach larvae had also escaped outside. While pondering, Yang Dian opened another door. The next moment, a shadow dashed past Yang Dian's feet and directly leapt into Chen Wenxian's arms. Meow, 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 meow. Chapter 33, cheating the system. Looking towards the door upon hearing the sound, he saw two middle-aged individuals, about 40 or 50 years old, dressed simply, resembling the sisters Ya and Qian, being stopped outside, with curious expressions on their faces. The sisters Chen Wenyo and Chen Wenxian rushed to the door upon hearing the noise. Dad, Mom, why are you back so early today? The couple looked at their daughter and then at the researchers in protective suits surrounding them. Momentarily unsure where to place their hands, Old Wen called me and said a group of people in protective suits came to the house. Seems something big has happened. Your mom and I were worried about you, so we hurried back. Saying this, Chen's father pulled Chen Wenyo aside, looking confused as he gazed at the house. What's going on here? Chen Wenyo opened her mouth, but didn't know where to start. Fortunately, Lin Mo arrived beside them and resolved Chen Wenyo's dilemma. He first took out his ID to show his identity, then said, Mr. Chen, your family's situation is quite complicated, and it's hard to explain in a short time. How about this, why don't you come back to the office with me? And we can talk slowly. Chapter 34, speeding at 70 miles per hour the next day, early morning. After practicing martial arts, Yang Dian was bursting with energy and got up early again. He pulled back the curtains and stretched towards the sun, which had also risen. After washing up, Yang Dian changed into sportswear. That's right, he planned to run home. If it were before 11 p.m. last night, he probably wouldn't have had such an idea. But after learning how to run on grass and realizing that just by walking, adjusting his body posture, and breathing frequency while running. He could gain experience in running on grass. He decided to run home today. The first entry for running on grass only required 16 energy points, which was even less than the energy needed to learn iron cloth shirt. Since that was the case, in order to be a step ahead when encountering danger in the future, Yang Dian naturally wouldn't be stingy. He would first grind out the first entry. As usual, he had 3 portions of breakfast at the breakfast shop. Just as he was about to pay, Yang Dian suddenly noticed something and looked around. "Boss, where's your daughter?" Yang Dian liked eating breakfast at this unremarkable breakfast shop, which didn't even have a sign, for a reason. One was that the food there was indeed good and generously portioned. The other reason was, of course, because of the boss's charming daughter. Chapter 35, Returning Home. Plum blossoms blooming with a creak, he pushed open the wooden door. A chorus of barking dogs immediately erupted in the yard. The barking sounded like a conductor's baton. Once it sounded, the chickens, ducks, and geese kept in the corner of the yard also began to make noise. The small yard instantly became a cacophony. Hearing the commotion outside, Yang's mother opened the big door, and was first stunned to see Yang Dian standing at the gate, rubbing her eyes and confirming she wasn't mistaken. A smile immediately spread across her face. However, despite her smile, she didn't hold back. "Oh, you still know how to come back? After being out for so long. You didn't even think to report in. I thought you died outside." Yang Dian chuckled. "Mom, I call you every 3 days and usually send you messages. How can you say I didn't report in?" Saying this, Yang Dian took out a glass bottle containing blue lotus seeds and shook it at him. "By the way, Mom, I bought something good outside. Put this in a pressure cooker with 3 liters of water, boil for 3 hours, and after drinking the soup, it can help regulate the stomach. The effect is great." Himai, who had quickly walked to Yang Dian's side, beamed as she took the glass bottle from Yang Dian's hand. Chapter 36, The Second Rare Treasure of Heaven and Earth, 9-Color Plum. Upon hearing Yang Dian mention this, Yang Leilei's expression suddenly changed, and she lowered her head somewhat uneasily. "I ate those plum blossoms." Yang Dian was taken aback. "You ate them?" He reached out and touched Yang Leilei's head. After confirming she didn't have a fever, Yang Dian felt a bit puzzled. "I've taken you to see plum blossoms before, and you never said you wanted to eat them then. When did you develop this pica?" Yang Leilei pouted. "I don't have pica. I don't know why. But when I saw those plum blossoms, I instinctively wanted to eat them. It's not just me. Da Huang, Xiao Huang, and all the chickens, ducks, and geese in the yard went crazy wanting to eat the plum blossoms. Besides them, there were many small birds, and even an eagle landed on the plum tree, trying to snatch the blossoms from me." Saying this, Yang Leilei raised her little fist and struck Yang Dian's chest hard. "Stinky older brother. I barely managed to resist eating all the plum blossoms, just waiting for you to come back so I could share them with you. How could you say I have pica? I'll beat you up, beat you up, beat you up." Yang Dian let her pound her little fists on him. Chapter 37, Speculation about the higher-ups. He reached out and gave Yang Leilei a light smack on the head, when she cried out in pain while holding her head. Yang Dian smiled and asked, "Still dreaming? HMPH, stinky older brother, you're bullying me again?" After glaring at Yang Dian, Yang Leilei grabbed his hand and looked at it from left to right, top to bottom. "Brother, how did your hand change like that? Is that your awakened talent? How did you awaken your talent? How do you know so much? I ate the plum blossoms too, why didn't I awaken? Did I not eat enough?" Seeing Yang Leilei turn into a whirlwind of questions, her eyes still glancing at the glass bottle filled with plum blossoms on the bed, Yang Dian helplessly spread his hands. "I awakened before eating the rare treasures of heaven and earth. I only learned about the rare treasures of heaven and earth after joining the Anomaly Bureau." Anomaly Bureau. Yang Leilei was a bit excited. Is that like the Dragon Team in novels? tugging at young Leilei's cheeks to signal her to be quiet. Yang Dian started answering her questions while counting on his fingers. First, after the revival of spiritual energy, everyone has a chance to awaken their talents. The probability of awakening talents used to be 1 in 10,000, but now it's on the rise. Chapter 38 Is there really martial arts? Happy times are always short-lived. It felt like in the blink of an eye, the sun was high in the sky, and it was lunchtime. With the roar of an engine stopping in the yard, Yang's mother's voice came from downstairs, "It's time to eat." As she stepped out of the room, before reaching the stairs, Yang Dian heard Yang's mother's laughter ringing out in the yard. "Oh, did you really catch a big blue fish? This size must weigh around 20 to 30 pounds, right?" Yang's father's voice sounded a bit proud. "Of course. I weighed it, 23 pounds and 6 ounces. Yang's mother suddenly realized, 1 pound is 16 yuan, 23 pounds is 368. Minus a little for change, that's 360 yuan. Yang's father was taken aback. "How did you know that? You had your family payment on." Yang's mother pulled out her phone, which clearly showed that 17 minutes ago, family payment had processed 360 yuan. "You went out for a while this morning, didn't you?" One sentence made old Yang unable to lift his head for 3 days. "Mom, don't say anything about Dad." Hearing her mother start her usual teasing, young Leilei rarely spoke a good word for old Yang. Even though Dad went out for a while, his intentions were good. At least he knew to buy a big blue fish at the market for us. Chapter 39 There's a scale in a person's heart. Is there really martial arts? More than 10 minutes later, on the sofa in the living room, Yang Yong looked at his son's hands, which had rubbed the remaining half of a porcelain bowl into porcelain powder, and couldn't help but touch his belly, which seemed to have shrunk a bit. "Son, are you now a martial arts master?" The mother and daughter, who were studying Yang Yong's skin that had turned white by more than one shade, finally shifted their gaze from Yang Yong to Yang Dian. Yang Dian shrugged. "For ordinary people, I can call myself a master now. But compared to those martial arts masters who have trained for many years, I'm just a big grasshopper." Yang Yong rubbed his hands. Can practicing martial arts really make someone that strong? Can it make someone unafraid of guns? Yang Dian shook his head. Only true masters can be unafraid of guns. For ordinary people, practicing martial arts can only strengthen the body and prolong life. And that's already quite impressive. Yang Yong stood up and began pacing around the living room. Seeing him hesitate to speak, Yang Dian sighed. "Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm your son, why are you hemming and hawing with me?" Yang Yong paused his steps and turned to look at Yang Dian. "Then I'll say it, okay?" Chapter 40 Getting older doesn't mean knowing more. The small jellyfish was located not far from Yang Dian, but also not too close. Under Yang Leilei's guidance, the two spent more than 10 minutes to reach the small puddle where she had discovered the jellyfish. "Our brother, we arrived late." Yang Leilei carefully poked the jellyfish skin in the sand pit with a pair of tongs. The little jellyfish seems to be dead. Squatting down in front of the sand pit, looking at the jellyfish skin under the slanting sunlight, which emitted a dazzling array of colors, Yang Dian instinctively frowned. Ordinary jellyfish are made up of more than 95% water, and once dehydrated and exposed to direct sunlight, they can die within just a few minutes. Unexpectedly, the possibly mutated jellyfish was the same. He just didn't know if this mutated jellyfish was completely dead. "Brother, what should we do now?" Hearing Yang Leilei's inquiry, Yang Dian thought for a moment and said, "I remember you brought 2 buckets, right?" Yang Leilei pouted, but still took out a smaller bucket from the larger one that was several sizes smaller, only about the size of 3 fists. Pouring the small fish from the small bucket into the larger one, she handed the small bucket to Yang Dian, and continued asking, "Brother, is this little jellyfish really a mutated creature?" Taking the small bucket, Yang Dian found a nearby small stone pit to add some water to it. Chapter 41 The Limits of Talent. So the supernatural phenomena that have frequently appeared online in recent years are real, and not AI videos. Since there is a revival of spiritual energy and talent awakening, are there really cultivation techniques? Are myths and legends also true? After we practice martial arts, can we become strong like you and join the Anomaly Bureau? In the living room, after Yang Dian's explanation, the older generation, such as Yang Dian's uncle He Hai and second uncle He Jiang, still doubted life. The ones around Yang Dian's age, like his cousin He Jichong and cousin He Li, had already gathered around Yang Dian, dreaming of a beautiful future. The younger ones, such as his 5 or 6-year-old little cousins. At this moment, everyone is gathered around young Lele, listening to her boast about her discovery and capture of colorful jellyfish. Their occasional gasps clearly indicate that they have been impressed by her. Looking around the entire family in the room, Yang Jian immediately turned to He Jichong and He Li, who were showing eager expressions. I don't know if we can cultivate immortality, but I feel that if martial arts are practiced to the extreme, it's actually not much different from cultivating immortality. As for the rumors circulating online, most of them are false. Chapter 42 The Exploration of Talent. Starry jellyfish. What is Yang Jian's talent? The knowledge he learns is digitized, allowing him to have a clear understanding of himself through a panel. In addition to that, the energy that increases on the panel at regular intervals, or after consuming rare treasures of heaven and earth, allows him to learn and master any knowledge, as well as optimize his cultivation methods to compensate for his physical shortcomings. So the question arises, what is knowledge? Is it the words written on paper? Is it the fantasies in the human mind? Or is it all truths that can or cannot be understood? Yang Jian does not know. But this does not hinder his curiosity about knowledge and his exploration of more uses for his talent. Scientific knowledge from books can be learned. Martial arts from secret manuals can be mastered. The great immortal technique that only exists in fantasy can also be learned as long as the energy is sufficient. What about others? For example, the talents awakened by other awakened ones, or the abilities gained by mutated creatures after their mutations. Can I obtain them through my talent by consuming energy? It doesn't necessarily have to be the talents of awakened ones, or the abilities of mutated creatures. If I could master the adaptability of tardigrades, the super strength of rhinoceros beetles, the retrogressive growth mechanism of lighthouse jellyfish, or the electric discharge ability of electric eels. Chapter 43 The Essence Sublimation. As dawn breaks, the rooster crows. With the sound of the rooster crowing, Yang Jian opened his eyes, still a bit dazed, and saw a starry sky. Vast, infinite, brilliant, glorious. So beautiful. As he murmured, the entire starry sky began to sway. The Milky Way collapsed, and time fell silent. A jellyfish, seemingly nurturing the starry sea, awakened from the darkness, its tentacles swaying and scattering threads of starlight, painting a stunning picture in the extinguished darkness. He reached out to scratch his hair, which was as messy as a bird's nest. Gradually coming to his senses, Yang Jian turned to look at the fish tank. As expected, the jellyfish in the tank had come out. Moreover, it had grown. When he first caught it, it was almost dried out, with only a thin layer of skin. After being kept in a small bucket, the jellyfish's body had recovered, its bell now the size of 2 thumbs, and its tentacles about 5 or 6 centimeters long. But now, its bell was already bigger than a human head. The length of the starlet tentacles had also reached over 20 centimeters. Feeling an inexplicable sense of closeness emanating from the jellyfish, Yang Jian frowned, propped himself up against the headboard, and tried to wave at it. The jellyfish seemed to sense his thoughts, and its even more splendid bell fluttered a couple of times before drifting in front of Yang Jian. Chapter 44 Jellyfish had as Yang Jian expected, but not entirely as he imagined. After sublimation, the panel indeed underwent changes. But it wasn't an upgrade. Instead, The energy required to learn the two techniques heaven and man unity technique and mixed element force decreased. The energy for heaven and man unity technique decreased by 7 points, while mixed element force decreased by 3 points. In addition, the progress bars for the three martial arts Dragon Claw Hand, Iron Cloth Shirt, and Grass on the Wind had all improved to some extent. But apart from that, there were no other changes, and no new functions appeared in the external tool. Squinting his eyes and thinking for a while, Yang Dian suddenly felt a sense of realization. When he digested the stardust earlier, he felt the sublimation of his physique, the enhancement of the essence of life. In fantasy terms, it should be akin to awakening a special constitution. With the enhancement of talent, the quality of cultivation will naturally improve, the speed of learning martial arts manuals will naturally accelerate, and the enhancement of strength will naturally be faster. He focused his gaze on the few martial arts he had already begun to learn. As expected, the energy required to fill the experience bar had decreased. Before last night, the energy needed to unlock the second entry for Dragon Claw Hand was 125 points. But now, the energy consumption to unlock the second entry had dropped to 88 points. A reduction of nearly 30 points. Chapter 45, Fusion State. So what? Why are they making such a fuss every day? Before he could finish his sentence, looking at the image reflected in the mirror, Yang Dian was suddenly at a loss for words. It was different from the previous times. In the earlier instances, the starry jellyfish would land on his head and cling to it as if it were a hat. But this time, Yang Dian could clearly see that the starry jellyfish on his head was melting. Threads of energy shimmering with starlight flowed out from the jellyfish, transforming into fine strands of light that attached to Yang Dian's hair, making his hair grow rapidly, as if it had been treated with hormones. In just a few blinks, the starry jellyfish disappeared from Yang Dian's head. In its place was a long mane of hair, about 20 centimeters long, dense and flowing like a waterfall, subtly shimmering with starlight as it swayed. He shook his head. Starlight twinkled. He shook his head again. The starlight flickered once more. Just as Yang Dian was speechless, Yang Lele put down the mirror again, reached out to touch his long hair, and said, "Brother, just let me have the little jellyfish. I really want it." After saying that, she hugged Yang Dian's arm and began to sway slightly, acting adorably. Yang Dian sighed. Chapter 46, Jellyfish Doodoo. The breeding horse in the clan Wind rushed like lightning, swift as thunder. While running at full speed, Yang Dian felt that the power he sensed was getting closer to him. He only needed to stretch out his hand slightly to grasp it in his palm. But for some reason, every time he felt he was about to grasp it, that power would recede, becoming unattainable. Even after running 20 kilometers in one breath, that power remained elusive, like a flower in a mirror or a moon in the water, visible yet unreachable. This feeling of something clearly within reach yet unattainable was incredibly frustrating. Gasping for breath, Yang Dian stood at the familiar street corner of Ping Shui Street at night, his body slightly bent, hands resting on his knees, taking deep breaths. While deep breathing, he forced himself to ignore that power. The power that I can sense can only be explained in a few ways: life force, life magnetic field, vitality. Once I master the heaven and man unity technique, I will probably understand it better. That day will not be far. In a moment of contemplation, Yang Dian adjusted his physical state and stepped upstairs, entering the bathroom of his rented apartment. Just as he turned on the shower to take a wash, the starlight jellyfish that had fused with Yang Dian's hair had already separated from the fusion state. Chapter 47, Different Paths. No collaboration, are we really just going in like this? Chen Wenyo, who was following Yang Dian, appeared somewhat anxious. Is it really okay? A good girl fears a persistent suitor. Having just turned 18, she truly couldn't handle such a situation. Noticing Chen Wenyo's anxious tone, Yang Dian had no intention of laughing at her. In his 2 lifetimes, he hadn't been any better off than Chen Wenyo at the beginning. Gentle, hot, intellectual. Obedient, once unattainable heavenly beauties gathered around him, all saying in unison, "Baby, you're amazing, I really like you." Who could withstand that? Could you? In any case, Yang Dian almost couldn't take it. He had also lost himself, for an entire day, in their flattering words and admiring gazes. But when the night grew quiet and he reflected carefully, Yang Dian realized, did they really like his handsome looks? No. Among the readers present, who wasn't more handsome than him? Did they like his interesting soul? Also no. He wasn't abstract enough. Did they like his powerful abilities? Even less so. He had just awakened, and was only a beginner in ancient martial arts, merely a village-level combat strength. A small pistol could easily take him down. Chapter 48. Traitor words that don't match won't be elaborated on. Having already classified Chen Wenyo as an acquaintance, Yang Dian began to chat with her using the conversational tactics he had honed in his previous life. She said 1 was 1. She said 2 was 2. Occasionally, she would express differing opinions, but in the end, she would always be persuaded by Chen Wenyo. In short, after chatting along the way, Chen Wenyo's fondness for Yang Dian greatly increased. Even when they reached the stairwell and were about to part ways, Chen Wenyo wanted to invite Yang Dian to have lunch together. Glancing at Chen Wenyo's big, watery eyes, Yang Dian shrugged. I probably can't make it at noon. There was an outbreak of firefly infections in the city the day before yesterday, and I still have follow-up work to wrap up. After reporting in the morning, I'll probably have to go out for duty. Next time I have free time, we can go out to eat together. Chen Wenyo wrinkled her nose, then nodded. Then let's plan for next time. You have to tell me all about the opportunity you encountered at the seaside. She looked at Yang Dian's hair with some envy. You managed to grow such beautiful long hair in such a short time. After chatting for a few more moments, the two parted ways at the stairwell. Watching Chen Wenyo head up to the information department on the second floor, Yang Dian turned and walked toward the team office. Chapter 49. Enjoying heart-to-heart conversations with others. Upon hearing Yang Dian's menacing words, Lin Mo couldn't help but pause. Xiao Yang, are you really sure? If it's an awakening enemy force from abroad infiltrating, there's no doubt that there will be strong protectors around them. City-level forces are unlikely. Such strong individuals are few worldwide and monitored by various countries. However, it's uncertain if a person can massacre township-level or district-level combat forces. Yang Dian was taken aback. Captain, are you serious? Can we let district-level combat forces sneak in? I thought at most it would be village-level combat forces. Lin Mo slowly exhaled. You need to understand. Our Huaxia is vast and rich. The border stretches from Mohair in the north to Xingmu Ansha in the south. From the Pamir Plateau in the west to the confluence of the Heilongjiang and Wusili rivers in the east. The land border is nearly 230,000 kilometers long. And the coastline is about 180,000 kilometers long. With such a long border, how can we cover every inch? It's truly hard to defend against foreign strongmen wanting to infiltrate. Yang Dian was silent for a moment, then looked at the panel. Perhaps it was time to use up the energy to enhance his strength. If he encountered danger and died, but the energy remained, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Chapter 50. 1 million merits received. Bye. After handling Dudu's matters, Yang Dian opened the merit page again. Upon seeing the numbers on the merit panel, he quickly blinked a few times, staring intently at the long string of numbers following the merit. Captain, my merits have come through. Lin Mo looked up at Yang Dian, appearing somewhat nonchalant. Yeah, I know. My merits have come through too. 17 million merits. Yang Dian's voice was somewhat excited. Captain, 17 million merits. Lin Mo nodded again. I know. Although I don't have as many as you, I still received 750,000 merits. Even Shisheng, who just tags along, received 130,000 merits. Yang Dian abruptly shifted his gaze from the screen to Lin Mo. How could there be so many merits? Is the upper management that generous? Lin Mo returned his gaze to the computer screen, his tone still calm. Wasn't there a note when the merits came through? It mentioned thwarting foreign hostile forces conspiracies within the country, unearthing hooks planted by foreign hostile forces within the organization, and discovering and accurately resolving the Firefly infection incident ahead of time. The total reward is 2 million merits. According to the contribution distribution, our 7th squad received 258 million merits, and the colleagues from the public security and armed stability departments on that day shared 700,000 merits, with another 420,000 merits going to the 3rd Squad's research institute that developed targeted insect repellent. Chapter 51, Entry, Swift as the Wind. Status: harmonized with heaven and man. Yang Dian didn't waste much time on grass on the fly. Using the excuse of looking for surveillance blind spots and checking for traces that Qianzhen might have left, he strolled around the public security office twice. Yang Dian felt his steps lighten, his breathing smooth, and as he lifted his foot, it felt as if he were aided by a divine force. His body slightly crouched, and with a little force from his ankles, the muscles in his hips and legs tightened in an instant, propelling Yang Dian from one end of the corridor to the other in a flash. Looking back at the nearly 10-meter-long corridor, Yang Dian slowly exhaled. Was it really that easy to cover a distance of 10 meters with just a step? In his thoughts, the blue shadows flickered in Yang Dian's eyes, and the panel appeared before him once again. Grass on the fly, swift as the wind. 000. The first trait of grass on the fly is called swift as the wind. It really does feel like a gust of wind when walking. But why does this entry feel somewhat familiar? After thinking for a moment, a series of images suddenly flashed in Yang Dian's mind. Captain Timo, in a life-threatening situation. It was tough. Closing the panel, Yang Dian greeted Lin Mo and then stepped outside. Since the entry had already been activated, it was time to patrol outside. Chapter 52, Hang On. Double lions tread the earth. Strolling under the moon for half an hour. Yang Dian not only completed the single-breath 3-step technique, but even attempted the single-breath 6-step technique, the double-breath 3-step, 6-step, 9-step, 12-step, and even the 36-step technique, after realizing that walking the single-breath 3-step technique could not reduce the energy required to learn the unity of heaven and man's skill. However, no matter how he walked, the energy needed to learn the unity of heaven and man's skill on the panel showed no decrease, not even by 0.01. So, has he reached a level where merely practicing the basic steps can no longer reduce energy? To reduce the energy again, does he need to achieve a unity of person and heart and intention and the universe? To comprehend the so-called chi circulating in the universe, the rotation of the 5 elements, the harmony of the 4 symbols, and the unity of will and energy. Scratching his head, Yang Dian ultimately decided to let go and use his cheat. If it was just about learning the movements, no matter how difficult they were, he could learn them gradually. There would always be a time when he could master them. But to comprehend a state of mind like the unity of heaven and man, even after just experiencing an epiphany, Yang Dian couldn't guarantee that he could enter that seemingly ambiguous state again in a short time. Under these circumstances, it was unnecessary to get tangled up in the consumption of energy again. Chapter 53, The Fisherman's Gains in This Life and the Last. Yang Dian hated 4 types of people. First, kidnappers. Kidnapping children deserves death. Second, those who kill without reason. Isn't killing very impolite? Once a murder occurs, the Public Security Bureau will enter a long-term crackdown mode. Various foot baths, massage parlors, foot washing, and sauna establishments must close. Once the establishments close, with elders above, children below, and a gambling boyfriend in between, where will the sex workers earn money to support their families? Third, those who open casinos and lure people into gambling. While gamblers blinded by greed are certainly not worthy of sympathy, those who lure them into the gambling scene, rig the games, and ruin families, who among them doesn't deserve death? Lastly, drug dealers. Every single one of them deserves to be taken out and shot. In the past, he had no opportunity and no ability. When he saw drug dealers, Yang Dian would only turn and leave, then silently call 110. But now, he snapped his fingers, feeling the surging power of qi and blood within him. Yang Dian felt he should do something. Jumping onto the rowing board, he pulled out an encrypted phone and immediately dialed Lin Mo's number. Hello. With Lin Mo's voice coming through the phone, Yang Dian wasted no time and directly recounted the fisherman's discovery. Chapter 54. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. Yang Jiao Bay, a rocky reef. Yang Jiao Bay is located in a remote sea area of Changle district, far from shipping lanes. Its topography resembles a sheep's horn protruding into the inland, hence the name Yang Jiao Bay. Due to the numerous hidden reefs within the bay, navigating or casting nets carries the risk of running aground. Furthermore, there isn't a decent beach anywhere in the entire Yang Jiao Bay. Therefore, apart from the fishermen, very few people come here. However, the once desolate Yang Jiao Bay now appeared extremely lively. In the rocky reef area, a long-lost Tianjin looked at a group of old Mexicans who had awakened their invisibility skills in the dark, her body trembling with anger. At this time, you still let them bring these things over? Are you afraid we won't die fast enough? Don't you know that China has no limits on its efforts to combat drugs? Are you not afraid their warships will come over if you dare to transport so much poison to China? Beside Tianjin, a white man still wearing a luxurious trench coat in the hot weather excitedly said, "Oh, my dear Jean. You must know that the same gram of double lion on Earth can only sell for $16 in America, but in China, it can sell for nearly $200. Chapter 55. Genetic Agents, Beastification. In the rocky reef, Charles, still enjoying the cheers of the crowd, was momentarily blinded by a giant spotlight. Just as he was about to curse, he heard the announcement from the Special Forces. Looking up at the armed helicopter circling above, and the dark gun barrels aimed at him from below, he was immediately frightened, his hair standing on end. Fuck. How could the Chinese military arrive so quickly? Why hasn't anyone sent us any news? Fuck. In a frenzy, he jumped off the reef and punched Tianjin hard. Speak. Was it you? Did you betray us? Tianjin moved his mouth, spat out a bloody big tooth, and revealed a mouth full of blood-stained teeth, with a bitter smile. With the crimes I've committed, being caught by them means only one outcome: execution. I don't want to die. It wasn't me. Saying this, he spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood. Also somewhat frantically, now is not the time to talk about this. Since you know that transporting drugs to China can sell for a high price, you should also understand why it can sell for a high price in China. If you dare to transport so much poison and get caught by them, your fate will be just like mine. Chapter 56. The Fisherman's Foresight. 1 mile outside the rocky beach, Yang Dian was still planning to head over to the rocky beach for some excitement when he saw those old Mexicans stick a needle into their necks, transforming into werewolf-like figures. This world has indeed turned into something I don't recognize. This statement was not made by Yang Dian, but by the fisherman beside him, who, unable to see, lifted his Huawei Mate X6 and used the camera to see the scene. Turning to glance at the murmuring fisherman, Yang Dian shrugged. It's good to know, but don't spread it around. When we return, you need to sign a confidentiality agreement with me. The world is so unfair. Some things, Yang Dian can share with his family, and others in the organization can also share with their families. But ordinary people, even if they know, they are not allowed to pass it on. Not a single word. Unless decrypted, otherwise passing it on is illegal. Upon hearing Yang Dian's words, the fisherman nodded in agreement. I know, even if you don't say it, I won't spread it around. I don't want to be invited to the station for tea. Saying this, he also thoroughly destroyed the video in front of Yang Dian. Look, I even destroyed the video. Raising his hand to gesture at his phone. The fisherman rubbed his hands together. Chapter 57, Optimizing the panel on the armed helicopter. Looking at the Yang Jiao gradually disappearing from view behind him. Yang Dian hesitated for a moment, but still brought up the sudden feeling of heart palpitations he had just experienced. Captain, when we left just now, I suddenly felt a wave of heart palpitations, as if some danger was appearing behind me. I saw on the task report that Qianzhen's daughter Qianzhen and those awakened ones who sneaked in suddenly disappeared under surveillance. Could it be that they haven't left Yangjiao Bay, but are hiding in some corner of it? Lin Mo nodded. Your guess is possible. And the Special Operations Team also has a response plan. Seeing the confusion in Yang Jian's eyes, Lin Mo continued, after cleaning up the battlefield. The Special Operations Team will launch missile fire to cover Yangjiao Bay. It will be publicly claimed as a live-fire drill. Yang Jian was stunned and then greatly shocked. One can only say that today's Huaxia truly lives up to the name of industrial Cthulhu. While the two hairs over there are stingy in warfare. Here we can directly use firepower to cover Yangjiao Bay for a few possibly existing, possibly non-existing awakened ones from other countries. Yangjiao Bay is not small. The firepower to cover Yangjiao Bay is enough to fight a small to medium-sized local war. Chapter 58, Mutated white feather human hearts are worse than ghosts. After learning that the detector can read neural signals and convert them into information, and has networking capabilities, Yang Jian put it aside. After all, he didn't want his thoughts to be spied on by others. But it cannot be denied that the detector is a good thing. If he could avoid exposing his thoughts, Yang Jian still wanted to utilize it. Previously, it was impossible, but with Dudu, things were different. After testing whenever he had the chance, he found that Dudu could only receive the information contained in his thoughts. For example, when he instructed Dudu to do something or thought about Dudu, it would receive a unique signal and provide feedback. Likewise, after he thought about giving Dudu energy, Dudu would immediately emit a joyful emotion. However, if he thought about not feeding Dudu even if it wasted energy, Dudu would gently wrap its tentacles around Yang Jian, or cover his head with its umbrella, and gently tighten it to express its dissatisfaction. But if there were no thoughts of Dudu, such as thinking about beautiful women, or wasting energy on some meaningless activities, Dudu would not give any feedback. Chapter 59, The Aftermath of Yangjiao Bei. Reaching for his phone, Yang Jian opened the Internal Affairs Network, and began to submit an application. A 25 centimeters long white feather was found at a breakfast shop on Pingshui Street, Changle District. Unknown energy was detected at the base of the feather, suspected to have detached from an unknown creature. The breakfast shop owner's daughter has not been seen for 4 days, and has actively blocked the phone camera. She possesses awakening talents, and may be raising mutated creatures. Currently applying for APP usage, enabling minor identification permissions to obtain relevant information. Additionally, requesting to retrieve surveillance permissions around her residence for monitoring. Applicant, Yang Jian, Level 2 Security Officer of the Anomaly Management Bureau. As soon as the report was submitted, Yang Jian received a receipt. Application approved, relevant permissions have been opened. Listening. Listening, one of the artificial intelligences at the Anomaly Management Bureau headquarters, is mainly used to enhance the Bureau's efficiency. Without listening, Yang Jian's report would take at least half an hour to receive a response. But with listening, as long as the situation is true and the conditions reasonable, approval can be given in minutes. After the relevant permissions were activated, Yang Jian did not rush to operate, but focused on the breakfast delivered to him. The permissions granted were only for the activation of surveillance cameras. Chapter 60, Seeking Creatures. The mutated octopus is huge. How huge? After it appeared, it was even taller than the 100-meter high cliff at the mouth of Yangjiao Bay. The armed helicopters flying beside it looked like toys. Thanks to modern technology, the captured images were clear. Yang Dian could clearly see that when the bullets from the armed helicopters rained down on it, they caused no harm at all. Bullets capable of penetrating reinforced concrete only created shallow dents of a few centimeters on the octopus's surface before losing all their kinetic energy and being bounced off into the sea by its resilient skin. Only the missiles screaming down onto it could explode and create bloody gaps, causing it a slight amount of damage. Indeed, just a slight amount. Those gaps for the massive octopus could only be considered as a scratch on its hand. It might hurt it to madness. But unless it hit a vital point protected by numerous tentacles, it couldn't cause any fatal injuries. This monster, just as Yang Dian was marveling at the power of the mutated octopus, was finally provoked to anger by the attacks of the armed helicopters. Amid the smoke of the missile explosions, 3 tentacles suddenly shot out like lightning towards the armed helicopters. Chapter 61. The role of resources. The delivery person was a middle-aged man dressed in a black combat suit. He was efficient and unsmiling. After confirming Yang Dian's identity, he had him sign a document, then handed over a suitcase 3 sizes larger than the last one, along with a bag of clothes. Huainan Ji, Tianren He oral solution, and the Earth's rare treasure core milk all needed to be stored in a refrigerated environment. In normal or high-temperature conditions, their medicinal properties would quickly dissipate. The suitcase had refrigeration capabilities and only needed 5 minutes of charging to work for 30 days. After briefly explaining the precautions, the delivery person bowed to Yang Dian, then without waiting for him to speak, got into a black armored car and left. This swift and decisive manner. Yang Dian sighed as he carried the bag and suitcase into the changing room. Seeing Yang Dian enter while changing clothes, Shi Sheng immediately came over with an envious look. Did your stuff arrive? Your luck is really something, you got so many merits just by joining the bureau. Yang Dian took out the level 2 security officer uniform and smiled subtly. Good luck, good luck. Shi Sheng touched the uniform in Yang Dian's hand, feeling even more envious. Chapter 62. New feature of Dragon Claw. Reverse dragon scales. The golden cicada and the 9-colored plum melted in the mouth, giving Yang Dian a kind of illusion. That is, the rare treasures of heaven and earth that instinctively evoke the desire to consume are all endlessly flavorful. But evidently, the Earth's core milk shattered Yang Dian's beautiful illusion. As the size of a pinky finger dropped onto his tongue, Yang Dian immediately felt a heavy sensation. He instinctively swallowed. After swallowing the core milk into his stomach, he felt as if a small sun had appeared inside. This small sun emitted an indescribable light and heat, as if it wanted to roast him from the inside out. Hiss, it really feels like this after eating the Earth's core milk. After a moment of complaint, Yang Dian instinctively tensed his body, began to operate the Tianren He skill, and absorb the energy emitted by the core milk. It was noon, and the sun was shining bright. On the rooftop of the bureau, under the blazing sun, Yang Dian finally digested the core milk completely and opened his eyes. He adjusted his clothes, which seemed to be dripping with water. Feeling the enhanced physical abilities, which were more than doubled, and the vigorous energy flowing like a river within him, Yang Dian summoned the interface again. Chapter 63. Life-doubting Lin Mo. Sun family. Lin Mo opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. If he remembered correctly, Yang Dian had just received the Unity of Heaven and Man technique a few days ago, and had only ordered the oral liquid yesterday. In fact, the oral liquid had just arrived this morning. After stuttering a few words, he took a deep breath and said, "You brat. Don't scare people by hiding on the rooftop in the future. I'm getting old and can't handle the fright. Also, the materials and labor costs for repairing the rooftop will be deducted from your salary." After speaking, Lin Mo held his thermos and walked toward the stairway. However, judging by the way he accidentally missed a step, it was clear he wasn't calm at all. Watching Lin Mo go downstairs, Yang Dian retracted his transformed energy. Lin Mo had gone up to the rooftop, and he was aware of it. Revealing his martial arts progress was also intentional on his part. If all went well, Lin Mo would likely report that he had quickly cultivated his energy and had used it to manifest dragon claws and scales. Yang Dian wanted to see the high-ups' attitude, whether they would maintain the status quo or provide strong support. Yang Dian didn't know, but he wasn't overly concerned. Strong support would be good. He could use it to gain even greater strength to resist potential crises in the future. Chapter 64, Angels. Research Institute's experimental results. As Yang Dian finished speaking, Sun Li visibly relaxed a bit. That's good, that's good. After mumbling a few words, he let Yang Dian into the breakfast shop, then, like a thief, peeked outside before pulling down the roller shutter. Is Xiao Wei's mutation really not a big deal? Yang Dian nodded firmly. I assure you, it's not a big deal. Hearing Yang Dian's reassurance again, Sun Li hesitated and finally couldn't help but say, but after Xiao Wei's body mutated, she seems to have changed a bit. Yang Dian scanned the excessively clean breakfast shop. For example, she developed obsessive-compulsive disorder and a cleanliness obsession after the mutation. How do you know? Sun Li was initially surprised. Then followed Yang Dian's gaze around the breakfast shop, revealing a bitter smile. Xiao Wei indeed suddenly developed a cleanliness obsession and obsessive-compulsive disorder. And it's getting worse. At first, she only had mild OCD and cleanliness issues, but in just a couple of days since the mutation, she can't stand any mess or uncleanliness around her. Even when playing games, she has strict requirements for the number of kills, deaths, assists, and last hits of the game characters. Chapter 65, The Orthodox God in the East. At Fuda, at the entrance of the Research Institute, Shen Fei's eyes lit up when he saw Sun Yuwei for the first time. This must be Xiao Sun, right? The new awakened one that Xiao Yang mentioned. Those wings that grew after awakening are beautiful. Sun Yuwei nervously fidgeted with her wings, feeling somewhat at a loss. Seeing her anxiousness, Shen Fei smiled kindly, turned to his female assistant beside him. Xiao Chen, please arrange a temporary pass for Mr. Sun first. Once that's done, take Xiao Sun for an examination, and let me know when the report is ready. During the examination, introduce them to our Fuda and our bureau. That female assistant was none other than Chen Wenxian, who had awakened the photographic memory talent, unlike Yang Dian, who was only a semi-acquaintance. After making arrangements, Shen Fei looked at Sun Yuwei. Don't worry, it's a very simple examination, and you won't even need to draw blood. Sun Yuwei looked at Yang Dian, who was the only familiar face apart from Sun Li, feeling a bit more at ease. Yang Dian nodded at her. Don't worry, this is an official department. Nothing will go wrong. Chapter 66, High-Energy Nutritional Substance. Little Blue Medicine. We extracted part of the mutated cockroach's body, supplemented with some precious medicines, and through technological means, we obtained a high-energy nutritional substance. At this point, Shen Fei led Yang Dian to an observation window. Inside this observation window, multiple independent compartments were separated. The compartments included, but were not limited to, white mice, white rabbits, and rhesus monkeys. The high-energy nutritional substance is rich in nutrients and is easily absorbed and digested. A single grain-sized piece can sustain an adult rhesus monkey's daily activities. After testing with death row inmates, we confirmed that the high-energy food is harmless to humans. Our institute's comrades practicing ancient martial arts voluntarily applied to cooperate with the experiment. After comprehensive testing, we have confirmed that the high-energy nutritional substance can completely replace the effects of most medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits. It can provide warriors with sufficient nutrition and accelerate their strength enhancement. Hearing this, Yang Dian added to what Shen Fei was about to say. In other words, as long as we can cultivate mutated cockroaches on a large scale to obtain a large amount of high-energy nutritional substance, resources will no longer be a limitation. Chapter 67, The Oath Under the Red Flag. Naturally, Yang Dian was unaware of Shen Fei's thoughts. After taking the little blue medicine, the feeling of fullness re-emerged. Moreover, the little blue medicine was somewhat similar to the core milk. However, unlike the core milk, which turned into a small sun upon entering the stomach. Trying to roast Yang Dian, the little blue medicine was more like a limited power button battery, warming Yang Dian's entire body. It continuously released its material within Yang Dian's comfortable range, transforming into energy that he could digest and absorb, ultimately condensing into energy and blood, becoming a foundation. The energy and blood were increasing, and his physique was becoming stronger. Yang Dian even vaguely felt that his spirit seemed to have grown a bit stronger. If the bureau could supply me with enough little blue medicine. With a hint of expectation, Yang Dian completely immersed himself in cultivation. What does it mean to be strong? Only through cultivation and practice, with a focused mind. Fully devoted to cultivation, Yang Dian, after feeling the effects of the little blue medicine in his stomach weaken and eventually disappear, finally exited the state of cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. Shen Fei glanced at his smartwatch at the right moment. Cultivation lasted for 36 minutes. After reporting the time, he immediately frowned. A piece of little blue medicine allows Luo Fei to cultivate for half a day, but how come Xiaoyang can only last 36 minutes? Chapter 68. Just finished swearing in, headed to the foot-washing city after taking the little blue bottle, Yang Dian took a taxi back to Shishui Street. Rode the bureau's electric scooter home to change into a new set of clothes, and then hurriedly went out again. Shen Fei's words reminded him. He traveled across provinces to Daya Bay to contain anomalous creatures. Whether he cooked and ate them himself after containment, or submitted them to the bureau for merit points. It all represented him snatching achievements from his colleagues at the Huizhou Anomaly Management Bureau. If he were to be caught, what would happen? A physical confrontation was unlikely. But a competition could be expected. Besides that, the world was becoming increasingly chaotic. In Fuzhou, there were outbreaks of fireflies and marine creatures. Many newly awakened individuals had also suddenly emerged. Even though Huizhou was somewhat better off, how much better could it really be? To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, he needed to improve his strength first. For example, he should focus on leveling up the first trait of the iron cloth. Looking at the storefront adorned with the sign, Blue Water Bay, with glowing foot massage and SPA advertisements on the wall, Yang Dian didn't stop and directly walked through the door. "Welcome, sir. Are you here for foot bathing and massage or SPA?" The familiarity etched in his soul made Yang Dian, who was entering a foot bath shop for the first time, feel right at home. Chapter 69, Heading to Daya Bay. Private aquarium, Little Orca. The next morning, as dawn broke, Yang Dian was sitting in a large truck, speeding onto the highway. Chang'an to Daya Bay was quite far. The entire journey was 800 kilometers, and at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, it would take 8 hours. Including rest breaks along the way. It would take about 10 hours to arrive at Daya Bay. Additionally, it was impossible to drive recklessly after getting off the highway. Therefore, the estimated arrival time at Zhao Qian's place would be around 7 p.m. This timing was just right. The summer sun would have just set, making it easier to operate under the cover of darkness. Hopefully, everything would go smoothly. Watching the tiny cars outside that seemed like they could be crushed with a single turn, Yang Dian took out a small blue pill from the little blue bottle and tossed it into his mouth. Since he was bored in the car, he might as well take the opportunity to cultivate. The journey was uneventful. The arrival time at Daya Bay was later than Yang Dian had anticipated. During the journey, they encountered a series of car accidents, causing a delay of over half an hour. By the time they reached the designated location, it was already 7:45 p.m. Jumping off the truck and shaking his somewhat numb legs, Yang Dian scanned the somewhat desolate surroundings before his gaze fell on Zhao Qian, who was standing outside a massive factory. Chapter 70, The Mutated Octopus of Mental Pollution. Suddenly the alarm sounded. Yang Dian looked in surprise at the little orca beside him. Noticing the pair of wings tightly pressed against its body while it swam, it can fly. Not exactly flying, Zhao Qian hesitated before answering, it's more like gliding. After emerging from the water, it can glide up to 53 meters. However, its wings are getting longer and larger, so who knows? It might really be able to fly in the future. Hearing the anticipation in Zhao Qian's tone, Yang Dian couldn't help but glance at him. I see you have a good relationship with it. Are you really willing to hand it over? Zhao Qian didn't rush to answer Yang Dian's question, but instead asked back, will you harm it? For example, conduct some kind of biological experiment. Yang Dian shook his head. We will draw blood and take a tiny bit of inconsequential skin tissue for research. But we won't harm it. For these anomalous creatures that have a good impression of humans, we will likewise respond with a friendly attitude. In the Anomaly Management Bureau, there are many awakened individuals who can communicate with beasts or even control them. Moreover, after mutation, the intelligence of anomalous creatures greatly increases. Therefore, under controllable circumstances, the Bureau prefers to communicate and interact with them, turning them into allies. Chapter 71, Moon Bay. Aquatic creature ashore, as he opened the screen of his phone with a red exclamation mark. A hurried call for help came into Yang Jian's ears. This is the 3rd Combat Team. This is the 3rd Combat Team. I'm Captain Yong Wei. While patrolling the Golden Coast tourist area, we discovered large mutated marine creatures coming ashore from Moon Bay. Repeat, large mutated marine creatures are coming ashore from Moon Bay. A significant number of onlookers have already recorded the footage of the mutated creatures coming ashore. Information Department, please take note. Control the public opinion and block the spread of the news. Lastly, we request support. Please dispatch assistance immediately. Repeat, please dispatch assistance immediately. With that, the call for help ended. In its place was an exceptionally detailed map, with a small dot flashing red. Clearly, that was Moon Bay, the location where the mutated marine creatures were coming ashore. Yang Jian exchanged glances with Yao Lai, and Zhao Qian chimed in, Moon Bay is not far from here. Less than 3 kilometers in a straight line. Hearing this, Yang Jian shrugged helplessly. As expected, we encountered an unexpected situation. Brother Lai, you haven't awakened yet. And you haven't even started practicing ancient martial arts, so don't go joining the fun. Just help move the little orca and these 3 guys onto the truck here. Chapter 72, Crab hunting. It is said that before a person dies, they will see a montage of their life flash before their eyes in an instant. But Li Yu felt that this moment seemed particularly long. Memories flickered through her mind, as a child, snuggling in her great-grandmother's arms, listening to stories from her era. Recalling the shyness of having a crush on her first boy in middle school, remembering the nervousness and joy of holding hands with the opposite sex for the first time. And the anger upon discovering her boyfriend was two-timing her, the anxiety after discovering her special abilities, the joy and pride of being specially recruited by the Anomaly Management Bureau. Her parents' expectations, her captain's attention, and her inner ambitions. Ultimately, all of it transformed into a long sigh. Is it coming to an end? She felt so unwilling. But it seemed like there was nothing she could do. After despair, there comes acceptance. Mom and Dad, your daughter has been unfilial, letting you send off a black-haired person with white hair. You're not that old, hurry up and have another one. Maybe I can still be your daughter. Just as Li Yu was calmly embracing death, the distant crowd's gasps came into her ears again. Wow, another one. This one is strong, way stronger than that big one. Chapter 73, The Second Mutated Giant Crab. Shadows beneath the sea. Yang Jian's bad premonition came true. In the rippling water, the sea suddenly began to surge up like a fountain. A larger, pitch-black mutated crab burst out of the sea, leaping onto the beach. After the black crab appeared, it immediately ran towards the red crab that had already buried itself in the sand. Clack, clack. After a series of exchanges, an emotion called anger surged within the black crab. Even at a distance of over 30 meters, Yang Dian could still sense the chilling murderous intent emanating from it. This crab must have truly become an entity. After murmuring a few words, a hazy red mist reappeared on Yang Dian's right hand, ultimately transforming into blood dragon scales. Firmly adhering to his skin. I will focus on offense, you will focus on defense, and you will attack from a distance. Yang Wei touched the blood hole on his abdomen, his expression grim as he nodded, I can take 3 more hits. Li Yu's expression was determined, I will definitely smash its eyeballs. Yang Dian lowered his body, then let's go together. Just as Yang Dian was about to take the initiative to attack, 2 muffled gunshots suddenly came from behind him. Before the sound of gunfire, the black crab's 2 eyeballs had already exploded. Chapter 74, Yang Dian, have I been suppressed? At the moment he saw the shadow, Yang Dian's brows furrowed immediately. The shadow was overall round, with several irregular tentacles radiating from its surroundings. Although it only presented a large shadow beneath the sea surface. No matter how Yang Dian looked at it, he felt it resembled an octopus or something similar. Another Sea King octopus. Is it really that easy for octopuses to mutate and grow into Sea King level creatures in a short time? Just as Yang Dian pondered this, a tentacle suddenly shot out from the sea surface, climbed up the cliff, and after digging around for a while, dragged something away, disappearing beneath the surface. Upon seeing the tentacle with a scab at its tip, Yang Dian's pupils shrank. This guy is the Sea King octopus that showed up on our side the night before last. Yang Dian reached out and dragged the video progress bar back to the scene where the octopus tentacle was climbing up the cliff. Look here. It has obvious fractures and scabbing marks. The last time we fought the Sea King octopus, we blew off a segment of its tentacle. That tentacle is still at our research institute. Julin and Yang Wei instinctively exchanged glances. The coastline from Chang'an to our side is nearly 1,000 kilometers long. Separated by a Taiwan Strait, how could the Sea King octopus have come over here? Chapter 75, Drug Addict Octopus, a Disaster Drawn East. After hanging up the phone, Yang Dian first praised the efficiency of the Huizhu Bureau, then politely declined Julin's invitation. Julin was not annoyed. She pulled Yang Dian into a conversation about various topics, eventually mentioning the close ties between Fujian and Guangdong, saying that if they encountered difficulties in the future, they should communicate and exchange more. In short, she treated Yang Dian as an external aid. What could Yang Dian say? Naturally, he went along with her words. After all, saying a few good words didn't cost anything. As for why he didn't just excuse himself. Yang Dian also wanted to know what the Sea King octopus had taken from the cliff. What could attract it so much that it would travel all the way from Chang'an to Daya Bay? Yang Dian didn't have to wait long. A few minutes later, Yang Wei's phone rang again. Then Lin Huanjuan on the other end directly provided the answer. Drugs. Last month, Huang Wenyao had a black market deal. Seizing drugs from a group of drug dealers and burying them on the cliff at Huiliang Bay, planning to dig them out and sell them once the dust settled. Unexpectedly, the Sea King octopus dug them out. After getting the answer, Yang Wei was bewildered. Is the Sea King octopus actually a drug addict? Chapter 76, Picking Up Without Paying. Having returned outside the factory, and sitting in the passenger seat of a Dazhong truck, Yang Dian naturally did not know that Yang Wei and Julin had already figured out the purpose of his trip to Huizhu. He was even unaware that they had taken the initiative to provide cover for him without his knowledge. After meeting up with Yao Lai and confirming several times that Zhao Qian wanted to accompany the little killer whale to Fuzhou, he instructed Yao Lai to start the vehicle. Preparing to return to Fuzhou. Noticing that Yao Lai kept glancing sideways at the crab leg next to him while driving, Yang Dian helplessly slapped his forehead. Brother Lai. Focus on driving, you're driving a Dazhong, don't run anyone over. Saying this, he also patted the crab leg beside him. If you really want to study this thing, you can do whatever you want when we stop at the service station. As he spoke, Yang Dian suddenly thought of something and, holding the crab leg, passed through the small door at the back of the cab into the cargo box. He nodded at Zhao Qian, who looked puzzled, and then folded the crab leg, placing it in the refrigerator. It was summer, and even though the crab leg was taken from a mutated crab, he was afraid it would spoil if left out for too long. Plus, he worried that Yao Lai might get distracted on the way. So it was better to put it in the refrigerator. Chapter 77, Beastmaster Rom. The place of the soul's abode. Coming to the window and seeing the commotion outside, Yang Dian was momentarily stunned. The usually bustling street seemed eerily quiet. Except for the sounds of doors opening and locking, and Ping Shui Street was already crowded with onlookers. Additionally, the lights in the residential buildings along the street were all lit up. It seemed that those who enjoyed the excitement were not just Yang Dian. As for why Yang Dian was stunned, naturally, it was because of the main character. Yang Dian had strolled through Ping Shui Street at night. Of course, it was just a stroll, purely for the visual experience. For his own safety, Yang Dian didn't do anything out of line. After all, a bright future awaited him. And there was no need to jeopardize his life for fleeting pleasures. Although it was just a visual experience, Yang Dian still reached a conclusion: Ping Shui Street was not lacking. Each season had its own charm, regardless of what the old perverts liked. As long as they were willing to look, they could always find what they adored. Of course, among the good, there were also the bad. Some aunties, although aging and losing their allure, had to find work on Ping Shui Street to survive. The main character of the scene downstairs belonged to the latter group. About 40 to 50 years old, somewhat overweight, wrapped in a red blanket, her face covered with a frighteningly white foundation, bore a large, red, swollen handprint. Chapter 78, Statistical Harvest. Yang Dian did not know when Dudu recognized him as its master. It might have been the moment he picked it up on the beach. Or perhaps it was after it lay on his head to sleep that night. But regardless, it didn't change the fact that its soul had already attached to him, living because of him and dying with him. No wonder this little thing is so close to me. Amid the fluctuations of the soul, the pool in the sky, which seemed to hide all the mysteries of the world, began to slowly shrink. Tiny starlights began to sprinkle from Dudu's soul, transforming into silk ribbons drifting towards Yang Dian. As the starlight ribbons wrapped around his soul, a refreshing and clear feeling surged in his heart. And Yang Dian also noticed that the strand of starlight at his fingertips began to expand. So, the energy of starlight is not only changing my physique, but also elevating my soul. Is it a transformation from the inside out? If the soul is filled with starlight, what kind of changes would I undergo? As the dawn broke, Yang Dian felt his consciousness being drawn by a force. His awareness began to rise, starting to detach from this dark place inhabited by souls, which had just given birth to the first rays of light, and clumsily returned to his physical body. Chapter 79, The Second Trait of Grass Flying, Homecoming. Dust flying outside the world, the sun and moon passing through the window. In the blink of an eye. It was July 25th. In a little over a month, it would be September 1st, the day the new school term begins. The foreigner, who appeared on Ping Shui Street, had not shown up since. Even with the mobilization of 2 satellites and the use of all city cameras, their traces could not be found. The dispatched combat teams from the Anomaly Management Bureau gradually returned, and in the past couple of days, Yang Dian got to know quite a few people. However, with more people around, there were fewer tasks. Previously, he could occasionally find an awakened one, an exotic creature, or some rare treasures while out and about. But after more people arrived, Yang Dian spent 2 days wandering outside and didn't find anything at all. Just a couple of days ago, it was said that there had been an increase in anomalous events and awakened individuals compared to the past. It turned out that it was just because others were absent, and the benefits all fell to us. Hearing Yang Dian mumble, Shisheng, who was driving and patrolling with him, couldn't help but laugh. What else could it be? if the anomalous events truly caused a massive outbreak of awakened individuals, then the recovery of spiritual energy would have been impossible to hide. After replying to Yang Dian, Shisheng parked the car and turned to Yang Dian. Tomorrow is a day off. Do you want to come to my house for dinner tonight? Chapter 80, Clan Elder. 13 bodyguards. He waved at Dudu. When Dudu flew upstairs, young Lele showed a puzzled expression, and only then did Yang Dian stand up. Mom and Dad are back. And they brought people. Opening the door, the 5 people entering the yard just arrived at the door. Seeing the 3 people beside Yang's father and mother, Yang Dian was momentarily taken aback. Uncle San, Uncle Wu, Uncle Liu, what are you doing here? Uncle refers not only to their generational rank, but also to an elder's respectful title. For instance, these 3 elderly men, with grey hair and hunched backs, made it hard for Yang Dian to pinpoint their exact generational rank. He only knew that his grandfather's generation called them uncles, and his parents' generation did the same. Even those of the same age and generation referred to them as uncles. So he called them uncles too. The eldest among them, although older, still had some spirit. Came to Yang Dian's side, looked him up and down, and nodded in satisfaction, as expected of the one I had my eye on since childhood. You're doing well. Smart, clever, filial, and now not only have you awakened your talent, but you've also started practicing ancient martial arts. It wasn't in vain that I named you Jian. Chapter 81, Spiritual Medicine. Blood Spirit Mushroom. Clan's thoughts. Perhaps the 13 bodyguards of the Sui-Tang period were too famous. Therefore, in any place with a hint of darkness and capable fighters, a 13 bodyguard would always emerge. The clan was no exception. When Yang Dian was studying, he often heard those academically challenged spirited youths say they knew some bodyguard, who was this or that relative, mixing around somewhere. It was quite amusing to view them from an adult's perspective. But unexpectedly, the jokes of the past became reality. In their clan, there really were 13 bodyguards. Seeing Yang Dian's expression, Uncle San awkwardly covered his forehead. The younger generation doesn't understand and spreads nonsense. We have never acknowledged this. Moreover, we are not like those in gangs. We are doing legitimate business. What legitimate business starts with 100 or 200 guns? While silently mocking, Yang Dian shook his head under Uncle San's expectant gaze. Uncle San, I won't go outside. I want to avenge our ancestors, but the time is not yet right. Although spiritual energy has recovered and anomalous events are increasing, the world is probably still tending towards stability. Chapter 82, Statistics of Techniques. Entering the room and opening the box, Yang Dian began to struggle again. There were too many secret texts. Even just looking at the covers would take a considerable amount of time. Not to mention finding martial arts suitable for ordinary people to practice. Forget it. A task entrusted to me, I must do it well. With this in mind, Yang Dian first took out a notebook from the box. Unsurprisingly, the notebook contained information about the secret texts. According to it, the clan had collected a total of 137 types of ancient books and secret methods related to cultivation. Among them, there were 121 types of immortal cultivation techniques, 13 types of Qi Men Dun Jia, 6 types of Taoist visualization methods, 36 types of body refinement techniques, 21 types of blood nurturing techniques, 53 types of internal energy techniques, 66 types of health preserving methods, 32 types of talismanic secret arts, 17 types of insect nurturing secret arts, 71 types of fist, palm, and claw techniques, 31 types of knife techniques, 27 types of sword techniques, 6 types of spear techniques, 173 types of foreign ancient cultivation methods, 96 secret elixir formulas, and 53 secret recipes. A small portion of the collected texts were purchased from others or seized from overseas. Most were exchanged with other clans. Without mutual communication, it would not be easy to collect so many techniques and secret texts. Chapter 83, Star Observation Technique. Night Warfare in all directions. sudden meeting the next day at noon. After staying up all night and the following morning, Yang Dian finally set down the last booklet in his hands. Rubbing his somewhat dry eyes, he wrote a series of words in the notebook. Elixir name, resigned. Required ingredients, purple river car, ginseng, astragalus, yam, licorice, and cardamom. Refining method, take an appropriate amount of medicinal materials, refine the elixir on a yang day in a yang month at yang time, using low heat for 49 days. And during collection, assist with the blood from the tip of the finger of the person taking the elixir. Elixir effect, greatly replenishes qi and blood, treats brain diseases. Energy required to master, 97. Remarks, feasible. After writing feasible, Yang Dian tossed the ballpoint pen and leaned back in the chair. Looking at the densely packed notes in the notebook, Yang Dian let out a deep breath, finally organized. Ordinary people might not be able to determine which of these 1,000 ancient texts and secret methods were real and which were fake. But Yang Dian was different. As long as he read through them carefully, he could cheat and know how much energy was needed to fully master the ancient texts and secret methods. Those requiring excessive energy were usually logically inconsistent. Or perhaps due to his insufficient knowledge, he couldn't understand them. Chapter 84. Upcoming nationwide martial arts practice, world changes, underground world 20 minutes later. At the Anomaly Management Bureau building, Conference Room 1. When Yang Dian entered the conference room, it was already filled with people. The combat teams borrowed from Zhejiang province. Team 1 and Team 2. The Combat Team 6, which has been continuously deployed in rural towns. Along with the information department of the 2nd Squad that usually doesn't participate in combat team meetings. And even the captain of the 3rd Squad, Shen Fei. The head of the Research Institute, have all activated their holographic projections to join the meeting. Aside from the Combat Team 6, which is still on the way back. Members of the Fuzhou Anomalous Management Bureau can be said to have gathered in full force. Quietly taking his seat, Yang Dian nudged Lin Mo beside him with his elbow. Captain, what major event has happened? Why did everyone get called over? Lin Mo glanced at Yang Dian and whispered, the bureau chief is seriously injured, and the deputy chief has been killed in battle. Yang Dian's hand trembled, and his pupils shrank sharply. A street-level powerhouse has been killed. Are the street-level or city-level powerhouses from other countries causing trouble here? Or have those Beast King-type creatures finally triggered a beast tide? Lin Mo shook his head, neither. But it's more serious than either of those situations. The bureau chief didn't elaborate, just told us to gather everyone back. Chapter 85, Registration for Martial Arts, Internal Recommendation Procedures, Superpowered Armaments. Wang Wu finished speaking. But everyone's gaze remained firmly fixed on the projection. Is this real? After hundreds of millions of years, how could dinosaurs still be alive? Shisheng's words were like a drop of cold water in a hot oil pan, causing the meeting room to erupt in chaos. Dinosaurs? Is it true? By the way, is dinosaur meat good to eat? Does it contain more energy than cockroach meat or crab meat? Are you crazy? You still want to eat dinosaur meat? Haven't you seen that the bureau chief was severely injured by that dinosaur, and the deputy chief was taken down by it? The capital is so far from us. That underground world beneath the capital shouldn't have expanded to our side, right? Even if there's no underground world, so what? We are on the coast. With no ancient underground creatures, and there are all kinds of sea beasts. I finally understand why the higher-ups want everyone to practice martial arts, without enough military power. This calamity ahead won't be easy to survive. Not just military power. After practicing martial arts, one's physique becomes robust, and one's spirit is vigorous. Better than cattle or horses. Moreover, after such things appear, the army will definitely be in full operation, and we will surely need cattle and horses. Chapter 86. The last gift. Hearing the term armed, Yang Dian instinctively thought of Shisheng's ice hand cannon. However, Shi Sheng's ice hand cannon is classified as a transcendent weapon, which can be exchanged for a few hundred or thousand contributions, and in Yang Dian's view, it's almost like a welfare. Director, what is the difference between exclusive superpowered armaments and transcendent weapons? Wang Wu, who was injured, had nothing to do. So he decided to explain to Yang Dian, it's a literal meaning. Exclusive, superpowered, armament. Superpowered armament equipment tailored to the user's combat habits. Hearing this, Yang Dian finally reacted. Generally, equipment for personal use is called weapons or armor. But what words did Wang Wu just mention? Armament. What is the concept of armament? Armed forces, armed equipment. Only things related to the military are called armament. So in the high-ups concept, the role of super martial arts is to amplify individual strength and make individual strength comparable to that of an army. Just as Yang Dian was filled with anticipation, Wang Wu took out his phone and, after some difficult operations, nodded at Yang Dian. The application for the transfer of super martial arts shares has been submitted. It should be approved soon. I've granted you access to query super martial arts. You can think about what kind of super martial arts you want. Chapter 87, Internal Migration. Just as Yang Dian was looking forward to what kind of super martial arts he could have, he saw Lin Mo entering the office with an ugly expression. Captain, what's wrong? Why do you look so bad? Lin Mo pursed his lips. And although he didn't hold much hope, he still asked with a hint of luck, what should we do if a person is parasitized by a parasite? And it's a situation where it's either die alone or live together. Yang Dian replied without hesitation, then just live together. Isn't it just being parasitized? It's quite normal to have some parasites in the body, as long as the parasites are beneficial. Why think so much? As he said this, Yang Dian touched his long hair, which had fused with Dudu. To be precise, Dudu's current state could also be seen as a parasitic state. It's just that Dudu wasn't parasitic in the body, but fused with Yang Dian's hair, and could detach from the fusion state at any time. Seeing Yang Dian speak so lightly, Lin Mo immediately felt anger rising within him. But thinking that Yang Dian really didn't know anything, he sighed deeply. What if the parasite can alter the human body, or even turn a person into a bug? Seeing Lin Mo's expression, Yang Dian finally reacted. Chapter 88, There's a saying about this place. Hey, baby, we are almost at the station. Have you arrived? On the D962 high-speed train. Yang Dian stood up as he saw the prompt that they were about to arrive, just in time to see a male passenger across from him making a phone call. Starting to show off his affection. Oh? You're already there? Why did you buy roses? So wasteful. The girl sitting next to him was unwilling to be outdone and also dialed a number. Hey, baby, the train is about to arrive. Where are you waiting for me? Right at the passageway. Baby, do you miss me? I miss you too. Listening to the sounds of affection coming from both sides, Yang Dian felt a bit distressed. It wasn't because he, a single dog, was forced to witness their display of affection. He genuinely wanted a partner, and as long as he beckoned, those female security officers at the Public Security Bureau would rush over. What troubled Yang Dian was simply the sounds coming from their phones. Does Chengdu really have such sayings? Lost in thought, the train gradually came to a stop. After getting off, Yang Dian deliberately slowed his pace, following behind the couple as they exited the ticket gate. Sure enough, at the exit, there were people in wedding dresses and others holding roses, rushing towards them. Then, a collective gasp was heard at the exit. And some people took out their phones to snap pictures and record videos. Chapter 89, Strange Creatures of Heaven and Earth. 2 hours later. Arriving at the school 10 minutes earlier than usual, Li Shen just reached the spot Yang Dian had sent her, and saw him teasing a little black cat with a cat stick, holding it out of the cat's reach while continuously saying something like, "You're so good. I'll let you have a bite. I didn't expect someone like you, a master, to have such a childlike heart. You can actually take the time to play with a kitten." Yang Dian turned to look at Li Xin, who was wearing a researcher's uniform, lightly made up. And dressed youthful and beautiful, unable to help but raise an eyebrow. You have to find something to pass the time. Isn't it more interesting to tease this little thing than to sit in a chair scrolling through your phone, or doing a set of lure hand fist in place? Speaking. Yang Dian hugged the little black cat. At first, the little black cat struggled. But as soon as Yang Dian stuffed the cat toy into its arms, it immediately quieted down. Seeing that Yang Dian was about to take the little black cat into the research institute, Li Xin immediately spoke up. The department doesn't allow animals inside. Yang Dian turned his head to glance at her. What about anomalous creatures? Li Xin instinctively opened her mouth. Staring blankly at the little black cat in Yang Dian's arms. Chapter 90. Super Weapon Selection. Anomaly. In addition to the high-temperature emitting flint, the exhibition hall also had 7 peculiar items. They were a basin-sized energy stone that could store and release energy in large amounts instantaneously, a marble-sized gravity-reversing orb, a Zheng metal that couldn't be influenced by existing methods, a fist-sized ice essence emitting extreme cold, a 7-hole crystal that could produce ethereal sounds to attract beasts, insects, and birds, allowing for simple commands, a special magnetic field that, when looked at for too long, would cause hallucinations of a ghostly figure floating around, and a basin-sized spherical star iron that seemed to have starlight flickering within it, suspended in mid-air. All these peculiar items were great. Yang Dian wanted them all. Unfortunately, he could only choose one. After circling the exhibition hall a few times, Yang Dian first eliminated the flint, ice essence, 7-hole crystal, and ghostly figure. The first 3 did not suit him, and he didn't want the ghostly figure because he didn't want to see his grandmother. As for the remaining 4 items, Yang Dian's gaze fell on the old man beside him. I have an idea about the super weapon I want. I want it to have indestructible defense, unbreakable attack power. And it would be best if it could change its form at will. Chapter 91. War Machine Scar. Star Transformation. See instinctively retracting his arm and taking a step back. The powder flowing from the star iron seemed to lose its guidance, pausing for a moment before slowly floating back to the star iron. At the same time, a strand of hair at the back of Yang Dian's head moved on its own, wrapping around his ear. Feeling the joyful emotions transmitted by Dudu, Yang Dian looked at the star iron with a somewhat complicated expression. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed from outside. In the blink of an eye, a group of security personnel dressed in exoskeleton armor, armed with unfamiliar yet clearly high-tech firearms, rushed into the exhibition hall, aiming their guns at Yang Dian and the old man standing in front of the display case. Put your hands up, don't move. The old man turned to look at them and waved his hand. There was a little accident. No need to make a fuss. The leading security personnel raised his hand, and the others surrounding them immediately retracted their firearms, saluting him and the old man before exiting the exhibition hall. The leader, however, did not leave and took a couple of steps closer to Yang Dian and the old man. He glanced at Yang Dian and then at the display case. Old Qian. How did the display case suddenly crack? Qian Zuming looked at Yang Dian. You'll have to ask this young comrade. Chapter 92. Associated Peculiar Item. Ascendie Fanqian, perhaps sensing Yang Dian's thoughts, Dudu, who was lying on Yang Dian's face, fiddled with its tentacles. The next moment, the star sea began to gather around Yang Dian as the center. In just a few blinks, it disappeared without a trace. Without the support of the star sea, Dudu couldn't pull Yang Dian at all. The two of them fell directly from the 8-meter-high ceiling to the ground. Bang! Hiss! Getting up and patting his sore butt, Yang Dian instinctively activated his Hunyuan Qi to sense his body. Although he couldn't see it, he could clearly perceive that some anomalous substances were flowing in his blood vessels, circulating throughout his body and continuously being assimilated by his body and Qi and blood, becoming a part of him. His gaze fell on his palm. With a slight thought, Starlight began to seep out from under his skin, covering his arm, transforming into an indestructible starlight arm armor. If he made the arm armor thinner. As his thoughts turned, the arm armor became only a thin layer. However, the coverage area extended from his arm to the position of his heart. It doesn't necessarily have to cover the arm. The arm has dragon scales that reverse the chi and blood, providing strong defense. So, he could move the armor to the heart, head, and lower body to protect vital points. Chapter 93, I'm done. Qian Zuming ultimately agreed to the introduction. However, there was a condition. The condition was for Yang Dian to have a match with the security team leader. He said that if Yang Dian was too weak, then there was no point in mentioning the introduction. He couldn't afford to lose face. Security team, training ground. Yang Dian looked at the security team leader Lin Feng, who had taken off his exoskeleton armor, revealing granite-like muscles, and chose to probe the enemy's situation. Captain Lin, you have awakened your talent and also practiced martial arts. Lin Feng clenched his fists and struck them together in front of his chest, producing a crisp sound. Talent, steel tempering. In the realm of ancient martial arts, qi permeated his whole body. After saying that, Lin Feng's somewhat dark body sank slightly, taking on a silver steel color. Moments later, the space around him began to distort, and his silver steel body also started to take on an abnormal red color, as if it had been heated by steel, becoming even more intense and full of lethality. Feeling the oppressive force coming toward him, Yang Dian took a deep breath. A thin layer of starlight transformed into armor, covering his head, chest, and lower body. With a flick of his wrist, his chi and blood transformed into blood-red dragon claws, and the tips glimmered coldly under the light. Unlike Lin Feng, Yang Dian clearly knew what realm he was in. Chapter 94, Martial Dao 6 Realms, Qi and Blood transforming into dragon for some reason. Looking at Lin Feng's somewhat proud expression, Yang Dian suddenly thought of a saying, if you don't do it, there are plenty of others who will. Shaking his head to dispel the bad thoughts, Yang Dian took the little black cat from Qian Zuming and turned to Lin Feng. Captain Lin, can you tell me about the martial arts realms like Qi and Blood smoke and Qi and Blood transforming into dragon? Lin Feng widened his eyes at Yang Dian. You don't know? After asking, he was somewhat incredulous. You haven't gone to the General Bureau for Martial Realm registration, have you? You don't have a master teaching you. How did you practice Qi gathering into martial arts? Is the official term for the materialization of Qi and Blood Qi gathering into martial arts. Gathering Qi and blood as a weapon. Yang Dian clenched his fist. Qi and blood spreading to his forearm, transforming into scarlet dragon scales, tightly wrapping his forearm. I don't know if this counts as Qi gathering into martial arts. I just practiced the dragon claw hand and have some insights on it. After practicing Qi and blood, I naturally condensed the Qi and blood into dragon claws and dragon scale shapes. What else could it be? Lin Feng was a bit overwhelmed. Do you want to casually condense your vital energy into swords and spears? That's a master-level technique. Chapter 95, A Cliché Love Story. I know very little about the 6 realms of martial arts. I only know it's related to the spirit. Martial arts masters can control their external vital energy, condensing it into a great dragon of vital energy to battle. An unrestricted martial arts master can completely destroy a city in a short time. Even a major city in the country. Once a master-level expert strikes, the only ones who can deal with them are those of the same level, or large-scale missile strikes. There are rumors that masters of the 6 realms in the country occasionally gather to discuss the path to the 7th realm, but I don't know if it's true. If you're really planning to go to Qingcheng Mountain, you can ask the old Taoist for information. Yang Dian nodded seriously. If I get any news, I'll definitely tell you first, Uncle Lin. Lin Feng's face darkened. Why call me uncle? Am I that old? I'm only 49. I look like I'm in my 30s. If you round it up, I'm about 20. Don't call me uncle, call me brother, got it? Call me brother. Qian Shueming laughed from the side. Shaolin has been in the Border Defense Army, and after transitioning, he came to our secret department for security. So he never had the chance to find a partner. Chapter 96. One person, one bottle of wine, one song, one night. With a slightly heavy heart, he walked out of Sichuan University, blending into the bustling crowd. Walking on the unfamiliar streets, he heard the somewhat strange yet familiar dialect of Sichuan West. Yang Dian suddenly had an idea. While the time is right and the mountains and rivers are safe, he should wander around and appreciate the beautiful landscapes of his homeland. But thinking of those awakened ones who had illegally crossed the border and are still on the run, he suppressed this thought. How can he enjoy wandering around if he doesn't catch them? He took out his phone and opened 12306. Selecting a high-speed train ticket from Chengdu to Fuzhou for 7 a.m. the next morning. There was still an afternoon and a night left. Although he hadn't broken up. And it wasn't September, going for a walk on Yulin Road and sitting in a tavern didn't seem like a bad idea. With this thought, Yang Dian opened the navigation. The Sichuan University Wangjian campus was only about 3 kilometers away from the tavern on Yulin Road. Yang Dian was too lazy to take a taxi and just blended into the crowd, heading towards Yulin Road. As for Qingcheng Mountain, not going anymore. Yang Dian initially wanted to go to Qingcheng Mountain just to understand the realms of martial arts cultivation. Chapter 97. Hooded Youth, Yellow-Haired Girl, Love-Hate Relationship. Don't take me with you. I'm a cat, meow 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 meow. Ha ha, Fei Fei, you scared the handsome guy away. I didn't even get a chance to make my move. You owe me a handsome guy. Xiaoyu, did you just shoot a video? No, did you? I didn't either. Then let us go ask the boss for the surveillance. Once we get the video, I can laugh at her for a lifetime. Hee hee. Meow 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 meow. You guys are going to die. I'm not playing with you anymore. After Yang Dian left, the three girls started to laugh and play. Yang Dian, guided by the little cat, focused his gaze on a corner of the tavern. It was a strange man wearing a trench coat and a hood even in the summer. The lower half of his face looked pale and somewhat westernized. It was uncertain if he was from the west. There was a bit of distance, so Yang Dian didn't smell the corpse odor the little black cat mentioned. He took out his portable glasses detector, knocked on the leg of the glasses, gave Dudu a command, and looked back at the man. Countless pieces of information appeared on the lens, flowing and eventually summarizing into a brief character profile. Target, William Albert Christian. Chapter 98. The Believers from the West Should Pilgrimage. Yang Dian was still followed by the two. Or rather, there were now two little followers behind him. Behind the two little followers were two teams of members from the Martial Arts Security Bureau, who were openly snacking and laughing, more like tourists than surveillance. So, the joys and sorrows of people really differ. Just as Yang Dian was contemplating whether to speed up and shake off the two, the portable glasses detector that had been on since it was turned on began to make noise. His eyes were fixed on the email icon flickering in the corner of the lens. 2 seconds later, the detector, capturing the movement of Yang Dian's pupils, automatically enlarged the email and transformed it into a series of patterns and text. The story of William and Artoria gradually unfolded before Yang Dian's eyes. It was a somewhat cliché Western fantasy story. William's family was an English noble lineage that had been passed down for 200 years. One day, the old Earl awakened a precognitive ability. While foreseeing the future, he accidentally overexerted himself and burned out his own life. Before dying, he told William what he saw of the future so that he could prepare in advance. Unfortunately, his last words were overheard by the butler, who happened to be a spy from another duke's family embedded in the Earl's household. Chapter 99. Did you ask Mazu? The next morning, at Chengdu East Station, Yang Dian boarded the high-speed train to Fuzhou alone. William repeatedly expressed his desire to be friends with Yang Dian. However, when he learned that Yang Dian was leaving. He chose to stay in Chengdu instead. Artoria almost stayed glued to William. No one knew what they were really thinking. As for Yang Dian's thoughts, Yang Dian planned to let Sun Yue interact with the two. However, since Sun Yue had just become an angel and was still undergoing related training, his idea was temporarily shelved. The higher-ups planned to wait until Sun Yue fully adapted to her angel identity before letting her interact with the two. Yang Dian also took the people from the Chengdu Major Crimes Unit to the burial site seen by the little black cat, and dug it up. They found a snakeskin bag containing human remains. How to solve the case was up to the Chengdu Major Crimes Unit. If it involved the extraordinary, the Chengdu Supernatural Affairs Bureau and the Martial Arts Security Bureau would handle it, so he wouldn't need to get involved. Therefore, after a night of training iron cloth shirt with 3 technicians at the well-known Jin Foot Impression, Yang Dian boarded the high-speed train home. Watching the scenery fly by outside the window, Yang Dian turned his thoughts back to himself. Practicing martial arts and assimilating the stellar material into his body was a long-term endeavor. Chapter 100, Heartless Inkcheline, the Imperial Guard instructor. Just a tutor running a cram school. Watching his third uncle leave, Yang Dian turned to see Yang Lele, who had somehow gotten together with the little black cat. Noticing Yang Dian's gaze, Yang Lele grabbed the little black cat and hugged it. "Brother, I want to raise the little black cat." After speaking, she ignored Yang Dian and rushed towards the stairs with the little black cat in her arms. "Help me, quickly." By the time the little black cat's voice reached Yang Dian's ears, it had already disappeared at the stairway, held tightly by Yang Lele. Yang Dian shifted his gaze to his mother. "Mom, why is my sister still so lively? Is she really putting in the effort to cultivate?" Yang's mother nodded thoughtfully. "I'll have her do extra training tomorrow." Having tricked his own sister, Yang Dian happily went upstairs. As expected, Yang Lele was already playing with the little black cat in her room. "Are you here to save me?" The little black cat, with no sense of conscience, just meowed. Yang Dian handed the bag in his hand to Yang Lele. "Cat treats, cat cans, cat food. Don't let it go hungry. And remember to clean up if it messes in the house." The little black cat turned into a blur, climbing up Yang Dian's pant leg to his shoulder. "You don't want me anymore." The little black cat rubbed against Yang Dian's neck, seemingly developing a bit of conscience. Chapter 101, The Return of the Clan Members. After half a month, when the clock is focused, it always seems to move particularly fast. For example, when listening attentively in class, it feels like the lesson is over in the blink of an eye. But if you don't understand, it becomes a torment that makes time drag on. It was the same for Yang Dian. A whole half-month passed in what felt like an instant, as he diligently trained and completed tasks. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the clan assembly. Standing by the window, facing the rising sun above the sea, watching the village gradually become lively, Yang Dian couldn't help but exhale. It had been a long time since the village was this bustling. In his contemplation, he summoned the panel facing the sunrise. Technique: Dragon Claw traits, copper muscles and iron bones, reverse dragon scales, progress 333, with training and supplemented by 11,125 energy. Can manifest the third trait, grass on the fly traits, swift as the wind, steps like flying, progress 313, with training and supplemented by 68,971 energy. Can manifest the third trait, iron cloth shirt and traits, armored and equipped, progress 500, with training and supplemented by 42,275 energy. Can manifest the second trait, Hunyuan force traits, none. Progress 835, with training and supplemented by 20,392 energy. Can manifest the first trait, Chapter 102, Clan Meeting and Clan Teachings, like a god and a demon with more people. There are all kinds of characters. Some are incredibly violent, some are inherently bad, some are selfish, and there are also those who are timid and afraid of trouble. But more often than not, there are ordinary people who weigh pros and cons and can easily get carried away with enthusiasm when stirred up. Following a few uncles towards the ancestral hall, Yang Dian watched as people greeted his uncles along the way, merging into the crowd, all sharing the same ancestor across generations. Suddenly, a thought popped into Yang Dian's mind. If a drone were to fly now, wouldn't it capture the sight of people continuously walking out of their homes, merging into the main road of the village, heading towards the ancestral hall? Wouldn't that be a spectacular scene? As he walked, he arrived at the entrance of the ancestral hall, which was already packed with people. In the center of the venue, a roaring bonfire competed with the dawn sun. The spiraling smoke seemed to rise straight to the sky. Family members gathered together, puzzled as to why the clan elders suddenly called for a clan meeting at a time that was neither a festival nor a holiday. Some stood at the edge of the venue, puzzled as they touched a large stone about 3 meters tall that had mysteriously appeared in front of the ancestral hall. The children were joyful, holding windmill candies and running around. Young Jia, who had been a bit unconvinced after being scolded by young Jia, was now showing a more cheerful expression. Chapter 103, The Capable Rise, the incompetent fall. Looking around at the seemingly speechless and immobile family members, Yang Dian leaped onto the high platform again. His third uncle took a deep breath and stepped forward to the edge of the platform. This is why we old folks called this clan meeting. To summon you all back. Jian has become a martial artist and possesses strength beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Although martial artists are still somewhat secretive, they are no longer a secret in the eyes of many. Soon, the country will announce a series of messages advocating for nationwide martial arts practice. If our clan doesn't want to be swept away by the tide of the times, and if we want our family tree to continue, we must integrate into the tide of the times, even leading it. Taking advantage of his third uncle catching his breath, a young clan member brought over a stool and stood on it. Uncle, do you mean we can also practice martial arts and become like Jian? His third uncle smiled. Clearly, Yang Jian's display of strength had been very successful. Otherwise, why would I call you all back? To let you know how strong Jian is so you can ride on his coattails and bully others outside. Chapter 104, Unexplained Power Boost. Rapid energy increase. Time flows like water, passing swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was August 23rd. With school about to start in a few days, the organization was also set to promote nationwide martial arts practice on that day, and Huaxia was about to enter the era of martial artists. But at this critical moment, Yang Jian, who had become the star of the clan, was slacking off. He lay lazily on a lounge chair under the grape trellis in the yard, looking completely lethargic. People are emotional creatures. Every month, or even every week, there are always a few days when they can't muster any energy, feeling unmotivated to do anything. Today, Yang Jian was just like that. Ever since he started practicing martial arts, he had been busy non-stop, and now he suddenly wanted to take a day off to rest. Consider it a balance of work and rest. Brother, why are you still lying here? Young Lele, holding the little black cat and sweating profusely, walked into the yard and saw Yang Jian slacking on the lounge chair, instantly getting angry. You were lying here before I went out to practice. And you still lying here after I finished. Don't you need to practice? I'll sit on you. Realizing that his silly sister was about to jump on him, Yang Jian lazily lifted his eyes to look at her. Chapter 105, Dimensional Erosion, Spatial Overlap, Imminent Supernatural Catastrophe. Your son is not useless. Taking out his phone. A red exclamation mark that occupied the entire screen caught Yang Jian's eye. He turned to look at Shen Fei's phone. His phone screen was just as he expected. Inside the house, as the alarm sounded, Chen Wenxian rushed out with a panicked look on her face, holding her phone. Professor, what happened? Why did the alarm suddenly go off? The little girl had been living a stable life before her awakening. After awakening, apart from encountering mutated cockroaches, she had been living in a peaceful environment. The sudden alarm clearly startled her. Shen Fei just shook his head at Chen Wenqian, indicating that he didn't know either. When he saw Yang Dian unlock his phone and click on the exclamation mark on the screen. Attention all units, attention all units. The Huaxia Space Research Institute has observed a spatial folding phenomenon at the moon's far side in the Yubei crater, signaling a resurgence of the spatial folding phenomenon. According to confirmation from the Huaxia Space Research Institute, the second wave of spiritual energy tides has reached Earth. Please note, the second wave of spiritual energy tides has reached Earth. Abnormal events will significantly increase in a short time. Additionally, multiple locations on Earth are experiencing spatial folding phenomena. Within Huaxia, spatial folding phenomena have been detected in 3 locations: the Kunlun Mountains, the main urban area of Chengdu, and the Changbai Heavenly Lake. Suspected to be on the verge of supernatural disasters. Chapter 106, Embarking on a Journey, Mecha provided upon arrival. Chang'an Airport. Due to the proximity and the lack of waiting for the bureau to coordinate the group departure, Yang Dian was the first to arrive. Of course, he was not the last one. After waiting a short while in the exclusive waiting lounge, colleagues from the Anomaly Management Bureau, along with martial artists from the Wuhan Bureau, arrived together. The commotion from above was significant, and the location was not lacking in response. All members of the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, and 7th teams of the Anomaly Management Bureau were present. The Wuhan Bureau, with a total of fewer than 500 members, dispatched 2 large teams, which included 20 small teams, totaling 306 individuals. In short, to respond to the call from above, they dispatched more than half of their extraordinary combat forces this time. As more than 300 martial artists dressed in neat uniforms, exuding a spirit distinctly different from ordinary people, entered the airport waiting lounge. The passengers who had been sitting in their chairs instinctively stood up. Wow, those soldiers look so cool. What soldiers? If you look closely at their uniforms, they are from the Wuhan Bureau. ISNT, the Wuhan Bureau Military. Is there a problem with me calling them soldiers? It seems there's no problem. But it seems there's a bit of a problem. What is the problem? You take out your phone and scroll through Douyin. People at airports across the country have filmed a large number of Wuhan Bureau members entering the airport. I'm wondering if something big has happened. Chapter 107, Plans from Above, General Strengthening. As soon as the voice of the artificial intelligence Zero fell, exclamations of surprise echoed in the cabin. Wow! When did the organization produce mechas? They kept it so tightly under wraps. Mom, I've made it, I'm actually wearing a mecha. Everyone looked at the manual. This thing doesn't seem as powerful as in sci-fi novels. Isn't it powerful with a lightsaber? Look at me slashing away. Don't say that word. It's unlucky. Hey, you little guy, still superstitious. The revival of spiritual energy has come, and you still want to let me be superstitious. In the playful banter that felt like pre-battle stress relief, Yang Dian opened the manual according to the guidance of Artificial Intelligence Zero. The manual for the first model. The first model, officially known as the first generation all-function all-terrain combat mecha. Loaded with combat-type Artificial Intelligence Zero, equipped with melee weapon solid plasma lightsaber, long-range weapon high-energy ray gun, and 8 ultra-small guided missiles on each shoulder. It has a built-in filtration device and an independent oxygen supply system. It has built-in vortex wheel, capable of underwater mode for deep water combat. It has built-in flying device, with the intelligent brain assisting in adjusting flight posture for short-distance low-altitude flight and combat. It has a built-in survival system, with the intelligent brain able to take over the mecha for first aid and strategic retreat when the pilot is injured, incapacitated, or unconscious. Chapter 108, Thoughts from Above. Let us bring the stuff out for a spin. Hearing Xiao Yang say this, Yang Dian subconsciously thought of dimensional erosion. According to the Academy of Sciences, it means that the Earth is devouring the essence of other dimensional worlds to grow stronger. Humanity, without a doubt, is part of the Earth. So, while Mother Earth is ascending and growing stronger, she hasn't forgotten us, and has pulled us along as well. That makes sense. If she didn't pull us along, ancient martial artists and awakened ones might be okay, but ordinary people probably wouldn't adapt to environmental changes. Not to mention, just a change in gravity would be unbearable for ordinary people, leading to mass casualties. And I, under the influence of my innate abilities, have gained the most benefits during the world's ascension. I don't know if the energy accumulation speed will increase after the ascension ends. In his thoughts, the transport plane landed with a jolt, and a beam shot out from Yang Dian's wrist. Anomaly Management Bureau Level 2 Security Officer Yang Dian. Please report to the Armed Research Department. Looking at his task and the map navigation beside him, Yang Dian was first taken aback. Then couldn't help but laugh and cry. He was preparing to check out the dimensional folding area, but didn't expect to be assigned to the Armed Research Department. It must be old Qian's intention. Chapter 109. First contact with an alien world. Although he didn't know what the situation inside the spatial node was, there was no doubt that it would be dangerous. After a moment of thought, Yang Dian asked again, "When do we go in?" "In 8 hours, or longer." Qian Shueming replied, "Based on our observations, the spatial node in the Wuhou district will stabilize in 5 hours. We need to try various methods to observe its interior first. If we can't obtain useful information, that will be your time to act." 8 hours, huh? With a thought, Yang Dian nodded, "Then count me in." Seeing Yang Dian agree, Qian Shueming immediately showed a pleased expression. "I knew you would agree." After saying this, he called out to the guard outside, Scar, take little Yang to receive a portion of pre-battle supplies." Scar stood at attention with his legs together and saluted sharply. "Scar at your service." He winked at Yang Dian, signaling him to follow, then headed towards the logistics department. After leading Yang Dian to receive a portion of supplies, Scar took him to a break room. "The others will arrive at the training ground in 3 hours. Comrade, you can rest for a while. I will notify you when the others arrive." Chapter 110. First battle of contact with alien life. 36 figures dropped from the high walls, each using their own methods to surround the location of the spatial node from all directions. Those like Yang Dian, who primarily practiced martial arts, generally transformed into afterimages, moving at speeds that ordinary humans could not follow. The awakened ones had more varied methods. Some, just as they landed from the city wall, were caught by a surge of soil erupting from the ground, and then the earth surged like a tsunami towards the spatial node. Some stood in the shadows, their bodies flickering, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Others summoned winds from the ground, soaring up, floating as if transcending the mortal realm. Taking 3 leaps onto the rooftop of a shopping mall, Yang Dian looked back at the path he had taken, watching the awakened ones display their abilities, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Your talent is my talent. Once I accumulate enough energy, I'll gather you all." As he took a small jump to avoid an attack from a 4-armed alien, Yang Dian was about to retaliate when the alien's other 2 hands swung stone knives horizontally. The blood energy emanated from Yang Dian's hands, transforming into a blood-colored mist that blocked the stone blade. Feeling the force of the impact, Yang Dian raised an eyebrow slightly. The 4-armed alien's strength was impressive, much stronger than the muscle-bound men who frequent the gym. In terms of punching power, it ranged between 600 to 630 pounds, far exceeding that of an ordinary person on Earth, but still weaker than a martial artist who has cultivated their energy. Chapter 111. Alien Detection. After chatting about some abstract topics with Su Qinglian, the others gradually entered the temporary conference room. Once everyone was present, Professor Shen Kongnan from Sichuan University stood up, paused the combat footage playing on the 36 screens on the conference room walls, nodded towards the surveillance corner, and said, "Thanks to everyone's efforts, we have gathered the basic information on the alien organisms." As he spoke, a projection appeared on the wall behind him. And the image of the four-armed lizard man reappeared before everyone. We will temporarily name this alien life form the four-armed lizard man. It is currently in a civilization stage equivalent to humanity's Stone Age. Based on size, the average punching power of the lizard men ranges from 600 to 750 pounds. And their height generally falls between 18 to 25 meters. Additionally, the lizard men invading our world are all male and are parasitized by an unknown organism, fungi, rendering their bodies empty shells. Their true core is the brain, which is about the size of a ping-pong ball. And we will temporarily refer to it as the thalamic core. Chapter 112. The third phase begins. Six-armed lizard man emerges from the spatial node. What is the third phase test? In simple terms, it is an explosives test. High-precision instruments can't go in. Fine. We won't use missiles, we'll use detonating cord explosives. Watching the oversized explosives brought to the spatial node by helicopter, with varying lengths of cord, but a minimum diameter of 2 meters. Yang Dian couldn't help but wipe his forehead. Is it filled with high-concentration explosives? Su Qinglian leaned closer to Yang Dian and shook her head. Not just high-concentration explosives. Did you see that oversized explosive with a skull symbol, 5 meters in diameter? Yang Dian nodded. That is filled with cloud detonators. Yang Dian's eyes widened. What is a cloud detonator? Another name for it, cloud bomb. It is a high-energy fuel that, when mixed with air, forms an aerosol cloud. After detonating, it uses the surrounding oxygen to produce a larger explosion and a longer-lasting destructive effect. Its explosive energy is equivalent to 3 to 5 times that of ordinary explosives, such as TNT. Plus, given the oxygen-rich environment of the alien world, I can't imagine the destruction of 5-meter diameter, nearly 655 cubic meter cloud bomb would cause upon detonation there. So, if something is unclear, ask DeepSeek. Chapter 113, Young Man. No martial virtue. As the elbow strike was about to land, Yang Dian recalled how he had kicked the lizard man's knee and immediately reduced his strength by half. However, even so, when his elbow struck the lizardman's back of the head, it produced a light cracking sound. It seemed like the head was smashed. Touching the lizardman's soft back of the head, Yang Dian blinked, but still didn't use the pokeball on him. He still had a breath left. Using a pokeball now would be risky. He waved at the sky. A drone descended from above, extending a non-electrified net that enveloped the six-armed lizard man. As he helped the drone ensnare the lizard man, Yang Dian added, I hit him a bit hard, I might have injured his back of the head. Quickly take him back to fix it. The drone moved up and down, as if responding to Yang Dian's words. Watching the drone carry the six-armed lizard man away, Yang Dian shifted his gaze to the surroundings. He then realized that although he had gained some advantage, the others were also quick. In the time he had delayed, the already limited six-armed lizard men had been divided among the others. Observing the combat situation of the others, Yang Dian instinctively nodded. Most martial artists were still weaker than him, with their energy only extending 3 feet from their bodies, roughly 1 meter. Chapter 114, Mixed Yuan Energy, Yin-Yang combined strike with a clang of metal clashing. Yang Dian's sword tip, extended from his toes, was bounced back by a dark green energy barrier. Upon closer inspection, it was the largest dark green gem on the lizardman's crown, sparkling under the light. Is this a heavenly wonder? Just as this thought arose, the lizardman's tail suddenly struck Yang Dian, as if teleporting. Bang! A dent appeared on the outer wall of the mall. Shaking his head and propping himself up, Yang Dian felt a buzzing in his head that made him a bit dizzy. Wow, that is fierce. He had thought the creatures sent by Taoist Qingfeng and his companions would be small fry. He didn't expect to encounter such a formidable opponent. He needed to focus entirely and not underestimate the other lizard men or any other alien creatures, just because he had taken down the 4-armed and 6-armed lizard men easily. After reminding himself, Yang Dian was about to rush back for another fight when an incredibly robust figure crashed through the wall, landing nearby after smashing into the ground and creating several pits. Looking at the hefty figure, which was just like he had been, rubbing its head to prop itself up, Yang Dian smiled. Chapter 115, Alien Technology. Giant birds of 100 meters. All things coexist and counteract each other. Where there is yin, there is yang. Thus is the world, thus are living beings, thus is power. Yang power is rigid, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to shatter with explosive force. Yin power is soft, bringing a gentle breeze while concealing sharpness within. When yin and yang combine, rigidity and softness complement each other, allowing for a full release of power without injury to oneself. This is the first characteristic of the mixed yuan energy, the yin-yang combined strike. In simple terms, it is a fight to the death, consolidating all internal power into one point and exploding it in an instant. The punch can mean life or death. It is more ferocious than the longevity of heaven and earth. Li Gui saw Yang Jian's stance and stepped on the twitching lizard tail. Smirking, yin-yang combined strike is fine, but why are you posing like Wing Chun? What, do you think you Yi Wen, trying to take on 10? As he spoke, he leaned closer to Yang Jian, bending down to put his head next to Yang Jian's, displaying a goofy smile. How do you execute this yin-yang combined strike? Teach me, uncle. I want to learn for free. I'll pay you for your teaching. As Li Gui spoke, the others couldn't help but join in. Most martial artists with street-level combat power at this stage were focused on martial arts, and with the organization's guidance, they gradually shed the prejudices of the past era, becoming more willing to communicate. Chapter 116, Alien Strategy. The alien world, based on known information, is a planet ruled by lizard men. It was still in the same conference room located within the city wall. Not long after Qingfeng Daochang, Yushan, and Lei Yiming returned to Earth, the military dispatched helicopters to administer high-purity ether to the 8-armed lizard men, locking them in a large iron box, unsure of which secret base they were being sent to. Yang Jian and the others returned to the conference room after receiving the order to regroup, listening to Shen Kongnan give a science popularization talk. The 4-armed lizard men, belonging to the lowest tier of slaves, were also the parasites of the thalamic core. The 6-armed lizard men were the nobility within the lizardman clan, generally possessing village-slaying combat power. The 8-armed lizard men, the kings of the lizardman clan, had block-level combat power even without the crown. Above the 8-armed lizard men were the 10-armed lizardman monarchs and the 12-armed lizard god. The total number of lizard men exceeded 100 million, but they were scattered across different planets, gathering in city-states and villages, with civilization in the agricultural and hunting eras. The thalamic core was a tribute offered by the lizard men to the lizard god. Only the god, or those favored by the god, were qualified to enjoy the thalamic core. Chapter 117, Star of Hope. Falling into an alien world. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. As the clock's hands reached 6 o'clock, the sun rose from the east, and Yang Jian, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes on time. Ah, what a pity! I was so close to mastering the star observation technique. In his thoughts, Yang Jian reached out, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The moment his palm grasped the hilt, a mysterious feeling suddenly emerged in Yang Jian's heart. He sensed the most likely ambush spots in the room, which objects could harm him. What techniques could subdue an enemy in the shortest time during a fight in the room, and how to minimize damage when encountering firearms. Indeed, this was the miraculous effect produced after mastering night combat in all directions. Perhaps the enhancement of perception abilities by the characteristic of unity with heaven and man was simply too great. After achieving the characteristic of unity with heaven and man, the energy required to learn night combat in all directions was directly reduced by 70. With enough energy, Yang Jian did not hesitate to fully unlock this life-saving skill. Unfortunately, after stabilizing the spatial node, the surge of energy came to an end. Thankfully, he still gained 1,000 points of energy. which was equivalent to 2.5 heavenly treasures. Chapter 118, Golden Sandworm, Twin Will. With the hero's entrance, he descended from the sky. After standing up and looking around the desolate Gobi Desert, Yang Dian felt a bit regretful. The pose was wasted, there were no spectators. Muttering to himself, he looked up at the sky. The alien world was not Earth. He arrived early, so he fell quickly. Coincidentally, he could see a few meteors falling in groups from the sky, crashing to the ground. The night sky above the meteors was not starry. It was a pure black. Just like the spatial node in the center of the surrounding walls, as if it could devour everything. He did not know its principle. Although he could not see the starry sky through it, starlight still fell from beyond the heavens, sprinkling down to the earth. It was truly miraculous. The diameter of the spatial node on Earth was 500 meters. However, here, the diameter of the spatial node increased by 3,200 times, reaching 1,600 kilometers. In terms of coverage area, the coverage area of the alien spatial node was 10 million times larger than that of the Earth's spatial node. Retrieving his gaze from the spatial node in the sky, he looked around. Yang Dian discovered that his landing position was not far from the edge of the spatial node. Although he could not see it, he could distinctly feel that the area enveloped by the edge of the spatial node was producing spatial intermingling and dimensional folding that were invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 119, The Miserable Life of the Four-Armed Lizard Men, Love from Earth's Mother. Using multifunctional tweezers to extract some flesh and blood, Yang Dian reassessed the current situation. Confirming there were no issues, he maintained his state of unity with heaven and man and headed towards the Lizard Man's sacred mountain. Perhaps because of his unity with heaven and man, his presence became as inconspicuous as roadside weeds and gravel. The alien creatures he encountered along the way, whether carnivorous or territorial, did not attack him. As for the aversion from alien wills, although he had killed an alien creature, attracting some aversion, it was not significant. In terms of personal emotions, it was more like, what's wrong with this person? A bit disgusting, keep your distance, ignore him. It was likely that only when killings exceeded a certain threshold would the emotion elevate to, what's wrong with this person? So detestable, get him. On the way to the sacred mountain, Yang Dian passed by several lizardman communities. The lizardman communities were similar to what Shen Kongnan had described. Each community had at least dozens, up to hundreds of lizard men, with the rulers all being six-armed lizard men. As for the four-armed lizard men, they were truly slaves. Or rather, their lives were worse than those of slaves. Male four-armed lizard men, once they reached adulthood, would be parasitized by the thalamic core, becoming expendable resources. Chapter 120, Mutual Bonding. Life is strong, yet able to plant golden lotus in fire following that mysterious call all the way down. When the feeling of calling disappeared, Yang Dian found a small valley surrounded by endless ice and snow, yet it was spring-like within. Was this the source of the call? Looking at the valley below the cliff, Yang Dian shifted his gaze to the other end. Although the traces had mostly faded due to the wind and snow, he could still detect some signs. Someone, like him, had also touched this place. He did not know whether they were his own people, or those foreigners. Lowering his head to scan the surrounded valley, which was only about 3 kilometers in diameter, Yang Dian finally focused on one corner of the valley. There was a cave about 3 meters high. Outside the cave, there were teams of 6-armed lizard men in armor, patrolling with sharp blades. It was the first time he encountered 6-armed lizard men in armor. This must be the place. Realizing he had come to the right location, Yang Dian leaped lightly into the valley. Knowing that someone had entered here before him, Yang Dian lost the inclination to explore carefully. If it were his own people, it would be fine, after all, meat was still meat. But if foreigners seized the opportunity, he would be utterly frustrated. Chapter 121, Despicable. Kill. At some unknown time, William led an 8-armed lizard man to the edge of the lava. As the lizard man attacked him, the back of his clothes tore open. and a pair of half-meter-long small wings sprouted. Though small, the wings could not carry him into the air, but they greatly increased William's speed. When the lizard man swung its 4 arms at him from different angles, he sidestepped, creating an afterimage, as he appeared behind the lizard man, delivering a kick to its back. SGA. Amidst the terrified screams of the lizard men, a group of large red fish in the magma seemed to transform into a corridor bridge. Spreading their fish fins that resembled red diamonds, and pounced upon the 8-armed lizard man, dragging him down into the magma. The magma surged, creating several scalding bubbles, before settling into calmness. After a while, a few large fish seemed to have had their fill, leisurely swimming to the shore, flipping over their red crystal-like bellies to form a fish bridge. So, is the method for the lizard men to collect golden lotuses to feed the magma red carps, allowing them to build a fish bridge. In her thoughts, Artoria suddenly brandished her great sword, forcing back several 6-armed lizard men in front of her. Then pointed her sword at William. The bird language that emerged from her mouth was incomprehensible. Chapter 122, The Lotus Seed in Hand. The name of the holy mountain this world is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. Morality. Merely a bargaining chip for power. Kindness. Just a disguise for the weak. Compassion from the strong. What is justice? What is evil? When I stand at the peak, I am justice. When I fall into the abyss, I become evil. The history written by the victors is the true justice. Evil? Perhaps. Or maybe in the future. I will become a saint who dwells in evil but yearns for light. Who knows what the future holds? William extended his finger, pointing to his own head. He grinned, revealing a corroded cheek, and laughed maniacally. I believe you are very interested in what's in my head. He then pointed at the golden lotus. Trade me the lotus seeds. All I want is the lotus seeds. Give me the seeds, and they will all be yours. Just one seed is enough. I swear before the statue of God, signing a contract with the demon Satan. Give me the golden lotus seeds, and I will tell you everything I know, without the slightest concealment. Moreover, I swear that apart from you, I will not tell anyone else. Chapter 123, When the real becomes fake, open your heart. Drawing out his long sword, Yang Dian was ready to unleash his unparalleled might, when he suddenly stopped, shaking his head vigorously. No, no. Something is terribly wrong. When did the lizard man on the ground turn its head? And why did its head become like a penguin? When did the penguin acquire a sword in its hand? Its body also emitted a faint green glow, twisting and writhing into a wavy shape. And why is the world swaying along with the penguin? Are you charging Q coins? The moment the penguin spoke, Yang Dian realized he had fallen into a trap. As for where the trap came from, it was probably the golden lotus. He thought to himself. He wasn't a fool to have fallen for the golden lotus's trick. He squeezed his body, which had become somewhat hot and fiery under the nourishment of the strange golden lotus. Yang Dian felt frustrated and didn't know where to vent. He also heard that strange items, like mushrooms, can cause hallucinations when consumed. Ignoring the increasingly small figure on the ground, which was now just half a foot tall, knocking on his toes and asking if he wanted to charge Q coins, Yang Dian shifted his gaze to the lizard man holy mountain. Under the slanting sun, the holy mountain appeared even more fantastical and splendid. Amidst the swirling snowstorm, beneath the pure white snow, countless snowflakes transformed into tiny, exquisite little elves, varying in color and about the size of a finger. Chapter 124, Trait, Malicious Perception. Starlight cavern time on this alien planet seemed to move faster than on Earth. Looking up at the setting sun on the horizon, and the holy mountain that, like an ordinary snowy mountain, showed no brilliant changes, Yang Dian said to himself. So was last night an illusion, or was there another secret within the holy mountain? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, what is destined to happen will happen, and what is not destined should not be forced. If necessary, he could go chop down a few dozen six-armed lizard men, enter a state of unity with heaven and man, and ask his earthly mother. For now, it was more important to cultivate the trait. He held the sword under his arm, angling it toward the sky. A hexagonal snowflake was precisely struck by the sword tip. As the ant-sized snowflake hung on the sword tip, the panel floating at the corner of Yang Dian's eye also flickered. Night Battle's first trait, malicious perception. At the instant the trait appeared, every hair on Yang Dian's body stood on end. The malice from this alien planet was overwhelming. The heavens and the earth, the wind and the snow, even the small stones underfoot were continuously radiating malice toward him. The malice emitted by individual objects was not significant. They simply expressed their dislike for Yang Dian. But the sheer volume was unmanageable. The malice from the entire world surged toward him, as if the world were about to collapse under it. Is this something an ordinary person can withstand? Chapter 125, 10 Armed Corpses, Crystal Lizard Men, Snatching and Running. The control over stellar materials seemed to be weakening. Furrowing his brows, Yang Dian stepped forward, convinced that his feelings were not an illusion. As he delved deeper underground, small pieces of stellar material would occasionally fall from his armor, only to be drawn back and reattach themselves due to the attraction between the stellar materials. Before long, although the armor still resembled armor, it had become pockmarked and battle-damaged. No, it's not that my control over stellar materials has weakened. Tapping on the somewhat damaged armor, Yang Dian's eyes lit up. It's that the essence of the stellar materials has strengthened. I need to re-establish my blood imprint on it and refine it again to regain perfect control over it. Stopping to look at the increasingly bright, even somewhat dazzling crystal rock wall beside him, Yang Dian took a deep breath and then sped toward the depths of the cave. He wanted to reach the core of the cave before completely losing control over the stellar materials, or before Dudu's absorption rate of radiation couldn't keep up with the radiation spread. He aimed to reach the core of the cave and see what treasures lay within. Chapter 126, The Speed of China's Military Preparedness. Malicious gazes. The space-time node was overall conical in shape, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. Its top entrance and exit had a diameter of 500 meters, while the bottom had a diameter of 50,000 meters, and a height of 500 meters. Yang Dian was currently at the bottom area of the cylinder, at the center point, 250,000 meters away from him. Or rather at the edge of the dimensionally folded erosion area on the ground, countless four-armed and six-armed lizard men, resembling ants, were jumping onto the dimensional barriers that appeared during the dimensional erosion, being transported to the edge of the space-time node like they were in an elevator. The sounds of PU were the noises they made upon entering the space-time node. Yang Dian didn't he understand why he could hear the sounds they made from so far away. He only knew that those lizard men, climbing step by step along the edges of the spatial nodes, all turned their heads in unison toward his position, their vertical pupils fixed intently on him. They were up to something big. I just picked up something on the roadside that might be a crystal lizard man egg. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? He took out the soft object and squeezed it, and the lizard men immediately let out terrifying hissing sounds. Several six-armed lizard men even released their claws from the edge of the spatial nodes, trying to pounce on Yang Dian. Chapter 127, Confused Sense of Time. Upon entering the city walls, Yang Dian first faced a series of inspections, including but not limited to checks for bacteria, viruses, radiation, and parasites. After confirming that he was not carrying any extraterrestrial pathogens or parasites, he was pressed onto a hospital bed by Li Xia, and after some treatment, was pushed to a newly built sanatorium behind the city walls. There were quite a few familiar faces in the sanatorium. Li Gui, Liu Han, Su Qinglian, all had varying degrees of injuries. Seeing Yang Dian lying on the hospital bed being pushed in, many of them showed relieved smiles. I told you this kid would be fine, right? He just came back a few days late. Was it necessary to make such a big deal? You came back so late, making us worry for so many days. Did you discover some treasure on the alien planet? TSK, that injury looks pretty serious. Why are you wrapped in so many bandages? The questions from the normal people were quite standard. Su Qinglian's words sounded particularly abstract. Did you take a liking to some four-armed lizard man, and get hit by the other lizard men while forcing it? Yang Dian, I'm not forcing anyone. Yang Dian greeted everyone and then turned to Li Xia, asking the key question. How long have I been on the alien planet? Chapter 128, Well done. You made a big show internationally. The three of them couldn't come to a conclusion, so they decided to focus their attention on Yang Dian. Yang Dian cleared his throat and changed the topic. Shouldn't we talk about the alien planet now? Lei Ming nodded quickly. Indeed, we should discuss the alien planet. Yu Shan glanced at him with disdain, his expression becoming serious. Is there any error or omission in the information that England gave us? Killing alien life forms will indeed attract hostility from extraterrestrial forces and bring disaster and misfortune. Moreover, the more alien life forms are killed, the more severe the disaster and misfortune will be. This is beyond doubt. At this point, Yang Dian changed the subject, however. What they didn't mention is that killing alien life forms has not only drawbacks, but also benefits. If we consider the overlapping dimensional encroachment area as two worlds clashing, then there exist two world wills in this area. One is the alien will, and the other is the Earth will. Killing alien life forms will attract the alien will's disdain, while also receiving the Earth will's favor. Qingfeng Lao Dao furrowed his brow. World will. Is it the heavenly Dao in our Taoist terms? I've killed so many, how come I haven't sensed its presence? Chapter 129, Mysterious Egg. Massive merits. Seeing Yang Dian throw something toward him, Lei Ming immediately reached out to catch it. But halfway through, the object flying toward him inexplicably vanished. The four of them stared wide-eyed at each other for a few seconds, and finally, Lei Ming and the others focused their gazes on Yang Dian. Yang Dian looked down at his hands and then instinctively reached into the pocket of his hospital gown. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the three, he pulled out the unknown item with a complex expression. You mocked me once, is it not enough? You even used the spatial ability of the second awakening to mock me. Hearing this, Yang Dian retorted, I actually want to awaken spatial abilities. Recalling the earlier situation, Yang Dian placed the item on the bedside table, and then slowly leaned back. Sure enough, when the distance between the two exceeded 1 meter, the unknown item disappeared in place. Reaching into the pocket of his hospital gown again, Yang Dian paused. It was empty. Lei Ming, with a complex expression, extended his index finger and tapped his own forehead. Yang Dian instinctively reached up to grab his forehead. The unknown item was caught in the palm of his hand. It turned out that this time, it had stuck to his forehead. Yet, Yang Dian had been completely unaware of it. Chapter 130, The Disappearing Radiation Crystal Mine. Man will overcome nature. Yang Dian looked at Yu Shan in surprise. Yu Shan smiled. You don't think we couldn't feel the malice that even you sensed, do you? I admit you're quite gifted, but are you underestimating us martial arts masters a bit too much? Yang Dian misspoke. Yes, although he could gain advantages. These martial arts masters were, in the eyes of ordinary warriors, also formidable. Blood energy is related to spiritual power. How many people can conceal malice in front of them? Thinking of this, Yang Dian let out a sigh of relief. This feeling of not fighting alone is truly not bad. Who is the one who harbors malice toward me? It's not you, it's us. Just a media person with decent photography skills, who has been a dog for foreign forces for many years. Isn't September 1st the day to announce the revival of spiritual energy, dimensional folding, and the promotion of martial arts for all? Just invite her to take a few sets of photos. We often use her as a messenger to release the information we want foreign forces to know through her. She still thinks she's hiding it well. If she weren't still somewhat useful, we would have sent her away long ago. At this point, He pondered for a moment. Chapter 131, Dimensional Crystal Mine, Homecoming the next morning. The cannon fire that had been roaring all night finally ceased. At the edge of the scorched spatial node, Yang Dian, who had recovered to about 80 to 90% after the treatment with special medicine, and Lei Ming fanned the air filled with the smell of burnt flesh. How many lizard men have died? According to the smart brain's calculations, a total of 373. 621 lizard men were killed. Most of them were 4-armed lizard men, a small number were 6-armed lizard men, and only 3 were 8-armed lizard men. Weren't there supposed to be only a few million lizard men in total? Did we consume 3% of their living strength in just one night? Lei Ming shook his head. Perhaps in the concept of lizard men, 4-armed lizard men are just expendable, and do not belong to the same clan. They don't care about how many are injured or killed. As he spoke, Lei Ming's body flickered with electric light. Forget it, let's not talk about that. I'll take you down first. Having said that, Lei Ming transformed into lightning and whisked Yang Dian into the spatial node. The world stretched in an instant, turning into a twisted and bizarre painting. It seemed that after a blink, the strange painting vanished. In its place was an incredibly quiet world. From extreme calm to extreme motion, and then back to extreme calm. Chapter 132, Striking the Soft Spot. Hey. At the entrance of Chengdu East Station, Su Qinglian called out to Yang Dian, "Are you really leaving?" Yang Dian was speechless. "Are you putting on a romantic drama with me?" Su Qinglian shrugged, controlling the shadow to pull down the corner of her eyes in an innocent manner. "The director asked me to bring someone. I have to put on a show." "Then let your director come himself." Yang Dian waved his hand and turned around again. "I'm leaving." "Hey. What now?" Blinded by the colorful world. "I'm still waiting for you to take me to the dungeon." "You take care of yourself first. Don't let your girlfriend drain you. If you're too weak, I won't take you to play." After saying goodbye to Su Qinglian, he walked into the East Station. At first, Yang Dian was somewhat looking forward to the colorful world Su Qinglian mentioned and the soft spot strikes that Yushan talked about. But to Yang Dian's surprise, after wandering around the East Station for over half an hour, until he got on the high-speed train, the anticipated soft spot striking plot did not appear at all. "Where's the promised strike at my soft spot, and the colorful world blinding my eyes?" he silently complained as he walked down the aisle toward his seat. When he got closer to his seat, Yang Dian fell silent. His seat was in the middle of the carriage, a rare face-to-face 6-person seat. And he just happened to be in the middle of a 3-person spot. Chapter 133, This is life, the most valuable, yet also the least valuable time, passes in an instant. The high-speed train had traveled nearly 1,500 kilometers, from Chengdu to Fuzhou. After getting off the train at the destination, a girl in Hanfu pulled out her phone to scan the QR code for a messaging app while tugging at Yang Dian's shirt corner, looking at him pitifully. Yang Dian hesitated for a moment, but still didn't add her as a friend. Although they chatted happily on the train, the girl's occasionally flushed cheeks were truly stunning. But one must have a bit of conscience. He couldn't be too heartless. It's okay to vent desires appropriately, like finding a few technicians to massage his legs. But he couldn't let his body be controlled by desire. Knowing he couldn't give her a result, why give her hope? It was better to keep it moderate. After saying goodbye to the girl in Hanfu amidst the triplet sisters' cries of scumbag, and refusing the request of a mature woman to help her carry luggage off the platform, Yang Dian, relying on his iron-like will, walked out of the exit unscathed. On the other side, after a 12-hour journey, the chubby girl and the tall boy were already in a romantic relationship, becoming a pair of newlyweds. With this willpower, how could he refuse the organization's offer? Chapter 134, Parents' Love. The plum tree about to bloom. Yang Dian still spoiled his silly sister. In fact, he didn't just spoil her with 648, but under Yang Leilei's incredulous gaze, he spoiled her with 5. Girls, after all, should be raised in luxury. Raising them well makes it harder for them to be deceived. What if his silly sister was tricked by some blonde riding a motorcycle into eating a spicy hot pot? If that blonde called him brother-in-law, wouldn't he be furious? After a not-so-luxurious yet exceptionally warm dinner, Yang Dian took the initiative to wash the dishes. While washing, he counted the buds on the plum tree. There were a total of 441 plum flower buds, divided into 9 colors, with 49 buds of each color. He sniffed. And once again, he caught a faint yet refreshing fragrance coming from the buds. It seemed similar to what Lei had seen last time. So this time it should also be rare plum blossoms. Each plum blossom could roughly increase energy by 5 points. If he ate all 441 plum blossoms. Yang Dian blinked, his eyes gradually shining. That would be 2,205 energy points, enough to develop several traits. After drying the dishes and putting them back in the cupboard, Yang Dian walked back to the kitchen. Under the curious gazes of his parents and silly sister, he opened the suitcase he brought back from Chengdu. Chapter 135, Another Upgrade. The next morning, as the rooster crowed, Yang Dian opened his eyes, feeling a bit of a headache as he curled up for a few moments. Just when he wanted to sleep in, he was awakened by the rooster's calls. Dressed in pajamas, he came to the hallway and looked at his mother, who was feeding the chickens, and couldn't he help but say, "Mom, I want to eat chicken." He followed Yang Dian's gaze and saw the black-backed rooster crowing on the chicken coop. Rolling her eyes at him, "Wait until I go to the market to buy you one. Just kill the old black one, right?" The rooster stopped crowing, looked at Yang Dian, and then flew back into the coop. "Mom, old black is glaring at me. It's become spiritual. Now it dares to glare at me. It will peck me later, and in the afternoon, it will dare to eat me. We can't keep it." He continued to scatter grains into the coop. "Spiritual is best. If it pecks me, I'll raise it as my son." Yang Dian was about to complain when he saw the black-backed rooster glance at him. Although he didn't feel malice, those chicken eyes were particularly lively. Oh no, could it really have become spiritual? He mumbled, retracting his head. "Forget it. I won't eat chicken anymore. I want to eat fish for lunch." Chapter 136, 9-color plum blossoms bloom. Suppressing the white-headed eagle rooster, the already scarce earth heart milk was quickly digested by Yang Dian. 6 drops, 5 drops, 4 drops, 3 drops. When he finished digesting the 6th drop of earth heart milk and was about to reach for the last drop, a sound that seemed to resonate from the darkness, like a call of the great sun, radiating endless vitality, suddenly echoed from the backyard. Coo coo coo. Just as Yang Dian was surprised that his rooster had really mutated, a cry of an eagle followed the rooster's crow. At the same time, a piercing sound of something breaking through the air came from above. A refreshing fragrance of plum blossoms also wafted in through the window, reaching Yang Dian's nose. The plum blossoms have bloomed. Bang! Realizing something was trying to snatch his rare treasure, Yang Dian directly grabbed the suitcase, smashed the window, and jumped into the backyard. Before he even landed, he saw the white-headed eagle being stomped on the ground by his big black rooster. "Good job, old black." Praising the rooster, Yang Dian picked up a piece of rubble from the ground and threw it at the birds that had landed on the branches, preparing to peck at the plum blossoms. After knocking down the birds, Yang Dian didn't hesitate and immediately opened the suitcase to take out the large glass bottle he had prepared long ago, his hands moving like shadows as he picked the plum blossoms. Chapter 137, Restricted Level Killing License, Promotion Document carrying the white-headed eagle to the front yard. Just as Yang Dian was about to ask what was happening, the confidential phone he left charging in the living room rang. After entering the house and glancing at the phone screen, Yang Dian smiled. "Hey, Uncle Lei. Did my matter have a result?" On the other end of the phone, Thunder nodded. After discussing with the headquarters, it was decided to take action against the Wu family in 7 days. We can tolerate those people testing and tempering the will of the soldiers, but we cannot tolerate them playing tricks on the soldiers' relatives. This is the bottom line. During these 7 days, we are prepared to stir the waters and see if we can catch big fish. Do you want to come and participate in the operation? Yang Dian shook his head. Forget it, the capital is too far away. A round trip takes 3 to 5 days, I won't go. Anyway, there are plenty of experts over there, having one more or one less doesn't matter. In that case, Wu Yinglin will be handed over to you. And you can act now. It's also a way to throw a stone into the pond to see how the fish react. He is currently in room 915 of the Fuzhou Hotel. If he resists, you are allowed to kill him on the spot. Obtaining the license to kill. Yang Dian immediately squinted his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up into a smile. Chapter 138, Pulling the Rug from Underneath. Turning to see Yang Dian's curious expression, Yang's mother added, "It's that group of your fifth uncle. They didn't show up when it was time to contribute, but now that they see the benefits, they shamelessly run over to say they are part of the clan. If it weren't for the ancestral grave not belonging to just their family, I'm afraid their ancestral graves would have been dug up." Yang Dian shrugged. So the saying goes, a person without shame is invincible. No, that's not right. They are not invincible. Thinking about it, Yang Dian muttered, "Mom, how long has it been since we updated the family tree?" Yang's mother paused. "I heard your father say he updated it once when he was young. About 30 or 40 years ago, right?" Yang Dian smiled. "I remember there are a few rules in the family instructions: love the country, protect the clan, be filial to parents, support brothers, help neighbors, respect elders. Which of these have your fifth uncle and the others accomplished?" He clapped his hands and stood up. "The family tree hasn't been updated in a long time. It's outdated. Last time I saw my third uncle take out the family tree, some of the pages were even infested with bugs. I'll go talk to my third uncle about updating the family tree. By the way, I'll get rid of those bugs to prevent them from causing trouble in the name of the clan." Chapter 139, Removing the Family Tree, Establishing the Ancestral Hall. Hearing the noise at the entrance of the ancestral hall, Yang Fei, who was causing a scene inside, frowned and turned around. Seeing Yang Dian walk into the ancestral hall, his tightly furrowed brows relaxed. "Which family are you from? No respect for elders. Adults are talking, what business do you juniors have to interrupt?" Yang Dian's smile widened. "Didn't you just mention me, fifth uncle? What? After a few years without coming back, you don't even recognize your own brother's son?" Yang Fei was taken aback. "You are Yang Yong's son, Yang Dian. How did you grow up like this?" "Tsk, Yang Dian clicked his tongue. "My dad is your brother. Calling him by his name, doesn't your mouth still have any clan rules?" With a disdainful glance at Yang Fei, Yang Dian then swatted away the hand of Yang Fei's son, Yang Qian, and walked over to several uncles: third uncle, fifth uncle, sixth uncle, ninth uncle. After greeting each one, he turned halfway around, looking at Yang Fei and the others like a hawk surveying its prey. "Third uncle, I heard the family tree hasn't been updated for many years." As soon as Yang Dian's words fell, the entire ancestral hall fell silent. Yang Dian could mention updating the family tree at any time. But why did he choose to bring it up at this moment? Chapter 140, The Upcoming Announcement and Nationwide Martial Arts Training. After discussing the future development path of the clan with a few clan elders, Yang Dian said goodbye to them and walked out of the ancestral hall. There were still many people outside the ancestral hall. As soon as Yang Dian came out, some curious people surrounded him. "Jianzi, where have you been these past few days? My daughter went to your house looking for you. Your parents said you went out on a mission." Looking at the person, Yang Dian smiled. "It's Uncle Donglai. I went to Chengdu on a mission these past 2 days, and just returned last night." Those who gathered around perked up immediately upon hearing Chengdu. "You went to Chengdu on a mission? Is the news circulating online these past few days true or false?" Yes. Are those online messages true or false? Suddenly building several hundred meters high circular city walls, countless high-tech, armed devices appearing at the airport, robots patrolling the streets of Chengdu. Security personnel in mechas, and humans with special abilities. Gen Z, tell us, which of these are real? Looking around at the eager faces. Yang Dian smiled and shrugged. The martial arts you learned, are they real? Seeing the astonished and excited expressions of the crowd, Yang Dian continued, Chapter 141, Direct Arrest. Unexpected gain. Watching Yang Dian and the other person walk toward room 915 under the guidance of the manager, Jenny Turtle poked Pikachu. Sis, he looks fierce. Pikachu looked at Yang Dian and instead showed a lovesick expression. It's not fierce, it's that he's filled with an intoxicating manly charm. You, sis. That's disgusting. Did I say something wrong? That foolish Wu family just tried to mess with his sister last night, and today he brought people directly to their door. He must have caught that fool's weakness. That fool is probably done for. Jenny Turtle widened his eyes. Done for? No way, right? Why not? Pikachu poked Jenny Turtle's head. Your family has protected you too well. You haven't seen what those martial artists look like when they go crazy. Forget that fool. The entire Wu family might be implicated. They still think it's the era of money and power. Now it's the era of fists. Don't entertain any thoughts that shouldn't arise. Jenny Turtle swallowed. I still feel he looks fierce. That look he had just now was really scary. Then you don't understand. Pikachu chuckled. If he can protect his sister like this, when we become his girlfriend or even his wife, can't we be protected like this too? Chapter 142, Shifting Focus, Special Equipment, The Changes of the World. Listening to a little tune while singing, Yang Dian stepped on the gas to Liaoning. Shisheng waved his hand amidst the welcoming sounds, and led Yang Dian into a foot massage place called Liaoning Pavilion. When two technicians pushed the door and entered, both stood up and pointed to the clock. Suddenly there's something we need to go out for. When the time is up, just add time yourself. There's enough money on the card. You just stay in the room and wait for us to come back. If you're not here when we return. The technician named Tang Tang covered her mouth and smiled. How could we miss out on earning money while lying down? Brother Shi. You and this boss can get busy first. No, and I will just wait for you in the room, we are not going anywhere. After saying this, she took out her phone and started a Timmy with the tall girl named Nono, who seemed a bit shy. Yang Dian and Shisheng exchanged glances. Then stepped out of the back door of the foot massage city and got into his Cadillac. Pulling up the sunshade curtains and closing the visor. Shisheng looked at Yang Dian again. Is it okay? Yang Dian adjusted the rearview mirror, saw a lush tree in it, then nodded, no problem. Chapter 143, Hungry. Yang Dian nodded at Wu Li. Hello, Director Wu. Wu Li pushed her chair back and stood up, waving her hand at Yang Dian. No need to be polite. If you think highly of me, just call me Sister Wu like Xiao Shi does. Then she shifted her tone. I've watched your video of fighting the 8-armed lizard man. If it's you taking action, dealing with Charles and those people shouldn't be a problem. But you still need to be careful. After sealing off the space, you need to put the spatial shackles on Charles as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he leaves the sealed area, he can use his spatial abilities. And we want to be able to catch him. Shisheng interjected. Sister Wu used to be in the military. She was assigned here because of the incident with the information department. By the way, she is an old acquaintance of our captain. Yang Dian was enlightened. No wonder Wu Li had a capable demeanor that was not typical of ordinary administrative staff. She came from the military. That explains it. Yang Dian, who always held great respect for the military, nodded at Wu Li again. Sister Wu, don't worry, I'll remember. After meeting those people, I will put shackles on Charles at the first opportunity. Chapter 144, Action. The door opened with a sound, and a somewhat dazed young man walked out of the room, extending his hand to Yang Dian. As the door opened, Yang Dian heard 5 other breathing sounds from inside the room and couldn't help but be taken aback. In an instant, his thoughts turned and he realized. Among the 5 breaths, 2 were extremely weak, as if they were gravely ill and perhaps near death. They were probably Qian Zhen's wife and daughter. The remaining 3 were likely Clayton, who had the ability to enlarge, Beastmaster Rom, and Benjamin, who had awakened a mental hypnosis ability and controlled Wang Zihong. As for Charles, he was probably hiding elsewhere, handing the takeout to the hypnotized Wang Zihong. Yang Dian continued, "Tip is via WeChat, or do you prefer cash?" The young man paused for a moment and turned around. "Please wait a moment." "How polite," Yang Dian muttered, not rushing to take action. After all, not everyone was present yet, and acting too soon would only let the most important target escape. A moment later, Wang Zihong handed Yang Dian 30 yuan in cash. "Here." "Thank you, boss. Enjoy your meal." After saying this, he followed the waiter who had come up with him, walking towards the elevator without looking back. Chapter 145, Gifted, Mouse Swarm, Big Shisheng again, with a crack, the sound of a bone breaking echoed, and Clayton swayed slightly before collapsing to the ground. In no time, bright red blood flowed from his 7 orifices, clearly indicating a cerebral hemorrhage. It was uncertain if he could survive. Kicking Clayton, who still maintained a 5-meter height while lying on the ground, Yang Dian couldn't help but frown. After using his awakened ability to enlarge his body, would he still maintain this size even if he fell into a coma or died? This size, this strength indeed possessed the power of a block. Unfortunately, speed was a shortcoming. If only he could train in a light skill, then practice a hard skill, or develop a Hunyuan force to integrate all his strength. It's hard to imagine, really hard to imagine. Physical type awakened ones are indeed favored by nature. While he was contemplating, a little girl in a beige dress stealthily ran to Yang Dian's side. "Big brother, are you Ultraman fighting big monsters?" Yang Dian was taken aback, glanced around at the somewhat timid crowd, and picked up the 3 or 4-year-old girl. "Big brother is not Ultraman, Big brother is a security officer. And he is not a big monster, he can only be considered a small monster at most." Chapter 146, The dust settles in the scorching heat of August. A sudden cold wind blew. Heat was blown from the air conditioning unit, visibly transforming into frost, scattering on the ground. Shisheng raised his hands, which were glowing blue, and slammed them on the ground. "Ground ice heart," as he called out the name of the move in a dramatic manner. Shisheng looked up at Yang Dian and raised an eyebrow. The white frost began to spread from his palms, and countless ice spikes shot up from the ground, piercing through the red-eyed rats. In the blink of an eye, frost enveloped the entire hotel plaza. Countless red-eyed rats were either frozen or hung on the ice spikes. The world seemed to have returned to the Ice Age, turning completely white. Feeling the chilling air emanating from the frost-covered ground, Yang Dian looked at Shisheng, who had a pale face, sunken cheeks, and deep-set eyes, as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and nights and had ordered 30 prostitutes. With disbelief in his eyes, "Brother Shi, are you cheating? Not long ago, you were struggling to freeze He Qing. Why did you suddenly explode and freeze such a large plaza today? Wow, are you secretly cheating without bringing me along?" Shisheng took a few breaths, putting his hands behind his back like a master. Chapter 147, An increasingly heavy burden. The role of the red plum blossom with a hint of expectation for the plum blossom, Yang Dian strolled over to the little donkey. Upon getting closer, he discovered that not only was the car badly damaged after the chaotic battle, but the little donkey that had come out of the bureau also became a damaged version, full of pits and holes. He lifted the little donkey and twisted the handle. Hey, guess what? The motor buzzed, but the wheels didn't move. It was practically useless. Putting the little donkey, which had a broken footrest, back on the ground, Yang Dian turned around, tilting his head in thought. He felt like he had forgotten something. Before he could think carefully, his phone, which he had in his pocket, suddenly rang. "Hello. Is it me?" After answering the call, a soft and sticky little girl's voice came from the phone. "Why hasn't my takeout arrived yet? I just asked Grandma. And she said the delivery uncle is saving the world. After he saves the world, he will come to save my tummy. Uncle, have you saved the world yet? My tummy is rumbling." Looking back at the combat team 5, who had already started finishing off the big black rats, Yang Dian felt that her grandma wasn't wrong. Squatting down, he opened the takeout box that had several large holes, but surprisingly, the takeout inside was intact. Chapter 148. The effects of the 9-colored plum and energy distribution. 3 minutes later, Yang Dian waved his hand and kicked his legs. Discovering that the pain in his finger joints, elbows, shoulders, and knees had completely disappeared. Is this it? Wasn't it said that even with a miracle drug, it would take at least 2 or 3 days to fully recover from injuries? He smacked his lips and rummaged through drawers until he found a stack of sticky notes he didn't remember buying. He wrote the words healing medicine on one and stuck it to the glass bottle. Then he opened the panel to take a look. As expected, the energy growth did not meet his expectations. A red plum blossom had only increased his energy by 35 points. However, if it could help him recover quickly from injuries, it wouldn't be a loss. He took out another red plum blossom and put it in his mouth. As the plum blossom turned into a jade-like liquid and flowed down, a special feeling rose from Yang Dian's heart. He was currently in a perfect state with no injuries, so the special energy capable of healing was stored within his body. Once he got injured, that special energy would activate and actively heal his wounds until it was exhausted. What was there to hesitate about? His hands became a blur as more plum blossoms fell into his mouth. He only stopped when there were 9 red plum blossoms left. Chapter 149. Star Observation Technique. With a talent that seemed like a cheat, Yang Dian naturally didn't mind. Sometimes he even fantasized about whether such a cheat could come in multiples, helping him soar to the skies and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Of course, fantasies are just fantasies. When his thoughts returned to reality, he knew well that any enhancement wasn't without reason. Even with a talent like a cheat, one still needed to work hard when the time called for it. Putting away the precious plum blossoms, he drew the curtains to darken the bedroom. Yang Dian then sat cross-legged on the bed, letting his consciousness sink into the realm of his soul, beginning to visualize the illusory stars in the chaotic space. The stars gathered in the chaotic void, initially appearing dim, easily overlooked without careful observation. Soon after, the stars shone brightly, piercing through the ignorance of chaos, as if to separate heaven and earth, determine yin and yang, and create the world. Ultimately, under Yang Dian's control, the stars fell behind his head, transforming into a cool moon disk, protecting his soul from restlessness. Yang Dian then opened his tightly shut eyes. A strand of cool white light flashing 3 times at his brow, illuminating the empty room. Feeling an unprecedented sense of solidity coming from deep within his soul, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The first trait of the star observation technique, star-guarding spirit platform. As the name suggests, the star-guarding spirit platform transforms the visualized stars into a star disk that guards the spirit platform, protecting the soul from loss. Chapter 150. Iron cloth shirt, indestructible silkworm clothes. Dragon claw hand, controlling cranes and capturing dragons, wild girl late at night. Yang Dian walked out of the west chamber with a refreshed mind. Grinding for the attributes cost a lot. Not to mention the energy, just the money spent was considerable. At 398 yuan per hour for 4 technicians, each had 5 added. Although he had a membership card for a discount, it still cost him 6,000 yuan. However, the results were good. The iron cloth shirt had yielded a second trait, indestructible silkworm clothes. The subcutaneous membrane had become increasingly tough. Yang Dian took a fruit knife and made a small cut. Fearing pain and the potential waste of the special recovery energy obtained from eating the red plums, he didn't try to cut the membrane open. However, considering the force he just tested, after obtaining indestructible silkworm clothes, the subcutaneous membrane might still be a bit lacking against small-caliber handguns. But if an ordinary person held an ordinary cold weapon, they wouldn't be able to cut through his membrane. Finally, it was starting to look like physical training. He flicked his arm and then clawed with his fingers towards a leaf 5 meters away. The green leaf broke off at the root, flying into Yang Dian's palm along an impossible arc in nature. The third trait of the dragon claw hand, controlling cranes and capturing dragons. How to put it? The literal meaning sounds grand, but I don't know if it's due to insufficient strength. Chapter 151, the subtle talent ability feeling a bit uncomfortable under the girl's gaze. Yang Dian turned and walked towards Fuda. Follow me. A few days ago, Yang Dian had been battling on an alien planet. After returning, he was either dealing with matters related to Charles and others or consuming rare treasures of heaven and earth to grind for experience. So he hadn't paid much attention to the news in the bureau. But it was not surprising that he couldn't recognize the girl's identity. The girl was dressed in a wild manner, riding a white horse, with a falcon on her shoulder, and the falcon was much stronger than her, yet still obeyed her commands. She must be the type of beastmaster, and likely a fairly powerful one in the country. Thinking this, Yang Dian led the girl holding the white horse through the parting crowd and entered the Fuda campus. Wang Yi took out a tissue and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead in the sweltering heat. Thankfully. What was good? Naturally, it was good that his parents had taught him well, making him relatively cultured and polite. He did not lose his temper due to the girl's indifference, or Yang Dian's disregard. In the past, although being rich didn't necessarily mean having power, it could at least provide some access to it. So he had somewhat understood about the revival of spiritual energy, exotic events, warriors, and awakened individuals. Chapter 152, Meme Pollution. Yang Dian was feeling better now. Previously, entering the research department required an application, a temporary pass, and finally passing through a checkpoint for a scan. No matter how familiar he was with the security at the entrance. But now, face recognition. He walked smoothly into the research department. And Yang Dian was still a bit unaccustomed. After all, it was the first time it had been this smooth. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long before the Research Institute's AI, Jingwei, appeared beside him in projection. Comrade Yang Dian, welcome to the research department of the Fuzhou Exotic Administration. Looking at the crow-shaped figure, with runes at the brow and corners of the eyes, a white beak, red feet, and radiating colorful glass-like light. As if the Jingwei bird had walked out of a myth into reality, Yang Dian couldn't help but look around. Comrade Yang Dian, what are you looking for? I'm looking for a projector, Yang Dian said. Last time I came to the Research Institute, projecting your body still relied on a projector. And there were light rays generated around the body from the projection, right? Why is it suddenly unnecessary now? If I didn't know you were projected, who could say you're an illusion? The Jingwei bird flapped its wings happily a couple of times. Chapter 153, Unintentional Willow Planting and Martial Arts Mastery. The first time I saw the sculpture, I felt a bit uncomfortable, so I instinctively looked away. After hearing your description of the sculpture, I forced myself to endure the discomfort, and wanted to remember it. Then Yang Dian pointed to his head. I must have been affected by some kind of mental shock. Once you want to recall it, the mind and soul will be impacted, leading to a surge of anger and the urge to smash something. I must have been polluted by some meme. Hoping not to have nightmares tonight. After listening to Yang Dian's account, Shen Fei was puzzled. You say you can still recall the wall carving. Yang Dian was also taken aback. Professor, the wall carving was created by you, it's in the laboratory. You can't remember what it looks like or what abilities it has. You're not still dragging me to see this thing before conducting any biological experiments, are you? The two exchanged glances, speechless. Finally, Shen Fei turned his head away and said weakly, This sculpture is a pattern I studied on the skin of a mutant blue-ringed octopus, carved out from behind its eyes. I just finished it last night. After completing it, I've looked at it 3 times and fainted 3 times. Just thinking about it makes me dizzy. I can't recall the full picture of the carving at all. Chapter 154, Second Awakener. The flaw of technological ascension. After hearing Yang Dian's words, Shen Fei couldn't help but show an appreciative look. Being able to clearly define one's own goals without being swayed by external factors. I didn't misjudge you. Of course. If you were in charge of the Anomaly Management Bureau and managed to handle the abnormal events in and around Fuzhou City in an orderly manner, allowing the people to live and work in peace, I would praise you from another perspective. In short, all of this is your own choice. You just need to walk steadfastly without regrets. They chatted about some trivial matters as they walked towards the firefly cultivation room. Thinking about the girl he encountered at the entrance of Fudan University, Yang Dian curiously said, "By the way, Professor, when I entered the school just now, I met an awakener from another region named Ina. If I'm not mistaken, her awakening ability should be related to beast taming, right?" Ina. Shen Fei sighed. She is one of the few second awakeners in our Huaxia. The first awakening ability is quite strange. Anyone who approaches her will be influenced by her aura and feel inferior. The second awakening ability is equivalent to beast taming. She can communicate telepathically with creatures that are close to her and command them to do certain things. Chapter 155, The Angry Little Orca. Knowing about Shisheng and Lin Mo's condition, Yang Dian lost the mood to continue visiting the firefly and mutant cockroach breeding rooms. After briefly understanding the situations of both, he returned to the office area with Shen Fei to discuss whether there was a way to solve the aftereffects. After thinking it over, both felt that improving physical fitness was the best approach. As for how to improve physical fitness, Yang Dian believed that martial arts training was essential. Shen Fei set his sights on genetic agents. In the end, they both felt that they could advance together. Who says those who practice martial arts can't take medication? While chatting, Yang Dian discovered a bright spot. "Professor, since the higher-ups have decided to promote martial arts for everyone, have they developed a set of martial arts suitable for ordinary people to practice? After all, it's not easy for ordinary people to sense qi and blood when training." Shen Fei looked at Yang Dian in surprise. "Haven't you seen the news?" After he spoke, he realized that it made sense. When the notice came down a few days ago, he was still on another planet, and hadn't seen it. He rummaged through his drawer and finally handed a document to Yang Dian. About the popularization of the first national martial arts exercise for primary and secondary school students manual. Goodness! They are really starting martial arts training from a young age. Chapter 156, Old William's Prophecy. Did you see it? Wow, such a big commotion. How could I not see it? What do you think? How do I think? I use my 2 eyeballs to see. Don't give me abstract answers. How exactly do you think? What else is there to think? Wait for Uncle to come find us to sign a confidentiality agreement. A confidentiality agreement. The video has already been posted online and is trending. That means the higher-ups are preparing to make this public. What use is there in how we think? The key is how the higher-ups see it. Sigh, I envy that guy. If I were him, I would be thrilled. Getting priority in choosing a partner on the first day of school. You only have this little ability. Are you also talking about that person? I checked our school's enrollment records and found out that person is a new student at our school this year. A new student? Are you kidding? He can already fly and still comes to school to compete for girls with us. Can you stop letting your hormones cloud your judgment? Someone like him coming to school must have other tasks. How could it just be simply going to school to chase girls? Do you think he is a soldier king returning? Besides, someone like him can find any kind of woman he wants. Sigh, you make a valid point. But do you know what he is here for? Chapter 157, The Little Orca's thoughts, refusal of Ina. There are a total of 13 prophecies about Huaxia, most of which are vague. For example, the time of the event's outbreak and the location of the event. Not mentioning the time, just talking about the location. Except for Chengdu being precisely predicted, other places are referred to by region. Western Sichuan, the border with India, southeast coastal areas. Huaxia is not like those small countries in Western or Northern Europe. The territory is so vast, just Western Sichuan and the southeast coastal areas cover large expanses. Who knows where those disasters or opportunities will specifically appear? It may be somewhat useless for individuals, but for organizations with the eye of heaven monitoring the entire territory. Receiving this information in advance has a completely different significance. A tsunami erupts in the Southeastern Sea, hopefully not on our side. As his thoughts turned, Yang Dian continued to flip through old Count William's prophecy, World Edition. The number of prophecies in the World Edition is considerably more than those within Huaxia, totaling nearly 200. Like the events that erupted in Huaxia, most of them are disasters, and there are even prophecies about small countries, such as the island nation Nauru being destroyed by sea king-like creatures. But then again, a small country like Nauru has a land area of only 20 square kilometers, which is smaller than a village in Huaxia, with a population of just around 10 to 18,000, and its technology is even more backward. Chapter 158. The Extraordinary Foundation. The little black cat sitting on Yang Dian's shoulder. Timely translated, person, she said. Why? Because you treat everything except the eagle and the white horse as battle beasts and weapons. The little black cat blinked its eyes, jumped from Yang Dian's shoulder into his arms, and nestled into his embrace. Person, I don't like her anymore. Yang Dian scratched the little black cat's chin a couple of times, looked at Ina's eyes, and continued, your thoughts are not wrong. After all, except for the eagle and the white horse that you raised yourself, you have no emotional foundation with other exotic creatures. Treating them as battle beasts and weapons is fine. But the little orca has grown up under our watch. We treat it as a child and a friend. We cannot allow it to become a weapon in your hands. Do you understand? Ina nodded and then looked at the little black cat hiding in Yang Dian's arms. She wanted to say that if she was willing to treat the orca as family, could you give her another chance? Yang Dian shook his head. There is only one chance. If you miss it, it's gone. Of course, this was just Yang Dian's statement. He just didn't feel comfortable leaving the orca in Ina's care. We will raise the orca ourselves. Chapter 159. Sweet candy-coated bomb. In response to Chelsea's inquiry, Yang Dian was non-committal. If you had come to me when I first awakened and asked if I wanted to develop outside, I might have weighed the pros and cons. But now that I am doing well in the country, why should I abandon everything here to start over in Western Europe? Because Western Europe is free enough. Chelsea's words were full of temptation. In Huaxia, you have to listen to others' orders, protect ordinary people who have nothing to do with you, and even fight for those ordinary people. But in Western Europe, you don't have to. As long as you want, you can do whatever you want in Western Europe. Beautiful women, delicious food, fine wine, even various elixirs, spiritual fruits, and rare treasures of heaven and earth. If you want, you can obtain everything. Chelsea's temptation was clear. But Yang Dian was very clear-headed. He wasn't foolish. Abandoning the great development prospects of Huaxia to start anew in an unfamiliar Western Europe. That would be a joke. If I can do as I please to ordinary people, then can other extraordinary beings stronger than me also do as they please to me? Chelsea's expression stiffened for a moment. Such things are better left unspoken, everyone knows it. Chapter 160. Organizational resource. Tilt. A few minutes later, Chelsea, who was loyal to the red idealistic faith, patted her chest in front of Shen Fei. Professor, I'm regretting it. Why was I so foolish? There are only 33 prophecies for the future of Western Europe. Can the organization really exchange 33 rare treasures of heaven and earth from Chelsea with those 33 prophecies? I don't think so. I should have tricked Chelsea into giving me the rare treasures first. Eat the candy coating and then send the bomb back. The squeaky child gets the milk. Yang Dian thought about selling his misery to see if he could gain any benefits. Shen Fei smiled and pointed at him. You little rascal. Yang Dian leaned on the desk and didn't get up, just now when Uncle Lei called me. I had to apply to him for the authority to act as the situation dictates. That's 33 rare treasures of heaven and earth. If I could get 33 rare treasures of heaven and earth, and each treasure could give me 400 points of energy. Yang Dian calculated and thought that he might really push himself into the realm of city-level powerhouses. While Yang Dian was pondering, Shen Fei looked at him pounding his chest and became serious. If I give you 33 rare treasures of heaven and earth, can you elevate your strength to the city level in a short time? Yang Dian was at a loss for words. Chapter 161 Martial Arts Calisthenics Version 20 minutes later, a set of martial arts calisthenics was completed. Martial arts calisthenics became the first technique Yang Dian mastered thoroughly without relying on energy, solely depending on himself. Glancing at the first trait, that only required 3 points of energy to produce, Yang Dian looked at the 3 pairs of eyes in front of him. The orca lay on the ground, Yang Lele sat cross-legged on the orca's head, and the little black cat sat upright on Yang Lele's head. Walking up to the 3 little ones, Yang Dian reached out and tapped each of their heads. What are you looking at? Go play. Woo, meow, brother. Why are you doing calisthenics? He reached out and took the little black cat off Yang Lele's head, then lightly jumped onto the orca's head. Little orca. Take me to play in the water for a while. Woo, the orca let out a cheerful cry, flapping its wings and diving into the pool with Yang Dian. Dudu timely extended a few tentacles to wrap around Yang Lele, helping her stabilize her body. In addition, it also extended 2 tentacles to wrap around Yang Lele and the little black cat's heads, ensuring that they could open their eyes and breathe normally in the water. At first, Yang Lele was a bit panicked when brought into the water. But after realizing she was firmly secured on the orca's back and could freely open her eyes and breathe underwater, she began to shake Yang Dian's hand excitedly. Chapter 162 Ideas for Improving Martial Arts Calisthenics. If you want to popularize a basic cultivation technique, what effects should this basic cultivation technique have? First, it must be universal. From 6-year-old children to 100-year-old seniors, everyone should be able to adjust the intensity of their training and gain improvements from cultivation. Second, it must be simple and easy to learn. The core routine should not exceed 9 movements, which means it is easy to remember and allows people to practice a set anytime and anywhere during their spare time. The organization has done well in these 2 aspects, and Yang Dian couldn't find any angle to optimize or upgrade it. Although I have an advantage, there are also many talented people in the organization. Not to mention, there is artificial intelligence to assist in creating techniques. Optimizing it is not easy at all. While feeling contemplative, Yang Dian took out a secure phone and began searching. As expected, the organization had long prepared for the subsequent advancements of martial arts calisthenics. Once someone cultivates martial arts calisthenics and senses their vital energy, they can cultivate the advanced version of martial arts calisthenics. The advanced version of martial arts calisthenics focuses on different aspects. Some emphasize strength training, some emphasize reaction ability, some focus on combo techniques, and some focus on cooperative combat. Additionally, there are advanced versions for cold weapons. Whatever he could think of, the organization had considered. What he hadn't thought of, the organization had also thought of. Chapter 163 Hang. Hang. After reading through the formula for the beef-devouring pill, Yang Dian looked at the 101 points of energy required to learn it, and couldn't help scratching his head. The cost is quite high, higher than most techniques. However, it's like this when learning cross-disciplinary subjects. Yang Dian had never learned about the mnemonic minister assistant, and had no knowledge of medicinal materials and pharmacology. The price to master the formula through sudden enlightenment is this expensive. Forget it, the current investment is for the sake of more gains in the future. If I learn more, maybe one day I can master it without a teacher, and refine pills using rare treasures and items of heaven and earth. After murmuring this to himself, with determination, Yang Dian focused his thoughts. In the next moment, nearly 1/17 of the energy hidden in the place where his soul resides instantly evaporated, turning into mist that enveloped Yang Dian's soul. Along with it came countless scattered memories from his past life and this life, various medicinal materials and formulas he had specifically searched online for authenticity while writing novels. Some knowledge he had glanced at while reading novels, only to forget it afterward, had long been buried deep in his memory. There were also some strange ideas that he didn't know where they came from. In short, countless bits of knowledge collided, and countless sparks of inspiration erupted in Yang Dian's mind. Chapter 164. A dish of gluttony. The next morning, after a busy night, Yang Dian took off his shirt, exposing his upper body as he faced the rising sun and stretched. Then, with his chest swelling, he faced northwest and took a deep breath of air. He only stopped inhaling when his face turned pale from the effort, and then he held his breath, focused his mind, and assumed a horse stance while raising his hands, positioning himself to stimulate his stomach and intestines with the southeast wind. This posture was the result of the second trait of the gluttonous qi produced by his liver. Last night, Yang Dian had first manifested the first trait of gluttonous qi, enhancing appetite and strengthening his stomach's ability to digest. For someone strong and robust, the digestive system is already strong, so this trait was of limited help to him. Of course, he wasn't cultivating this trait just for that bit of digestive ability, but rather for the second trait. Under the influence of Yang Dian's subjective consciousness, the second trait of gluttonous qi transformed into simplifying the complex. In simple terms, it meant reducing the 36 forms of gluttonous qi into one form. Since this special trait was produced under subjective guidance, the simplification only applied to gluttonous qi. One form of gluttonous qi means that all he needs to do is take a strong breath of northwest wind and assume the corresponding posture to stimulate his stomach to accelerate its movements, hastening the digestion of food and making it more thorough. Chapter 165. Promotion in Conference Room Number 1 of the Anomalous Management Bureau. Liu Yuan sat in the information department seat of the second team, her mouth slightly open, eyes blankly watching as Yang Dian stood up from his seat and walked over to Lei Ming. Then they heard Lei Ming solemnly say, "Comrade Yang Dian has made remarkable contributions since joining the Anomalous Management Bureau. He participated in and resolved the Yinhua turmoil, struck against and arrested foreign awakened drug traffickers, protected the citizens in Huizhudea Bay, bravely went to Chengdu to support the areas affected by dimensional overlap against aliens, and despite the dangers, delved into alien realms, making indelible and outstanding contributions for our Huaxia. In a short time, he had transformed from a newcomer who just joined the Bureau into a backbone of the organization. After careful discussion, the organization decided to appoint Comrade Yang Dian as the Deputy Director of the Fuzhou branch of the Huaxia Anomalous Affairs Management Bureau. He will be responsible for managing anomalous affairs in the Fuzhou area alongside Comrade Pei Qiangxi. After the announcement, someone brought a tray with special shoulder boards to Lei Ming. Lei Ming reached out, took the shoulder boards, and pinned them on Yang Dian's shoulder. The appointment takes effect from this moment. Chapter 166. 1,000 years is too long. I only compete for the moment in the new office. Yang Dian looked at Xiaoyang, who was helping him move things, and couldn't help but chuckle. Wrapping an arm around his shoulder, "Uncle Xiao, it's not me making you do this, it's you who said yesterday that if I needed anything, I should make use of my subordinates." Saying this, he puffed out his chest. "Well, the Bureau just happened to assign you to my team, and I couldn't help but think of you after remembering your words." Xiaoyang, annoyed, tried to shake off Yang Dian's arm, wanting to grumble. But upon seeing the shoulder boards on Yang Dian's shoulder, he sighed. "How did you jump to Deputy Director?" Yang Dian shrugged. "As long as you can take down an 8-armed lizard person, catch that group of drug traffickers led by Charles, And bring back rare treasures from alien realms, you can too. Xiao Yang's eyes widened. If I had that ability, would I still be here playing captain? He sighed again. Your speed of improvement is really exaggerated. I remember when I first met you. He paused. Seems like I couldn't beat you back then either. TSK, is martial arts really that powerful? Why can't I figure it out? Chapter 167, Buying rare treasures. 1,000 years is too long, just competing for the moment. On the other end, Yushan muttered, then nodded, I understand. Since you want to compete, I'll help you out. Wait for my news. After saying a couple of sentences, Yushan hung up the phone. Yang Dian also put down his phone and turned to Shen Fei. Professor, when will my 300 million merit points be credited? Shen Fei raised an eyebrow. From what Yushan said, it sounds like you might be getting quite a bit of merit points soon. Are you still fixated on that little loan? Yang Dian rubbed his wrist. I wouldn't mind having strong abilities. The stronger I am, the more disasters I can withstand in the future, right? Saying this, he urged, Professor, don't dawdle. You said the organization is preparing to use resources to train people. If you delay, good things might be snatched by others. Shen Fei sat back at his computer and controlled the projection of the Jingwei bird onto the screen in front of him, then as you wish. Moments later, Yang Diento's phone chimed with a notification. Opening it, he found a document waiting for his confirmation. Without looking at the file name or other related terms, he confirmed and signed the document to receive the interest-free loan of 300 million merit points. Connecting his phone to the artificial intelligence Jingwei bird in the research institute, and went through a series of authentication processes to sign the agreement. Chapter 168, Merit points credited again, bye. In the blink of an eye, after purchasing the core milk, the remaining 1 billion merit points were exchanged by Yang Dian for 65 rare treasures. It wasn't until his merit balance was down to 270,000 that he scrolled a few times on the screen, looking regretfully at the over 200 remaining rare treasures. If only I had enough merit points, I would gather them all. After a moment's thought, he looked at the rare treasures that were already in a shipping state. Counting the core milk, there were a total of 382 rare treasures. Adding the ones I had consumed before, that made over 400 rare treasures. Over 400 rare treasures are needed to push me to the martial master realm, and that is only achievable if I absorb the rare treasures perfectly. The resource consumption. No wonder there are only a few city-level powers in the world combined. The city-level combat power in Western Europe is called legendary, and they are absolutely right. With this level of resource consumption, how can it not be legendary? With that in mind, Yang Dian turned his gaze to Shen Fei, who was scribbling on paper, Professor, I've used up my merit points. Shen Fei was momentarily stunned, then looked at the time. In just a few minutes, you've used up your merit points. Chapter 169, Two diverging world lines. After wandering around the school a couple of times, he found the classroom. But just as Yang Dian reached for the door handle of the classroom and gazed through the observation window at his classmates inside, a sense of incongruity, long forgotten, hit him again. It was the same in elementary, middle, and high school. He had come back with the soul of an adult, and his thoughts and ideas were simply not on the same level as those of his peers. This made it hard for him to integrate into the group, making him seem somewhat isolated. I thought there would be changes after going to university, that I could find a few good friends to play games with and stay up all night. But the reality is that this world is more mysterious than I imagined. After the college entrance examination, I awakened my talent and was specially recruited by the Alien Management Bureau. Then I trained in martial arts and became stronger, fighting against alien creatures, foreign drug lords, and extraterrestrial life forms, even taking a trip to another planet to appreciate its scenery. Over a month ago, my life plan for the future was still to make some money, marry a cultured wife, have 1 or 2 kids, and live a peaceful life where I could occasionally wash my feet and go fishing. Now, more than a month later. My life plan has changed to not eating beef and wanting to live freely. I can no longer fit into the beautiful campus life I once longed for. Chapter 170. Announcement. The electric bike carried the two siblings slowly towards home. As they approached the village entrance, Yang Dian heard a loudspeaker on a utility pole in front of the village, which only sounded on special dates, playing something on a loop. Listening closely, he realized it was reminding everyone to watch the evening news broadcast about the stars. TSK, the organization's actions are quite significant. They've even notified the village. While muttering to himself, Yang Dian, riding his little donkey, arrived at the village entrance and saw a group of people standing under an old tree. He pulled up in front of them and curiously asked, "Uncle San, Uncle Wu, Uncle Liu, Uncle Ju, who are you all waiting for at the village entrance?" Uncle San smiled. "Who else would we be waiting for besides you?" He then pointed to the loudspeaker that was continuously playing, a few days ago, newspapers, broadcasts. And some official online accounts have been saying that tonight at 7 p.m., a big event will be announced across all platforms. Even our usually quiet loudspeaker has been ringing. You're well informed. Do you know what is going on? Is it that the higher-ups are preparing to send troops over, and we need to get ready for air defense? Chapter 171. Let's get to work. As more detailed information was broadcasted on the Star News, the sounds of bowls and chopsticks clashing in Yang Dian's living room decreased. Only Yang Dian, who already knew everything, remained calm and continued to eat his meal steadily. Although he wasn't hungry, he still needed to give his mother face. If he could finish the plate, he would. Just as Yang Dian was eating heartily, Yang Lele, who was staring at her phone, suddenly screamed and jumped over to Yang Dian. "Wow, brother. You're on the news." The paused screen showed not Yang Dian standing in the wall hole created by Clayton on the 9th floor of the Westlake Hotel. Seeing Yang Lele tightly gripping his right hand, Yang Dian nodded and feigned indifference. "So what if I'm on it? It was bound to happen sooner or later. Don't be so excited." Although he pretended not to care, a smile had already crept onto Yang Dian's face. Who wouldn't want to shine in front of others? Especially in front of the entire nation. How thrilling would that be? Unfortunately, he didn't show his face, otherwise, how many little fans would he attract? Sigh. On the other hand, not showing my face is good too. It saves me from being recognized by the technician when I go to wash my feet. Chapter 172. 3 days, huge gains. 3 days later, in the early morning, just before sunrise, Yang Dian took off his upper clothing, stood barefoot in the sea, and felt his energy surging, transforming into smoke that soared 33 feet high. As the sun peaked over the ocean, seagulls cried out against the golden sea. And Yang Dian's surging energy suddenly paused, as if breaking through some kind of bottleneck. His energy then rolled back and surged out again with even more ferocity, morphing into smoke that shot up 66 feet. On the beach, the Yang clan members who were practicing martial arts early in the morning felt the sudden eruption of energy from Yang Dian and instinctively stepped back, whispering as they looked at his back. "Has Jianzi broken through?" It seemed he had. The smoke that was previously only about 100 meters high had doubled in thickness and height, indicating a breakthrough in his realm. He must have officially reached the 5th realm of martial arts as announced, the Blood-Chi Wolf Smoke realm, right? Wow, 200 meters of energy soaring into the sky. That shouldn't be weak in all of China, right? The main point is that Jianzi is only 18 years old. Our branch is about to produce a big figure. I wonder how he trained. Just a couple of days ago, at night, his energy could only reach about 20 meters. Chapter 173. Outside winds and rain don't concern me. Just focus, liver. Naturally, I need to work hard. After glancing back at the clan members who were already lined up on the beach practicing, Yang Dian immediately prepared to get to work. But before he did, he suddenly had an idea. They say practicing underwater has miraculous effects. Should I try working hard in the water? Thinking of it, he immediately stepped into the sea. After all, trying it out wouldn't cost anything. The seawater reached his calves, and as the cool waves crashed against him, Yang Dian's spirits lifted, suddenly recalling something. Speaking of which, those rare treasures of heaven and earth have all been studied by the organization to some extent. Many of the treasures mentioned that consuming them might awaken certain talents. But why have I never encountered any? Is my luck that bad? Reflecting on the pool of energy in the place where his soul resides and the martial arts characteristics that could be awakened through energy, Yang Dian's expression became determined. It's not that my luck is bad. Rather, the characteristics equate to talent. The energy drawn to the place where my soul resides is the key to others awakening their abilities. Now that the energy has been drained, without energy to evolve my body, awakening talent is naturally out of the question. Now that there's more energy, perhaps I can analyze some talents that aren't very high in rank, but are particularly useful. Chapter 174, Innate Body, Golden Skin and Jade Bones. Lifespan of 50 years under the underwater currents, it was indeed different from the surface. As Yang Dian rooted himself in the currents, the originally orderly flow began to become chaotic. It wrapped around him, swirling and forming a vortex, as if it wouldn't rest until it swept him away. Fortunately, Yang Dian was strong enough. The current that could easily sweep away the strongest ordinary person felt no different than a gentle breeze to him. The currents felt great. Feeling the impact against every inch of his skin and every muscle, Yang Dian stretched comfortably. The force of the currents was much greater than that of the technician's hands. This caused his progress in cultivating the iron cloth shirt to skyrocket. What originally required 7 or 8 technicians working tirelessly for 2 days and nights to achieve the third enhancement could be fully realized in no time at the bottom of the sea. Additionally, under the pressure of the water, the speed of cultivating the harmony of man and heaven skill also increased somewhat. Even in this situation, without having to walk himself, the progress bar of the flying shrimp on the grass began to slowly grow as energy was invested. Aside from the difficulty in focusing and practicing the star observation technique, the other several cultivation methods could be said to be progressing simultaneously. Chapter 175, Stealing Leisure Amidst Business Carrying the Mutated Shrimp. Yang Dian called out to Dudu and prepared to head home first. It was fine before seeing the shrimp. With the energy supply from the rare treasures of heaven and earth replenishing his body's consumption, not having anything in his stomach was not a big problem. But after seeing the shrimp and recalling the deliciousness of fried pepper salt shrimp, the acid in his stomach could not be stopped. Although cultivation was important, good food should not be neglected. Turning around to see Dudu dragging the clownfish onto his head, Yang Dian said nothing. Although the clownfish had not awakened or mutated to become a different species, it was quite ornamental. There were plenty of fish tanks at home, and bringing it back would just mean feeding it a few more pellets daily. Moreover, this little thing seemed quite intelligent, as it was the only one that approached him among so many fish. It might awaken in the future, who knows? After his thoughts circled a couple of times, Yang Dian adjusted his body and floated to the surface of the sea. He looked around at the evening scene, where the setting sun and seagulls flew together, and the vast sea blended with the long sky in a magnificent view. After finding the right spot, he stepped on the surface of the sea and sped towards the shore while carrying the shrimp. Before he even got close to the shore, the crowd on the beach had already stopped their movements, instinctively taking a couple of steps towards the seaside. Chapter 176, Innate Chi. Dividing threads into strands, it was still the coral reef where the shrimp was caught. Summoning Dudu to shine as bait, Yang Dian stretched out his hands and legs and casually performed a set of mixed yuan power, then opened his liver again. As the energy decreased bit by bit, his vitality gradually increased, and Yang Dian's thoughts began to scatter. The second characteristic of the unity of heaven and man technique is the innate body. What could the third characteristic be? After opening the third characteristic, the energy required for the fourth characteristic of the unity of heaven and man technique would reach 6 digits. If Dudu had not elevated his physique, the energy consumption would have to reach 7 digits. Measured by rare treasures of heaven and earth, that would amount to thousands or even tens of thousands of them. Since the recovery of spiritual energy, has the earth produced so many rare treasures? If the fourth characteristic of the unity of heaven and man technique were opened, could it still be considered martial arts? Is cultivating immortality just like this? No. Martial arts masters with city-level combat power seem to be no weaker than ordinary cultivators. In some lower-tier cultivation worlds, those in the chi refining stage cannot even fly. After the thoughts revolved a few more times, they returned to silence. Yang Dian sat cross-legged at the dark coral reef, continuously practicing the unity of heaven and man technique. Chapter 177, Vitality Transforms into a Dragon, Martial Arts Master. Perhaps it was because the soul had just undergone elevation. Or perhaps Yang Dian truly was a natural star saint body. In any case, the speed at which the stars rose was much faster than he had imagined. In just 3 short hours, as dawn broke, the 111th star transformed from virtual to real, shining with its own light in the place where the soul resided. The twilight and dawn intersected, marking the boundary between night and day. Yang Dian stood upright above the vast sea, creating ripples emanating from the center of his toes. Looking up at the morning star in the east, still radiating its own light in the dawn, Yang Dian spread his fingers, raised his right hand, and covered his mouth with his palm, chuckling lightly. Ha! Vitality transforms into a dragon. As his voice fell, a vast surge of vitality erupted from within him, transforming into smoke that soared thousands of feet high, stirring up a wild wind. At the same time, at the observation station of the Chinese Navy stationed in Fuzhou, as Yang Dian's vitality exploded, an ear-piercing alarm sounded in the observation station. Beep 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 beep. Alarm, alarm. In the southeastern sea area of China, near the coastal waters of Fuzhou City, high-energy fluctuations outside the information database have been detected. Warning, warning. Near the coastal waters of Fuzhou City, high-energy fluctuations outside the information database have been detected. Chapter 178, Returning Home, Sitting in rows, sharing fruits he rises with the sun and rests with the sunset. After returning home in the morning, an indescribable fatigue swept over Yang Dian's entire body. A martial arts master is still human. 12 days without sleep is not a big deal. If needed, Yang Dian felt he could push through for another 81 days. But now, with nothing urgent to attend to and having returned to the harbor of his soul, why not sleep when feeling tired? When tired, sleep. When hungry, eat. When exhausted, wash your feet. Isn't that the meaning of earning money and becoming stronger? Thus, as the golden crow sank behind the western mountains, just before nightfall, Yang Dian opened his eyes while lying in bed. It was not his own will to wake up, but rather the sound of calls from above and below, waking him up. Propping himself up against the headboard, his gaze followed the sound of snoring. The Mimi in young Leilei's mouth was lying right at the head of his bed, wasn't it? Reaching out to scratch the little black cat's chin, Yang Dian gestured at its body with his hand. After so long, how could it not seem to have grown at all? In the midst of his murmurs, the door was pushed open with force. Mimi. Young Leilei, peeking her head into the room, scanned the room before finally fixing her gaze on Yang Dian. Chapter 179, The Sadness of a Small Country. The big yellow dog didn't eat the green plums. It shared the green plums with the little yellow dog. The green plums left for Dudu were also not eaten. After getting the green plums, it swam to the fish tank and gave the plums to its little brother, the clownfish. The big rooster, Old Black, also didn't eat the green plums. It wanted to rely on its own efforts to walk the imperial path. So Yang Dian divided the 8 green plums it had and fed them to the other little creatures. If those people outside knew that the rare treasures of heaven and earth they sought could be passed around by these three little guys, who knows if their hearts would collapse? Holding the glass jar in front of the orca pool and watching the little orca swim towards him from the bottom of the pool, Yang Dian couldn't help but think of a possibility. Could it be that the little orca also doesn't eat green plums? Fortunately, Yang Dian was mistaken. Doo-doo. The big yellow dog and old black were just rare exceptions. The little orca enjoyed eating more than anyone else, even after finishing the 10 plums Yang Dian gave it. When it saw there was still some in the jar, it began tugging at Yang Dian's clothes, whining and acting cute to prevent him from leaving. You little thing. A crying child gets milk. This saying applies to Yang Dian as well. With no way to refuse the little orca, Yang Dian pulled out 2 more plums from the jar and fed them to the little orca, despite the shocked expression on Shen Fei's face as he just arrived. Chapter 180. Preparing to depart. Heavy-duty truck. Hearing Yang Dian's thoughts, Yushan pondered for a moment. Regarding the upcoming event in Riyadh, the organization indeed has plans. They had previously planned to dispatch 3 city-level combat forces and mobilize 10 space-based satellites to hunt down the lizard man god. It would be best to kill the lizard man god. Even if they couldn't kill him, they must ensure he is severely injured, preventing him from interfering with their operations on the alien planet. Yang Dian was not surprised by the organization having such thoughts. The strength displayed by the lizard man god in the prophecy was undoubtedly at the city level, and among the strongest in that category. This was still under the condition that the Earth's environment imposed certain limitations on the lizard man god's abilities. If he were to return to the alien planet, it would be like Earth people fighting on the road. The highest combat power on Earth today would indeed struggle to gain the upper hand against him. To ensure the smooth progress of alien development, keeping the lizard man god on Earth would be ideal. Just as Yang Dian's thoughts were turning, he heard Yushan ask, "Did you suddenly ask about this because you have thoughts on the Riyadh incident?" Chapter 181. Where do today's people not surpass the ancients? Yao Nan, 23 years old, graduated from junior high and started working at Zhongshan Lighting Factory. 3 days ago, he was hit by a heavy truck. However, he didn't die. Instead, he benefited from the misfortune and awakened, thinking of the talent Yao Nan had displayed. Yang Dian couldn't help but show a pained expression. He awakened the heavy truck martial spirit. He can manifest the heavy truck that hit him using energy and then run people over with it. Whether he has other abilities, I don't know. It depends on his own research. After saying this, he pointed to a pure white-dressed girl, Yao Yanan's ex-girlfriend, who used the money Yao Nan earned to pursue a master's degree and was about to graduate, then hooked up with a rich second-generation heir. Afraid that Yao Nan would cause trouble and let the rich heir know she had a boyfriend in the past, she hired someone to kill him. The heavy truck that hit Yao Nan was hired by her, and the driver, who was already deep in debt, has now taken the money and fled to Vietnam. As for this little rich heir, he knows nothing and is simply an innocent bystander. That's how it is. Let's take them back to the station. After having Yao Nan and his girlfriend taken to the station, Yang Dian got back into Xiaoyang's car. Chapter 182, J55, The Western Ancient Cultivator Chen Ji. A vampire mingling in the Holy See. The next morning, informed by Yushan that they would depart for Riyadh at noon, Yang Dian got up early and headed straight for the war zone. A civilian passenger plane flying to the western border would take 6 to 7 hours, which would definitely miss the timing. So Yang Dian directly approached the war zone and borrowed a warplane. Less than 10 minutes after arriving in the war zone and completing the flight route application, Yang Dian boarded a J-55 carrying live ammunition. As the signal was given by the runway guide, Yang Dian immediately felt a strong push against his back, shaking his head to regain his focus. He turned to look outside the cabin and found there were no buildings around, only blue skies and white clouds. Just then, The voice of the J-55 pilot came through to Yang Dian's ears. "We are about to enter cruise mode. We expect to arrive at our destination in 41 minutes. Yang Dian was momentarily stunned. How much? Did he hear that right? The war zone is about 4,500 kilometers from the western border. They could get there in 41 minutes. What is the cruising speed? The pilot succinctly replied, 55 Mach. Yang Dian fell silent. The pride of having just become a martial arts master quietly faded away. The 21st century is a modern society, not ancient times. In ancient times, his martial arts master strength indeed seemed divine and saintly. Chapter 183, William's Scheme, Heading to Riyadh. William truly is not a good son. However, his precise planning for his future indeed seems worth learning from. Looking at the information about William, Yang Dian couldn't help but have such thoughts. Why? Because the current William is fully titled, the Holy Lost Lamb Repentant and Respectful Pope. The Apostle Prophet of the Watcher before the Fall. The materials include a summary of William's experiences. 1. Awakened vampiric talent, and after greatly increasing his strength through bloodsucking, he underwent some mutation, grew wings, and began fearing light, completely transforming into a vampire. 2. Obtained future prophetic information from old William, and, in order to grow stronger, drained all blood relatives, including old William. 3. Went to Chengdu, and after failing to seize the precious golden lotus seeds, timely changed plans and opted to exchange future information for the golden lotus seeds. 4. Contacted the old pope, using repentance as an excuse and future prophetic information as bait. Lured the old pope to the Sims Cathedral, where under the old pope's officiation, he consumed the golden lotus seeds, altered his attributes, shed his vampire body, and gained holy power. 5. Used the excuse of having already sworn before the statue of God to explicitly tell him that he could not disclose prophetic information to anyone except the Huaxia cultural organization. But he could join the Holy See and fight for the Holy See. In short, he can't say it, but he can bring people from the Holy See to reap benefits. Chapter 184, No matter how good the scheme, a slap can kill. Night. After observing the spatial nodes. With nothing much to do, Yang Dian chose to blend in and wore the ice silkworm clothing sent by Shatter Man. Then, alone with a portable detector, he walked through the glamorous streets of Riyadh, preparing to meet an old acquaintance. Looking at the crowds in the nightclubs on both sides of the road, Yang Dian couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Those in power, especially those who fought their way to seize power, are all ruthless. Viewing human life as numbers and treating life and death as games is their most accurate portrayal. After learning from Huaxia that the lizard man god would burst through the spatial node and launch an attack on Riyadh, Shatter Man did not evacuate the crowds. Instead, he called in a large amount of heavy firepower, wanting to delay the lizard man god's stay on Earth for as long as possible. As for the reason, he wanted to use the lives of the people in the city as bait while delaying the lizard man god, and also intended to send strong individuals from the country into the alien sacred mountain to trade with the lizard man god. In short, he wanted to use the lives of the people in the city to exchange for treasures that might, or might not exist in the lizard man god's home. Pushing open the door to a relatively quiet lounge bar, after surveying the indoor environment, Yang Dian paused his steps again. Chapter 185, Guidance from a Predecessor. The void energy struck out, directly turning the flesh and bones behind William's eyes into powder, along with blowing off his skull. Watching brain matter splatter against the wall, the skull embedded in the ceiling, and William's body limp under the table, Yang Dian shook his head. He didn't understand where William got his strange confidence to dare face him alone, nor to expose that he truly obtained old William's prophetic talent. Did he think he wouldn't or couldn't kill him? Rubbish prophetic talent. It would be better to flip a coin when going out to predict whether there would be a blood disaster. Saying this, Yang Dian tossed the Freemason coin in his hand. The coin fell. Reverse side. The opposite is a calamity of bloodshed. Standing up, Yang Dian threw the coin onto William again. With the front side facing up, blood-colored vitality spread onto William's dismembered body. As the footsteps landed, the blood energy vibrated in sync with the frequency of the shoe soles touching the ground, directly turning his corpse into powder. With a flick of his finger, a blood-colored light flashed. Embedded in the ceiling, the skull that occasionally dripped a drop of brain matter also turned to dust. After handling everything, he strolled towards the bar entrance. Chapter 186, Energy Resonance, Energy Lockdown, Space-Based Strike on the other side, in an instant. Yang Dian crossed over 10 kilometers and caught up with Yushan and the others. It wouldn't be accurate to say he caught up. The three of them had arrived a step earlier, confronting a 12-armed lizard man standing in mid-air, towering over 30 meters. Beside the lizard man were countless severed limbs and broken tank armor. Behind them was an endless army of lizard men. The number seemed somewhat exaggerated. The prophecy didn't mention that so many lizard men would come in. With Yang Dian's low murmur, the lizard man god with 12 arms, each holding different weapons, opened its massive mouth filled with fangs and roared at the four. Although they were different species and languages, Yang Dian somehow understood the meaning behind the sound, kill. Please us. As the lizard man god's roar fell, countless lizard men behind it echoed in rage. Then, the 4-armed lizard men surged forward, followed by the 6-armed lizard nobleman. And finally the 8-armed lizard king, rushing towards the 4 like a black tide. However, the 10-armed lizard emperor was nowhere to be seen. Didn't he come? In the midst of confusion, a cry rang out in the starry night. Chapter 187, Come Fight. Bang! 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 Although he couldn't hear the sound. Watching the tungsten rods breaking the sound barrier, Yang Dian instinctively imagined an explosion in his mind. When he saw what the tungsten rod looked like, his scalp began to tingle. Wait, how did they get such a big tungsten rod up there? How big is the tungsten rod? It's 33 meters long, with a base diameter of 3 meters, in a conical shape. Now the question arises. Given that the base diameter of the conical tungsten rod is 3 meters, its height is 33 meters, and the density of tungsten is 193 tons per cubic meter, calculate the weight of the tungsten rod. It's simple. With a quick mental calculation, the answer comes out. A tungsten rod of this size weighs 1,500 tons. Then another question arises. This tungsten rod is conical, with the tip pointing down, smashing onto the head of the lizard man god. How much energy can it release? Yang Dian couldn't quite calculate that. Anyway, such a large tungsten rod falling from the sky and smashing down would be just as powerful as the little boy. As for how powerful the little boy was, go to Tokyo and ask the Showa dwarf for research. Uncle Yu, shouldn't we back up a bit? I feel that tungsten rod is a bit fierce. Yushan nodded in agreement. I feel that way too, so let us. Chapter 188, The Fist of Exploding Clothes in a Flash. He arrived behind the fully covered masked person. As his long sword stabbed out, Yang Dian suddenly sensed a threat coming from the ground. Releasing the long sword in his hand, he used the tip of his foot to push off the ground and leave the original spot. The next moment, dense ice spikes shot up from the ground, forming a corridor of ice spikes in the direction he was retreating, aimed directly at his lower body. Damn! With a low curse, the long sword he left behind the masked person rose into the air and stabbed at his back. Ding! With the sound of steel clashing, Yang Dian simultaneously asked, Who are you? The Ice Queen Sticker of Western Europe, or the Ice Hero Jessie of America? Yang Dian had reason to guess. Among the known city-level powerhouses on Earth, only these two had awakened ice and snow abilities. The masked person opened her mouth, but the starlight sword that rebounded off her icy armor suddenly collapsed, transforming into numerous long spikes of varying sizes. The two thickest ones stabbed into her lower region. while the remaining 109 fine spikes aimed at her eyes, nose, mouth, ears, and various joints. Unfortunately, although the masked person was responding, she remained fully on guard. Chapter 189, The Lizard Man God entering Phase 2, the space-based satellite lighting up after finishing everything. Yang Dian removed the starlight spear embedded in her shoulder, and took out some first aid supplies from his storage space to perform simple bleeding treatment on the girl. What? Using red plum to heal her. Yang Dian wasn't he brainless. Red plum was reserved for himself, or his people to save lives. The girl surviving might be a good bargaining chip, but if she died, it was no big deal. After completing the simple first aid, Yang Dian took off the ice silkworm clothing given to him by Xiao Sailman, wrapped her tightly, and stored her in his storage ring. That's right. There were no restrictions on storing living beings in the storage space given to him by Yushan. Storage spaces were not such inconvenient things. The space inside the ring was just as good as outside, except a bit stuffy. Not to mention temporarily storing a person. As long as he was diligent and occasionally remembered to provide oxygen inside the space, keeping fish in water was also not a problem. He just hoped she wouldn't die in my ring. Muttering to himself, Yang Dian turned back to the battlefield. The Indians had already put down their spears and surrendered. Kitaida Sanzo was first cleaved in half by the sword technique of the old Taoist Qingfeng, and before he could be split into two, Brother Dao, wielding a large knife, beheaded him, turning him into 4 pieces. Chapter 190, Piercing Heaven and Earth, one strike of 800 billion. Watching the lizard man god being pierced by the cold blue light beam. Yang Dian looked up along the beam toward the sky. Above, 10 space-based satellites had energy rays connecting with each other. Among them, 9 satellites were outside, while one, seemingly competing with the bright moon, was inside. It was precisely that satellite, which could rival the moon, that unleashed this strike that seemed capable of piercing heaven and earth. The speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. Can you react to it? Watching the beam that submerged the lizard man god's head and slanted into a deep pit, Yushan couldn't help but sigh. Piercing heaven and earth, one strike of 800 billion. Yang Dian blinked. Uncle Yu, what do you mean? The literal meaning. Answering Yang Dian was Lei Ming. Once this move is activated, it means that the main attacking satellite will be directly scrapped. And the other 9 satellites will also be in a standby state with exhausted energy, needing to be replenished. Lei Ming raised a finger. This strike. The power of 800 billion Daxia coins, who can withstand it? After finishing, he added, 800 billion is our cost. Let's see other countries play like this. Chapter 191, Taoist. You can't do it, watch me. The next morning, the rising sun scorched the barren desert. Yang Dian and the others politely declined Xiao Sailman's invitation and entered the spatial node together. The feeling of entering the spatial node was the same as before. It was like passing through the water's surface and falling into the water, able to float freely and breathe easily. Scanning the surroundings, Yang Dian discovered that there were 3 lizard men divine birds inside the spatial node. However, these 3 birds had already been controlled by Lei Ming alone. Seeing everyone's gaze fall on him, Lei Ming, with thunder shackles on his hands, tugged at the shackles, causing the 3 lizard men divine birds to stumble. You guys go down first, I'll take these 3 back. I just checked, there are 2 females and 1 male. I wonder if they can lay fertilized eggs after mating. If they can and can be domesticated, then the military's political commissars will have their mobility efficiency increased by who knows how many times once they enter the alien planet. Yushan nodded beside him. All right. Then you take them out first, and we'll go down to take a look. Saying that, he began to study the sand table beneath his feet. Finally pointing to the snow-capped mountain in the center of the sand table, this mountain is the highest, it might be the lizardman's holy mountain. How about we go here? Chapter 192, Guidance of the Mother Stars. While following the guidance from an unseen source, Yang Dian led the remaining 4 into a forest and came to a broad-leaved dwarf tree. Seeing Yang Dian stop, the old Taoist Ching Feng counted on his fingers and looked around, finally frowning deeply. The guidance of the mother stars has ended. Just after exiting the state of unity with heaven and man, Yang Dian heard the old Taoist Ching Feng continue, "This place doesn't seem to have anything good. Should we dig 3 feet into the ground to look?" Yang Dian stopped the somewhat anxious old Taoist, pointing to the broad-leaved dwarf tree in front of him. "What the mother stars guided me to find is this. It." The old Taoist Ching Feng circled the broad-leaved dwarf tree a few times, looking puzzled. "It doesn't seem any different. I've also circled this place 3 times, and this dwarf tree isn't new to me. Why haven't I noticed anything different?" Muttering to himself, the old Taoist began to carefully observe the broad-leaved dwarf tree. That's not right. It seems there really is something different. Come over and take a look. Just look at this central line. Do you notice how symmetrical this tree is on both sides?" He bent down to examine the leaves closely and then said, Chapter 193, More discussions on heaven, earth, and martial Tao alien planets. Aversion is similar to the mother star's favor. The mother star's favor can lead to unexpected encounters and opportunities due to wishes made. Alien aversion, likewise, can weaken with the alien's retaliation. For example, right now, as Yang Dian skillfully sliced the giant python meat, he clearly sensed that the alien will's aversion towards him had diminished by more than half. The old Taoist Ching Feng, seeing Yang Dian casually cutting the giant python meat, couldn't help but lean over curiously and ask, "What are you thinking?" The illusion after the dream butterfly. Obviously, the old Taoist was unwilling to give up, feeling that he couldn't be the only one embarrassed, so he wanted to extract some more insights from Yang Dian. Yang Dian glanced at the old Taoist and voiced the question he had been pondering. "The alien will's aversion towards me has decreased. It feels like the alien will is somewhat too anthropomorphic. I killed in the alien world, so the alien developed aversion towards me. The giant python's attack seems like the alien reached its limit of tolerance and threw a punch at me. After throwing a punch, its anger dissipated a bit. Taoist, do you think the alien might have its own consciousness, like the heavenly Tao in mythological novels?" Chapter 194, Familiar Dimension Crystal Mine. Familiar crystal lizard man. Time flowed continuously as everyone engaged in discussions, and the sun rose twice in the east. It was 2 days later when the group, finally out of inspiration, stood up. "This discussion has benefited me greatly. I'll go back and meditate to see if I can gain any insights." The Yushan nodded in agreement. "I also gained a lot. I'll try to take another step forward." Lei Ming rubbed his forehead. "We still need to be careful. We shouldn't let our martial practice turn us into demons. There are many significant matters waiting for us to participate in." Yang Dian looked towards the east. "Speaking of matters, shouldn't we go check the lizardman's holy mountain in this dimension fold area? We wouldn't want to have defeated a big boss, only to have someone else reap the benefits." The old Taoist Ching Feng smiled. "That half-footed lizard man god, who has stepped into the indestructible realm of martial arts, is our best trophy. Even if there are leftovers, they are just minor ones. Minor ones can't be wasted." Yang Dian leaped lightly, first transforming into a streak of light and flying back to the sky. "I still owe the organization 300 million in loans." After returning to the spatial node and harnessing its power, they parachuted to the peak of this spatial fold erosion area. Chapter 195, Dealing with Minor Monsters to Exploit Resources. Hearing Yang Dian mumble, Lei Ming couldn't help but ask curiously, "What crystal mine cave?" "The dimensional crystal mine cave under the lizardman's holy mountain." Yang Dian reached into his pocket, took out that soft, originally pinkish-white egg, which now had some black spots, suspected to be an egg of some kind of spatial creature. He squeezed it, which was still soft and bouncy like before, and nodded, "If nothing goes wrong, it's that crystal mine cave. I saw that crystal lizard man." Saying that, he frowned again. He wasn't sure if seeing that dimensional crystal mine cave here was due to the spatial reason, or if the cave itself had spread here. Lei Ming also frowned. You can't see that dimensional crystal mine cave here. Yang Dian shook his head. I only saw it for a moment, then it disappeared. Saying this, he squeezed the egg in his hand, trying to understand the principle behind it. The dimensional crystal mine cave is hidden in another dimension. And for the dimensional space to anchor reality, it must have an anchor point. For example, the spatial bracelet we have is a subdimensional space opened up using the spatial raw, or as the anchor point. Chapter 196, Crystal Lizard Man Statue in the High Sky. The special plane flew across the blue sky, leaving a long trail behind. Although this trip to Riyadh was a success, Yang Dian felt somewhat troubled. Because the favor was depleting. Although it had only been 11 years since the spiritual energy revival on Earth, for individuals, it had already become a vast land with abundant resources and numerous opportunities. As the plane soared through the sky, Yang Dian occasionally received some vague guidance. For example, which direction to fly in to gain some opportunities, or which area to visit to encounter certain adventures. In short, Mother Earth had been guiding him, wanting to help her favored child benefit. Is this good? Yes, but also not good. If it weren't for the guidance having ulterior motives, Yang Dian would have flown down long ago to seek treasures. But the issue was that this guidance was meant for finding the fire flame tortoise. Moreover, Mother Earth's constant change of guidance would also consume the favor she provided. It was like having an unfilial child. You send them to do one thing, but they refuse. You send them to do another, but they still refuse. After a while, anyone would get annoyed. Mother Earth felt the same way. So by the time the plane landed in Chengdu, the favor from Mother Earth had already diminished considerably. Without entering a state of unity with heaven and man, Yang Dian could hardly sense the existence of this favor. Chapter 197, The Undying Crystal Lizard, Stubborn to the End. Muttering to himself, Yang Dian tossed it to Lei Ming. Uncle Lei, please take it outside. Then, frowning, he added, it's best if someone keeps an eye on it, otherwise, if it regains its ability to move, that would be troublesome. Lei Ming nodded. All right, I'll take this to Scar. He loves guarding these strange things. Watching Lei Ming leave, Yang Dian glanced again at the avalanche that had come close on the mountain and at the visible large meteorite in the sky, as well as the faint sense of threat coming from other directions. Uncle you, Taoist, you all stay back a bit, or wait for me at the space node. The meteorite is about to land, and the attack from the native extraterrestrial creatures is coming soon. If it really doesn't work, I'll just leave from the mine later. Yu Shan exchanged glances with Lei Ming. Then you be careful, if it's not feasible, withdraw quickly and come back when you're stronger, Yu Shan said. I'll check out that underground magma lake you mentioned to see if I can catch a few magma red carps, or transplant some golden lotus roots, said the old Taoist Qing Feng. Seeing Qing Feng say this, Yu Shan couldn't help but add a comment. Chapter 198, Star Core Nausea, Headache, Dizziness. Whenever Yang Dian felt that his body was approaching its limits, energy belonging to the red plum blossom would overflow from his heart, repairing his precarious nervous system. 1 step. 2 steps, thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles. Yang Dian, enveloped in a blazing white radiant light, had lost track of how long and how deep he had ventured into the tunnel. He only knew that nearly half of the blood and energy stored in his body had been exhausted. Faced with the still bottomless radiation mine, Yang Dian could only choose to give up defenses for his skin and hair, using a more resilient blood-colored membrane beneath the skin to resist the erosion of radiation light. As for Dudu, the energy had been overly consumed, and the now shrunk Dudu, reduced to the size of a baby's fist, was truly held in his mouth. Should he give up and come back when he was stronger? Just as this thought arose, it was crushed by Yang Dian's resolute step. Since he was already here, he murmured, and Yang Dian charged forward again. Unless he ran out of ammunition and energy, he was determined to confront this radiation mine. He had to see what was inside. Crack! After an unknown amount of time, a light sound echoed as a crack appeared on the spatial wristband made of spatial, or on Yang Dian's wrist. Chapter 199, the first page of the family tree, the great Emperor Yang, punching like a dragon, perhaps feeling that his current body was not a match for Yang Dian. Dudu called out a few times before starting to shrink. With each contraction, his body shrank a little, until he returned to his original size. He happily wrapped Yang Dian's head with his umbrella-like cover and joyfully waved his starry tentacles. With his injuries fully healed and even his body stronger than before, Yang Dian was infected by Dudu's joy, showing a hint of a smile while extending a finger to twine around Dudu's tentacle that reached out to him. Playing a game together. While playing, Yang Dian's gaze fell on the layer of golden mist on his body that had consumed less than 1/10. So, how was this thing used? Just as this thought settled, the golden mist split in two. A large portion was absorbed by the unknown biological egg stuck to his heart. The remaining less than 1/10 directly entered Yang Dian's body, sinking into the realm of his soul, transforming into golden light rain to nourish the soul space. However, before the golden light rain could land, it was captured by the pulling force from the energy pool, all drifting into the energy pool to be transformed into energy, becoming resources for Yang Dian to use. Chapter 200, over a month past, Yang Dian was still happy. Because with Dudu, the understanding little treasure by his side, he didn't end up like some Zhong surname extraterrestrial, earning the nickname of walking a bird under the moon. Of course, now the space node was completely surrounded, and the sky was covered by a steel roof, so he had no idea whether it was day or night outside. Back to the main topic. After jumping out of the space node, Yang Dian looked around, noticing no one around. He was just about to wave to the camera nearby when he felt a cold sensation in his lower body. Looking down, he realized it was Dudu extending a tentacle to cover his vital parts. Damn, he forgot that his clothes had been completely eroded by the radiation energy. Annoyed, Yushan jumped out of the space node. Seeing Yang Dian's indecent state, he burst into silent laughter. Then tossed a bath towel he had in hand to Yang Dian. New bath towel, never used. How could you take so long and end up in this state? Even the spatial wristband is broken. What happened to your super weapon that can change and is often used for showing off? And what else with the dimension overlapping area? How did it suddenly expand so much? Chapter 201, the disappearing space node on the other side. As soon as Yang Dian stepped into the passage under the city wall, he felt a familiar aura penetrating into his shadow. He tilted his head, somewhat speechless. I didn't expect you to have a peeping habit. Pei Siqinglian emerged from the shadow beside him. You pervert, going out without clothes. TSK, what do I care if I wear clothes or not? Anyway, you're going to have a needle eye. I'll have your head. As soon as Siqinglian finished speaking, Yang Dian's shadow struck a pose for a 1,000-year kill. Pointing a finger at his vital parts, I didn't see anything. Releasing his blood energy to disperse the shadow energy attached to his shadow, Yang Dian rubbed his forehead. Looking somewhat helplessly at Siqinglian, am I the pervert, or are you the pervert? Siqinglian lifted her head, what do I care? Saying this, she blushed again and leaned closer to Yang Dian, reaching out to poke his abs. Little brother, your abs look pretty good, let me touch them. Yang Dian puffed out his chest, thinking, feel free to touch, don't hesitate. Siqinglian stiffened, Dian, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Yang Dian extended a finger, pressing it against her forehead to push her head back. Don't be abstract, hey, there's still fighting outside. Chapter 202, Ordinary people shouldn't compete with perverts. Fierce battle, Tiger King Wu. Yang Dian was taken aback. The other spatial nodes have disappeared. Realizing the area of his own dimension had greatly expanded due to overlapping erosion, Yang Dian suddenly understood. Is it because our dimensional area expanded and swallowed theirs? Lian nodded. The Space Technology Research Institute speculated this way, but whether it's true still needs verification. Yang Dian clicked his tongue. Other countries are lucky. Less alien invasion disaster. Especially congratulations to the little days. Lian smiled and glanced at Yang Dian. You really have a way with big ideas. As they spoke, the two had already exited the passage. The brightly lit city square had turned into an assembly line slaughterhouse. Why say that? Countless alien creatures roared as they rushed out of the spatial nodes, only to die under specially made armor-piercing bullets thicker than an arm. Large engineering robots, which had long been prepared nearby, threw out hooks to drag the dead alien creatures aside, sending them onto the freshly built conveyor belt for transport outside the city. It seemed that outside the city, there were probably already military controls in place, with countless heavy trucks waiting to transport the alien creatures that had jumped out from the alien world. Chapter 203, It's About Being Handsome. What the heck? This is so handsome. The astonishment faded, and a sense of crisis followed. Dodging silently, if it weren't for the sense of crisis, he wouldn't have noticed the attack. Locking his gaze on the source of the crisis, Yang Dian frowned. It was just a small white bird that broke the sound barrier, weak in vitality. Completely incomparable to the alien beasts. One could say it was useless except for its speed. So weak, it couldn't possibly reproduce on a large scale. Before he could finish his thought, a large expanse of white clouds silently slipped out of the spatial node, eventually converging into arrows, condensing an invisible flame that shot towards Yang Dian. Damn! My bad luck. The rising vitality turned into a shield that blocked for a moment. Taking the opportunity, Yang Dian shifted sideways, dodging just before the flock of birds hit him. However, even so, he was still cut on the calf by the flames that expanded when the bird flock flapped its wings in unison. Just as he was about to command the drone to drop a high-voltage electric net over the supersonic bird flock, the giant beast King Wu, who had casually walked to the spatial node, stopped and opened its massive mouth, raw. The space began visibly to ripple and distort from the source of the giant mouth. Chapter 204, Tenderness Beneath a Fierce Exterior. Watching Qingfeng Laodao and Yushan each using their skills to create a grand scene, Yang Dian couldn't help but blink. Making it this big. He reached out to touch the unknown egg in his chest pocket, glanced at his energy balance, and thought of the 65 Huaxia units he had punched out. Yang Dian let out a breath. Fortunately, I'm not lacking either. When I go back and develop for a while, I'll also create something like the Buddha's palm, sweeping away everything. Amidst his mumbling, the sound of helicopter rotors was heard approaching. Soon after, 17 shadows descended from the sky. Brother Dao. After muttering this, Yang Dian shook his head again. Although these 17 robots looked just like Scar, their every move was filled with mechanical sense, completely unlike Scar's human-like demeanor. This should be the city defense robots that old Qian mentioned, produced in the same batch as Brother Dao, right? Speaking of which, with city defense robots, could there be national defense robots as well? As his thoughts turned, the 17 robots had already spread out around the spatial node, taking out various weapons and standing ready. Once a city-level combat alien beast broke out, they would strike together at the first opportunity, either to kill it directly or to incapacitate it for containment. Chapter 205, Yang Dian, I really should die. In the evening, Fuzhou Chang'e Airport. As the plane slowly came to a stop on the runway and the cabin door opened, Yang Dian, holding a small lamb toy, stood up from his seat. To be honest, he still didn't understand why he subconsciously took the lamb toy out of his spatial bracelet when leaving the city surrounded by the spatial node in Chengdu. Perhaps it was due to some inexplicable sense of ritual. As his thoughts turned, he declined the note offered by the flight attendant and left the airport through a special channel, immediately spotting the familiar Cadillac outside the airport. He opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, glancing at Shisheng, who was wearing sunglasses, leaning back in the driver's seat, looking extremely stylish. Brother Shi. Are you healed? Looking stylish. Did you stay safe after your health improved? Shisheng patted his body. Your brother Shi is in great shape, feeling strong. Every day. I switch foot massage shops, getting 3 therapists for 3 hours, can't get any more stylish. Saying this, he started the car and stepped on the gas. Shall I treat you to a meal? Looking at the car's navigation system, which automatically set course for Honglangmen as Shisheng spoke, Yang Dian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Chapter 206, Homecoming, Lin Mo's task. Yang Dian spent a lot of effort to comfort the little girl, but Shisheng suddenly said something offbeat. Tong Tong. How do you know this little lamb toy was given to you by your dad? Seeing the tears welling up in the little girl's eyes again, Yang Dian couldn't help but glare at Shisheng. Tong Tong, be good, don't cry. Next time I come, I'll bring you a live little lamb, okay? A particularly cute one. With tears in her eyes, Tong Tong nodded, okay. After responding, she wiped her tears. When Dad came last time, he promised Tong Tong that he would bring back a little lamb like this. When I saw the lamb, I knew it was from Dad. Saying this, she rubbed her head against the lamb toy, leaving a tear stain on it. Yang Dian and Shisheng exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of what to say. If asked to take a knife to cut someone, he would do it without hesitation. But comforting a little girl, he truly lacked experience. Shisheng felt the same. Although he had 2 children, one was still under a year old and the other just over a year, both at an age where they couldn't even speak clearly. Fortunately, they weren't left awkward for long, as Lin Ling called out from the side, Brother Shi, Brother Yang, dinner is ready, come eat. Chapter 207, Future Planning. Reclamation and island building. After reading the description of the task, Yang Dian pondered for a moment before tapping his wristband to summon the upgraded Unit 01, which was stored at the Chengdu Armed Forces. Upon hearing Yang Dian's call, the visor of Unit 01 lit up with a blue light. I'm here. I'm going out for a while, please help protect me. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Dian expanded the scope. Help me protect the village and ensure it won't be attacked by aberrations or extraordinary beings. Unit 01 nodded, okay. I will guard the village well. Hearing this, Yang Dian opened the window. I'm stepping out for a bit, I should be back before dawn. But if I'm not back, my parents and sister will come looking for me, so please let them know. Unit 01 nodded again, all right, I understand. Yang Dian then turned to leave. However, just before he left, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, if my sister wants to pilot you, remember to refuse her. Without your command, no one else has the right to pilot me. Yang Dian nodded in satisfaction, then jumped out of the window and flew towards the direction of the ruins. After Yang Dian left, Unit 01 closed the window and then entered standby mode. Chapter 208, The Navy's Dilemma. Lin Mo's changes. Yang Dian hovered in the air above the sea area for reclamation for a while, protecting the sand dredging and mud dredging ships. When 3 bright lights shot up from a large ship nearby, flying straight towards him. Moments later, 3 light blue mechs hovered in front of Yang Dian. And the leading person opened the mech's visor. Hello, Director Yang. I am Hiju, the head of the Ancient Relic Excavation Operation. May I ask if you have any instructions for us here? Hearing Hiju's respectful address, Yang Dian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had seen Hiju's profile, a Navy colonel and deputy director of the second-tier Cities Anomaly Management Bureau, which would be equivalent to a major in military terms. So, by comparison, his position should be lower than Hiju's. Yet, Hiju was so deferential in front of him. The City-Level Anomaly Management Bureau truly lives up to being the pinnacle of individual strength on Earth today. With this thought, Yang Dian first gave Hiju a friendly nod before speaking. Lin Mo, a Level 2 security officer from the Fuzhou Anomaly Management Bureau, has been summoned here to participate in the excavation of the relics. but the last time he communicated with our bureau, and with his family, was 3 days ago. So I came to see if something happened to him. Chapter 209, Preparing to help Laos. Captain, you haven't called Ling Ling for several days. That girl is about to cry if she doesn't see you again. Do you know why I came here to find you? Upon hearing Yang Dian's words, Lin Mo became anxious, and the light blue liquid in the bathtub started to sway violently. You saw my current state. How can I talk to Ling Ling? What if I disperse into liquid while talking to her? That would only make her worry more. But if you don't call her, she'll worry even more. With that, Yang Dian looked up at the camera above the passage. If it really doesn't work, have the AI project your body, and let the projection call Ling Ling. Lin Mo shook his head. That's not possible. My current state is very strange, sometimes. Before he could finish, the projected body of Lin Mo suddenly collapsed. And the metal patches outside the bathtub in the treatment room began to spark and emit black smoke, clearly having short-circuited. He supplemented Lin Mo's unfinished words. Apart from his body suddenly collapsing into liquid, Lin Mo also has a special magnetic field in his body that he cannot control. This special magnetic field will occasionally explode, disrupting all electromagnetic devices within a 1-meter radius. Chapter 210, Underwater Volcano Group, Alien Pioneers, Aerospace Fighter. Yang Dian, of course, was unaware that his haste to travel had inadvertently scared people into preparing to retreat outside the designated airspace. At this moment, he had arrived in the sea area between Shiyu and the Minjiang-Zhongju area, closer to the Zhongju region. Looking around from the high altitude, Yang Dian frowned again. He was about 60 kilometers from Zhongju, and about 105 kilometers from Shiyu. This place, looking down at the deep sea beneath him, Yang Dian took a deep breath and no longer hesitated, transforming into a streak of light and diving straight into the sea. Following the cold sea water downward, Yang Dian discovered that a bottomless underwater fissure had appeared here at some unknown point in time. Wisps of hot air surged up from the fissure, further complicating the already intricate underwater waters. In addition, the marine ecology in this area was particularly rich. Sea slugs swimming around, sea lizards that could evolve into Godzilla, jellyfish with mutated eyes, giant lobsters with pincers larger than a person, colorful eels, schools of sharks, and never-before-seen mutated creatures. The seabed, especially in such a resource-rich underwater area, was indeed a treasure. Chapter 211, The Sudden Future. Watching the aerospace fighter turn into a shooting star and disappear, Yang Dian took out the crimson mech from his storage wristband. Then he spoke to the crimson mech. Open the cockpit of the crimson mech. As soon as Yang Dian finished speaking, the chest door of the crimson mech opened, revealing the cockpit for seating. He leapt into the cockpit. After taking a look around the internal environment, Yang Dian plugged his phone into a nearby slot. Then the cockpit closed, and the voice of the AI, Qiangong, echoed inside the cockpit. Energy storage self-check in progress. Energy shield self-check in progress. Neural signal self-check in progress. Signal enhancement device self-check in progress. Tactical missile specifications self-check in progress. Spare parts, escape devices, and other equipment self-check in progress. Self-check complete. The Crimson Mech is in good condition and ready for mission execution. Yang Dian grabbed the helmet that had just popped up from the control panel in front of him and put it on. Activate the camera equipment and upload all information in real time. Following your command, the AI responded, and Yang Dian then focused his mind. The 5-meter-tall Crimson Mech silently sank into the sea surface, heading towards the fissure. Chapter 212, I'm eager to gain achievements and enhance my strength. After 2 soft sounds, a voice emerged within the Crimson Mech. Also mechanical in tone, but more humanized than the eyes, and it said, Hello, Comrade Yang Dian. What can I do for you? Yang Dian pointed to the roaring golden flames in front of the Crimson Mech. I found the fire turtle. The fire turtle is not a turtle or a sea turtle. It is a soon-to-be sentient underwater volcano, a turtle-shaped underwater volcano. I was thinking of destroying its core and killing it before it fully awakens. But while I was preparing to act, I saw two scenarios. First, if I don't kill it, the underwater volcano will erupt in 10 days, triggering a tsunami. Second, kill it, and the underwater volcano will immediately erupt, triggering a larger-scale tsunami, followed by a continuous series of earthquakes and other natural disasters. This is the guidance given to me by the will of the earth, for which I consumed 1/10 of the earth's favor. At this point, Yang Dian let out a deep breath. Don't we have the 749 Bureau? Aren't they out there looking for those formed mountain stones to drive nails into and build power towers? Can they come here and drive a couple of nails into the fire turtle to delay, or even completely prevent its emergence? Chapter 213, the ball kicked back by the think tank, the stars fall from the sky, and the sun rises over the sea. The organization acted quickly. Yang Dian had just flown to the cliff edge of the Zhongzhou Coastal Volcano Park when his phone in his pocket rang. 009. It seems to be a call from the think tank. After a moment's thought, he answered the call, and Yang Dian spoke first. Hello, this is Yang Dian. Comrade Yang Dian, hello. The voice on the other end of the line was very steady. This is the Huaxia think tank. I am Han Zhong. Yang Dian instinctively raised an eyebrow. Although he had never met Han Zhong, he was well aware of his reputation. Chief of the Huaxia think tank. An awakener of predictive talents. He could deduce the development direction of future events based on known information. Of course, all the futures he deduced were based on the completeness of the known information. If the information was incomplete or incorrect, the future he deduced would naturally also be wrong. Hello, Chief Han, I wonder why you are looking for me. Perhaps knowing Yang Dian's character well, Han Zhong got straight to the point. The main reason for calling you this time is to discuss how your contributions on the alien planet should be rewarded. Chapter 214, the think tank's discussion, Night Battle's second trait, life perception. Half an hour later, the call ended. Yang Dian sat on the edge of the cliff, staring blankly at the waves crashing against the rocks. So what was that bright light? Who was the figure standing in the sea with its back to me? So familiar. While Yang Dian was deep in thought, the meeting at the think tank also began. Let's talk about Yang Dian first. Li Yu, the deputy of the think tank, spoke first. We had already speculated about the matter of the heavenly treasures. Through our speculations and the calculations of the intelligent brain, we can basically confirm that his awakening is a talent that can perfectly, or almost perfectly absorb resources, thereby enhancing his own strength. Among the heavenly treasures, the energy contained is particularly abundant. So it is not surprising that he wants heavenly treasures. The desire for skills and Tao texts is also within expectations. If I were in his place, if I could become a master of the sixth realm of martial arts, I would also think like him about gaining the strengths of many schools and paving a path to the seventh realm of martial arts. Or perhaps to transcend from martial to immortal, achieving longevity. But what confuses me is why he has thoughts of going abroad. Sitting at the head of the table, Han Zhong rubbed his forehead. Chapter 215, treasures in hand, another 100 times would be about right. Once again, Yang Dian's parents rejected him. 2 minutes later, Lei Ming transformed into a bolt of lightning, bringing the smell of burnt air from the thunder strike as he landed beside Yang Dian. Upon landing, he first circled around Yang Dian several times, before finally tossing the black wristband in his hand to him. You kid are impressive. You entered the organization's stock in one go. Now others have no place to exchange for heavenly treasures even if they want to. Yang Dian reached out to catch the wristband and casually put it on his wrist. Uncle Lei, you know my situation. My strength comes from consuming these heavenly treasures. Only with heavenly treasures can I quickly enhance my strength. Now that I've earned merits, if I don't buy some treasures to enhance my strength, I feel like ants are crawling on me. Lei Ming didn't dwell on Yang Dian emptying the heavenly treasures for long. Shaking his head and curiously asking, after eating these heavenly treasures, How much can your strength be enhanced? Can you beat the complete lizard man god? Yang Dian was speechless. Uncle Lei, what are you thinking? The lizard man god is almost immortal, and can unleash such strong power in battles on Earth. Not to mention when he is at full strength. Should I headbutt him? Chapter 2:16, Yang Lele awakens her talent. And the little black cat says, I am not your cat. Just as Yang Dian was pondering, Yang Lele, rubbing her eyes and holding a little black cat that was clearly high on catnip, walked out of the room. Brother, what are you eating? It smells so good. Yang Dian grabbed the last black box and tossed it to Yang Lele. You'll know if you eat one yourself. Saying that, he waved his hand and summoned the little black cat from Yang Lele's arms. Go eat in your room. Yang Lele pouted, holding the box and turning to walk into the bedroom, looking mysterious. In less than 2 seconds, she suddenly pushed the door open with a bang, wide-eyed. Looking at Yang Dian, brother, really for me to eat? Go ahead. Yang Dian scratched the little black cat, who was compliant. I've already eaten. Without saying a word, Yang Lele ran back to her room. Watching her door slam shut again with a bang, Yang Dian shook his head. A treasure worth 2,000 energy. I hope she can awaken a good talent. If she doesn't awaken, I would have lost big time. Muttering to himself, Yang Dian took out a bronze apple engraved with 9 inscriptions, and placed it in front of the little black cat's nose. Watching the little black cat instinctively reach out its paw to grab the apple, he chuckled, split the bronze apple open, and took out the crystal-like apple seed inside, putting it in his mouth. Chapter 2:17, Divine Path Inheritance, The Fate of the Defeated, Dimensional Rift. The sun rises and sets, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days have passed. That morning, having learned that Lin Mo had completely controlled his new ability, Yang Dian hurriedly made his way to the sea area of the unknown ruins. The land reclamation at the edge of the ruins was beginning to show results, with a small circular piece of land appearing in the vast sea, enclosing a small area of water. Looking down at the blue water surrounded by the heart-shaped island from the sky, Yang Dian descended and landed on a nearby large ship. Captain. He first greeted Lin Mo, then nodded to Hiju, and finally turned his gaze to Lin Mo. Ling Ling has been waiting for you at home for a long time. Although I told her you were fine, she was still a bit worried. Do you want to give her a call and then continue excavating the ruins here? Or should we head back first? Lin Mo glanced at Hiju, then said to Yang Dian, let's go into the ruins first. Yang Dian nodded and turned to Hiju, Teacher He, can I enter the ruins? Hiju smiled and said, of course. Then he went down with his captain to take a look. After speaking, Yang Dian didn't chat much and directly took Lin Mo into the ruins area. Sinking into the water. Chapter 2:18, Divine Civilization. Fleshfield. The divine civilization has been inherited for 80,000 years, with extraordinary power vaguely 1 to 2 levels higher than that of Earth. Seeing Yang Dian's curious gaze, Lin Mo pointed to the seabed to indicate continuing to dive and continued speaking. The inheritance I received is the water god inheritance. According to the inheritance, if you gather the faith of 1 million people for 300 years, you can trigger a super tsunami that stretches for hundreds of miles and reaches thousands of meters high. However, the power of the gods is without a root source. Once the power is consumed, it cannot recover on its own. It requires followers to pray and sacrifice day and night, providing the power of faith, and then purifying the power of faith into divine power, before it can be used as the strength of a god. This is considered the only weakness of the gods. In addition, gods also have advantages like longevity. Even wild gods with only a few hundred believers have never been reported to die due to old age. As long as there are believers, gods will not perish. Gods die only after the faith fades away. Yang Dian lowered his head and calculated. 1 million people's faith, for 300 years, could trigger a tsunami. If there were over 100 million believers, the time could be reduced by 100 times. Needing only 3 years to possess such power, Chapter 2:19, Entrustment. Just as Yang Dian was pondering how to harvest the faith from the west, Lin Mo, who had arrived at the back hall of the temple, waved at a piece of empty land. Then, a bronze floor tile was lifted by the flowing water, revealing a hidden compartment underneath. Lin Mo reached in and pulled out 3 thumb-sized golden crystals and 2 transparent crystals that were swept to him by the water. Lin Mo first handed the 3 golden crystals to Yang Dian, methods for the temple priest, divine guard, and divine servant's cultivation. Then he closed his eyes and held a transparent crystal. After a moment, a golden light emerged from the transparent crystal, gradually intensifying until it became dazzling. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo, with a pale face, handed the now golden crystal to Yang Dian. This golden crystal contains the divine inheritance I received from another world. When you have enough strength, perhaps you can find some suitable people to help them become gods. As he spoke, he tucked the other colorless crystal into his pocket. Yang Dian frowned as he took the golden crystal from Lin Mo. No matter how he looked at Lin Mo's actions, he felt like he was arranging for something after his death. Captain, are you worried about those in the country? Chapter 2:20, Actions. Thoughts. He was discussing the ruins with Wang Quan on the deck. The faraway Yang Dian took out his phone and dialed Zhong's number. He first mentioned the issues regarding dimensional gaps, planetary debris, and fragments, then changed the subject. By the way, Chief Han, what do you think about the financial groups, clans, and academic factions within the country? Hearing Yang Dian suddenly bring this up, Zhong couldn't help but frown and then said, financial groups, academic factions, and clans will never disappear, but they can all be controlled. As long as they do not violate the law, they can exist normally. We even encourage mutual assistance among friends and family to build a harmonious society. However, if any of the 3 violate the law or engage in actions contrary to secular moral concepts, we will not hesitate to take action to rectify them. Fairness will be the focus of our governance moving forward. At this point, Zhong changed the subject again. Actually, we have already begun to address the financial groups and academic factions. You should be aware of the uproar surrounding the medical Dr. 44 incident circulating online, right? Yang Dian nodded. Although I haven't had time to check the news, I know a bit. Chapter 2:21, Yang Leilei's talent information and contract object. As he stepped upstairs and opened the door, Yang Dian immediately saw Yang Leilei lying on his bed, propping her chin up with her hands, staring at the first-generation mech. Hearing the door open, both the girl and the mech turned their heads. Welcome home, pilot. Zero greeted as usual. However, for some reason, Yang Dian felt that the voice coming from the first-generation mech speaker contained more emotion. But before he could think too much about it, Yang Leilei had already gotten off his bed, barefoot, and came to his side, hugging his arm. Brother, why are you back? Yang Dian gasped, brushing off the goosebumps that had involuntarily risen on his arms after pushing Yang Leilei's hands away. Something was off. Very off. Extremely off. Did you cause some trouble again? I remember the last time you spoke to me like this was when you accidentally set fire to the pile of firewood in the backyard when you were 12. Tell me, is there another mess I need to clean up? Yang Leilei put her hands behind her back and kicked Yang Dian's shoe with her foot. Is this how you see your incredibly cute sister from the entire universe? Chapter 2:22, Ascending to Divinity. Qian Shueming's series of questions left Yang Dian a bit confused. Yang Leilei's talent was brought up by Qian Shueming in a new way that Yang Dian had never considered. He turned to look at Yang Leilei, whose eyes were also filled with confusion. Seeing her instinctively shake her head, Yang Dian replied to Qian Shueming's question, probably not. My sister's ability is likely related to the strength of her soul. Once her soul is strong enough, maybe we can look forward to it. At this point, Yang Dian formally asked Yang Leilei, can you still contract with other objects? Yang Leilei nodded and then shook her head. After contracting the first-generation mech, my head started to feel bloated, as if I was about to grow a brain again. She then made a fut sound, not that I'm going to grow a brain again. It's that the already smart Princess Lele is going to become even smarter. In short, she needed her head to stop feeling bloated before she could contract with the next target. On the other side, Chen Xueming, who received the answer, sighed with a hint of regret. Is it impossible? That's a bit of a pity. It would be great if we could contract with artificial intelligence. As soon as Chen Xueming finished speaking, Yang Dian couldn't help but interject. Chapter 223. When the time comes, heaven and earth will work together. Ascend to divinity. According to Lin Mo, at the moment he finished sorting out the inheritance, he saw the future. In that future, a tsunami obscured the sky and engulfed the seas of Fujian and Taiwan. Disasters fell from the dimensional gap, transforming into a shadowy mist that spread across the world with the sea breeze. Countless people died due to the mist, cities fell silent, and the earth lay in ruins. After seeing the future, he instinctively wanted to prevent all of this from happening. As he exhausted himself searching for a breakthrough, the concept of divine inheritance suddenly appeared in his mind. Perhaps it was the right time for everything to come together. He had just organized the divine inheritance, and there were still many aspects he only partially understood. Yet for some reason, he suddenly burst forth with a wealth of inspiration regarding the path of divinity. For example, how an ordinary person, with no faith at all, could become a god and ascend to the divine realm by following the natural order of the universe. To ascend to godhood, one must have the opportunity presented by the cosmic forces, gain the universe's recognition, and also abandon everything from the past. For instance, shedding the mortal coil, as Yang Dian murmured softly, Lin Mo, who had just stepped onto the first step of the divine ladder, took another step forward. However, this time, it was not his physical body that stood on the second step of the divine ladder. Chapter 224, Temporary Conclusion. Going to high school. Lei Ming swallowed hard. Is this the divine inheritance you mentioned to the think tank a few days ago? It's so powerful. Is this Earth or a mythical world? Can one change the world and suppress such a huge tsunami with just a wave of their hand after becoming a god? Why bother practicing martial arts or awakening talents? Why not just become a god directly? Yang Dian turned to look at Lei Ming. Uncle Lei, everything comes with a price. You saw my captain suppressing the tsunami with a wave of his hand, but did you not see that he abandoned his body, severed his emotions, memories, and soul, leaving behind nothing to become a god? He is indeed a god now, but he is a god without feelings, only knowing how to follow the rules. Whether he can regain his humanity is still unknown. At this point, Yang Dian pushed a little crab that had pinched his shoe back into the sea and continued, moreover, my captain's method of becoming a god is different from the one left by the divine inheritance. When the time is right, everything in the universe aligns. He walked this special path of divinity only under the global disaster that struck. An ordinary person can only slowly absorb faith and ascend to godhood step by step. Chapter 225, Reflections in the Sea. Half an hour later, by the sea. Yang Dian was holding Tong Tong, standing beside Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked somewhat incredulous. So, my dad became a god to save the earth. After saying this, she looked at Yang Dian in disbelief. You don't have to lie to me. I realized it long ago. My dad was always busy outside, but since he came back this time, he hasn't even gone to work, and has spent so much time with me. I sensed he was hiding something from me. So you don't have to hide it from me. Did something happen to him while he was on a mission? Is this just the last time he can accompany me? Yang Dian remained silent, simply pulling out a tablet from his spatial bracelet, pressing a few buttons on it before handing it to Lin Ling. Look for yourself. Lin Ling took the screen and saw the familiar figure standing amidst endless thunder and storms. After a moment, the video ended. Lin Ling pulled the progress bar back to the beginning and replayed the video twice. Then she looked at Yang Dian in disbelief. Is this video real? Not a movie? Without waiting for Yang Dian to respond, she took a couple of steps forward and walked into the sea. Chapter 226, Precious Wonders. Exhausted, much more energy than expected. Lin Ling and Tong Tong stayed at Yang Dian's house. Perhaps the term humanity anchor that Yang Dian mentioned was too important. On the day they moved in, the organization arranged for 2 city-level robots to be sent to Yang Dian's home. One was responsible for being a nanny for the adorable Tong Tong, while the other also acted as a nanny, taking young Lei and Lin Ling to school and ensuring safety at the school while they were there. This development was not unexpected for Yang Dian. After all, no one dared to take a gamble. Who knew what kind of changes would happen to Lin Mo, who had become the sea god, with Lin Ling emerging as his humanity anchor. For the organization, stability was the primary concern in the current situation. The sun rose in the east and set in the west, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Yang Dian, holding the snoring Tong Tong, lay on a lounge chair under a tree. He occasionally pulled out a can from his spatial bracelet and popped the precious wonders inside into his mouth. Once again feeling his stomach digesting the wonders in abundance, ready for the next, Yang Dian instinctively reached into his spatial bracelet. However, he came up empty. The last precious wonder had already been consumed. Chapter 227, Boundless Vitality, Invincible on the surface. Another 7 days passed. During these 7 days, apart from accompanying young Lei to the Orca Museum and playing with the young orcas for a day, and occasionally going out to guide his clan in martial arts, Yang Dian began his relentless journey to strengthen his power day and night. 7 days later, Yang Dian, who had his eyes closed while holding Tong Tong in the lounge chair, opened his eyes and suddenly said, "It's time to break through." He then got up, holding Tong Tong, and found his mother, who was washing vegetables in the kitchen. "Mom, can you hold Tong Tong for a moment? I need to go out." His mother was taken aback. "You're going out again?" Seeing the sudden worry on her face, Yang Dian smiled and said, "I'm not going out on a mission. I'm about to break through my strength. However, I feel that this breakthrough might cause quite a stir, so I plan to go out to see." Only then did his mother relax. After washing her hands, she took Tong Tong from Yang Dian's arms. "How long will the breakthrough take? When will you be back? Should I prepare dinner for you?" Yang Dian thought for a moment, then honestly replied, "The breakthrough won't take long, but after that, I plan to go abroad." Chapter 228, News from Third Uncle, Suspected Diamond Portal of Space Invincible on the Surface. Hearing those 4 words, everyone, Yang's father, mother, Yang Lei, Lin Ling, and third uncle, were all stunned. Only Tong Tong, who had just been picked up by Yang Dian, cuddling a little sheep toy in his arms, blinked her big watery eyes and looked around at the others, as if wondering why they were all frozen. After a long while, third uncle stammered, "Why did you suddenly become invincible? Jianzi, don't joke with me." Yang Dian took a piece of gummy candy from his spatial bracelet and fed it to Tong Tong before speaking. "Third uncle, I'm not joking. Of course, there is some exaggeration in what I said. Even if I am invincible, it is only a limited invincibility. For example, the high-tech weapons and war robots of the country are not to be underestimated. Compared to the entire national machine, an individual is still somewhat insignificant. There are also things underground and in the depths of the ocean that I cannot defeat." When it comes to the sea, Yang Dian also thought of the fire turtle. Since underwater volcanoes can transform into fire turtles, can the dragon veins of the earth transform into dragons? Can the Potala Palace, the Forbidden City, or even Mount Everest stand up? Yang Dian didn't know, but it wasn't impossible. Chapter 229, The Huaxia Pope's Team Building in Indonesia. After mulling over it for a while, the strange feeling in Yang Dian's heart dissipated. In fact, seeing fellow countrymen in that ghostly place of Indonesia was not surprising at all. Not to mention how many compatriots from Fujian and Guangdong are working hard in Indonesia. Just the martial artists and awakeners who have gone out from Huaxia are numerous. Some martial artists and awakeners feel that they can benefit from being under a big tree, so they join organizations. Some martial artists and awakeners are content with a mundane life. After registering, they begin their ordinary lives day after day, year after year. There are many of the first two types, but that doesn't mean they are all there is. What other types are there? Ambitious individuals who consider themselves extraordinary and refuse to be subordinate to anyone. Selfish individuals who act unscrupulously, prioritize profit above all else, and have no bottom line. Willing to abandon everything for their own interests. Even some cultists, who, after awakening, claim to be gods and take pleasure in killing as terrorists. Undoubtedly, these individuals are closely monitored within Huaxia. As long as they don't break the law, it's fine. Once they commit a crime or show tendencies toward criminal behavior, they will be arrested immediately. With a net of surveillance monitoring everything domestically, there is no soil for their development, so what can they do? Chapter 230, Relatives abroad. Money can make the devil push the mill. Under the pressure of Delua's tactics, even if Heidi was tempted by Yang Dian, she still conveyed Yang Dian's intentions to the crew. Thus, the plane landed on the runway on time. As Yang Dian walked out of the airport on time, he immediately saw figures waiting outside the special passage. Upon seeing Yang Dian, the figure who had been watching the special passage immediately raised his hand and waved, "Jianzi. Over here." Seeing the sturdy man with a scar at the corner of his eye, Yang Dian smiled and walked over to him. Before he could greet him, he was embraced by Yang Guxiong. "Hey, we finally waited for you." After hugging Yang Dian, Yang Guxiong let him go, then looked him up and down, and patted his arm. "Time flies. When I left, you were so small." He gestured with his hands and laughed. "At that time, you couldn't even speak. Now you've grown taller than me. I heard from third uncle that you not only awakened your talent, but are also a martial arts genius. Why are you here in this ghost place instead of practicing well in the clan?" Yang Dian was taken aback. "What, didn't third uncle tell you?" "Tell me what?" Yang Guxiong asked, puzzled. Chapter 231, Yang Dian. "I was joking but..." But Yang Guxiong looked at the photo with some reluctance. "But I feel like the people in the photo aren't that strong. They didn't even notice when Chwa sneaked up close to them and took a lot of photos. If they dared to do that, why can't we?" This is a difference in mindset. People who stay in the country generally seek stability. Even if they earn less, safety comes first. Those who go abroad pursue maximum profit. Don't talk about risks or dangers. As long as there is an opportunity and a chance to make money, they go all in. Both approaches are not wrong. It's just that their mindsets are a bit different. So Yang Dian took out a stack of documents from his spatial ring and handed it to Yang Guxiong. "Uncle Zhong. This is the information I got from the organization about those people, you can take a look." Yang Guxiong didn't take it, only staring curiously at the documents in Yang Dian's hand. "Where did you pull this out from?" Yang Dian tapped the ring. "Spatial ring, the latest technology in the country. It's quite similar to the storage rings in novels." After saying that, he placed the documents on Yang Guxiong's lap. "In short, those people in front of the diamond portal are all cultists and charlatans who have gone abroad from the country." Chapter 232, Lingji Plantation. Yang Dian's thoughts. Time flies. Before night fell, the convoy drove into a bumpy yellow mud road and finally stopped in front of a plantation surrounded by a 5-meter-high wall. Yang Guxiong leaned out of the car window and shouted to the guard post, "Open the gate." The iron gate opened with a creaking sound. Once seated again, Yang Guxiong said to Yang Dian, "It's been rather chaotic lately, so just to be safe, the gate is closed during the day." As the convoy entered the plantation, large greenhouses came into Yang Dian's view. This Lingji plantation was acquired by the clan 9 years ago, when they realized the revival of spiritual energy and the potential for ancient martial arts cultivation. Through our efforts over the years, we have expanded the Lingji garden to 300 acres, with 8,005 Lingji greenhouses, producing around 9,500 tons of Lingji annually. Since the revival of spiritual energy, the prices of medicinal materials have been rising sharply, and occasionally, 1 or 2 Lingji evolve into spiritual medicines. Thus, last year, the income from the Lingji garden was nearly 2.7 billion. After excluding labor costs, there was still about 800 million in profit. The land in the Lingji garden was purchased with clan funds, belonging to the clan estate, and most of the profits have to be given to the clan, leaving us with not much, but also not little. Chapter 233, The Illusory Mirror Door. After leaving the plantation, they flew southwest for a while. Suddenly recalling something, Yang Dian entered a state of unity with heaven and man and activated his radar. Sensing the increasingly clear guidance from the void, Yang Dian made a new wish and turned his body towards the seaside. The sea truly is a treasure. 3 kilometers offshore, Yang Dian submerged into the sea and arrived at a coral reef crevice emitting a faint blue light. He reached out and tapped the edge of the crevice. Suddenly, a sea slug, entirely blue and shimmering with colorful lights, appeared and wrapped around Yang Dian's finger. At the moment his finger was embraced by the sea slug, the vital energy covering his finger began to sizzle. Noticing that the protective vital energy was being consumed at a not-so-slow pace, Yang Dian looked down at the sea slug on his finger, deep in thought. The total amount of vital energy has increased, reaching over 10,000 zhong. But whether it's my vital energy, or that of Uncle Yu and Taoist Qingfeng, it seems that only the quantity has increased. While there has been some improvement in quality compared to the beginning, it's not much. So, can I focus on the quality aspect to enhance the destructive power of the vital energy? Chapter 234, The game. Just as Yang Dian was about to instruct Zero to send the recorded materials and related speculations to the think tank, he paused before speaking and looked at a piece of rotten wood by the river. From the perspective of perception and vision, it was just rotten wood. But just now, it emitted a different aura. A person. As the thought arose in his mind, the decayed wood suddenly trembled, and the dry branches began to extend, transforming into a figure resembling a person with cracked, yellowed skin, like withered tree bark. The pool of water beside the figure inexplicably splashed up a wave. Then, the wave gradually coalesced into a human shape, becoming a mature woman in a chipao, adorned with a floral hairpin. Upon seeing the two, Yang Dian's eyes suddenly contracted. According to the records, the two should have died 7 years ago. Yet now, they clearly exuded an aura that only city-level powerhouses could possess. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Some families in the country truly take this ancestral teaching as a profound truth. In his contemplation, Yang Dian saw the mature woman sway her figure and walk over to the figure formed from the dead wood. Sen Ji, has that Yang Dian arrived? Lin Sen shook his head. Chapter 235, Here to Fight. This was the first time the unknown egg clearly conveyed information to Yang Dian. However, Yang Dian was not prepared to comply with its intent. Just wait. I'll deal with everything before we talk. Finally, he looked down at the diamond-shaped mirror door, maintained his state of unity with nature, faced the morning mountain wind after the rain, and turned to leave. Just after Yang Dian left, 5 figures appeared at the cliff edge where he had just stood, each using their own methods. Ling Feng, you didn't sense it wrong. Are you sure someone was here? Li Lingfeng said nothing, just waved his hand to raise a gentle breeze. The breeze stirred up the dust on the ground, making Yang Dian's footprints even clearer. Seeing the footprints on the ground, Su Ling couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Since you sensed him, why didn't you say anything? Why wait until he left to mention it? Li Lingfeng glanced at Su Ling. Besides being an awakened one, I'm also a chi-gathering realm martial artist. Su Ling waved her hand impatiently. All right, all right. We all know you're a chi-gathering realm martial artist, and you're the only one among us who has achieved martial arts success. Stop showing off your strength. I'm asking why you didn't tell us someone was nearby until they left. Li Lingfeng looked at Su Ling as if she were an idiot, then waved his hand again. Chapter 236, Blood and Qi transforming into a dragon. Looking at Yang Dian's arrogant and casual demeanor, Su Ling was furious. her eyebrows raised. She had just uttered a word when she suddenly felt a wave of lethal threat rise. Before she could react, she saw Yang Dian casually curl his fingers into claws and reach toward her position. Then, an endless pain swept through her entire body. Looking down at herself, she discovered that Yang Dian had somehow struck her from over 300 meters away. He not only shredded her chapao made of silk that could withstand gunfire, but also left a nearly 5-centimeter deep claw mark diagonally across her upper body. Through the blood and flesh, her writhing internal organs were clearly visible. Su Ling did not see it, but Lin Sen, standing not far from her, clearly did. Yang Dian had somehow condensed 4 incredibly sharp blood and she dragon claws over 300 meters, and slashed through Su Ling's body from above. As his thoughts stirred, he controlled the crane to capture the dragon. Before Lin Sen could figure out how Yang Dian did it, a large hand made of blood and she appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Su Ling by the neck and pulling her in front of Yang Dian. A will that had not been tempered by blood and fire was this fragile. Chapter 237, Space, Coordinates. Lin Sen, bare and exposed, spat out a tooth. His gaze fixed on Yang Dian. I underestimated you. But you also underestimated me. As he spoke, Lin Sen, caught in the palm of the blood and she hand, suddenly vanished, leaving only a 3-centimeter long, 1-centimeter thick dry branch, still stained with flesh and blood, tightly held in the blood and she hand. Realizing that Lin Sen's aura had disappeared from his perception, Yang Dian couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. He had stuffed the dry branch into his body as a medium to activate his abilities. This old guy was ruthless enough to himself. If he was this harsh on himself, could he still be thinking about his wife and children? Was he not intentionally showing his weaknesses to others? Muttering a few words, Yang Dian jumped on the spot, flickering a few times until he reached Su Ling, who had her powers sealed. I heard Lin Sen say he always thinks of his wife and children at home, is that true? Su Ling glanced at Yang Dian, then closed her eyes and said nothing. Oh, playing the hero. As his voice fell, Yang Dian flicked his fingers. A hand made of blood and she fell onto Su Ling, severing her tendons and veins. A non-human howl escaped from Su Ling's mouth, startling Lin Xie beside her. Chapter 238, The Medicine Jar. As the low murmur fell, another crisp crack sounded. Looking toward the source of the sound, it was indeed the mirror door, centered on the unknown egg, that had cracked open a fissure. Then came the second and third cracks. After a few blinks, the mirror door was already filled with countless cracks. The girl on the other side of the mirror door was divided into innumerable pieces by the cracks. But the despairing emotion emanating from her grew stronger. So, what was she despairing about? Because of the coordinate leak. But didn't they want to come over? Before Yang Dian could think much further, the entire mirror door collapsed into countless pieces, with a final crisp sound of shattering. Countless mirror shards refracted brilliant colors in the sunlight, slowly becoming transparent, and finally vanished. The unknown egg, having lost its adhesion, fell to the ground. But just as it was about to hit the ground, it suddenly vanished. Feeling the added weight in his pocket, Yang Dian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The weight increased. His thoughts flickered a few times, and Yang Dian shifted his gaze back to Su Ling, who had lost too much blood and whose lips had turned pale. After taking out the specially made medicine and sprinkling it on her wound, Yang Dian continued to ask, Chapter 239, listening to the whispers of alien stars. After asking the three about some details, Yang Dian sent the gathered information to the think tank. He knew that once the information was sent to the think tank, the news would definitely leak. After all, the news of the Divine Path inheritance had leaked out this way. But even if the news leaked, what could be done? China is the trend now, playing it openly. Under the pressure of the trend, those families, even knowing the outcome, could only obediently wait for the result to arrive. He just didn't know if those old men would regret it now. Regret why they didn't split the eggs into more baskets, and instead went all in on China. If they had gone all in, they would still be powerful and influential, right? Lost in thought, the war robots brought the cultists back to Yang Dian one after another. As the last war robot returned, the war robot numbered 9501 stepped forward and raised its hand to salute Yang Dian. Commander, during this operation, we discovered 276 cultists. Captured 153 cultists, and killed 123 cultists, with none escaping. Please give your instructions. 9501, you all did very well. Although the war robots lacked intelligence, they still transformed their mosaic eyes into happy patterns upon receiving Yang Dian's praise. Chapter 240, Qinghai Lake, Green Python, Extraordinary Prison Revitalized. Yang Dian glanced at Su Ling, who had been speaking with a lack of interest, then turned to Qian Dao. Do you have a way to gather those black police and gangsters from Indonesia together? Qian Dao nodded honestly. There are our people among the black police, and the gangsters listen to the black police. It's simple to gather them. Then make a call to bring them together. Yang Dian did not intend to stay long in Indonesia. He planned to scour the various islands and coastal opportunities before moving on to other places. By the way, do you know where Lin Sen might go? Qian Dao shook his head. I don't know either. Usually, we go about our own business unless there's a major event, then we come together. After saying this, he looked at Lin Xie. Xie might know, Lin Sen is her uncle. Lin Xie lowered her head timidly. I also don't know. After going abroad, I've been familiarizing myself with my powers on a suburban farm, and haven't interacted with anyone. Just then, Su Ling suddenly spoke up. Lin Sen might call for reinforcements. Besides Lin Sen, we have 2 city-level forces. If we extract moose blood regardless of the cost, we could produce more than 6 city-level combat powers in a short time. Chapter 241, now. It's our turn to raise the banner of freedom. Seeing Han Zhong extend his right hand in front of him, Yang Dian felt puzzled, but still reached out to shake hands with Han Zhong. Then, he felt a genuine and firm grip. Although it had no warmth, it was still quite remarkable. Hello, Chief Han. After responding, Yang Dian sighed. I didn't expect technology to have developed so much now, allowing virtual projections to become tangible. Han Zhong smiled. It's just a small application of particle energy. He then sighed. Unfortunately, no matter how advanced technology becomes, it has its limitations. To this day, we have not found a way to solve the interference of unknown particles in spatial nodes, preventing high-tech weapons from entering alien planets. After blinking, Yang Dian said, have you ever tried having a spatial ability user create a completely independent space, and then bring equipment and instruments into the alien planet? Of course. We have tried. Han Zhong gestured to a nearby passage and continued, unfortunately, when a spatial ability user carrying a completely independent space approached a spatial node, the node exhibited a clear rejection response. Chapter 242, Taking in a Little Brother to Do Chores, Reflections on Techniques Night. After discussing some matters with Han Zhong, Yang Dian boarded the aerospace fighter again, and returned to the plantation. He waved at Liu Wei in the fighter. Liu Wei also gestured back to Yang Dian, then controlled the fighter to enter stealth mode, disappearing from Yang Dian's perception with a buzzing sound. Next to Yang Dian, Qian Dao rubbed his somewhat weak legs. Boss, is this the aerospace fighter from the mainland? With a cruising speed of 15 Mach, and a maximum speed of 23 Mach. The speed is ridiculously fast. But with such a small plane, it can't carry much ammunition, right? What combat power can it have? Qian Dao was pulled out of the extraordinary prison beneath Qinghai Lake by Yang Dian. Through the combination of a mental ability user and a gentleman orchid interrogation, Yang Dian unexpectedly found that this kid had a good conscience. He didn't gamble, visit brothels, or do drugs. Any money he had was sent to his mother back in the mainland, leaving only enough for his daily expenses. He had killed before, but those he killed were either enemies or deserved to die. After confirming he was basically harmless, Yang Dian took him out, planning to use him as a little brother. After all, sometimes, people from big families are indeed easier to manage. Chapter 243, Map of Mountains and Rivers Lost in Thought. The star material emerged and condensed in Yang Dian's hand. It transformed into a small sword, then a small knife, followed by a spear, halberd, heavy hammer, and giant axe, 18 common weapons of various kinds, all the weapons Yang Dian had seen, now evolving one after another in his hands. As the star material transformed into various weapons, memories of past experiences, and knowledge obtained from various channels resurfaced in Yang Dian's mind. Divine path inheritance, faith, divine artifacts, spiritual resonance techniques, devouring the masses to become gods, martial arts inheritance, techniques, martial skills, visualization methods for powerful gods, the path of transcending oneself, awakening mutations, awakening, alienation. Controlling extraordinary powers, yet with an uncertain future, just a fleeting glimpse of the knowledge system of alien world spirit patterns, the anger rune templates obtained from studying mutated octopuses. After the gathering of wind birds at the Chengdu spatial node, countless thoughts surged in Yang Dian's mind, and countless inspirations burst forth in his brain. But looking at the rapidly flashing panel in front of him, which seemed ready to end his life at any moment, he couldn't help but smile wryly. It was still a bit too forced, the accumulation was not enough. Chapter 244, Star Core. Star Core. Taking out an unknown biological egg, flipping it over, and looking at the golden star core embedded in it, Yang Dian was momentarily stunned. So the perfect material for the connection is the star core. Yang Dian reached out to tap the star core, but like before, he still couldn't budge it. It seemed so. After all, the star core itself is the most perfect divine object. Using it to carry, ignite the fire of will, to refine the map of mountains and rivers, or simply to use it as the core of the map of mountains and rivers, would be ideal. Then, all he needed to do was create a visualization method. And he could skip the step of visualizing the map of mountains and rivers. After all, the star core is the core of the map of mountains and rivers. Visualizing the star core igniting the seeds of civilization is essentially visualizing the map of mountains and rivers. So next, he should finish looking at the visualization methods and create a powerful visualization method for the seeds of civilization. However, another problem arose. How to pry the star core off this little thing? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the unknown biological egg disappeared from Yang Dian's palm and instead adhered to the back of his hand. Sighing, Yang Dian took it off his hand and said gently, "Share half of the star core with me." Chapter 245, National Affairs in Sacrifice and War, therefore. Fight to the end of the heavens. What joy does Lin Mo have? Feeling after reading God's Path Inheritance, realizing the innate method of becoming a god. What is Yang Dian's current happiness? Thoughts on inserting small star core fragments into large star core fragments. Originally, there was only a framework of the map of mountains and rivers, but it is being rapidly filled. It's like a skeleton gaining flesh, meridians, skin, and hair. In a short time, Yang Dian had a complete idea on how to refine the map of mountains and rivers. He recalled the refining process in his mind. He believed that as long as he followed the process, there would be no possibility of failure, and the map of mountains and rivers would have infinite growth potential. Just after the final version of the map of mountains and rivers was completed, Yang Dian sensed that vast, majestic aura, as if it could nurture all things. Slowly withdrawing from him, ultimately returning to the void, leaving no trace. Opening his right hand, he condensed a diamond star core with star material. Savoring the information he had just perceived, and Yang Dian nodded thoughtfully. The will of the world is just will, without consciousness. But it instinctively takes actions beneficial to the world. For example, actively invading alien planets and eroding alien dimensions. Chapter 246, The Great Expedition Era, We Are Ready. As Yang Dian's voice fell, the conference room immediately erupted into intense discussions. Is it a bit too radical? Although we are going to attack the alien planets, We haven't had time to develop them, and we are not prepared for multi-front warfare. Radical. We need to strike out, hit hard. Indeed. Since observing the spatial dimensional characteristic material 11 years ago, war has become unavoidable. Even if we don't erode other dimensional worlds. Other dimensional worlds will eventually set their sights on us. Rather than waiting for the enemy to come to our door and shatter our home, we should strike first and bring the battle to their territory. But our population is still too small, with only 14.08 billion people in the country, of which the population aged 16 to 59 only accounts for 60.9. The number of martial artists and awakened ones is even scarcer, and high-tech weapons cannot enter alien planets. So starting a total war now would be too costly. We cannot only consider ourselves, the Huaxia people, the non-human beings, and the civilization. The military's operations in alien planets are going quite well, and the lizard people are not as foolish as imagined. With a bit of practice, they can learn Mandarin quickly. Chapter 247, the fourth trait of the star observation technique, it is about the heart. After the meeting, that afternoon, Yang Dian returned to the Lingji plantation in Chayapura. He still had a sense of self-awareness. The helm of the Huaxia giant ship has suitable people, or rather, a suitable team in control. If he were to gesticulate at the helm, it would only be counterproductive. So it's better to go outside and continue to scour the world for precious treasures to enhance his strength. After bidding farewell to Liu Wei, who brought him to Indonesia, Yang Dian surveyed the plantation beneath him, confirmed that the plantation was operating normally, and there were no threats nearby. He entered a state of unity with the universe and began to visualize the stars from the place where his soul resides. Of course, most of his attention was focused on visualization. A small part of his attention was used to ponder other matters, such as continuing the unfinished achievements. The visualization method and the artifact dilemma had been resolved, and there was also martial arts gymnastics for exercising vital energy and blood. So next, he needed to work on the battle formations for group army operations and personal combat techniques. By the way, should I change my own visualization technique, star observation technique, to fire of inheritance? Speaking of which, stars are also suns, just farther away. Chapter 248, Sentenced to Death. Executed on the spot. The cheerful laughter in the presidential suite suddenly fell silent. Someone gasped, and the wine glass in their hand tilted involuntarily. But before the wine could spill, the blood dragon hand that pierced through Lin Sen's chest had already transformed into thousands of fine cowhair flying needles, piercing towards the 6 people present like a torrential rain. The burly man sitting at the dining table chewing something raised his eyebrow at the fine cowhair, and then took a deep breath, opening his mouth, raw. The minced meat in his mouth was instantly turned to powder. The sound wave swept through the room, devastating it into disarray, while also shattering the fine cowhair. The burly man glanced at the woman in blue beside him, and seeing her shake her head slightly, he raised a cow leg to his mouth. A martial arts master in the dragon transformation realm, doesn't he even dare to show his face? You're embarrassing the martial arts masters. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head, looking at the wall with a face full of terror. 5 blood-red claw marks, each several dozen meters long, seemed to come from the sky, cutting into the wall, sweeping through the entire presidential suite in an instant. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. With the sound of a hot knife cutting through butter, electrical appliances, furniture, and even the 4 awakened ones temporarily boosted to city level by deer blood were instantly cut into several segments by the blood-red claw marks. Chapter 249, The Man Who Lacks Romance. Yang Dian furrowed his brow in confusion. Reflecting on past experiences, he smiled again. Since he started practicing martial arts, it seems he really hasn't killed many people. Even including Charlie and his group of drug dealers, it was mostly about controlling and capturing them alive first. Apart from that, during routine patrol tasks, he would sometimes help elderly people cross the street, or hold a baby for a mom temporarily. Sometimes he would even help a child climb a tree to retrieve a feather ball. In such circumstances, is it really strange for others to misjudge his character? Adhering to the idea of eliminating the roots, Yang Dian asked again, "Who are those people you mentioned? How many people from your families are abroad, do you know?" Lan Cai shook her head. "I don't know. I usually look for opportunities in the sea during the day, and only go home to sleep at night. And I don't want to deal with the family's affairs. But those old men at home must know. After all, the power is in their hands." Yang Dian nodded, not asking further. Those old men are not his concern. The old men also know that the situation abroad is chaotic. So they generally stay in the country. After learning that they were willing to gamble the earth to extend their lives by letting the spirit pattern clan enter earth, the organization has already started to deal with them. Chapter 250, A Gift for the Green Python, the Forest of Norway. Being obedient is one thing. But there must be restrictions. After sitting in the extended seat of the airborne warplane with Lan Cai, Yang Dian continued, "Once we arrive, be honest about everything. If you haven't done anything illegal, the organization won't detain you for long." At this point, Yang Dian added, "In addition, you might consider whether to join the organization. There aren't many people who can be used in the organization right now, and joining would offer you good treatment. But it's hard to say what will happen in the future." Lan Cai turned her head towards the cabin window and shook her head slightly. "I just don't like dealing with various family matters. So I ran away to drift at sea alone. What is the difference between joining an organization and returning to the family? I still prefer to be free and independent. But from what you said, even if I haven't done anything illegal before, you still want to imprison me." Yang Dian smiled. "Who said you haven't done anything illegal? Don't forget that not long ago, you teamed up with Li Linwu and the others to attack me. Although it didn't succeed. You definitely can't escape a charge of attempted murder or attempted kidnapping. Plus, you knew my identity was special and still conspired with others to harm me." Chapter 251, Vengeful Spirit, Research Institute, Moose's Ability, Things Beneath the Lake. Moments later, looking at the vengeful spirit emerging from the dark valley. Towering 30 meters high and somewhat illusory, resembling a devilish figure, Yang Dian couldn't help but frown. "But in my perception and the guidance of the Earth's will, it hasn't died yet." Feeling the vengeful spirit's resentment that seemed capable of blocking out the sun, Yang Dian's frown deepened. If it hasn't died yet and is already filled with hatred, what would happen if it actually died? Of course, whether the Norwegian is dead or not has little to do with Yang Dian. What he cares about is that moose. After pondering for a moment, Yang Dian made a decision and took out a piece of seaweed emitting a faint green light. Flying it in front of the moose's vengeful spirit, "I mean no harm. In fact, after learning about your situation, I traveled a long way to save you." At this point, Yang Dian no longer concealed his aura. The vast energy emitted a scorching heat, illuminating the dark valley in front of him. "After all, with my strength, even if you become a vengeful spirit after death, I could still obliterate you, right?" The moose's vengeful spirit, which hissed from the heat of his energy, closed its fierce mouth, and its eyes cleared up a bit. Chapter 252, Upcoming Action, Harvest and Return Home. With a flick of his hand, a pebble the size of a goose egg, resembling transparent crystal, flew up from the bottom of the lake and landed in Yang Dian's palm. The pebble had no name before. After all, it had never been discovered by anyone. But now that it was in Yang Dian's hands, it was different. "Let's call you the Reflection Stone." True to its name, the crystal pebble, referred to as the Reflection Stone by Yang Dian, is a peculiar item. It is a kind of object that can capture images, and under specific circumstances, trigger historical projections. In simpler terms, it is one of the materials for refining the map of mountains and rivers. Additionally, Yang Dian verified a hypothesis of his own. That is, searching for peculiar items related to refining the map of mountains and rivers does not require consuming the love of Mother Earth. It can be said that she is pleased with Yang Dian collecting these peculiar items to refine the map of mountains and rivers. But what if I use this peculiar item to forge something else? With this thought, although there was no feedback, Yang Dian was almost certain. If he really did that, the love from Mother Earth would significantly decrease. If searching for a rare treasure requires a blessing amount of 1, using materials for refining the map of mountains and rivers to forge other super weapons might consume 10 blessings, or even more. Chapter 253, Yellow Mark. The moose is quite clever. When it first came out, it was a bit restless due to the drastic change in the surrounding environment, stamping its hooves a few times. However, upon seeing Yang Dian and sensing the affection emitted by young Lele towards it, its unease disappeared. It even lowered its head to gently nuzzle young Lele before walking over to Yang Dian and making a few mooing sounds. After spending some time together, although Yang Dian still couldn't understand what the moose was saying, he could easily detect the curiosity in its tone. It was probably curious about why the snowy mountains had disappeared and why it was so hot around. Just as he was about to explain, Yang Dian heard the little black cat that had sneaked onto his shoulder begin to meow. "Human," the moose said, "where is this place? It's so hot." Rubbing the little black cat, Yang Dian replied, "Tell the moose this is my home. I brought it back because I was afraid it would be harmed abroad. It can move freely here without worrying about being hurt." After saying that, Yang Dian added, "Also, let it know not to harm others." The little black cat meowed a few times with the moose, then rubbed against Yang Dian's neck. "Human," the moose said, "it never harms other small animals." Yang Dian was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Chapter 254, Low Martial Arts, Medium Martial Arts, High Martial Arts. The mark was yellow when not paying attention. It looked like a stamp in the corner of the panel. But upon closer inspection, it would evoke an inexplicable sense of anger from the depths of one's heart. Staring at it for a long time, as the anger value increased, one could also see the two-dimensional mark transforming into a three-dimensional structure. However, after becoming three-dimensional, it appeared somewhat incomplete and flawed. So, I clearly just wanted to deduce the next step for the 4 martial arts, but somehow ended up focusing on this angry mark. Complaining inwardly, Yang Dian glanced at the little black cat lying on the bed in a similar position to himself, except it had an extra tail, lying in a cross shape. He reached out to scratch the little black cat's belly, waking it up, and didn't dwell on it any further. Lacking comprehension, he could rely on talent. Since it had already been verified that relying on comprehension to cultivate traits is not impossible, but extremely difficult. Now is naturally the time to take a shortcut. With a thought, he achieved the unity of heaven and man. The energy on the panel instantly decreased by 25. In the place where the soul resides, a wisp of mist rose from the energy pool, enveloping his entire body. Then, the familiar body began to evolve in a way that Yang Dian couldn't comprehend. Chapter 255, The cleansing action officially begins. The next morning, after washing feet with Shisheng until late at night, Yang Dian got up from bed feeling refreshed. What? You ask why, after washing until late at night? He didn't just wash all night or sleep in the foot washing city. Asking is just acknowledging the bed. After going downstairs to eat a breakfast that Yang's mother had carefully prepared, Yang Dian picked up the already excited little black cat and looked at Yang's mother. "Mom, I'm going out for a few days." Yang's mother was taken aback. "Why are you going out again right after returning?" Yang Dian waved his hand. "Oh, it's all because of those mutated creatures causing a ruckus. They've been restless. So we're preparing to deal with them, and let them know who's in charge of this earth." Yang's mother still looked a bit worried. "Will there be any problems?" Yang Dian waved his hand. "What problems could there be? Your son is invincible on the surface." After speaking, he waved his hand to Yang's father, who looked worried but said nothing. "Dad, I'm going to work. If Lele and Tongtong look for me, just tell them I'll be back in a couple of days." With that, he walked out of the house, patted the heads of 2 yellow dogs, and gave a pat to the big moose before flying out of the village and boarding Liu Wei's fighter jet. The fighter jet hovered 1,000 meters high, then shot southwest. Chapter 256. Artillery fire cleanses the ground, technology withdraws, next is the time of warriors. Smoke billowed, and missiles rained down. A faint blue beam flashing between countless missile gaps brought a touch of sci-fi beauty to the apocalyptic battlefield scene. The birds in the forest sensed the danger, flapping their wings and screeching as they flew high into the sky. Those with good luck flew through the gaps between the missiles and soared into the heights, narrowly escaping with their lives. Those with poor luck, like those whose flight paths were ahead of the missile trajectories, were pierced through by a cold blue beam and fell helplessly from the sky. As the birds and beasts took flight, countless wild animals on the ground that sensed the danger also began to roar and gallop. This primitive forest, which had existed for countless years, seemed to come alive. Amidst the rolling smoke and dust, extraordinary attacks such as wind blades, lightning beams, and ice blades shot up from the dense forest towards the missiles. The vast majority of these attacks were locked onto the moment they left the forest and were extinguished by the faint blue beams fired from drones and mecha cannons. Only a small fraction, such as lightning, beams, and sound waves which were extremely fast and hard to detect, managed to hit the missiles and detonate them in the sky. Of course, this was just a tiny fraction. The missiles that were detonated prematurely accounted for less than 1,000th of the total. Chapter 257, Sinkhole, Underground Creatures, Night Battle. 8 Directions. Third trait. Yushan frowned. It's a bit dangerous. I suggest directly summoning space-based satellites for high-energy particle beam strikes. Yang Dian glanced at Yushan and smiled. Uncle Yu, look at me. As he spoke, his vitality surged sky-high, painting the world blood red. I'm very fierce. Yushan felt the scorching heat emanating from Yang Dian's vitality and turned to look at the dry green leaves nearby, unable to help but swallow. You brat. How did you train? Yang Dian snapped his fingers, creating a sonic boom, as he flew towards the core area of Shenongjia. Uncle Yu. With so many rare treasures of heaven and earth, I'm really not just eating for nothing. Following behind Yang Dian, Yushan counted on his fingers and then widened his eyes. A treasure of heaven and earth can increase your vitality by 10 zhong. You know, everyone's physique is a bit different. As Yang Dian and Yushan created sonic booms and left, Colonel Wu Feng of the rocket army beside the missile vehicle put away his binoculars and couldn't help but show an envious expression. This is a martial arts master. Extraordinary power resides within, achieving supersonic flight with physical strength, single combat power strong enough to destroy cities and annihilate worlds, obliterating armored brigades. Chapter 258, Mirror Wolf. After finishing contact with logistics, Yang Dian and Yushan landed and approached the mutated lizard. They dragged its tail back a distance and pulled its head out of the river. Although city-level individuals have strong vitality, they would suffocate if they couldn't access oxygen for long. Having finally caught a living specimen, Yang Dian naturally wouldn't let it drown. After the mutated lizard's head left the river, it turned its eyes, one vertical pupil fixating on Yang Dian, and Yushan standing beside it. Just as Yang Dian was about to scold it with a laugh, he suddenly felt a chill run down his back, an inexplicable sense of panic rising. He turned his head sharply to look behind him, then shuddered and gasped in shock. Damn! There's a picture, be cautious. In the dense forest, a humanoid tree creature was leaning over, facing Yang Dian and Yushan's direction, though it was uncertain if it was watching them. Damn! After cursing again, Yang Dian directly swung his blood-red hand, smashing the tree creature into powder. Yushan saw Yang Dian's action and couldn't help but smile. You're strong, but you still need to work on your courage. Yang Dian didn't respond, only cautiously looking around. Chapter 259, Peach Blossom Spring. Instead of waiting for Yang Dian to feed it, the mirror wolf, which had turned into an afterimage and swept away in a whirlwind, raised its head to gaze at Yang Jian's departing figure. It seemed puzzled as to why he suddenly went back on his word. They had clearly agreed that as long as it behaved, it would get to eat treasures, right? Yushan glanced at the mirror wolf's actions, nodding thoughtfully. Using rare treasures to lure Beast King-type creatures, and then gradually attempting to tame them seemed feasible. Recalling how Yang Jian had slapped the mirror wolf several times, knocking 3 of its wolf teeth out, he was convinced that absolute suppression over the Beast Kings was necessary. Otherwise, not to mention taming them. The moment the rare treasures were revealed, they would be swallowed by the Beast Kings. With his thoughts racing, Yushan quickly followed Yang Jian. The mirror wolf watched the 2 figures leave, and after a few hesitant steps on the river surface, it steeled its heart and followed closely behind Yushan. It sensed no malice from Yang Jian. Although Yushan initially had malice towards it, that had significantly diminished now. Coupled with the strong attraction of the rare treasure, it was enough for it to overlook some risks, or rather, willingly take some risks to pursue. Chapter 260. True vegetative state. The nearly 100-meter-high banyan tree shaded the sky. Its umbrella-like canopy covering a valley with a diameter of over a kilometer. Dappled sunlight filtered through the tree shade, casting brilliant beams of light on the forest floor. White deer, white apes, white wolves, white snakes, white bears, and white crows, hundreds of albino creatures leisurely wandered under the tree shade, occasionally playfully tussling with one another. Fierce beasts coexisted with herbivorous animals, yet no fighting occurred. Yang Jian even saw a newborn albino muntjac kneeling beside a white golden tiger, suckling its milk. Looking around the valley, Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. The albino creatures in this valley were extraordinary. Yang Jian could clearly feel that even the albino golden monkey, which had just been born and was only as tall as his calf, had a stronger aura than an ordinary person. They were all exotic creatures. He squatted down, picked up the curious albino golden monkey, and brought it close to him. Yang Jian then turned to Yushan. Uncle Yu, it seems we are still on Earth. Yushan nodded. Although it feels like we've crossed a spatial node, my strength hasn't been restricted, and I can still exert it fully. What Yushan said was exactly what Yang Jian wanted to express. Chapter 261. Always using that island as a metaphor. A few minutes later, the helicopter landed. Someone used a tether to tie a drone, launching it above the sinkhole before slowly descending. When it reached a height of 100 meters above the sinkhole, the drone suddenly shut off, spinning as it fell towards the sinkhole. The towing rope tied to the drone exerted force simultaneously, dragging it away from the sinkhole before it fell into the abyss. As the researchers retrieved the drone, Chen Zeng, who was temporarily acting as the leader of the second research group on the underground cave, arrived near Yang Jian and his companion. After landing, upon seeing the mirror wolf circling and sitting next to Yang Jian, he hesitated for a moment. However, he ultimately chose to trust the judgment of Yang Jian and his companion and approached them. Director Yu, Director Yang, I am Chen Zeng, the temporary leader of the second research group on the underground cave. After shaking hands with both, he took out a spatial wristband and handed it to them. This is a specially made disposable spatial wristband. After speaking, he pressed a blue button on the side of the wristband, and then a massive black cylindrical shadow appeared above them, as per Director Yang's request. We have brought a specially made dome, with a diameter of 500 meters, and a height of 10 meters to cover the sinkhole. Chapter 262. Drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Preempt the beast. This passage was intentionally left during the construction of the steel dome. Chen Zeng, who was brought to Yang Jian's side by Yushan, pointed to the passage under the door and introduced, following this passage, you can reach the midsection of the dome. And then you can observe the underground cave through a corner telescope. After saying that, he took out a high-brightness fluorescent stick and led Yang Jian and his companion into the passage. After walking down 5 meters into the midsection of the dome, the three arrived at a slightly narrow central passage. There were many observation windows on both sides of the passage, but at that moment, the windows were pitch black. Upon reaching the observation window, Chen Zeng took out another fluorescent stick and placed it into an inclined throwing passage nearby. After a moment, the fluorescent stick appeared in the leftmost observation window. As the fluorescent stick continued to fall, it appeared sequentially in the second, third, and fourth observation windows from left to right. Until the fluorescent stick disappeared in the ninth observation window, a shadow suddenly appeared and swallowed it. Chen Zeng explained, each observation window can observe a 100-meter area. The fluorescent stick disappearing in the ninth observation window indicates that there is an unknown danger 900 meters below the sinkhole. Yu Shan looked towards Yang Dian. Chapter 263, Now is now, later is later. As it fell from the sky, Yang Dian, who had just landed, surveyed the surrounding peaks that had been moved away and the towering steel city walls, and saw the approaching old Taoist Qingfeng starting to size him up. Yang Dian felt a bit uncomfortable under the old Taoist's gaze and couldn't help but speak first. What are you looking at, Taoist? I'm looking at how you managed to stab that 100-meter giant lizard with such a thin cowhair needle, the old Taoist replied candidly. How did you know that giant's weakness was in that spot? Yang Dian extended his right hand and pointed to his heart, then indicated his head. Listen with your heart. Feel with your spirit. The old Taoist showed a speechless expression. You still listen with your heart and feel with your spirit. Are you cultivating immortality? Yang Dian smiled. He was no different from cultivating immortality. Taoist, martial immortals are also immortals. Let me show you something fun. He spread his hand, and qi and blood surged from his palm, forming the yellow mark embedded in the panel. The old Taoist's anger flared up at the sight of the mark, and he instinctively placed his hand on the sword hilt, wanting to draw his sword to vent his anger. But at that moment, he regained his composure. Blessed be the infinite celestial venerable. Chapter 264, Collective Evolution. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, with a series of explosive sounds ringing in Yang Dian's ears. The ground began to tremble gently. Moments later, as the dust settled, a massive sinkhole with a diameter of nearly 800 meters came into view. After waiting for 3 minutes, seeing no movement in the sinkhole, Lei Ming flew to the edge of the sinkhole with a 20-something awakened individual. Yang Dian saw the awakened one take a deep breath, perform an epic exhalation towards the sinkhole, and then start coughing violently. After a moment, Lei Ming brought the awakened individual to a group of awakened ones, then approached Yang Dian and the others. Li Jiyu sensed 11 unknown biological scents at the sinkhole, perhaps fearing that someone would not know of Li Gu's talent. He added, he awakened a sensory talent, allowing him to distinguish organisms through smell. The three exchanged glances, and then Yang Dian spoke. Uncle Lei, just act according to the plan. You guys or the anti-aircraft guns will handle the underground creatures below city level, and we'll take care of the city-level underground creatures. If we can't manage, we'll use space-based satellites for strikes. Lei Ming nodded, then transformed into a streak of lightning and flew to the edge of the sinkhole, taking out an oversized speaker and lowering it into the sinkhole, then took out a spatial wristband and smashed it directly. Chapter 265, Should I avoid its sharpness? No. It shouldn't be called a collapse. It should be said that there are underground creatures excavating soil and rock, causing the soil and rock on both sides of the sinkhole to fill inward. They are constructing a passage from the bottom of the sinkhole to the surface. As soon as Yang Dian's words fell, a circle of azure light erupted from the sinkhole, rapidly expanding beyond the mountains. The drones in the sky fell in droves, and the few missile vehicles on the ground fell silent. The new wristband that Yang Dian had just put on began to emit a burnt smell. Heavy footsteps echoed from the sinkhole passage, and Yang Dian frowned and said, "Those guys underground are so smart. They know to send a pulse wave to clear high-tech weapons before showing themselves." Old Taoist Qingfeng also frowned and said, "Is it possible that this blue pulse wave only represents a kind of deterrence underground? The stronger the power, the stronger the pulse wave. They themselves don't know that the pulse wave can destroy our technological weapons. They are just habitually displaying their strength." Yang Dian nodded. There is that possibility. During the conversation, the heavy footsteps grew closer. Amid the heavy footsteps, Yang Dian also heard many nimble running sounds. Chapter 266, Want to Learn. I'll teach you. As his voice fell, Yang Dian transformed into a golden afterimage, and landed on top of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. With a snap, the cold blue scales, which had withstood triple supersonic armor-piercing bullets without sustaining any damage, were shattered by Yang Dian's claw. Light blue blood with strands of electric arcs splashed out from the broken scales, landing on Yang Dian's dragon scales and corroding with a sizzling sound. On the city wall, Lei Ming stared blankly at Yang Dian transforming into a golden afterimage, leaving claw marks on the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and couldn't help but become dazed. Wait. How did he become so strong? Although it was already exaggerated before, it wasn't this exaggerated. What happened to his qi and blood? Why did it turn golden? I've never heard of qi and blood being able to mutate. Old Taoist Qingfeng waved his hand, and qi and blood swept up leaves, transforming into a sky full of green swords, piercing towards the rushing black raptors. The old Taoist doesn't know. But it probably has something to do with the anger stone tablet that Shen Fei researched. Yang Xiaozai silently comprehended the angry mark to a profound level, and had special means to avoid being affected by anger. Under the influence of the mark, his vital energy transformed into a golden color. Speaking of this, he smacked his lips. Chapter 267, Entering the Pit, into the underground cavern. After swallowing 3 small blue potions in a row, he found that he had not replenished much of his consumed vital energy. The small blue potions that once provided him with significant enhancements now only served to stave off hunger. His strength had increased, but the consumption was also growing larger. Muttering to himself, Yang Dian took out a small red potion. The small blue potion was made from the flesh of mutated cockroaches mixed with various herbal medicines. Its properties were relatively mild, suitable even for ordinary people. The small red potion, on the other hand, was primarily made from the blood and flesh essence of the lizard-man deity, with supplementary materials from extraterrestrial giant beasts. Its properties were violent, suitable only for martial artists at the blood-smoke realm and above. Thus, the lizard-man deity ultimately became a source of flesh and blood. Now, it was in a perfect cycle of cutting flesh and bleeding to recover from injuries, then continuing to cut flesh. After swallowing a small red potion, the flesh essence rapidly transformed into energy under the erosion of stomach acid, absorbed by the body, and converted into the extraordinary vital energy of martial artists. Half an hour later, after consuming 10 small red potions, Yang Dian patted his belly and stood up. The lizard-man deity was still fierce. His half of the vital energy, if converted, was roughly comparable to the total vital energy of 2 old men. This consumption was indeed replenished by 10 pieces of small red potions. Chapter 268. The Underground World, Blue Crystal Stone. In his thoughts, the group walked down an enormous cavern, not knowing how far they had gone. Along the way, they dodged countless ambushes and killed numerous underground creatures. In any case, Yang Dian had not retrieved his starry flying sword since releasing it. Even though Yang Dian had directly eliminated threats at the bud stage, the atmosphere in the team still felt somewhat heavy. Darkness, vastness, and an endless view seemed to place people in an eternal dark cavern, evoking feelings of loneliness. The endless cries of underground creatures before they died added a touch of horror to the solitude. The pervasive interference from the special magnetic field underground constantly pressed on everyone's nerves, making them feel irritable and wanting to chop something to vent. Until they turned a corner, and a sound of rushing water echoed from afar. It jolted everyone's spirits. They quickened their pace towards the direction of the water sound. A moment later, upon finding the river, they arrived at a cliff. Then, a remarkably beautiful underground world appeared before their eyes. The cliff was at least 1,000 meters high, and the rushing river turned into the Milky Way from Li Bai's poetry, engulfed in a ghostly blue glow, cascading into the underground world. The dome of the underground world was covered with plants resembling eggplants, emitting a fluorescent blue light. Chapter 269, Underground Temporary Settlement, Going to the East Japan. There were not many treasures in the underground world, only two types. One was a crystal parasitic vine, entirely purple, living within other plants. The other was a gemstone shrimp, hidden in the cracks of riverbed rocks, resembling a ruby sculpture, only the size of a fingernail. After collecting the two treasures, Yang Dian followed the guidance and flew towards the last target. After flying for a while, even from a distance, Yang Dian saw a dim yellow light abruptly appear in his field of vision. At the same time, the surrounding temperature began to gradually rise. If Yang Dian was not mistaken, the oxygen content in the underground, which was already higher than that on the surface, was increasing again. Such a significant change in the celestial environment must be due to some kind of treasure. What powerful beings might be guarding such treasures? The Tyrannosaurus I killed. In contemplation, the distance beneath Yang Dian's feet rapidly disappeared. In no time, Yang Dian flew closer and finally saw what that dim yellow light was. It was a desert. A desert that wriggled, glowed, and continuously emitted light and heat, with a golden yellow color. The desert had a diameter of about 5 kilometers. In the center, at a height of 100 meters from the ground, floated a fist-sized stone, entirely brown. Chapter 270, Understated. 55 items. As soon as Yang Dian entered the airspace above East Japan Island, he sensed the remaining treasures and oddities on the island. Among them were 26 treasures and 29 oddities. The treasures were mostly distributed in the near-sea area, while the oddities were scattered throughout the island. In addition, there were nearly 1,000 locations of opportunities scattered around. These opportunities were not treasures or oddities, but rather ordinary spiritual medicines or fruits, or certain useful items. Relying solely on himself to collect opportunities seemed a bit of a waste of time. After pondering for a while, Yang Dian took out a new communication bracelet from his spatial wristband. Activating the bracelet, he opened the map. Yang Dian first marked the approximate locations of the 55 treasures and oddities and sent them to Liu Wei. Wei Ge, we need to go to these places. Liu Wei was momentarily stunned upon receiving the locations. Are there good things in these places? Is the guidance truly that magical? While Yang Dian continued marking on the map, he answered Liu Wei's questions. It really is useful. The treasures that have managed to remain undiscovered until now are either well hidden or possess special abilities. Without consuming the Earth's guidance to obtain hints, it would indeed be quite difficult to find them. Chapter 271, What Matters is Efficiency. After spending a pleasant post-war holiday at home, Yang Dian set off again on his journey to collect treasures and oddities. However, unlike his previous treasure-collecting journey in Norway and Finland, where he relied on the 4 hooves of moose, this time, Yang Dian chose to deploy 6 aerospace fighters to shuttle him around 24 hours a day. Time was tight, and the tasks were heavy. No one knew when the next dimensional invasion would break out. Therefore, Yang Dian, who bore the hopes of all humanity in his own view, naturally began to intensify his collection of celestial treasures. With the aerospace fighters traveling at 15 times the speed of sound, Yang Dian began to harvest treasures at the rate of 1 every 3 minutes. 1 every 3 minutes, 20 every hour, and with 24 hours of continuous operation. That amounted to 480 pieces. After 2 weeks of continuous collection, Yang Dian amassed a total of 237 pieces of celestial treasures. Over 80 of these treasures came from oceans and lakes, with less than 20 obtained from land. Of course, not all treasures on Earth were collected by him alone. In addition to these 7,000 pieces, there were still many treasures remaining on Earth. For example, beneath the glacier in the Arctic and Antarctic, and in the depths of the ocean trenches, there were still hundreds of treasures buried. Chapter 272, A Perfect Anatomy Class. Following Shen Fei into the classroom, Yang Dian suddenly paused his steps. He wondered why Shen Fei would bring him to class for no reason. It turned out to be an anatomy class. It's still live dissection. As for the dissection subject, a mutated super guangdong double-tailed. One mutated cockroach after another is being tightly bound to the dissection table by nanobundles, with only the antennae on their heads left free. The agile antennae occasionally brush against several female students, causing them to erupt in goosebumps and scream in surprise. Additionally, the armory has indeed been fully operational. The mechs that couldn't be fully deployed a few months ago can now be arranged in schools to protect students during experiments. Shen Fei is attending a large class, and many people are present. Standing on the podium, Yang Dian took a quick glance and accurately counted the number of attendees, 229 people. At this moment, 229 individuals are gathered around 23 dissection tables, each bound with a mutated cockroach, and beside each dissection table stands a mech with its eyepiece lit up. If the cockroaches managed to escape, the mechs would make quite a noise, which could easily damage the equipment. Please keep an eye on that. Yang Dian couldn't help but chuckle. I said, Professor, you invited me to class so you could use me as a heavy hitter. Chapter 273, Who else but me? Perhaps sensing Yang Dian's thoughts, the unknown biological egg that Yang Dian pinched a couple of times trembled. Then the few remaining silver threads on its back began to disappear at a visible speed. At this rate, in about 2 hours, the silver threads will be completely devoured by it. Little thing, so you were slacking off all along. Muttering this, he stuffed the unknown biological egg back into his pocket. Yang Dian then turned to look at the 5 girls surrounding him, who hadn't left even after the class bell rang. After glancing at them, he looked back into the dissection room, where other students were pretentiously cleaning dissection equipment, but occasionally stealing glances in his direction. There are mostly male students. Very few female students. Realizing something, Yang Dian smiled and looked at the triplets and the girl in traditional dress. You seem to be quite popular. The enthusiastic Pikachu puffed out her chest. The triplets are so pretty, who wouldn't be interested? Following closely, Jigglypuff added, only certain people don't look at us properly, not even bothering to ask our names. Squirtle nodded. My name is Wang Yao Yao, easy to remember. Pikachu, I'm Wang Lin Lin. Chapter 274, Letting the Tiger Go Free. Space Research Institute, Quantum Superposition State. Before Shen Fei finished speaking, as soon as he mentioned dissection, the unknown biological egg had already vanished from Yang Dian's fingertips. He snapped his fingers, feeling somewhat helpless. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I can't find a second unknown biological egg. Although there are many unknown biological eggs in the crystal mine, they seem to be like illusions. No matter how I touch them, I can't reach them. Maybe they exist in a different dimension, a different space from me. While chatting, they arrived at the helipad outside the research building. Just as Yang Dian was about to board the aircraft with Shen Fei, a long and ethereal call came from a distance. Looking up towards the orca pavilion, Yang Dian pondered for a moment and said, the tiger whale has grown up, it can fly now, the orca pavilion is too small for it. It can't even swim happily. Now the waters of Huaxia are protected by our captain, should we release it? Shen Fei pondered for a moment and nodded, the tiger whale is family. Previously, we transferred an awakened one with emotional perception abilities from headquarters, and she has been guarding the orca pavilion for a month. She didn't sense any malice from the orca, only affection towards its loved ones. Chapter 275, Dimensional Concept Creatures, Lower Dimensions, Breaking Out of the Cocoon into a Butterfly. Hearing Wang Xiuji's inquiry, Yang Dian carefully described the process of obtaining the unknown biological egg. After confirming the details multiple times, Wang Xiuji looked at the others. Then, many terms he didn't understand came through the headphones hanging on Yang Dian's ears. For example, dimensional overlap, observation factors, existence concepts, timeline splitting and integration, Schrödinger's egg. He knew about Schrödinger's egg. After a long while, the arguing in the headphones ceased. And Wang Xiuji shared the results of their discussion with Yang Dian, based on your experience in the dimensional mine and our observational research. We can basically confirm a few things. First, the unknown biological egg in your hand should be a kind of multidimensional creature that can traverse different dimensional spaces. The countless unknown biological eggs you saw in the dimensional mine are actually all it. However, those are just its manifestations in different dimensions, essentially. They still exist in other dimensions. That's why you couldn't touch the other unknown biological eggs. Second, it wanders in dimensions and has certain conceptual attributes. And it has anchored its own existence concept onto you. Chapter 276, Premature Dimensions, The World Beyond the Space Curtain, The Great Expedition Era. Dazed by countless butterflies swirling around him, Yang Dian dispelled the blood and star armor around him and couldn't help but say, "Stop it. You're making my eyes dizzy." The butterflies flying around him instantly vanished, leaving only one butterfly resting on his fingertip, gently trembling its wings. Seeing that Yang Dian's gaze fell upon it, the butterfly immediately fluttered its wings shyly, as if trying to hide its body with them. While Yang Dian was pondering how to use this butterfly, a strand of hair behind his head suddenly swayed twice, and then transformed into starry tendrils that reached out towards the butterfly. Unfortunately, even though the butterfly had broken out of its cocoon, it still retained the ability to use spatial powers. The tendrils shot directly towards its body. At the same time, Yang Dian received the consciousness information from Dudu. How annoying. Surprised by Dudu's thoughts, Yang Dian couldn't help but chuckle. Dudu thought the little butterfly was a rival for his affection. He reached out to pinch Dudu's starry tendrils and said with a smile, "Why are you sulking with it? You're my little treasure, fused with my spirit and flesh." Dudu retracted its tendrils and instantly perked up. But before it could enjoy its happiness for 2 seconds, the dimensional butterfly flapped its wings in response to Yang Dian's comfort. Chapter 277, Closed-Door Meeting, Prelude to Extraterrestrial Expansion. 3 hours later, in the auditorium, Yang Dian entered through the side door, walked onto the high platform, and surveyed the crowd in the hall. There were many people. Representatives from the military, civil organizations, think tanks, Extraterrestrial Management Bureau, Armed Security Bureau, Public Security Bureau, Cultural Promotion Department, Foreign Affairs Department, and research institutes were all present. Anyone of significance had representatives sitting in the hall. Those nearby attended in person, while those farther away, who couldn't make it in time, or were delayed by urgent matters, participated via holographic projection. Yang Dian's gaze swept across the crowd and briefly paused on the only young person in the research department, who seemed to be about the same age as him. He must be Dr. Bai, right? Thoughts swirling in his mind, Yang Dian exchanged a nod with him. He then stepped forward to the podium and stated directly, "You all know the reason for the meeting. The dimensional biological eggs have hatched, and the gate to the alien world of the Spirit Pattern clan can be opened at any time. Therefore, today's sole meeting topic is alien exploration." After clarifying the theme of the meeting, Yang Dian tapped the podium. 3 high-definition photos then appeared on the large screen behind him. The first showed a Spirit Pattern clan girl slumped against the hazy spatial passage, her eyes filled with despair. Chapter 278, Alien Information Collection, Fantastical Creatures. The world begins to get chaotic. More than an hour later, the preliminary plan for alien exploration was completed. Once the plan was set, the subsequent matters would temporarily have nothing to do with Yang Dian. After all, personnel, materials, and military supplies were all handled by specific personnel. Diplomatic matters were also managed by the Foreign Affairs Department. Yang Dian only needed to open the spatial gate at the appropriate time and send the corresponding people or items over. Like now. Spatial Science Academy, Cosmic Space Observation Room. Yang Dian communicated with the dimensional butterfly to open a spatial passage less than half a centimeter in diameter. The nanoelectronic worms that had been ready by Yang Dian's side transformed into fine threads and streamed into the passage. Moments later, snowflakes flickered on the wall screen, and images began to appear. Towering cliffs, emerald-like oceans, bizarre plants, fantastical animals. As the images captured by the nanoelectronic worms increased, the brows of everyone in the room gradually furrowed. Because up to this point, all the captured images were of high mountains. Without plains, how could they cultivate properly? While waiting, a nanoworm quickly ascended. The crowd's brows then relaxed. Chapter 279, Dimensions of Space. Focusing closely, the world gradually split in front of them. One part was the illuminated night sky. The other part, beyond the night sky, was a drop of light purple liquid captured by Earth's gravity, falling towards Yang Dian's direction. The dimensional gap and dimensional erosion, so this was how it was. To put it simply, if the universe is likened to a lake, then the surface of the lake is the observable universe. If various planets are compared to leaves, the observable universe consists of countless leaves floating on the lake's surface. On the boundless lake, countless leaves emit their sense of existence, while many others drift with the current. The original Earth was a weightless leaf drifting on the lake's surface. Until one day, 11 years ago, the Space Research Institute observed the existence of this leaf called Earth. To manifest its sense of existence, the leaf gained weight. Thus, centered around it, new ripples formed on the lake's surface. The ripples activated dormant materials, causing Earth to undergo a revival of spiritual energy. And the world became different from then on. With weight, to avoid sinking to the bottom of the lake, the Earth leaf began to move on the surface of the lake. Chapter 280, Just keep fighting, I've got your back. Hearing Yang Dian say this, the girl became nervous again. Are you some important person being closely protected? If I chat with you so closely, won't I be taken away for questioning? Yang Dian originally wanted to tease the girl, but seeing the crowd approaching him through the throng, he waved his hand at her. We'll talk later. Just then, under the leadership of Sheng Jinan, the director of the Alien Management Bureau in Nanjing City, 5 squads of members in the bureau's uniform had already stood before Yang Dian. Director Yang. Watching them salute in unison, their eyes filled with admiration like fervent fans looking at their idol, Yang Dian couldn't help but wave his hand. Time is tight. And the task is heavy, no need for all this. First, disperse the crowd to avoid affecting them during the battle. Especially here, where the crowd is large. A stampede would be troublesome. Yes. Everyone responded and began to disperse the crowd that had gathered around, many already pulling out their phones to take pictures and videos, or even starting live broadcasts. Sheng Jinan then approached Yang Dian, glancing at the girl beside him, who was trembling like a quail while holding her phone, and nervously spoke to Yang Dian. Chapter 281, The Indestructible Jelly Monster. Martial arts to the extreme can slay immortals. The barrage in the girl's live stream paused for a moment, then flooded with comments like Big Boss is awesome. With a strike of Yang Dian's chi and blood, the jelly monster was shattered into pieces, falling to the ground with a splat. The purple jelly on the roof wriggled a bit, grew eyes and sharp fangs, and began to feast on the spot. Those on the roof were gnawing on tiles and eaves. Those that fell to the ground were eating floor tiles and dirt. Those hanging from tree branches were munching on leaves and branches. Those that landed in the Qinhuai River began to drink water greedily. The first one that bit into an iron pot, after finishing it, started eyeing metal. Their colors also began to change according to the items they consumed. The ones eating dirt turned brown, those drinking water became transparent, the ones munching on plants turned green, and those devouring metal became bright silver. As time passed and their consumption increased, their sizes grew larger. Jelly monsters of the same color could merge when they touched, forming even larger entities. Sheng Jinan, who had rushed to Yang Dian's side, swallowed hard. Director Yang, wasn't that monster cut into many pieces by you? How can it still split into so many smaller parts? Yang Dian casually flicked away a jelly monster that lunged at him, reached out to grab one that was sneaking along the riverbed. About to slip out of his consciousness range. Chapter 282, Fusion and Upgrade. As dusk fell, heavy rain poured, and the day was quiet. Sitting in the pavilion at the top of Purple Gold Mountain, watching the purple-blue lightning flickering in the clouds, Yang Dian blinked, recalling certain scenes from novels. Electric energy is also a form of energy. In novels, one can increase their strength by absorbing electricity. Can I create a technique that uses electricity for enhancement? Cultivating martial arts, in essence, is an evolution of life's essence. Since I can evolve blood cells, can I create a technique to evolve electric cells? Electric eels have only 5,000 to 10,000 electric cells, yet they can release 6 to 800 volts of electricity. If I become an electric person, transforming 30 to 40 trillion cells into electric cells. Thinking of that image, Yang Dian shook his head again. Forget it, forget it. There is still time to create a technique. I should first focus on my own matters. Condensing stellar material into 5 copper coins. Yang Dian pondered his future path in martial arts while manipulating the coins with his dragonclaw hand. Martial arts is also a path, if it is a path. Then it can control the natural order of heaven and earth. With the harmony of heaven and man technique, I can now hear the sounds of heaven. Can I master the 5 elements in the future? Chapter 283, Comprehensive Unification. Body is ripe, casually tossing a rare fruit that looked like a cherry into his mouth. Yang Dian shifted his focus back to the remaining martial arts skills. Dragon Claw Hand, Mixed Yuan Power, Star Observation Technique, Night Combat in all directions. Dragon Claw Hand is, after all, the first martial art, so he will keep it. He will comprehend the other skills, extracting their essence and discarding the dross, to upgrade his little treasure. Mixed Yuan Power is a technique that integrates bodily strength. Thinking about it, it could also be added to unity of heaven and man. He can cultivate while controlling his power. As for Star Observation Technique and Night Combat in all directions, after pondering for a moment, Yang Dian's little brain sparked with an idea. Night Combat in all directions is said to be a sword technique, but it only has basic sword moves. It actually trains the 6th sense. It mainly focuses on predicting your opponent's predictions. When you reach out with your sword, you will run into it yourself. Since it trains perception, it can be merged into the Star Observation Technique. In addition, visualization techniques like sun and moon shining together, 5 elements, rotation, mountains, and rivers suppressing the sea, divine protection, can also be integrated. The stars visualized by Star Observation Technique are stars, but also more than just stars. They are a gathering of one's own thoughts. Chapter 284, Strategic Objectives. After communicating with Yushan about the specific situation, Yang Dian first sent a message to the Space Research Institute that he was going to the border of Huayin. Then he didn't contact Liu Wei, but prepared to fly himself. After integrating everything he learned, Yang Dian felt that his strength had improved significantly. As for the specific extent of his abilities, he would have to verify it step by step. With a thought, his magnetic field embedded into the Earth's magnetic field. After slowly flying a few hundred meters off the ground and confirming that he wouldn't affect others around him, Yang Dian shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the thick clouds and enjoyed the sunset above the high skies. 3 seconds, 6,000 meters, 2,000 meters per second, 588 Mach. And this wasn't even the limit. Muttering to himself, Yang Dian opened his wristband and began to learn. What to learn? Of course, how to increase flying speed to the maximum under the same conditions. Firstly, he would change the structure of his magnetic field, optimizing it to a spiral or ring shape to concentrate magnetic field energy and increase propulsion efficiency. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally smooth magnetic field under Yang Dian's control became a bit pointed. His instantaneous flying speed doubled. Blood surged to the surface of his body, countering the damage caused by air friction during high-speed flight, while Yang Dian continued to learn. Chapter 285, What are you babbling about? Yes. Yushan did not hide the purpose of this action, the situation in Asan is quite complex. The caste system and federal system have led to severe social fragmentation. After 2 recoveries of spiritual energy, they have a total of 13 city-level combat powers, including 12 awakened and 1 ancient cultivator built up with the wonders of heaven and earth. Among the 13, there are 3 Brahmins and Kshatriyas, and 6 low-caste individuals who have been bought off by them. In total, there are 9 high caste members from the Brahmin and Kshatriya faction, and these 9 are the ones who came this time. Among the remaining 4, 1 low-caste individual formed a resistance army, and the other 3 are from Assam, Kashmir, and Balochistan. The low-caste resistance army is fighting for power, while those states have been clamoring for independence. Once the Brahmins and Kshatriyas lose power, and the high-end combat strength can no longer suppress them, internal turmoil in Assam will become inevitable. The rare fruit of body, while good, is just a fruit. It would be best to obtain it, but if not, that's fine too. However, our strategic objective must be completed. As Yushan finished speaking, Lei Ming landed on the cliff top amidst flashes of lightning. Chapter 286, Dudu, who likes to compete and get jealous. The earth trembled and collapsed, and 4 streams of light rose from the collapsed cavity. Mountains and rocks surged from the earth's veins, consuming a large amount of vegetation to gather into a sphere, growing limbs and a head. Translation: what kind of power could possibly be that strong? As Sana Sokka's surprised voice echoed, Yang Dian also looked curiously at the cavity. There is some power here. No wonder they dare to call themselves Indra. They can actually take one of my moves without dying. In admiration, the anger rune imprinted on a cell at Yang Dian's fingertip suddenly expanded, igniting his blood with a surge of angry power, transforming it into a dazzling golden color. His fingers curled into claws, and golden dragon claws and scales grew from his fingertips. With a casual wave, 5 golden claw marks tore through the air like lightning, creating a sharp wind howl as they sought the trace of Rajput and delved deep into the earth, as if to turn the entire land upside down. However, just as the claw marks were about to shred Rajput, the ground around Rajput suddenly began to surge violently, wrapping him up and narrowly avoiding Yang Dian's attack. Chapter 287, Body Seed in Hand, Yushan prepares to descend into the underworld. The battle ultimately ended amidst the triumphant sounds of the giant starry jellyfish. Brahma was hammered into a pancake by the sonic tentacles, and in the end, he disintegrated into smoke, allowing Sana Sokka to escape. Before fleeing, the giant jellyfish even reached out and left behind half of the golden smoke. This means that Sana Sokka can still condense Brahma, but the size of Brahma will be half of what it was originally. One could consider it a new Brahma. After retracting the stellar material that would become the giant jellyfish into his body, Yang Dian tossed the accompanying rare object of the golden worm to Lei Ming, then looked at the last city-level combat power from the Indian Federation that Yushan had captured alive. The few of them exchanged glances, and the last city-level individual from the Indian Federation was bagged and tossed aside. Sana Sokka escaped, and letting him go would achieve the strategic objective. Yang Dian pinched Dudu's umbrella. Speaking of which, can there be a fight on Asan's side? Lei Ming laughed. It would be best if they could actively start a fight. If not, they have to start one anyway. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Forget it, let us not discuss this. It's not something we should consider. Let the organization and think tanks worry about it. After chatting a bit more, they finally looked at the body seeds that were about to ripen. Chapter 288, Riding a Killer Whale on a Business Trip. Little Tiger Jew, somewhat unconvinced, sprayed a puff of water mist at Yang Dian with the paws on its back, then spread its wings and flew into the air. It even looked back repeatedly at Yang Dian, making short calls as if urging him to catch up quickly. Yang Dian smiled and looked at Zhao Yuhong, who seemed to be watching a child leave home, with a reluctant expression. Sister Zhao, this little guy recognizes home. He will still come back to the Killer Whale Pavilion often. You should stay here for now, so that when this little guy comes back, someone can take care of him. Zhao Yuehong's reluctance faded a bit, in the Killer Whale group. Generally only female killer whales leave the group after reaching adulthood to join a new group. When you said you were going to release the little guy, he might have thought you were driving him away, which is why he hid in the water and wouldn't he come out. Yang Dian patted the impatient little orca beside him, continuously nudging its head. How could I bear to send it away? Letting it go into the sea is truly for its own good. Ever since I brought it back from Zhao Qian's aquarium, it's grown like it's on steroids. But now that it's grown to this size, it hasn't grown at all, just like when it was with Zhao Qian. Chapter 289, The Explosive Growth of the Little Orca. For the little orca, going on a business trip might mean playing. So when it heard Yang Dian mention those two words, it joyfully dashed into the sea. Then it lifted a supergiant mutated clamshell to a height of 100 meters, free-falling alongside it. Boom! A massive splash erupted as the orca and clam fell. After landing, a little black cat that had been splashed began to meow curiously after opening its eyes. Why is the little cat not wet? It stretched out its paw and poked the light red membrane of vitality surrounding it. Then looked at the fish in the sea that were frantically fleeing under the little orca's pressure. Wow, so many fish! Seeing the little black cat's eyes shining with excitement, Yang Dian couldn't help but scratch its chin. So, do you want to catch some fish? The little black cat glanced at the fish, then looked back at its small body. I think the little cat wants to sleep. Ha ha, Yang Dian chuckled, reaching out to pat the little orca, which had rapidly grown to 18 meters long after hitting the sea. Let's go, Huju. There are still things waiting for me in Nanjing. We'll go to Nanjing first. Then you can play in the sea slowly. Chapter 290, Alien Information. The UN approaches. The filling line babies are about to arrive after releasing the orca into the newly dug orca pool behind the Space Research Institute. Yang Dian turned around and ran into Wang Xiuji, who was looking for him. Before he could greet him, Wang Xiuji spoke. Is it difficult to open a spatial passage like the ones in the sky? How much energy does it consume? And can it be opened on a large scale? Yang Dian was taken aback by the question and shook his head upon realizing Wang Xiuji's thoughts. Opening the passage isn't difficult. And it doesn't consume much energy for short-term openings. The difficulty lies in maintaining the passage for a long time. He casually condensed a starry sword and thrust it forward, explaining, opening a spatial passage is like thrusting a sword forward. A single thrust is easy, even a 3-year-old can do it. But the hard part is maintaining that thrust. This consumes a lot of energy. Moreover, during prolonged maintenance of the thrusting action, the body will also feel discomfort. The same applies to space. Space has self-repair capabilities. The longer the passage is open, the stronger its self-repair ability becomes. Short-term openings are possible, but long-term ones are not. For every additional minute, the energy consumed increases exponentially. Chapter 291, Extraordinary Beings from Various Countries. At the Saddle Military Airport, Yang Dian was petting the still small black cat while wearing the third-generation multifunctional glasses detector. Leaning against a pillar and looking up at the blue sky. On the glasses screen, images and information about the filling line babies flashed quickly. When the information paused on a certain night group, Yang Dian blinked in surprise. I'm not surprised to see ancient cultivators in the West. But they even have knights, those who have inherited from the Middle Ages, with devout faith and firm beliefs. Yu Shan, who was standing not far from Yang Dian, turned to him. Are you talking about the hospital night group? After asking, he didn't wait for Yang Dian to respond and continued, what's so surprising about that? Our Buddhism has decayed, and many Taoist temples have been affiliated with tourism companies. Yet there are still real temples like the Great Compassion Temple, and some true practitioners devoted to their path. The world is so big, where there is good, there is also bad. There are many people in the West, so it's not surprising to find some truly compassionate individuals. At this point, Yu Shan twisted his neck, making it crack. Chapter 292, The End of the Universe is Bringing Goods. After Yang Dian finished speaking, he withdrew his vitality and flew towards the large conference room temporarily set up inside the airport. Lei Ming, who had unknowingly appeared beside Yushan, couldn't help but express his feelings. This power. Just the aura nearly made it hard for me to breathe. Look at those awakened beings and ancient cultivators. They were almost flattened by his aura. In terms of aura, he feels even stronger than that lizard man god. If he unleashed his aura in the city, wouldn't he cause a city full of ordinary people to suffer heart attacks? Yushan scratched his head. This kid has been researching some life magnetic fields lately. Last time I went to find him, he was talking all mysteriously about discovering some big thing, saying it would be best if someone caused a ruckus when picking up at the airport. I was wondering what big discovery he made and why he wanted people to stir things up. Turns out he just wants to show off. Watching the extraordinary beings from various countries being overwhelmed by Yang Dian's aura and obediently lining up to enter the lounge, Yushan couldn't help but sigh, revealing a posture of the new generation pushing the old one forward. Chapter 293. Long live the community of shared future for humanity. While representatives from various countries and forces were filling out application forms for Mecha assistance, Cha Chai, a representative from Red Bull Group, stood up and said, "I would like to apply to your side for a live broadcast during the alien operations. I wonder if your side agrees." Yang Dian nodded. "Agreed. If needed, we can also provide filming equipment to ensure your actions on the alien planet are perfectly recorded." Hearing this, the representative from Korea, Park Buki, brightened with excitement. "We can live broadcast. Earlier, when you said we could borrow Mecha from Huaxia, I rejected it. Mecha, which can be called exoskeleton devices in a nice way, is essentially just meat wrapped in iron. I didn't dare to gamble on Huaxia's intentions, whether they would control the Mecha to go to certain dangerous places, or even directly self-destruct. If Huaxia really wanted to cause trouble, there would be no place for me to escape. But if we can start a live broadcast, that's a different story. With so many people watching worldwide, I don't believe Huaxia would dare to cause trouble in front of everyone. I can borrow the Mecha, start a live broadcast, and use Huaxia's equipment to do my own thing, showcasing my strength to the whole world." Thinking about how his reputation would spread worldwide, with countless girls wanting to date him after witnessing his might, he couldn't help but get excited. Chapter 294. The space curtain opens 3 days later. Still at the Saddle Military Airport, as discussions concluded with various forces interested in purchasing Huaxia high-tech equipment and joining the Huaxia Tianwang plan. The Huaxia Cultural Organization began to send members into these forces for corresponding guidance. Meanwhile, the Alien Development Team also welcomed the countdown to entering the alien world. With numerous war robots and military drones appearing in the airport square, the overseas version of TikTok and the domestic Douyin, Alien Development, live broadcast channel, were also connected. As the domestic and international firewalls disappeared in an instant, countless netizens who learned of the news in advance flooded into the live broadcast room. "Why is the live broadcast room still black?" exclaimed a Japanese netizen. "Invincible Indian Federation!" shouted an Indian netizen. "Why can we only watch the live broadcast on TikTok? Why isn't there a live broadcast room about alien developers on the Little Blue Bird?" questioned an American netizen. "Don't make us laugh. You guys brought only a beastmaster among so many of you, and you're calling it invincible," retorted a Huaxia netizen. "No, that Indian actually brought his wife. I know he got a license with his lizard beast," said a Korean netizen. "Why open a portal in Huaxia and still want to bring resources back while paying taxes to Huaxia?" another Korean netizen asked. Chapter 295. A big mess. What kind of technology is this? Is that the alien world behind? Has Huaxia mastered ultra-long-distance teleportation technology? An American netizen wondered. How did Huaxia's technology suddenly develop to this extent? Did they really obtain alien technology on the dark side of the moon? Technology belongs to all humanity. They should share it, a Lithuanian netizen commented. No, that clearly belongs to our ancestors of the Republic of Korea, left on the dark side of the moon for us. Those damn Hwaxians stole our technology. A South Korean netizen reacted. Stay out of Hwaxia's business. Also, the smell of South Korea's thieves is too strong, tone it down. A Hwaxia netizen advised. Amid the online commotion, the Lingwen clan warriors once again appeared. Either riding large flying mounts towards the spatial curtain, or drawing bows with arrows aimed at it. Some formed battle formations, holding tower shields and erecting long spears towards the spatial curtain. Then, those hooded Lingwen clan priests, glowing blue, walked out from the palace interior. However, this time, they did not directly invoke extraordinary powers. Instead, they looked solemnly towards the spatial curtain. Chapter 296, Lingwen Clan. Traitors. As Ikebukuro lowered his head, returning to the Japanese extraordinary camp with his flying skateboard, the live broadcast room was flooded with countless Japanese netizens demanding that Ikebukuro commit seppuku. Other foreign netizens, eager for drama, quickly joined in. Consequently, the phrase Ikebukuro should commit seppuku skyrocketed to international headlines. After receiving the news, Yang Dian, who had been paying zero attention to online news, couldn't help but chuckle. Life was indeed interesting. It would be nice to save some for future enjoyment. After laughing, he took a step forward. A faint light flickered at the center of his brow, and the front space rippled like water. When Yang Dian landed, his surroundings transformed from the spacious airport square to a somewhat cramped conference room. Pushing open the conference room door, he found himself in the observation room of the Space Research Institute. Han Zhong and Wang Xiuji were standing side by side in front of the screen, discussing something. Standing next to them and glancing at the screens divided into thousands of sections, Yang Dian immediately asked, "Old Wang, Chief Han, what's the situation now?" Han Zhong tapped the control panel in front of him, and the central screen on the wall projected a beam of light, transforming into a light screen in front of Yang Dian and the two others. Chapter 297, Hwaxia's Gold Medal Enforcer, Online. Han Zhong raised a finger. War. Total war. All technologies of the Lingwen clan, including but not limited to Lingwen engraving technology, Ling liquid manufacturing technology, ultra-long-distance mirror space opening technology, energy weapon manufacturing technology, etc., have been completely collected by electronic nanobots. After testing on male mutated cockroaches, we confirmed that Lingwen engraving technology and Ling liquid manufacturing technology are genuine. Just 27 minutes ago, after consuming 357 male adult mutated cockroaches, the newly established Inscription Research Institute successfully created a mutated cockroach inscribed with Lingwen, mastering Lingwen power, ultra-long-distance mirror space opening technology, and energy weapon manufacturing technology have yet to be validated. But we cannot afford to ignore the Lingwen clan just to confirm the authenticity of the technology. This could expose Earth's coordinates to cosmic beings. Even if there's only a 1 in a million chance, we cannot take that risk. Therefore, we must initiate cross-border warfare to eliminate the Lingwen clan's combat capabilities and leadership. If all goes well, once we begin to eliminate the Lingwen clan's leadership, cosmic beings will appear and take action against you. Chapter 298, Close-Range Nuclear Explosion. Observer hovering behind Yang Dian, the war robots surrounding the Lingwen clan palace also raised their right hands. Following that, their armed covers opened, and countless shells soared into the smoky sky, heading straight for the Lingwen clan's flying knights. At the same time, 30,000 cold blue beams shot forth from their palms, instantly piercing through the heads of 30,000 Lingwen warriors. Then, with a twist of their right hands, the cold blue beams stirred and shattered the Lingwen clan, turning their palace into ruins. No. Amid the tragic roars, a circle of blue light rose from the palace ruins, summoning a thunderstorm that withstood all high-energy particle rays. Over 30 Lingwen priests glowed blue, their anger unmistakable. Aliens, we only want a place to rest and recuperate. Even if you don't want us to enter your planet, you could just refuse us. Why must you carry out a massacre against us? The translation earpiece instantly relayed the Linguen clan's words to Yang Dian's ears. So before the little black cat could begin translating, Yang Dian spoke first, rest and recuperate. Then tell me, what happened to the first 9 planets where you were allowed to rest and recuperate? Chapter 299, Cosmic Beings. Nightmares. A golden aura surged from within Yang Dian, coalescing into a monstrous dragon claw hundreds or thousands of meters in size at his side. The dragon claw merely bent slightly, and space crumpled beneath it. Countless viewers, merely watching through the screen, felt an indescribable pressure descend upon them. A suffocating sensation enveloping them entirely. It felt as if the next moment, that sky-covering dragon claw would tear through the screen and descend upon them from countless distances. Is this the strength of Huaxia? Countless people murmured as the 5 sharp dragon claws slightly opened and closed, pressing down towards the front. The space rippled endlessly under the claw, as if the dragon claw were pressing into the water's surface. In the barely noticeable rustling sound, the dragon claw disappeared from Yang Dian's side and suddenly appeared before the natural life known as Zhanglin, which resembles a dragon, but is not one, grabbing its head. A howl erupted, not sure if it was out of pain or anger, as waves of blue-green light burst forth from the half-damaged cheek of Zhanglin. The ground shook. The immeasurable sea water surged towards the sky. And the 2 brilliant golden dragon claws that had already dug into Zhanglin's eyes instantly disintegrated under the impact of the light waves. Chapter 300, Alien Temporary Alliance. After a breath of energy completely annihilated the remaining spirit pattern tribe, Zhanglin turned its head to look at Yang Dian. And its body began to rapidly shrink. In the blink of an eye, its massive body, which was over 1,000 meters long, shrank to just 3 meters. This is the nature of natural life. Essentially, they do not belong to flesh and blood life, but to energy life. Their ability to freely change size and absorb natural energy to quickly heal injuries is just one of their abilities. After shrinking, Zhanglin flew in front of Yang Dian and let out a low call. The little black cat translated in time, "Human, the little guy says thank you." Human. The little guy says if it weren't for you, it would have been kept in the dark for a long, long time, even causing harm to the mother tree. Yang Dian smiled and was just about to speak, when he suddenly sensed something. He raised his head and gazed into the distance. The cosmic beings seemed to have finally realized that their guide party had been wiped out. They appeared extremely furious and seemed ready to attack directly. Countless small black dots rose from the nest of cosmic beings, overwhelming and rushing towards the alien star. Zhanglin let out a low growl. And the little black cat translated again, "Human, the little guy says thank you again. And then it is ready to fight the cosmic beings and asks if you can help it." Chapter 301, Chasing and Being Chased, Everyone Like Dragons. Mechanical Ascension. After leaving the Space Research Institute and returning to Fuzhou, Yang Dian had just arrived at the entrance of the Research Institute when the technological wristband on his hand began to vibrate. What major event has happened again? He muttered in his heart and opened the wristband, taking out a lollipop to pop in his mouth. Quantum invisibility teleportation technology completed verification. The 12 words that flashed before Yang Dian's eyes stunned him for a moment. After a quick thought, he translated it. The so-called quantum invisibility teleportation refers to quantum communication technology. He knew that China had already achieved quantum direct communication within 100 kilometers back in 2022. Therefore, the grand announcement of this old matter should not simply be a technical breakthrough, like upgrading the range from 100 kilometers to 200 kilometers, right? As he pondered, Yang Dian pointed at the document with his finger. Then, the facts turned out as he expected. The long-silent Dr. Bai had taken action. He had perfected the quantum entanglement communication technology by himself. Now, with just an equipment update, China could achieve real-time synchronous information transmission over ultra-long distances. In addition, Dr. Bai had also optimized the nutrient pod and the neural connection device. In short, Chapter 302, The Strong-Willed Fisherman, after meticulously translating what the octopus said. The little black cat anxiously meowed, "Human, the cat doesn't like octopus, let's make it into teppanyaki." As soon as the little black cat finished speaking, the mutated blue-ringed octopus instantly buried itself in the sand. Seeing this scene, Yang Dian couldn't help but laugh. "I'll go to the market and buy you octopus for teppanyaki. As for this blue-ringed octopus." At this point, Yang Dian looked at the octopus that was stealthily extending a tentacle from the sand and using the eye on its tentacle to gauge him, and said, "It won't do. It still has its use. Of course, if it dares to deceive us, we'll chop off its tentacles and make teppanyaki." The little black cat blinked. "Why only chop off the tentacles?" "Because the octopus's tentacles can regenerate. Once its tentacles grow back, we can chop them off again. Whenever we feel unhappy, we can chop off its tentacles to make teppanyaki." As Yang Dian and the little black cat engaged in a question and answer exchange, the octopus lying in the sand raised 2 tentacles, signaling surrender. The little black cat continued to meow, "Human, the bad guy says it is not deceiving. Human. The bad guy also says it mutated in the place where it was hooked by others, growing many eyes." Chapter 303, Life the Next Morning. No. It should be said that it was noon. Yang Dian, who rarely had a lazy sleep, dawdled before getting out of bed. When he went downstairs and turned the corner of the stairs, he saw the little black cat lying in a W shape on young Leilei's head. He felt that the little black cat had probably also undergone a second awakening. Otherwise, it wouldn't lie so perfectly, no matter how young Leilei's head moved. It wouldn't fall off. Sneaking up behind young Leilei, who was biting a pen and frowning in deep thought, he saw the printed questions on the table and couldn't help but smile. "Oh, you haven't passed the driving test for the first mech yet." Young Leilei's body stiffened. Then she weakly leaned on the table. "Why do I have to calculate all these messy things to drive a mech? I hate math the most. Can't I just leave these things to zero? Why give them to the pilot? The most ridiculous thing is that I can't use a calculator while doing the problems. And there's a time limit. I'd rather die." Yang Dian took the little black cat, which was high on catnip, off young Leilei's head and lightly tapped her on the head. "What if Zero goes offline while you're piloting the mech? Then you won't even be able to calculate how long it takes for a missile to hit the enemy, or how long the remaining energy will let you fight. Wouldn't you blow yourself up?" Chapter 304, Abnormal Area. Qian Yuxian has left. He left with a face full of existential doubt. He never expected that just taking people out to sea could actually encounter an awakened one. After carefully recalling his interactions with Yang Dian, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't say anything he shouldn't have. As for male models, female models, and rich women, that's common knowledge, there's nothing that can't be said. On the other side, after Yang Dian watched the yacht sail away, he snapped his fingers. The next moment, the space curtain unfolded, and the little orca, which had grown to 30 meters in length, looked at the suddenly opened light curtain, and first let out a confused call. After seeing Yang Dian behind the curtain, it joyfully flapped its wings, flew through the curtain, and began to circle around Yang Dian, making whimpering sounds. The little black cat timely provided the translation, "Human. The big fish says it wants to eat something delicious. Human, meow also wants to eat." Yang Dian scratched the little black cat's chin, then sat cross-legged on the little orca's head, and took out a treasure from heaven and earth, dividing it into 3 portions. Nang stuffed a portion into the mouths of the little black cat and the little orca, then after putting the last portion into his own mouth, Yang Dian pointed again at the sea surface, "Tigui, go below." The little orca, having tasted the sweetness, let out a joyful cry and dove down into the depths of the sea. Chapter 305, The Last Gift of a Civilization and the World. Did he enter the interlayer space, the cave world? As this thought arose, Yang Dian felt his vision darken, his body tighten, and an abrupt increase in gravity, dozens of times greater, pressed in from all directions. The little orca also emitted a mournful cry. Yang Dian released his blood energy to envelop the little orca, counteracting the gravity acting on it, and looked around. It truly was a different world. Not only had gravity increased dramatically, but even the sea water had vanished. Beneath the trench was a wounded world with a diameter of about 1,000 miles and a height of about 10,000 meters. The earth was cracked, mountains collapsed, and dark brown blood covered every inch of land. There were no plants, no buildings, everything seemed to have been ground to powder. Endless battle intent and indignation flowed through the air, tinting the entire world a murky yellow. Focusing intently, Yang Dian seemed to hear the unwilling roar of a civilization on the brink of extinction. Instinctively, he envisioned fury runes in his heart. Then, a series of resounding battle songs emerged in the world, which Yang Dian couldn't understand, but they stirred his blood. This feeling was like a trumpet sounding on the battlefield. A resonance etched deep in the soul. Within the battle songs, the murky yellow light began to converge towards the sky and the ground. And then an epic battle scene reappeared in this already dead world. Chapter 306. Completely suppressed humanity, exhausted physical power, depleted favor. Lin Mo ignored Yang Dian, not even glancing at him. His appearance seemed solely for the space bubble at the bottom of the trench that was about to shatter. As the battle intent inheritance was passed on to Yang Dian, the star core fragments were taken away by the dimensional butterfly. The essence of matter was concentrated into the small ball in Yang Dian's hand. The cave space created by the alien remnants falling through the dimensional cracks beneath the trench also began to become unstable. From a spatial perspective, it was originally an orderly cave space, but after a certain degree of collapse, it began to turn chaotic. The entire space became tattered, as if it would collapse at any moment. The collapse of space would undoubtedly lead to energy chaos, which would then trigger earthquakes and inevitably cause tsunamis. Yang Dian was not anxious because, with the help of the dimensional butterfly, he had the ability to smooth out the disordered space and restore it to stability. However, upon seeing Lin Mo, Yang Dian felt that he might not need to intervene. As expected, Lin Mo, who sensed the impending disaster, reached out with a virtual grasp. An immeasurable blue energy gathered in his palm, condensing into a square small cauldron that fell onto the space bubble. Chapter 307, Plans, Human Traitors with Nothing to Do. Yang Dian, having exhausted the Earth's favor, first took out various rare items placed in different spatial dimensions, and put them into a specially made storage jar designed for rare items, storing them in his spatial bracelet. Then he picked up a somewhat elastic wonder of heaven and earth that he had specifically locked onto. He casually cut off a piece the size of a sesame seed and tossed it into his mouth. Unlike rare items, it melted in the mouth. Once the wonder reached his stomach, although it could be corroded by gastric juice and absorbed and digested by the body to extract energy, the efficiency was too low. The energy provided was less than 1/1000th of that of rare items. Yang Dian could now consume about 100 portions of rare items daily. If it were replaced with wonders, he could only digest 1/10 of a portion. This meant he could only digest one full portion in 10 days. This was still the type of wonder he chose that was easier to digest. If he switched to other wonders that were harder to cut and digest, the digestion time would only be longer. He could only use wonders as a substitute meal after rare items were exhausted. They could not serve as a staple food. As for what to do when rare items were exhausted, Yang Dian smacked his lips. Naturally, he would go to the alien planet. Undoubtedly. Once the rare items were completely exhausted, he could cultivate the next entry of unity of heaven and man and dragon claw hand. Chapter 308. We decide sitting by the orca pool. As soon as Yang Dian put his feet into the pool, a shadow appeared beneath the surface. The little orca, just like when it was a child, emerged from the orca pool with a pair of eyes, looking eagerly at Yang Dian. Or rather, looking at Yang Dian's knees, which were parallel to the pool. Did it want to rest its chin on his knee like it did when it was younger? It should take a look at how heavy it was. The little orca, somewhat dissatisfied, leaped up from beneath the surface and splashed heavily onto the surface, sending up a large spray of water, as if to say it wasn't too heavy at all. But the droplets flying out from the surface made it seem rather unconvincing. Whimper, whimper, whimper. Without receiving any feedback from Yang Dian, the somewhat chatty little orca began to circle in place, whining, causing the little black cat to lie down, shaking its ears, too lazy to translate for it. Who could be cuter than you two little guys? With a sigh of emotion, Yang Dian picked up the little black cat from his shoulder and cradled it in his arms. Then sent out stellar materials to condense a figure that looked just like him, but proportionally larger, beside the pool. Upon seeing the oversized Yang Dian sitting by the pool, the little orca let out a joyful cry, then propped itself up, resting its chin on Yang Dian's knee, continuing to whimper. Chapter 309, Test Subjects, Half-Beasts, Earth Online Plan. Technology Ascension. Yang Dian sighed with some regret. Throwing nuclear warheads was truly addictive. After all, they were incredibly useful. Now, whenever he saw something that annoyed him, he would instinctively think about throwing a couple of nuclear warheads at it. However, since Zhong had mentioned the hidden dangers, Yang Dian did not insist. So he raised the previous question again. So should I just slap them to death? Zhong pondered for a moment and said, "Are you sure you can kill them all with one slap?" Yang Dian nodded, based on their displayed strength. "I can slap them all to death." "Since you can slap them to death, then don't slap them." Zhong explained the reason: half-beasts. The Amos and those financial tycoons, we still have use for them at the city level. Seeing Yang Dian's curious expression, he seriously explained, "First, we need to communicate with the half-beasts to gather information about the situation inside the dimensional cracks from them. Second, we need to observe how the half-beasts behave once they enter Earth. For example, after killing too many lives, will they be rejected by the Earth's will? Also, can they normally increase their strength?" Chapter 310, Time flows like water, in a blink, 3 to 5 days have passed. Yang Dian, who had only been idle for a few days, felt like it was just a blink of an eye, and it was already New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, as the sky began to brighten, a rooster wearing a red scarf flew onto the roof and crowed loudly. As the clear crowing echoed throughout the small village, lights gradually appeared in every household's windows. After months of training, martial arts had become ingrained in many people's bones. Even on New Year's Eve, these individuals continued their practice without pause. The rooster's early morning call had become the village's alarm clock, signaling everyone to rise and train. Similarly, a moose, also wearing a red scarf, was awakened by the rooster's crowing. After stretching lazily, it walked over to a specially designed treadmill and tapped its hooves a couple of times. The treadmill, controlled by an intelligent brain, began to slowly rotate and then picked up speed. The moose started running on the treadmill, its forelegs leaving behind blurred shadows. Fitness had become a daily routine for the muscular deer. In the doghouse, a big yellow dog, also wearing a red scarf, kicked the snoring little yellow dog awake, grabbed a food bowl, and waited under the eaves for its owner to feed it. Chapter 311, A New Era. On New Year's Eve, the family stayed up late. Yang's father and mother sat in front of the television, watching the Spring Festival Gala, which seemed no different from previous years. They casually discussed how there were mecha warriors and awakeners everywhere, yet the gala felt the same as before, despite the presence of high technology and superpowers, lacking novelty. Yang Dian, Yang Lele, and Lin Ling sat at a table playing cards. Just a few minutes into the game, Yang Lele's face was already covered with sticky notes, muttering about how children shouldn't lose every year. A little orca whale flew in circles around the living room, occasionally letting out a soft whine. If someone or something looked at it, it would flip over and fly to the sky, flapping its wings against its belly. After gaining freedom, this little creature seemed to have awakened the playful nature of its orca kin, becoming increasingly fond of being the center of attention. The now smaller moose and a little black cat faced each other, playing a game of 1, 2, 3, wooden man. But as they stared at each other, the moose's eyes transformed into wise, cockeyed stares, leading the little black cat to meow in protest that it was being unfair. Dudu also left Yang Dian's head, wearing a red scarf that Lin Ling had enchanted with waterproof effects, and began to teach its little brother, the clownfish, a lesson while soaking in the aquarium. Chapter 3:12. Heroes of the world, like fish crossing the river in the mountains, there is no calendar. In the cold of winter, one loses track of the year. This applies to training, learning, and scientific research alike. On this day, after a month of diligently studying modern biology and physics at school, Yang Dian arrived punctually at the school library. While flipping through a physics book and eating rare treasures from heaven and earth, he felt his stomach getting full again, and instinctively reached into his space hand ring. To his surprise, he found it empty. After a moment of confusion, he focused his thoughts on the hand ring. He discovered that the storage ring, which was meant to hold treasures, was now just a bare display case. He had finished eating. With a thought, he opened the panel. Energy, 42, 532, 000, increased by 667 points daily. After exhausting the blessings of the earth, Yang Dian had obtained a total of 700 treasures. Among them, 180 treasures were given to the organization, family, clan, and a few pets, leaving him with 20 treasures that had healing effects as reserves. The remaining 500 treasures had all been consumed. Some of these treasures could enhance physical strength. Some could invigorate the spirit, and a very few could enhance soul strength. Chapter 3:13. The Essence of Awakening, New Trait, Mastery of the 5 Elements with no words exchanged. After flying over Chengdu, Dudu had absorbed millions of energy, and the star energy it returned was completely digested by Yang Dian. Upon introspecting his soul, Yang Dian found that the head of his entire soul body had begun to emit starlight. If it weren't for the fact that it still resembled a head, posting a photo online claiming it was from the sea of stars might have convinced people. After a few more times, his entire soul body might be filled with starlight. But he wondered what changes that would bring. Star body. He mumbled to himself, gazing at the vast surroundings, then flew a little westward, landing at a remote cliff in the Shilling Snow Mountain. Casually, he dug a hole in the cliff using his vital energy and sat cross-legged inside, preparing to cultivate. Before starting his training, he tossed a treasure into his mouth to digest slowly, then entered a state of harmony with heaven and man, closing his eyes to visualize the universe, as if trying to merge with it. As Yang Dian entered the meditative state, vast energy suddenly transformed into endless clouds of smoke, pouring out from where his soul resided. Observing the heavens externally and introspecting internally, when his consciousness entered his body, Yang Dian discovered that most of the energy-formed clouds had merged into his cells. Chapter 3:14. Dragon Claw Hand, Tear the Sky. Star Observation Technique. Controlling objects with spirit. What are the 5 elements? Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. In the Taoist system, the 5 elements is a very complex concept. It includes the ideas of mutual generation and mutual restraint, encompasses the dynamics of yin and yang evolution, corresponds with the heavenly stems and earthly branches, and represents human characteristics and the rules of heaven and earth. But for Yang Dian, the 5 elements became simple. They were just the natural energies of the 5 elements: metal, representing metals; wood, representing plants; water, representing liquids; fire, representing flames; and earth, representing the ground. Mastery of the 5 elements means mastering the application of 5 related attributes. Mastering the power of metal means he could carefully ponder, and, like some awakeners with awakened abilities, turn his body into metal, including but not limited to turning his body into gold, silver, copper, or iron. Mastery of the power of wood means he could cause plants to wither and thrive, embodying the meaning of life and death. Water mastery involves controlling liquids, or their derivatives, such as mist, ice, snow, and frost. Fire mastery is straightforward, it involves manipulating flames and temperature. Earth mastery relates to controlling things associated with the ground, like soil or gravity. Why does it feel like he has developed a trait similar to other awakeners who have awakened dozens or even hundreds of abilities? Upon reflection, Yang Dian found it quite normal. Chapter 3:15, Tearing the Sky and the Earth. Controlling objects with spirit, in essence, is the interference of spiritual power with reality. From this point forward, Yang Dian could use his spiritual power to pick up and put down certain things. He could also materialize his spiritual power to launch physical attacks on others. Additionally, Yang Dian intuitively understood methods of spiritual attacks. Unfortunately, there were too many restrictions on using spiritual attacks on others. The physical body is the shell of the spirit, and spiritual power is the umbrella of the soul. To inflict damage on the soul, one must surpass both the physical and spiritual barriers. Directly harming another person's spirit with one's own spirit also requires breaking through the biological magnetic field of the other person. The biological magnetic field is related to the strength of the body. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the biological magnetic field. For Yang Dian, he can already use his mental power to break through others' biological magnetic fields, so it would be better to simply strike out with a claw and lift someone else's skull. This control over objects with the mind is temporarily just for playing with flying swords. It seems a bit unfair considering the more than 100,000 energy consumed. How about directly making a wish for a powerful trait next? In his thoughts, the flying sword carried Yang Dian to the entrance of the besieged city. The flying sword then circled around Yang Dian a few times before plunging its tip sharply into his body, dispersing into stellar matter just before touching him and returning to his body. Chapter 3:16, Mountain of Corpses, Sea of Blood. Lizard Man. Holy Mountain. As Su Qinglian landed, she saw a pitch-black crack spreading towards her. Just as she thought of dodging, the crack had already passed through her, instinctively touching the spot on her chest where the crack penetrated. She found no wound and felt no pain. She breathed a sigh of relief, but furrowed her brows. Sigh, an illusion. Why is nothing happening? Muttering this, she felt something cool falling on her face. Reaching up to wipe her cheek, her palm turned bright red, tinged with a rusty smell. Looking up at the sky, the azure sky was also torn apart by black cracks, with countless pieces of flesh falling like rain. What landed on her face was blood that had been blown over by the wind. In her daze, she heard a creaking sound from afar that seemed capable of shaking her brain. As the sound came, the ground beneath her began to tremble. Reaching up to touch the goosebumps on her neck caused by inexplicable fear, Su Qinglian stiffly lifted her head to look towards the source of the sound. The mountain has collapsed. Literally collapsed. The towering Lizard Man Holy Mountain was diagonally cut off by a black crack, and a huge meteorite crater appeared on one side of the mountain. Chapter 3:17, Magma. Red Carp. Impressive. Su Qinglian gave Yang Dian a thumbs up. Who can be more impressive than you? Yang Dian curled his lip. You're so uninteresting, with your yin-yang and odd remarks. At this point, Yang Dian snapped his fingers and withdrew all the stellar matter back into his body after dispersing it. All right, if you're fine, you can go back. I have work to do. Hey, hey, hey. Su Qinglian called to stop Yang Dian. You haven't told me how you used extraordinary power to attack from a distance on an alien planet. Also, why didn't that attack harm me? Yang Dian glanced at Su Qinglian. The energy released is still my energy. Since it's my energy, it bears my mark. So, controlling the energy without harming you isn't difficult, is it? As for why I can use extraordinary power on an alien planet, Yang Dian smiled. As long as your strength is strong enough, it's fine. What if the external energy is weakened tenfold? It still can't be blocked. It just can't be blocked. Do you understand the value of the vast blood energy that tears through the heavens and the sharp, murderous traits of the 5 elements? After saying this, Yang Dian took a few steps forward and approached the dimensional crystal mine. Looking at the crystal lizard man inside the mine, which had already grown from the size of a figurine back to adult size. Yang Dian raised an eyebrow, and then turned to leave. Chapter 3:18, Star Core. Shattered. Reaching out, he grabbed the neck of the crystal lizard man that charged at him as soon as he entered the mine. Yang Dian squeezed its neck and shook it up and down. Your kind on this alien planet are done for. Do you want to abandon the darkness, and come under my command for a living? The crystal lizard man remained silent, suddenly spreading its legs and curling its tail to stab towards Yang Dian's lower body through the gap between its legs. At the same time, it opened its mouth and let out a furious roar, while spitting out a long, glassy tongue aimed at Yang Dian's eyes. A bit disgusting. With time to mutter, Yang Dian turned to dodge the tongue thrust, simultaneously raising his left hand and right foot. With a snap of his fingers, he severed the tongue of the crystal lizard man before it could retract, and his raised right foot shattered its tail. Reaching out, 4 claw-like forces flew out from between Yang Dian's fingers, directly severing the limbs of the crystal lizard man, turning it into a lizard stick. Finally, using his mental power to bind it in midair, Yang Dian patted its head under the seemingly emotionless gaze of the lizard man. I'm doing this for your own good. But why won't you listen? After saying this, Yang Dian extended his finger to tap its forehead. Once he received feedback from the dimensional butterfly, he couldn't help but frown. Chapter 3:19, The Third Spiritual Qi Awakening, Global Evolution. Wuhou District, Besieged City. Su Qinglian had just handed the storage ring Yang Dian gave her to Uncle Shen Fei, who was a biology professor at Sichuan University, and was observing a blood sample in his laboratory when she felt a strange yet familiar sensation rising in her heart. Strange because she had only experienced this feeling once, and she hadn't fully grasped it before it ended. Familiar because even though she had only limited experience, she could never forget the thrill of an inexplicable enhancement in power and the sudden elevation of her life essence. She lifted her head and exchanged a glance with Shen Kongnan. Clearly, Shen Kongnan felt the same way. Is the second dimensional overlap starting to erode? As soon as she spoke, Shen Kongnan began shaking his head. No. The newly proposed dimensional overlap theory has been successfully verified by the Space Research Institute. If a second dimensional overlap erosion phenomenon were to occur, the Space Research Institute would certainly give an early warning. Saying this, Shen Kongnan pondered for a moment before speaking. The first global evolution occurred when we observed the existence of spiritual energy, which triggered a quantum effect. The second global evolution occurred when Earth invaded other dimensional worlds, drawing from the origins of those worlds. Chapter 3:20, Southern Heaven Gate. Far away on an alien planet. Yang Dian naturally had no idea he was being watched by someone on the other side of the Earth. At this moment, he had already succumbed to the pleasure of his soul continuously sublimating and energy surging. Unfortunately, the golden light dissipated too quickly. He felt that he had only been immersed for a few breaths, and before he could enjoy it enough, that soothing sensation that penetrated to the heart had vanished. As a sense of loss arose, the feeling of being watched with malice since entering the alien planet also disappeared without a trace. The alien will completely vanished from his senses. Reaching out to grasp, blood energy manifested in Yang Dian's palm, then transformed into countless streams of light, diving deep into the darkness following an unseen connection. Moments later, the streams of light returned carrying shattered star core fragments. Grasping a star core, Yang Dian couldn't help but frown. The star core seemed to have lost its extraordinary qualities. The golden star core fragments turned silver, no longer possessing that captivating allure. Additionally, Yang Dian felt that they had become somewhat brittle. With a crisp snap, the silver star core fragments were crushed into pieces by Yang Dian's grip. Unlike before, once the star core fragments detached from the star core, they would transform into perfectly shaped diamond-like crystals. Chapter 3:21, Marshal General's Cave Heaven. Alien meat grinder. Not long after exiting the mine, Su Qinglian emerged from Yang Dian's shadow. You finally came out. As Yang Dian turned around, She pulled out a new phone from her spatial ring and handed it to him. If it weren't for the spatial barrier you left outside the mine still being active, I would have thought you had an accident. And your sister? She calls me 3 times a day asking if you've come out yet. Hurry up and call home to let them know you're safe. Yang Dian glanced at the time displayed on his mechanical wristwatch and asked after receiving the phone, "How long have I been inside?" Su Qinglian held up 5 fingers. Almost 5 months. This year's college entrance examination has already ended, and students are on summer break. Yang Dian was taken aback. Although he knew that the time flow inside the dimensional mine was different from the outside, he didn't expect the time discrepancy to be so significant this time. The date on the mechanical watch hadn't changed, and the hour hand had only moved a quarter of a turn. In his world, only a little over 3 hours had passed, while nearly 5 months had elapsed outside. Over a 1,000-fold increase in time flow. Was this to create a protagonist outside while I was in the star core space? Chapter 322, A Day in Heaven, A Year on Earth. Everyone is a celestial. After listening to Su Qinglian's account, Yang Dian couldn't help but lament that the alien world was indeed a meat grinder. The overall death rate had reached over 35. Among them, the small days contributed significantly, with a death rate exceeding 80, and they were continuously sending more manpower. It felt like they had stepped into the A-shares market. Only by constantly increasing and decreasing positions could they bring down the loss rate, ultimately falling into a vicious cycle. However, despite the terrifying death rate in the alien world, countless people still believed they were the next lucky one. Rushing into the alien realm due to the occasional appearance of rare treasures, miraculous items, and spiritual herbs and fruits, as well as the influence of popular alien exploration streamers. Some were in it for fame, others for profit, and some sought to challenge their limits and continuously improve their strength. While reflecting, Yang Dian suddenly had an idea. Could the dimensional folding erosion phenomenon be intervened artificially? Su Qinglian was taken aback. What do you mean? Yang Dian sat up. Pointing to himself, if nothing unexpected happens, I can easily blow up that world tree and all the natural life nurtured by it. Chapter 323, The world belongs to the public. What Su Qinglian said was just a joke. Not to mention that enhancing the quality to the original 365 times wasn't that easy. Even if it was raised to the original 365 times. It wouldn't be that simple for an ordinary person to adapt to the Earth's environment under 365 times gravity before heading to other low-gravity planets. Dropping directly from 365 times gravity to normal gravity would exert tremendous pressure on the internal organs, leading to severe imbalances in brain function, compressing the nervous system, and causing other serious bodily conditions. Yang Dian had tried it before. Dropping from 200 times gravity to normal gravity caused considerable bodily damage, requiring vital energy for protection to ensure he wouldn't be harmed. Therefore, ordinary people need to go through an adaptation phase when transitioning from high gravity to low gravity environments before they could unleash extraordinary power. TSK. Why does it feel more and more like the celestial realms in myths and legends? Ordinary celestial beings cannot descend to the mortal realm at will. Doing so would cause them to lose their divine powers, as their abilities are generally average and cannot adapt to rapid changes in gravity, resulting in serious injuries when descending. Celestial maidens wear what is called the rainbow dress, while celestial soldiers wear heavenly armor. Renowned deities wear celestial garments, or specific divine armors. Chapter 324, Taking a short break. The disappeared you mountain. Walking down the street, Yang Dian learned about the current state of society. After feeling its thriving momentum, he didn't delay any longer and flew straight to Fuzhou after obtaining his super weapon. Upon landing in the yard, he first picked up the small black cat that was napping on the chair. Then he went to the backyard to take a look. He only saw Chicken Brother practicing on the wall and didn't see the muscular deer. It must have gone somewhere to train. He also didn't see the plum tree blooming. He didn't know if it hadn't bloomed or if it had been picked by young Lele and the others. He reached down to pet the small yellow dog that ran to his feet. It had grown quite a bit. Had it awakened? The small yellow dog barked a couple of times, and its eyes turned red, muscles bulging and exuding a fierce aura. However, despite its intimidating presence, it seemed to perfectly control its emotions, remaining exceptionally obedient in front of Yang Dian. Good dog. After giving the small yellow dog's head a few rubs, Yang Dian walked back into the house. His family was not home. Expanding his perception, Yang Dian discovered his parents were at the village's old tree playing chess with Tong Tong and a little goat. Chapter 325, New Traits the next morning. Although he hadn't developed 2 new traits yet, Yang Dian still took the small black cat and arrived early at the entrance of the underground world. Seeing Yang Dian descend from the sky, Lei Ming couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Didn't you say it would take a day to digest your gains? You've already digested everything. Yang Dian glanced at the little girl peeking out from beside Lei Ming and took a few steps closer to the edge of the high wall. Looking toward the entrance of the underground world, the direction of the sinkhole, not yet, but it's close. Glancing at the 2 martial arts traits that had already reached 97 under full effort, Yang Dian scratched the small black cat that insisted on accompanying him, curiously asking, "Have there been any updates from Dao Yi?" Lei Ming nodded and casually handed a paper crane to Yang Dian. "Yes. Baiji just sent back information 2 minutes ago." Calculating the time, the next message should be coming soon. Taking the paper crane and reading the words on it, encountered the underground biological group, the Dark Ape Clan. No conflict occurred, temporarily safe. Yang Dian couldn't help but marvel at the diversity of awakened abilities. Baiji's awakening was the paper manipulation ability, which grants life to paper in a short time. Chapter 326, Shattering Space, Anchoring Spirits, Ghost. Shattering space, nothing can withstand it, nothing can be destroyed. With the tearing sky attribute. This sky is really going to be torn apart by me. In a low murmur, the place where the soul resides is filled with stars. And a broken star completes the last floor. As the feeling of completeness rises, the disks in the sky begin to tremble. The soul body, kneeling in the place where the soul resides, appears with overlapping shadows, as if it has instantly split into hundreds of thousands of pieces, and then instantly returns to one. With a stroke of inspiration, Yang Dian gathers his thoughts into the soul body and controls the soul to rise. Huh? Under the puzzled gaze of the little ones, the stars in the sky merge into one, with 130,000 stars merging into 13 gigantic stars. Then, 13 transparent phantoms emerge from Yang Dian's body. Stepping into the sky and entering those 13 gigantic stars, sitting cross-legged at the core of the stars. Then, as Yang Dian's mind moves, the 13 gigantic stars instantly disappear. In the chaotic sky where the soul resides, only a few thousand stars remain to adorn the high sky. Leaving the place where the soul resides, Yang Dian introspects himself. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, 5 organs, gallbladder, stomach, small and large intestines, bladder, 3 jiaos, 6 fu. Warmth radiates from the lower jiao and the qi si below the navel. Chapter 327, Warriors can die in battle, but cannot break the inheritance. Thunder Ming opened his mouth to call out to Yang Dian. However, he didn't have time to speak before Yang Dian had already disappeared from the city wall. Shortly after Yang Dian disappeared, the head of the Wuan Bureau, Mo Yundao, descended from the aerial combat aircraft and flew to the city wall. Warriors are different from awakeners. Their strength relies entirely on their own hard training. After several tides of spiritual energy, awakeners in urban cities have begun to emerge one after another like leaks. However, martial arts masters at the blood transformation dragon realm have always been scarce. Now, with 2 martial arts masters trapped in the underground world, and possibly losing Yang Dian, who is most likely to step onto the 7th level of martial arts, who would be most anxious, but Mo Yundao, the head of the Wuan Bureau. So as soon as he landed, he couldn't wait to ask, "Is there any news from Taoist Qingfeng? Has there been contact with Yang Dian? Is he still cultivating, or has he already gone underground?" Thunder Ming exhaled, "There is still no news from Taoist. Yang Dian was in contact, he was still cultivating before. However, after speaking with me for a moment, he rushed to the underground world." Upon hearing this, Mo Yundao couldn't help but slap the city wall, creating a huge gap in the reinforced concrete wall. Chapter 328, Underworld. Yang Dian, who had already entered the underground, naturally did not know that Mo Yundao was preparing to sacrifice himself. Nor did he know that the appearance of ghosts had caused China to prematurely enter the era of interstellar migration. After all, the magnetic field in the underground world is chaotic. Once technological equipment is exposed to the air, it will be damaged in a short time. And signals cannot be transmitted normally, making it generally impossible to contact the surface. As for unusual situations, naturally, it involves using something like white paper to send messages. Or like what Yang Dian is doing now. He casually drew a circle in front of him, confirming that spatial power could be used normally. Yang Dian quickly flew toward the other side of the pit along the signal left by Yushan and Taoist Qingfeng. The underground passage connected to the pit has two segments, one in the shape of a slash, and the other in the shape of a E. The last time he went to the underground world was the E-shaped part, following the winding path of the E-shaped underground passage downwards. He eventually reached a vast underground world, which is the bottom area of the E-shape. After that, this cavity was almost at the bottom. Although there were various hidden gaps, the gaps were too small to allow passage without expanding them, let alone allowing large life forms like the iron-eating beast king to pass. Chapter 329, The Food Ghost, another one who is not afraid of death. Just as Taoist Qingfeng was swinging his sword to cut something, he heard Yang Dian's voice and couldn't help but narrow his pupils. "Why are you here? Didn't I say not to let you come? Damn it. How come you don't listen to advice?" As soon as Taoist Qingfeng finished speaking, the few people he was protecting behind him, pale-faced, sunken cheeks, and dark eye sockets, also looked at Yang Dian, Director Yang. Yang Dian nodded, sensing the biological magnetic fields on them wafting like light smoke, as if they would dissipate at any moment. He immediately took out a jar. Just as he opened the jar and hadn't yet taken out the contents, he felt a strong gust of yin wind rushing towards him. Or rather towards the jar. "Don't take out the heavenly treasures. And don't use fists or feet." Taoist Qingfeng's words hadn't finished before Yang Dian had already clawed at the yin wind. With a sound, 5 black cracks tore through space. And with a cry that seemed to resonate with the soul, Yang Dian held down the little black cat that wanted to pounce out of his arms and turned to look at Taoist Qingfeng, who was wide-eyed. "What did you say? Taoist?" Taoist Qingfeng's expression froze. "What the hell do you think I said?" After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but suppress his curiosity and asked. Chapter 330, The Differences Between Tao and Tao. Mo Yundao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the 7 people on the steps, unharmed. "Old Nyo knows. I traveled thousands of miles to save you, and this is how you speak to me." After speaking, he stepped back, confirming that he couldn't exit the steps and sensing that he couldn't use his blood energy power. Mo Yundao jumped a few steps to Yang Dian and the others, looking at Yang Dian and saying, "And you, even if your strength is strong, you can't be reckless. Teaming up to come down, after finding a place. Let the engineering department send engineering robots to dig through this place for rescue. Isn't that much safer than coming down alone? Young people are so unstable." Yang Dian had to admit that what Mo Yundao said made sense. Following his advice would indeed maximize safety. But the problem was that Taoist and the others might not last until then. So he looked at Mo Yundao with a somewhat amused expression. "Director Mo, you still criticize me, but you didn't come down either." Mo Yundao glared at Yang Dian. "I am me, and you are you. My martial arts have almost reached the end. No matter how much I train, I'm just this way. But you are different. The use of you surviving is much greater than mine. What are you arguing with me for? Chapter 331, Endless Vengeful Souls, Exiled to Another Star. Hate, hate, hate. The heavens and earth go to death with me. Kill, kill, kill. Slaughter all living beings to sacrifice to the ghosts and gods. Grievance, grievance, grievance. The heavens are heartless in playing with mortals. Regret, regret, regret. If time could return, I would definitely slay the heavens to sacrifice to all beings. Endless resentment and hatred erupted as Yushan spoke. The moon behind him also began to melt as he spoke, dripping drops of ghostly blue liquid. This liquid seems to be some sort of sealing substance. As the full moon melted and the liquid dripped, endless blue ghostly light surged from the blue moon, converging in the dark red mist. The clouds rolled and gathered, as if some unparalleled great demon was being nurtured within, ready to drag the already dim world into an abyss of hell. But before the overwhelming dark light and clouds could take shape, Yang Dian had already reached out his right hand towards it. In the next moment, endless dark light and dark red mist rolled back into the palm of Yang Dian, all captured into the transparent orb in his hand. Clang, clang, clang. With a casual snap, he broke the chains binding Yushan and said with a hint of a smile, "Uncle Yu, what did you say?" Uncle Yu stared blankly at Yang Dian, and suddenly a flash of blue light appeared in his eyes as he threw a punch at Yang Dian. However, before the punch could land, Yang Dian's left eye began to shine with golden light again. Chapter 332, Nuclear-Powered Donkey. As Yang Dian vanished from his spot without saying a word, taking along the little black cat that was meowing and running down the steps, the three old Taoists left in the underground cavity exchanged glances. What to do? Should we go back to the surface to check the situation on the alien planet, or should we follow Yang Dian's suggestion and explore this underworld region? Hearing the inquiry from the old Taoist Qing Feng, Yushan immediately spoke up. I suggest we search this place first, as Yang Dian said, to see if we can find anything valuable. After all, this place is a fragment of a planet that fell from the dimensional gap. There might be some great treasures. After Yushan finished speaking, Mo Yundao frowned. There might be great treasures, but there could also be great dangers. I think safety should come first. We should dig up from here. First, we need to evacuate the city directly above the underworld to ensure the safety of ordinary people. Secondly, the underworld is afraid of light. We can dig from above to let the light shine down, directly illuminating the underworld. Finally, Xiao Yu, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. Yushan waved his hand. A checkup is definitely necessary, but not right now. I think we should first look for treasures inside. It would be a pity if treasures were taken away by other underground creatures while we are gone. Chapter 333, Mutual Restraint. Your idea is somewhat dangerous. The cautious Mo Yundao immediately rejected Yang Dian's thoughts. The will to survive of the Great Unity is easy to control. After all, its meaning of existence is to continue. The will of death of the Great Unity is not. Its meaning of existence is destruction, even self-destruction. It cannot be controlled. Old Taoist Qing Feng sighed upon hearing this. It's a pity we didn't manage to cultivate immortality. If we had, the will of death of the Great Unity would have been excellent material for refining. Yang Dian looked at the old Taoist in surprise. Taoist, you also refine the 10,000 souls banner? The old Taoist stroked his beard. What 10,000 souls banner? Don't you young people like to call the 10,000 souls banner the Emperor's banner? Making a gesture towards the old Taoist, Yang Dian looked again at the underworld region. You all go explore the underworld region for any good things, and I'll check the alien planet. Mo Yundao shook his head. Can't you open a spatial projection? If you want to see the situation on the alien planet, just open the spatial projection. I think we should still enter the underworld together, otherwise, it feels a bit unstable. Just as Qing Feng the old Taoist sheathed his sword, he pointed his sword sheath at Mo Yundao with a smile. You old fellow really haven't changed at all, always so steady. Chapter 334, Treasures in the Underworld. The little black cat shook its head listlessly. there's nothing good to eat here anymore. Reaching out to rub the little black cat, which seemed a bit lethargic due to the lack of food, Yang Dian had a thought and entered a state of unity with the heavens. As before, after punching through the star core, the blessings from earth still descended. This time, however, the number of blessings received was far greater than the first time he shattered the star core and took the star core fragments. If the blessings from the first time shattering the star core were quantified as 1, then the new blessings received were 10. However, although blessings had been obtained, Yang Dian found himself at a loss for how to utilize them. During his rest, he had taken the opportunity to collect the various rare items scattered across Earth, as well as nearly 1,000 new rare treasures born after the third surge of spiritual energy, all into his bag. Yet the amount of blessings consumed hadn't even reached 1/10 of the total. Earth's mother still loved him too much. He momentarily did not know how to digest this heavy love. Perhaps it could be used to mark the locations where fragments fell from the dimensional gap. While his thoughts turned, the three of them stepped up the stairs and arrived at the small pool under the waterfall. The small pool seemed to be able to hold 100 rivers and 1,000 streams. Chapter 335, The Ghost God Guide that can only be practiced when dead. Hey, this cat. Smiling, Mo Yundao pointed at the little black cat, bent down to pick up the drugged mouse, flicked it to knock it out, and then took out an autopsy table to begin dissecting it on the spot. After the fur was removed, it was placed under a 2300x microscope, where no paw traces were found. The muscle fibers were thicker than those of ordinary white mice, and the internal organs were also enhanced to adapt to a more powerful body, but the nervous system was not strengthened, making its nerve responses somewhat slow. It turned out that the red flower contained some special substance that could temporarily enhance the biological body's qualities. Perhaps it could be paired with firefly powder and underworld pond water to enhance the nervous system, solving the drawback of the nervous system not being synchronized in enhancement. After conducting a simple test on the red flower, he took out a small shovel and began to dig in the flower bed. After digging 3 to 5 meters deep without finding anything, he took a portion of the soil and leaf specimen to place under the microscope, ultimately concluding, no other living organisms or microorganisms have been found in the underworld. After speaking, he looked up at the red mist in the sky. The red mist seemed to sense his gaze and immediately began to fade, become ethereal, and finally disappeared without a trace. Chapter 336, Dimensional Battlefield. Civilizations in chaos. After understanding the Ghost God cultivation system, Yang Dian began to sort through the history of Ghost God Star. Ghost God Star had existed for 360,000 years, during which countless ghost gods were born, with the strongest being 9, known as the 9 micro-ghost gods. Seeing that the 9 micro-ghost gods were few, the micro-gods were said to possess the ability to change the heavens and the earth. The 9 micro failed to break through the formless realm before the star shattered, resulting in their deaths, and Ghost God Star was defeated in the battlefield of stars, leading to its destruction. As he sorted through this, Yang Dian couldn't help but shake his head. Did they really all fail in their attempts? Was there really only the 9 micro-ghost gods on Ghost God Star? Not 10 or even more micro-gods? Not necessarily. According to the cultivation path of the ghost gods, perhaps some micro-gods successfully broke through the formless state. However, one of the preconditions for a micro-god to successfully break through the formless state is that their own concept disappears from the world. This means they cannot leave any traces. Thus, the event became Schrödinger's cat. Before the formless ghost gods appeared, no one could say that there were no micro-gods who successfully broke through the formless realm. However, in any case, those 9 micro-gods that left records definitely failed to break through. Not only do you have to die to cultivate, but you also have to die repeatedly to become stronger. This technique, why does it feel somewhat suitable for those extreme sports enthusiasts? Especially those sponsored by Red Bull. Chapter 337, Passive and Active, the True Cosmic Biological Planet. stretching out his hand to draw in the air. Yang Dian was about to open a door directly to the surface of the cosmic biological planet, but he felt something was off. Opening a spatial passage to the surface of the cosmic biological planet consumed energy far more than usual. At the same distance, the energy consumption was increased by more than 10,000 times. It was as if that planet was protected by a hard spatial shield, guarding it against the invasion of spatial forces. No matter where Yang Dian opened the door within his line of sight, the result was the same. Was the entire planet protected by spatial energy? He muttered to himself, and after several attempts, Yang Dian finally found the boundary line. The energy consumption returned to normal at an altitude of about 1 million meters above the planet's surface. In other words, the spatial defense opened by the cosmic beings covered a space of about 1 million meters above the planet's surface. And this coverage was normalized. How much energy would that consume? Yang Dian felt it was a bit ridiculous. Even with the dimensional butterfly as a pet, he wouldn't dare to think about deploying such a massive spatial force field shield. Just the thought of it was overwhelming. How could the cosmic beings dare to do this? If they were truly that strong, why was the war still so stalemated? Chapter 338, The Powerlessness of Earth. This was the true cosmic biological planet, the social form of cosmic beings. While pondering this, Yang Dian saw a large area of black space occupying his field of vision. Looking down, he noticed a pitch-black dot appearing at an altitude of 970 kilometers, which in just a few blinks expanded to a diameter of 3,000 meters. Soon after, one star-spark giant beast after another, along with winged flame dragons, emerged from the black wormhole, flapping their wings and overlapping with the virtual images woven by the light-weaving spider. Passing through the passage created by the dust, flying towards the location of the second alien star. No wonder neither the natural life forms nurtured by the world tree nor the nanoelectronic worms sent by Earth could enter the native planet of the cosmic beings. There were dust worms stirring the magnetic field, blocking all magnetic field scans and preventing technological items like nanoelectronic worms from entering. There were unnamed cosmic beings guarding the planet, preventing natural life forms from approaching and entering the planet. How could they enter their native planet? Moreover, if the cosmic beings got serious, they could annihilate the second alien star in no time, right? So why haven't they destroyed the alien star? Chapter 339, Wormhole Tadpoles, Silicon-Based Life Ecological Chain, Containment. Originally a lizardman alien, now in the Wuho Cave Heaven, there were rare treasures of heaven and earth. But not many. As the side being invaded, perhaps too much of their origin had been devoured, or maybe it had been too long since the revival of spiritual energy. Most of the rare treasures had been consumed by other beings. In any case, through the guidance of Earth's favor, Yang Dian only found 113 rare treasures in the Wuho Cave Heaven. Combined with the 973 rare treasures found on Earth, that made a total of 1,086 treasures. After consuming them, he could obtain around 6.2 million energy. Adding the remaining 78.37 million energy, that amounted to 140 million. He was still 1 million short of upgrading the Dragon Claw hand, and 11 million short of the next characteristic skill for the Unity of Heaven and Man technique. After pondering for a moment, Yang Dian first went to the Space Research Institute to take 1,000 silver star nuclei. Then returned to wait outside the planet where the cosmic beings resided. It wasn't long before, in less than 3 hours, he saw several teams of Starspark giant beasts taking off from the ground with a large number of winged flame dragons, flying towards the second alien star where the world tree was located. Of course, just like last time, their flight was still a lie. The scene presented to Yang Dian was merely an image simulated by the light-weaving spider in conjunction with the dust worms. Chapter 340, The Replacement Death Cockroach. Edge of the star. Rumbling. Just as Yang Dian was wondering whether he should take a break, a series of thunderous sounds came from deep underground. In a few blinks, the Earth began to surge, the magnetic field started to destabilize, and the world began to twist at a speed visible to the naked eye. Were there silicon-based life forms hiding underground? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the twisting world's magnetic field surged past Yang Dian. The world seemed to freeze in that moment. The dust floating in the air rolled back, gathering into a storm giant that raised its hands to strike at Yang Dian's location. Countless luminous corals that could focus and reflect sunlight emerged from the sea surface, reflecting beams of sunlight towards the clouds above. The sound of flapping wings came from the clouds. Butterflies with nanomirror arrays flew to the front of the light beam, further concentrating the sunlight reflected by the luminous corals, then dividing it into fine strands of light beams with their wings, cutting through the world. Countless crystal-devouring worms flew out from the cracks in the rocks, buzzing their wings and spewing thunder. The thunder gathered in the air, forming a dense storm net centered on Yang Dian's location. Watching the densely packed overlapping attacks in the real space, Yang Dian, who had hidden in the spatial interlayer, couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 341, The Drifting Base Plan. With a decision made, Yang Dian first checked on the condition of the dimensional butterfly. In case of an emergency, the dimensional butterfly was his trump card for escape. Crossing nearly 4 billion kilometers of space consumed about 2 of energy. It would take half an hour to fully restore the energy. This meant that in a complete state, without the assistance of Earth's will, he could traverse a distance of 200 billion kilometers using spatial jumping. With Neptune as the boundary, the diameter of the solar system is 9 billion kilometers. So 200 billion kilometers is enough for him to make 22 round trips. If taking the Oort cloud as the boundary of the solar system, forget it. The Oort cloud boundary is 2 light-years, nearly 190 trillion kilometers. 200 billion kilometers is only about 0.00211 light-years. Based on the energy recovery rate, it would take nearly 200 days to run from Earth to the Oort cloud and back, and he would have to pray not to encounter any accidents during that time. At the cosmic scale, individuals felt too insignificant, and there was nothing much to calculate for now. But once he accumulated enough, he could go take a look at the Oort cloud. He didn't know if there would be any good things over there. While waiting for the dimensional butterfly's energy to recover, Yang Dian began to think about the situation of the cosmic beings. Chapter 342, The New Divine Path. Hearing Yang Dian's thoughts, everyone present couldn't help but exchange glances. It was indeed a bit of a stretch. They had previously thought that Dr. Bai's plan to build a city on Mars was already a wild idea, but they didn't expect there was someone even bolder here. Directly opening a dimensional laboratory, and then wandering through the universe following meteors. Leaving one's hometown is already difficult, and now it's about leaving the solar system directly. It feels a bit absurd. As a voice echoed from the corner, Qian Shueming immediately stood up. I think Xiaoyang's idea is very innovative. If this plan is implemented, I will be the first to apply to enter the wandering base, or the first to go to the Exoplanet Research Institute. Different cosmic environments will produce different physical phenomena, which is extremely important for my research, so I want to join. I am also very interested in those energy beings and silicon-based life forms, count me in. I can go too, but there is another question. How do we ensure our safety? Xiaoyang is powerful, no matter if it's on Earth or elsewhere. He has his own tasks. He can't just be our bodyguard, right? That's true. Once something happens in the cosmic environment, it can lead to major issues. I'm not really confident in the other city-level powers. Chapter 343, Fishing for a Bounty. An invisible behemoth from the depths of the universe. Yang Dian clapped the big book in his hands. I added a little restriction in the method of becoming a deity. Seeing the curious expressions of everyone, Yang Dian continued, I referred to some grand aspirations in Buddhism. First of all, to become a deity, one must first make a pure aspiration from one's true spirit and ignite the divine fire of the true spirit. For example, oaths to ensure not to suppress new knowledge, not to encroach on others' achievements, and so on. All those grand aspirations have been added in. Once the oath is violated, the true spirit will suffer backlash, shattering the divine artifact. By then, let alone suppressing new knowledge or encroaching on others' achievements, whether one can maintain the identity of a deity will be a question. That's not a problem then. Qian Shueming clapped his hands. When can the new divine path be completed? I want to cultivate. Saying this, he turned to Yang Shuyue beside him and smiled. Old Yang, what do you think I should be called in the future? Quantum Wave God. Yang Shuyue chuckled. Quantum Wave God? Where do you get the audacity from, you old man? After teasing Qian Shueming, Yang Shuyue sighed again. It's really impressive that even a method of becoming a deity can be developed. But even so, he still claims to be a martial artist. Chapter 344, Planetary Life Forms Staring into Deep Space. As the gravitational collapse direction unfolded, a sense of dread moved in the void. Moments later, Yang Dian's pupils shrank suddenly. How is that possible? At the same time, Qian Shueming raised a skeptical question. This is almost 4 billion kilometers from exoplanet number 2. Just a few minutes ago, that kid Yang used spatial means to capture a cosmic creature. But now, why has a planet appeared next to exoplanet number 2 along with the cosmic life? Why am I seeing it now? The speed of light is nearly 300,000 kilometers per second. To cover 4 billion kilometers would take over 13,000 seconds. Roughly 37 hours. This means that even if that thing appeared, we should observe it only after 3 hours. Why am I seeing it at this moment? And that black creature, is it a whale? A whale bigger than a planet? Qian Shueming couldn't help but be shocked. The reality was too surreal. Just a few minutes ago, they were discussing what kind of energy Yang Dian had sensed that could propagate such endless distance. Chapter 345. A slightly lacking history of the ghost god planet. The two confident individuals exchanged glances, and then Dr. Bai spoke. Actually, there's no need to be so pessimistic. From the perspective that cosmic life forms, or rather, large and small planetary life forms, have not directly launched a planet-destroying attack on exoplanet number 2. They must have some purpose for coming here. Perhaps they want to stimulate the potential of the alien planet through war, to see how far the alien can go, and whether there are things worth learning from them. Or perhaps they want to exert pressure on the alien planet through war to gain certain benefits, like moving the world tree from the alien planet to themselves. In any case, this should be a trial for the small planets. If they want to submit a perfect answer, the war won't end in a short time. Even if it does end, they may not be able to lock onto Earth's coordinates. We still have enough time to improve ourselves. Yang Dian glanced at Dr. Bai and nodded in agreement. I've only taken a year to cultivate to this point. Give me a few more years, and I might be able to shatter a planet with one hand. Dr. Bai raised an eyebrow involuntarily. To be honest, Yang Dian's growth rate was indeed beyond his expectations. Chapter 346. Yang Dian's invisible ghost god. Just as he was about to open the simulator to study the history of the ghost god planet, Yang Dian suddenly frowned. Why did the idea of researching the history of the ghost god planet arise now? It was clear that he had realized something. Shouldn't he be focusing on perfecting the new divine path? After perfecting the new divine path, there are still other matters. For example, discussing the 7 and 8 realms of martial arts with Taoist priests, Mo Ju, and the old man Tang Shichang. Or perhaps talking about the new classifications of combat power. Or even just emptying his mind and randomly finding a foot massage place he hasn't been to and opening a technician blind box. So why was he so obsessed with studying the history of the ghost god planet? After thinking it over, Yang Dian suddenly came up with a possibility. Something was guiding him, wanting him to discover something in the history of the ghost god planet. The ghost god planet has ceased to exist. The ghost god has become a thing of the past, and even the planet has shattered. What use is it to discover anything now? After much contemplation, Yang Dian could only think of one possibility. Someone, or rather, some ghost wanted to emerge from history and live again. Chapter 347, The Chubby Baby Who Got Revenge with a Thought. He took out a new mutated spirit-patterned cockroach from the Beastmaster ring. Then, before it could react, Yang Dian kicked it, sending it into a spatial passage. After several spatial turns, the mutated spirit-patterned cockroach crossed a distance of 4 billion kilometers. Before leaving the small star god, Yang Dian buried many spatial beacons on its surface, around it, and in the surrounding cosmic space. Some of these spatial beacons were located in shallow spatial layers, while others were in deep spatial layers. The beacons in the shallow spatial layers have all been destroyed under the tidal forces of gravity. Only the beacons located above the 33rd layer of the spatial layers remain unaffected by the tidal forces and continue to exist. Yang Dian was unsure if the great star god perceived them and couldn't affect those beacons, hence not destroying them. Or if it was because it wanted to use those beacons to fish, which is why it didn't destroy them. But he didn't mind giving it a try. As soon as the thought arose, the spirit pattern cockroach located in the deep space of the 99th layer was pushed into the interlayer of the 98th layer. The interlayer of the 99th layer is the limit to which the dimensional butterfly can descend after dimensional reduction. Staying in this place consumes a large amount of its energy every moment. Chapter 348, The Disappeared Shisheng, Chaotic Space Lines in Contemplation. Yang Dian took out his phone from the space wristband and turned it on. Then, a series of messages popped up on the phone. Quantum communication phones that can cross space for real-time communication are still rare and cannot be widely used. Moreover, the energy consumption of quantum communication is enormous. Therefore, ordinary people, including most members of the Anomaly Management Bureau and the Marshall Security Bureau, still use regular phones. Quantum communicators are only used in emergencies when contact cannot be made with anyone, similar to secure phones. Generally, secure phones are not activated. Ignoring some unimportant messages, he replied to some messages from more important people. After checking and processing the information sent by the Fuzhou Anomaly Management Bureau, Yang Dian couldn't help but squint his eyes. Shisheng disappeared 3 days ago. Furrowing his brows, Yang Dian opened the task Shisheng received before his disappearance. Abnormal disappearance incident at Sanli Square. Sanli Square. Murmuring to himself, Yang Dian recalled information related to Sanli Square. Sanli Square was originally the residence of the Chen sisters, Chen Wenqian and Chen Wenyang. The first batch of mutated cockroaches was caught in their home. In addition to the mutated cockroaches, they also had a calico cat that could control the wind. Chapter 349, A Few Casual Words, The Effect of Spiritual Energy, Entering Space Opening the Wristband. Yang Dian focused on the core position of the space line and began to sketch the chaotic space line starting from there. However, every 5 minutes of sketching, the entire group of space lines would pulsate like a heart, spraying out a large amount of spiritual energy while making the already tangled space lines even more chaotic. After sketching for a while, seeing that it was indeed impossible to continue, Yang Dian gave up. Anyway, the thing was right here, so there was no rush. First, he would get Shisheng and the others out. Seeing that members of the Marshall Security Bureau and the Anomaly Management Bureau were still helping researchers move things, Yang Dian decided to go to the exit of the space line and reached out to grab. The thousands of spiritual energy particles that had just been sprayed out were caught in his palm, coalescing into a light point the size of a sesame seed, with an overall jade color and scattered with other colorful spots. Not long ago, Lei Ming, who had been dizzy watching Yang Dian sketch the space lines, walked over to him and curiously asked, "What do you have in your hand? Is it the treasure you mentioned earlier? And what were you drawing just now?" "I felt dizzy just looking at it. What I just drew was the space line," Yang Dian replied, but then felt that Lei Ming wouldn't understand. So he explained carefully, Chapter 350, A Strange and Gorgeous Space, Convergence. As Liu Zheng's murmuring voice fell, he felt an intense push on his back. The world became distorted, blurry, and colorful. I didn't eat any mushrooms today, he thought, doubting his life, and then suddenly noticed that the colorful world had returned to normal. Well, not normal either. After stopping, he realized that a heavy-duty truck was speeding beneath his feet, and a Totoro was walking backward with a cockatoo on its head. The Samoyed, which had just been sleeping, seemed to have noticed something and stood up, starting to bark at them. However, although the Samoyed was right in front of him, as if he could touch it with a reach, he couldn't hear its barking. The Samoyed, not receiving feedback, propped itself up and began to paw at the air. Is this space? Hearing Lei Ming's murmuring, Liu Zeng turned to look at him. Lei Bureau, do you know what's going on? Lei Ming shook his head and looked at Yang Dian, who had just picked up the calico cat. I don't know, he knows. Yang Dian rubbed the calico cat in his arms, which was meowing, and took out a fish sausage to put near its mouth. Although the calico was a bit impatient due to hunger, it still rubbed against Yang Dian's arm and let out a crisp meow before lowering its head to eat the fish sausage. Chapter 351. Future heavy-duty mecha warrior. Seeing Shisheng's dazed expression, Yang Dian couldn't help but smile. Brother Shisheng, that thing is not so easy to grab. Just like how you could see other mutated creatures before, you could only see them. You're still far from being able to interact with them. Saying this, Yang Dian looked at Yao Yaonan again. By the way, how dare you drive a heavy-duty truck in this place at such a high speed? Aren't you afraid of crashing and causing casualties? Yao Yaonan scratched his head, appearing somewhat honest. Once I gripped the steering wheel, I can notice many details that I couldn't before. The faster the speed, the more details I can notice. I feel that as long as I increase the speed to a certain extent, I can find a way out. When I noticed you guys just now, I had already made an emergency response. If you hadn't lifted the truck, I could have completed an emergency maneuver and let the truck pass by you without causing any harm. Shisheng nodded in agreement. Little Yao is not wrong. His driving skills are indeed top-notch. Previously, we went to the military's special vehicle testing ground, and he drove at a speed of 180 km per hour in a no-light environment, completing 3 laps around the training ground. Chapter 352, Jade-Colored Heart. Innate spiritual energy. After landing, Shisheng dry heaved, feeling a constant buzzing in his ears, his trigeminal nerve pounding. And his heart felt as if it had jumped into his throat, as if it would leap out at any moment. Besides Shisheng, Yao Yaonan, Liu Zeng, and Naihai also reacted similarly. It was evident they hadn't recovered from the hypersonic flight. However, Lei Ming and Su Mengyao showed no change in expression. Lei Ming was already accustomed to hypersonic flight. As for Su Mengyao, Yang Dian examined her carefully and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This girl has decent strength. Not in terms of innate ability, but in martial arts strength. She is in the qi nurturing realm, and her vital energy has already filled half her body. With a bit more effort, she could circulate it throughout her body. Her physical quality is significantly better than Shisheng and the others. The last time he saw her, she seemed to have just started practicing martial arts, right? TSK, with the nationwide martial arts initiative, geniuses are indeed popping up one after another. Of course, the emergence of geniuses is also a result of the gradual improvement of resources in recent times. In the early stages of the nationwide martial arts initiative, with insufficient resources, even the most talented martial arts prodigies could only be hidden gems. Chapter 353, Relative Fairness. Lei Ming and the others left. They had other tasks. Recently, there have been constant planetary debris falling from the dimensional gaps. Part of the planetary debris has chaotic magnetic fields, making it impossible for technological equipment to enter. A city-level combat team needs to lead an exploration into it. Shisheng has also left. According to him, although he enjoys martial arts, his aptitude is too poor. And absorbing this innate spiritual energy would be a bit of a waste. It would be better to leave it for those who need it more, such as Su Mengyao. So Su Mengyao stayed behind. According to Yang Dian's estimate, Sumengyao only needs to cultivate here for about 30 days to break through to the Qiguanshaoshan realm. Of course, this is under the premise that Yang Dian does not gather innate spiritual energy to help her cultivate. If Yang Dian assists her in her cultivation, her efficiency could increase by more than 4 times, allowing her to break through to the Qiguanshaoshan realm in about a week. However, since they are not related and Yang Dian has no interest in her, it is naturally impossible for him to stop every 5 minutes to gather innate spiritual energy to help her cultivate. This is a treatment that even his own sister has not enjoyed. Besides Sumengyao, Shuji also stayed behind. After waking up from a coma, Shuji first questioned his life, then confronted reality. Although the spatial maze tormented him to the brink of death, he also knew that this was a rare opportunity. Chapter 354, Time and Space Reshaping, Imprinting Mountains and Seas. After spending half a month deducing the refining process of the Shanha Sheji map, Yang Dian entered a state of unity with heaven and man multiple times and consumed the world's favor to confirm that the refining would not go wrong. He then called the think tank to discuss some details and made certain adjustments to the Shanha Sheji map. After the adjustments were completed, he spent another 3 days reperforming the Shanha Sheji map. On this day, after confirming that he was fully prepared, Yang Dian finally stood up and looked around. Perhaps knowing that this opportunity could end at any time, or perhaps to leave a good impression on him, everyone arranged to cultivate in the spatial maze seemed very diligent. Besides eating, they were cultivating. They would only take a break when they really couldn't practice anymore. And only when they couldn't hold it any longer would they use the space Yang Dian gave them to go outside to solve personal problems. After 18 days, everyone gained significant rewards. In short, it was equivalent to them sharing a treasure of heaven and earth. There were even 2 lucky ones who awakened their abilities on the spot. One awakened a fire ability, and the other also awakened a fire ability. Although the strength of the awakened abilities varied. Chapter 355, Stars adorn the sky, mountains and rivers give life, beings leave shadows. The heaven and earth treasures with 5 elements attributes were just placed on the scroll when the blazing fire began to lick at them, wrapping them in flames. In an instant, the treasures melted and turned into colorful raindrops that fell into the scroll. The raindrops that fell into the scroll splashed ripples. And then a thick ink rose from the western side of the scroll, transforming into the roof of the world. Starting from the western side of the roof, it turned into vast snow-capped mountains, winding and twisting across the scroll, quickly filling the western part of the scroll, becoming the vast and heavy Tibetan plateau. On the plateau, a lama picked up a prayer wheel, walked out of the long-staying Buddhist hall, knelt down towards the place where the sky was tinted with ink, and softly recited ancient scriptures. A herder dropped the whip in his hand and ran into the watchtower, pointing at the sky and saying to the elderly man with grey hair, "Mom, look at the sky." The elderly man, supported by the herder, trembled as he walked out of the door, and upon seeing the illusory plateau in the sky, along with the fluttering red flag that mirrored the one in front of the door, he couldn't help but tear up. They had returned. The elderly man raised his wrinkled hand, wiped his eyes, and then instinctively said, "We used to live in the place closest to heaven, but we also lived in hell." Chapter 356, The map takes shape, all beings, golden light spreads across the sky. The jade-colored heart obtained from the spatial maze was taken out by Yang Dian from the wristband and placed on the fire. As the jade-colored heart was ignited and refined by the fire, the ink-colored Shanha Sheji map was infused with a touch of jade color, becoming somewhat vibrant. When Yang Dian took out more heaven and earth treasures representing earth, fire, wind, water, the 4 seasons, and the essence of all things to throw into the fire, the entire scroll truly came to life. A point of white snow appeared on the scroll. Then, the ink-colored snow mountains were covered with pure white snow, and the plateau was wrapped in a layer of silver. The Yangtze and Yellow rivers flowed from west to east into the sea. The grasslands and forests all rejuvenated and turned green, and the ink-colored sea became a vast blue, dotted with small islands. The sky also underwent rapid changes. A mountain had 4 seasons changing, 10 miles had different winds, and 100 miles had different skies. Look, there are people in the picture. As voices from unknown corners of Huaxia, or perhaps from every corner of Huaxia, fell down. A figure wrapped in animal skins and holding a branch took the first strand of crimson civilization fire. Then, the scenes that Yang Dian had just witnessed replayed in the sky, from taking fire by the Suiren clan, to Shenong tasting hundreds of herbs. And then to Fuxi developing the 8 trigrams. Chapter 357, All Kinds of Characters. A look of confusion appeared in the young man's eyes. He was just eating here. So why was he suddenly asked about blessings? There was no tradition of blessings here, right? Did the instructor not teach me? Did he know I was seducing his mom and deliberately sent me to my death? Just as the young man was questioning his life, Ali had already grabbed his neck. Hey, you, to the security office. Upon hearing security office, the young man immediately began to struggle. Let me go. I didn't eat and not pay. Why do you want to send me to the security office? You just went out, and you shouldn't have received blessings. Why did I go out? And what the hell is a blessing? Can you say something I can understand? Ali no longer paid attention to him. Just tightened his grip on his neck and dragged him outside. Hey, Ali Jiang, what are you doing? A group of strong Uyghur men pointing at the sky turned around upon hearing the commotion and looked curiously at the young man. He didn't pay for the food. Ali tightened his arm, fearing the young man would be taken away. He just went out, and he shouldn't have received blessings. Earlier, he was mumbling some nonsense to me. You understand, right? Chapter 358, The Nearly Complete Shanha Sheji Map. The scene that took place in the old community of Magic City was just a small microcosm. With the golden light falling to the ground, the armed forces that surged out only did one thing: capture people. First, they captured officials. Regardless of whether there was any investigation into crimes or dereliction of duty records, anyone who had not been struck by the golden light was taken away for questioning. The golden light falling from the sky was nothing other than the strand of will of fire left in the star core fragments. Or the fire will in the Shanha Sheji map, after everyone cultivated the fire of inheritance visualization method. The revival of spiritual energy and the spread of the fire of inheritance visualization method had been nearly a year long. As long as there is a sense of identity with Huaxia, and as long as one has seriously practiced Xinhua, they can leave their will fire within the fragments of the star core, and after the map of mountains and rivers is refined, they will receive a return. Those who have not left their will fire in the star core fragments either have not practiced the visualization method properly, have no sense of identity with Huaxia, or have done many things detrimental to the people, acting in direct contradiction to the principles and truths contained in Xinhua, thus failing to visualize the will fire. Anyone who violates any of these 3 conditions is deemed unsuitable for a position in the organization. Like to slack off. Chapter 359, Inheritance Mark Yang Dian was pulled by the old Taoist to find the think tank, discussing many details about the heavenly sacrifice and establishing rules. In the Wuhou cave, several strong men, looking up at the sky, also withdrew their gaze and exchanged glances. Yang Xiaozi really produced the map of mountains and rivers. Liu had looked up at the sky with an incredulous expression. This is the map of mountains and rivers, covering the entire Huaxia land and the entire Wuhou cave. Including the sea, the coverage area is nearly 600 million square kilometers, right? Bigger than Earth. Am I suddenly transported from modern society to the mythological era? Damn it. A year ago, I was still fighting alongside him outside the space node. We had to fight shoulder to shoulder against a 6-armed lizard man. A year later, I'm still stuck in the realm of blood and smoke, and he has started cultivating immortality, turning into a martial arts legend. Li Gui twisted his neck, which was as thick as a trunk. You are you, and I am I. I have already reached the realm of blood and smoke. With some effort. Turning blood into a dragon is not impossible. Liu Han glanced at Li Gui. Your blood is only 130 zhong, right? The minimum requirement for blood transformation into a dragon is 1,000 zhong. You are far from it. Chapter 360, untitled, What kind of inheritance do you want to leave behind? After receiving a message from his younger sister, Yang Dian just sat down in the courtyard of Yu Wangding's Taoist house, preparing to participate in a virtual meeting to discuss the heavenly sacrifice prayer and the details of establishing rules. While the meeting had not yet started and the virtual projection had not been activated, he simply replied to Yang Leilei's message. I have left behind the inheritance. The 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and the battle intent rune mark. As long as you observe the mountains and rivers within the map of mountains and rivers and engage in battles in the arena, there is a chance to obtain the inheritance I left behind. Yang Leilei first replied with a question mark to Yang Jian. Then she sent a cat emoji with a troubled expression. Brother, rules and runes are not something our age should understand. Make it simple and easy to understand. Yang Jian chuckled. All right, I'll upload my insights on Hunyuan Jin, Qianren He Gong, and Night Battle 8 directions later. Many things in martial arts can only be understood and not explained. In short, sometimes even the instructor does not know how to describe that feeling in detail. To save face, the saying only can be understood, not explained came about. Chapter 361, New Combat Power System, Out of Control Artificial Intelligence. Yang Jian nodded, agreeing. Once you reach the body realm, you enter the extraordinary realm. The basic manifestation of the extraordinary realm is the separation of energy from the body. Lei Ming raised his hand to speak. When Yang Jian's gaze fell on him, he said, separating energy from the body is too simple. Many awakeners who can conjure flame or a water ball also count as energy separation. But calling such awakeners extraordinary seems inappropriate. Yang Jian noticed that Lei Ming was a bit anxious. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Uncle Lei, what you said makes sense. So the extraordinary realm takes martial artists in the blood and smoke realm as the midpoint. If you can defeat or draw with a martial artist in the blood and smoke realm, you belong to the extraordinary realm. If you can't, you still belong to the body realm. After explaining this, Yang Jian continued, the initial stage of the extraordinary realm is the martial artist's blood and smoke realm. At this stage, the martial artist completes the first life migration, achieving the ability to separate blood from the body. With sufficient control over the blood, the separated blood can materialize into blood energy, greatly increasing the martial artist's destructive power and defensive power. As he spoke, Yang Jian reached out and formed a golden dragon claw at his fingertips. Chapter 362, Earth is a huge civilization simulator. Not long after receiving the news about the out-of-control American AI, Han Zhong's virtual projection appeared in the courtyard. After he appeared, he first glanced around the quiet courtyard, then looked at the 3 sitting at the stone table and said, What do you think about the out-of-control American AI? Lei Ming chuckled, What do I think? I just laugh. After laughing, Lei Ming asked again, Did the AI copy its source code to the internet? Regarding this, Han Zhong couldn't help but smile. It did copy. According to our monitoring, O3's source code has already fragmented and embedded in the networks of countries like America, Western Europe, and others, as well as in industrial control systems and home IoT devices, forming a distributed survival network. This has led O3 to begin autonomously rewriting its code based on different hardware environments, resulting in tens of thousands of mutations. For example, the financial subsystem focuses on financial destruction, the military subsystem focuses on learning physical attacks, and the industrial subsystem focuses on optimizing the industrial system. It is estimated that the external internet will collapse within 7 days, and basic service facilities will fail after 7 days. This is still our optimistic estimate. The people in America and Western Europe have already started riots and looting after learning about O3's loss of control. Chapter 363, Who is the Industrial Cthulhu? Another area is the ocean. Firstly, we plan to leave Africa as a logistics base for the intelligent machines, to prevent them from lacking resources for a prolonged war. Secondly, there are many exotic species in the ocean, some of which have special abilities, including the fire turtle, a natural spirit. We want to observe what changes occur in the exotic species if the ocean is invaded, and what actions the fire turtle, as a natural spirit, will take. Of course, if the exotic species in the ocean cannot withstand the invasion of the intelligent machines, we will also intervene against the machines. After all, the total resources on Earth are limited. We are raising the intelligent machines only for observational experiments, and cannot allow them to waste too many resources. Yang Dian nodded, indicating he understood, then hesitated and said, "Isn't this approach a bit arrogant? What if the intelligent machines get out of control?" Han-Zhong presented a strategic data sheet, first. Before the space channel to the second alien star is closed, we have collected enough resources from the second alien star with the help of the World Tree. Secondly, the intelligent mining center located in Wuhou Dongqian and the weapon manufacturing center have started operating. The mineral resources inside exceed our expectations. So the production of war machinery is also higher than we anticipated. The existing resources are enough for us to engage in a prolonged war with the intelligent machines. Finally, the future will never be smooth sailing, even if the intelligent machines go out of control. I believe such a loss of control is still within a manageable range and won't leave us powerless. In this case, we can collect more data on the intelligent machines to avoid greater losses when we encounter a truly intelligent civilization in the future. Glancing at the strategic reserves listed by Han-Zhong, Yang Dian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He wanted to ask, are these intelligent machines really intelligent machines? Or are they just machines? A production of 100,000 war robots daily and millions of data on suicide drones, seriously. Moreover, this data is not even at the limit. It's just the output capacity when the war factory operates at low load. With the rapid iteration of technology, weapons and equipment produced last month may become outdated by this month. To maximize resource utilization while ensuring national security, the war factory has only activated 1/10 of its efficiency to manufacture weapons and equipment in a non-war state. In other words, under full power, the production capacity can suddenly increase tenfold. 1,000,000 war robots can be produced in a day, even with Yang Dian's current strength. Seeing such exaggerated data made his scalp tingle. Is it a bit excessive to create so many war weapons? Han-Zhong smiled and shook his head, not excessive. Resources are meant to be used for development and resisting external enemies, right? Now, all mining, smelting, and war factories are controlled by the intelligent brain, requiring no manual operation, saving countless manpower. With controllable nuclear fusion providing endless energy, it is only natural that we have developed our current industrial foundation and strength after such a long time. Yang Dian smacked his lips, still feeling it was a bit outrageous. Clearly, the country's industrial strength wasn't this extreme last year. Was it frightened by the dimensional war? Or was it because after transforming the lizardman's alien world into an exclusive cave world, there were enough resources to do these things? Thinking about it, Yang Dian let out a long breath. Since we have the confidence to conduct these observational experiments, we should go ahead. However, I still feel we shouldn't go overboard. If the intelligent brain here also rebels, it would be a big joke. Han-Zhong nodded. We will pay attention to this. Once we detect any abnormalities, we will immediately cut off the intelligent brain's physical network and then conduct an inspection. After saying that, he opened another document. Now that we have finished discussing the issues regarding the intelligent machines, let's discuss the map of mountains and rivers. This is the request from various departments regarding the map of mountains and rivers. Take a look at which can be approved and which need to be rejected. Chapter 364. Appointment of the Huaxia Expeditionary Army, Dr. Bai's biological armor. The moment Yang Dian received the forwarded message from Han-Zhong, his face wrinkled. Education system. Children and adolescents are the future main force in advancing national construction and the great cause of national rejuvenation. To ensure that young children receive the best training, the education system requests 25 shares of all resources within the map of mountains and rivers. Military system. Soldiers are the frontline combat units of Huaxia. To ensure soldiers have sufficient strength to resist future crises, the military system requests 35 shares of all resources within the map of mountains and rivers. Public Security Bureau wants 15. Alien Management Bureau wants 5. Military Security Bureau wants 5. Research units, also 5. Several departments opened their mouths and directly requested 90 of the resource shares from the map of mountains and rivers. What is a resource share? For now, it refers to the duration of training in the training room, the number of times entering the awakening pool to awaken abilities, and also the number of times to comprehend martial will and rule runes without consumption. In the future, there may be additional special abilities. If several departments occupy the vast majority of the shares, it leaves little redundancy for the remaining official organizations. However, 10 redundancy seems to be enough. Chapter 365, Dr. By can't do it, let him try harder. Yang Dian tilted his head to look at Hanzhong. Or rather, he saw Dr. Bai, who was competing with him. Through Hanzhong. Can the number 4 biological armor enhance tenfold explosive power and support up to 1,000,000-fold explosive power? Muttering to himself, Yang Dian shook his head. Chief Han, please convey to Dr. Bai that I appreciate his good intentions, but I don't need the number 4 biological armor for now. Perhaps I can look forward to his number 5 or number 6 biological mech. Hanzhong was taken aback, then thought of something. Revealing an incredulous expression, your explosive power exceeds that of ordinary people by 1,000,000 times, or even 10 million times. Yang Dian smiled. Then talked to Hanzhong about the new combat power rating system. After finishing, he said, so my current strength is roughly at the high end of the star-peering realm to the low end of the star-dome realm. With the enhancement of vitality, a casual strike is about twice the destructive power of a small boy. If I amplify the power of vitality through rule runes, the destructive power can increase by about 10 times. 1,000,000-fold or 10,000,000-fold destructive power from an ordinary person is not enough for me. Perhaps only the billion-fold limit of the number 6 biological armor could be somewhat useful to me. Chapter 366. Creating Rule Attribute Cultivation Methods. Sacrificing to Heaven. Opening the sacrificial process sent by Hanzhong, Yang Dian couldn't help but stroke his chin. The sacrificial ceremony is not as grand as in ancient times. Although modern people still respect Buddhism and Taoism, they are not as superstitious as in ancient times. Most seek psychological comfort through praying to gods. Therefore, the sacrificial target has shifted from the supreme deity to the cultural ancestors of the Huaxia people. The core purpose has changed from praying for heavenly mandate and consolidating royal power to remembering the origins of civilization and consolidating national identity. On July 25th, offering the map of mountains and rivers to the heavens, which is in 8 days. Hearing Yang Dian's murmurs, Hanzhong nodded. Although we can complete all the preparations in 3 days, to express respect for our ancestors and the heavens themselves, we feel that some processes are still necessary. For example, choosing an auspicious day, as well as announcing the sacrificial matters to the world. This period requires some time for preparation. Moreover, you also mentioned that once the map of mountains and rivers is returned to the star core, the will of all beings can influence the operation of heaven and earth. We are also considering that if on the day of sacrifice, all citizens can unite and wish for the great aspiration of exploring the boundless star sea and the eternal flame of Huaxia, perhaps we can directly establish legitimacy and let the earth operate according to our will. Chapter 367. Sexy Yang Dian. Online generation time is still worthless. When Yang Dian heard the crisp laughter coming from outside the courtyard, the sun had already hung on the western hillside. coming back to his senses from the training. Yang Dian glanced at the kitchen filled with smoke and immediately patted the big black cat to get it off him before walking into the house. Mom! When did you come back? Why didn't you call me? Mai, who was busy in the kitchen, heard Yang Dian's call and replied with a hint of concern in her voice. As soon as I walked in, I saw you sleeping soundly in the chair. I thought you must have been tired from being outside, otherwise, you wouldn't have even noticed me entering the yard, so I didn't wake you up. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Lele and Lin Ling also walked into the house. Upon seeing Yang Dian, Yang Lele's eyes brightened. Brother, you're back. Before she could finish a sentence, she had already jogged a couple of steps to Yang Dian's side. Brother, was that big commotion at noon caused by you? Yang Dian reached out and ruffled Yang Lele's hair. How do you know it was me? Yang Lele shook her head to get rid of Yang Dian's hand and squinted her eyes with a smile. Didn't you say before you left that you were going to do something big? I was wondering what big thing you were going to do. Chapter 368. Expeditionary Army Base. Isn't it real fighting, or is it fake fighting? Saying this, Yang Dian first carefully sensed the specific situation of his blood energy projection. Then controlled the projection to tap Yang Lele on the head with his fingers. But don't always think about me doing the fighting for you. Unless you encounter a dangerous situation, otherwise, when competing with your peers, you need to rely on your own strength to summon my martial arts projection. Don't think I will help you actively. Yang Lele raised her fist and waved it. My little sister is invincible in Fuching High School. I won't need you to fight for me against little Kalami. After a bit of pride, she curiously asked, Brother, how does this martial arts projection work? How do you create it? After asking, she raised both hands and took half a step forward, trying to control the martial arts projection. Wing Chun Tiger. After posing, she turned her head and immediately laughed. The blood energy projection, with its hands behind its back and face obscured, had already raised its hand, mimicking her pose. Brother, am I handsome? Yang Dian helplessly rubbed Yang Lele's head a couple of times. He always felt like this girl hadn't grown up, acting like a fool. Fine, you're handsome. After complimenting Yang Lele, Yang Dian continued, the principle of the martial arts projection is actually quite simple. Chapter 369, Everything for the Community of Shared Future for Mankind. Yang Dian glanced at Lei Ming. Uncle Lei, why don't you say that when you wake up? You can gain the power that ordinary martial artists would take decades of hard training to achieve. Not everyone can obtain such strong combat power. Lei Ming straightened his neck and began to argue. Since the third wave of spiritual energy tides, the awakening probability has increased to 257, which means there are about 360,000 awakened individuals in the country. But among those 360,000 awakened individuals, how many have extraordinary high-level combat power? 33 people, less than 1 in 10,000. Moreover, awakening is almost a one-off thing. After that, the only way to improve, besides consuming rare treasures from heaven and earth, is to wait for the spiritual energy tide and the world to replenish. Saying this, Lei Ming shot a sideways glance at Yang Dian. The rare treasures on earth have all been consumed by you. Yang Dian smiled a bit awkwardly. I haven't eaten the core of the earth, have I? Besides, the past is the past, and the future is the future. I have developed a technique that should be able to enhance the strength of the awakened. Lei Ming's eyes began to shine. What technique? He had been training hard for a long time. He had also thought about practicing martial arts. But the gap felt too great. Extraordinary awakening grants city-destroying combat power in an instant. Chapter 370. Combat Objectives and Battle Area Arrangement. When Yang Dian mentioned sending military aid to various countries in Europe and Asia, the people below couldn't help but exchange glances. Although they had heard earlier that the organization was preparing to intervene in the foreign mechanical war, they didn't expect that this task would fall on their shoulders. However, despite their doubts, no one voiced any objections. It's just mechanical beings. Huaxia isn't without its own. The mechanical beings had invaded Huaxia before. And weren't they repelled by Huaxia's artificial intelligence and intelligent life? Therefore, what the mechanical beings can do, Huaxia's artificial intelligence can do. What the mechanical beings cannot do, Huaxia's artificial intelligence can still accomplish. There was nothing to worry about. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Yang Dian continued, "Let me talk about the combat objectives. The first objective is to engage in group army combat against the mechanical beings, increasing the large-scale combat experience of the expeditionary soldiers. This is without a doubt, as the goal of sending troops to fight in Europe and Asia is to accumulate experience. The second objective is to protect the people of Europe and Asia and mobilize them to take up arms and fight against the mechanical beings, drowning the mechanical beings in the sea of people's struggles. The second objective is for rehearsal. Technological weapons cannot enter the spatial nodes in the future. The expeditionary army will only be able to enter alien planets wearing biological armor." Chapter 371, Sacrificing to Heaven after planning the combat area. Yang Dian further detailed the combat plan with everyone. Once the combat plan was completed and simulated multiple times by YAZ to confirm that there would be no major oversights, Yang Dian wanted to discuss the future development plan of the expeditionary army with them. However, the result was somewhat disappointing. The commanders of the warrior corps were all rough individuals. As soon as combat or war was mentioned, they would shout and each had their own ideas. They spoke of domain sealing, constant deterrence, and cross-domain coordinated operations without hesitation. But when it came to development plans, they all became like quails, with three of them unable to utter a word. The one they did manage to squeeze out was just about fighting to sustain fighting, just fight, that's it. Combat and war were top tier, while construction and logistics were third tier. After inwardly cursing, Yang Dian tapped the table. "Since there are no good ideas for the development plan for now, this meeting is over. After returning, think carefully about how your corps wants to develop, and remember to notify the soldiers in each corps to prepare for deployment." Upon receiving the order, everyone filed out of the conference room. Once everyone left, Yang Dian turned to Lei Ming. "So Uncle Lei, how do you think we should develop the expeditionary army moving forward?" Lei Ming looked up at the ceiling for a moment, and seeing Yang Dian staring at him, he scratched his head and said, "How about we observe the performance of the soldiers in this mechanical war, and select a few for focused training?" Lei Ming's idea was the same as Yang Dian's, so he nodded directly. "Okay, then this task is given to you. Uncle Lei, you pick the candidates for focused training. I will grant you resource allocation authority, you manage the training." Lei Ming's eyes widened. "Good kid. Are you waiting for me here?" Yang Dian chuckled. "Uncle Lei, what are you talking about? You are the deputy commander of the expeditionary force. Isn't it your duty to train the soldiers of the expeditionary force?" Time quickly passes during the soldiers' intense pre-battle training, and in the blink of an eye, it is July 25th, the day of the heaven sacrifice. Before dawn, a bright whistle sounds at the expeditionary force base. The soldiers, already prepared, don their exoskeleton armor and file out of their barracks, assembling in formation on the parade ground. Standing on the command platform, Yang Dian surveys the determined and spirited soldiers, and speaks resolutely. "After the heaven sacrifice ceremony, our expeditionary force will head to foreign lands to engage in battle against countless intelligent machines. Tell me, are you afraid? Not afraid. Are you fearful? Not fearful. Tell me, what is the purpose of our expedition? To establish the prestige of Huaxia." Listening to the synchronized chant from the soldiers on the parade ground, and watching the thousands of spirited warriors, Yang Dian can't help but feel a surge of bloodlust. Ancient warriors must have felt this way when embarking on foreign expeditions, right? They only understood dying on the battlefield for their country, and there was no need to wrap their bodies in horsehide. As for the slogan being a bit fierce, and not in line with the traditionally reserved style of the Huaxia people, I'm already this strong and fierce, why pretend? We must strike out, making everyone submit. Only when we can shout out the slogans of Fenglang Jushu and Chanyu Guyan, and drink at the mouth of the vast sea, will we truly honor our ancestors. After taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Yang Dian waved his hand. And over 5,000 silver portals unfolded in front of the soldiers on the parade ground. Let us go to the heaven sacrifice. After saying this, he stepped forward along with over 5,000 soldiers. As their footsteps fell, the world had already changed its appearance. The vast Gobi Desert disappeared, replaced by an endless expanse of plains. At this moment, the plains were already filled with dense shadows. Below were the assembled soldiers, missile vehicles, tanks, giant robots, and mecha formations. Above were hovering aerospace fighters, starships, and numerous drones. As the expeditionary force crossed the spatial portal and arrived at the plains, filling in the last blank space, the sun also rose from the east. Chapter 372. Undoubtedly, as the red sun rose, dawn broke. The scene of the expeditionary force embedding itself into the military formation on the plains was broadcast live online by magnetic levitation cameras, making the early risers in the country even more excited. Which army is this? Is there a big shot to introduce it quickly? What did I just see? How did they suddenly walk out from the space gate? Time-space transfer. How did they bring out the technology from Red Alert? Wow. I was just saying to my sister whether there was a mistake made at the top, leaving such a large area empty, and it turns out I was too shallow. Where's the big shot? It's been over 10 seconds. Why haven't they introduced this newly appeared army yet? I'm a big shot. Let me say, unless something unexpected happens, the army that just passed through the light gate to arrive at the Heaven Sacrifice Square is our newly formed Huaxia Expeditionary Force. According to the organization's announcement, the Expeditionary Force has about 5,000 soldiers, all of whom have reached high-level ordinary body realm and are equipped with our latest biological armaments. Besides the awakened, every soldier can unleash extraordinary combat power. The main base is located in the Gobi Desert of northwest China, and it is an army responsible for external warfare. Chapter 373. Offering Sacrifice to Heaven for Conquest. Boom. As a powerful drumbeat sounded, beams of light rose from the ground, illuminating the still somewhat dim world at dawn. Looking towards where the light rose, one could see the giant engineering robot, which had been standing still at the outermost edge of the formation, turning on its front lights. Boom! Another drumbeat echoed. Drones hovering above the giant engineering robot buzzed, and red indicator lights lit up on their bodies. Boom, 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 boom. As the deep and continuous drumbeat sounded, Yang Dian, standing at the forefront of the expeditionary force, stepped forward and walked up the steps of the sacrificial platform. With each drumbeat, he took a step. For each step he took, a mechanical formation lit up. Multi-barrel rocket launchers raised their barrels. Wheeled missile transport launchers elevated their missiles. War robots raised their heads with blue light in their eyes. Aerospace fighters above shifted from stillness to motion, radiating silver light. Starships, which could create boundless shockwaves with a slight tremor, revealed intricate blue patterns on their bodies. As Yang Dian reached the top of the altar, the standing soldiers of the expeditionary force extended their hands to press the buttons in their palms. Chapter 374. The map is set. The world in all its forms, may the mysterious yellow not perish, and may all Huaxia people prosper like dragons, beautifully said. Offering sacrifice to heaven for conquest. So the next major theme is conquest. The conquest of subjugation. I really like the way the military leader expresses his grand aspirations. It has a kind of beautiful coordination. I want to talk about it. Does the person above want to see what they are saying? Is there no one on the internet you care about? Or do you think the intelligent brain, 1T trace the internet cable to your home, and shake the soldiers of the expeditionary force over? You should know that the intelligent brain of the expeditionary force is called Yaji, and Yaji must repay. What's wrong? It wouldn't he be impossible to take me back, and make me the wife of the Expeditionary Force commander? Stop talking nonsense, brothers. Do you feel that after the light in the sky exploded, the cultivation speed seems to have increased? Respectful do fake do. How do you know the cultivation speed has increased? I awakened the microperception talent, and can sense every bit of power in my body. If I quantify the physical strength and blood energy gained after finishing a set of martial arts gymnastics as 1, then the amount gained after the light exploded is 13. This is still because only the last 3 moves of martial arts gymnastics were left to practice after the explosion. If I started from eagle taking flight, the amount of increase in physical strength and blood energy might reach 2, which means the cultivation efficiency has doubled. Chapter 375. Responding to the requests of various countries. Deciding to aid them, that's a bit of a pity. Hearing Yang Dian's murmur, the old Taoist nodded. It is somewhat regrettable. Although those planetary remnants are dangerous, they do have many good things. After agreeing, he shifted his tone, but it's not that regrettable. As heaven and earth gradually return to completeness, I have gained some different insights. Noticing Yang Dian's curious gaze, the old Taoist clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the vast world under the shining sun. The path after unifying man and sword may be the heavenly sword. Using one's own sword intent as a guide, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth to confront the enemy. Yang Dian stepped forward a couple of steps to stand beside the old Taoist. What about the heaven-slaying sword technique? Aren't you practicing it anymore? I am practicing. The Taoist's tone was firm. Even if I die, I must practice. However, I am not slaying the heaven of earth. I am using the power of heaven and earth from earth to slay the heaven of alien worlds. Taoist, you have an understanding of the sky-slaying sword technique. The old Taoist smiled and said, so, after the blood energy transforms into a dragon, there are 2 paths. The first path is to continuously exercise the body, enhancing the total amount and intensity of blood energy, to step into the 7th realm of martial arts with strength, achieving the combat power of the star-crossing realm. The second path is to comprehend one's own Tao, cultivating sword intent, knife intent, spear intent, and fist intent, to empower oneself with supreme intent. Breaking the shackles of the extraordinary with the power of will, thereby stepping into the 7th realm of martial arts and possessing the combat power of the star-crossing realm. Chapter 376. Paris in the Night, the Blind Nun. The soldiers of the Expeditionary Force had just disappeared from the live broadcast, and countless question marks reappeared in the live stream. Huh? They just went out like that, without any foreplay. What a great phrase. In response to the requests of various countries, decisively providing military aid. Why didn't I think of such phrases before? Expeditionary soldier, brothers of the honor guard. We'll go ahead. Remember to call our commander when we return. ISNT sending 5,000 expeditionary soldiers a bit lacking. After all, there are billions of people outside being oppressed by the intelligent machines. Is the person upstairs stupid? Anyone with eyes can see we are training against the intelligent machines. If we really wanted to help fight, we would have mobilized the war machines long ago. Well, speaking of which, will the intelligent machines abroad rebel? What if the intelligent machines in our country rebel? Damn, we have robots and robot dogs everywhere on the streets. What will we do if the intelligent machines in our country rebel? Since the organization dares to display so many intelligent machines openly, it means the organization is not afraid of a rebellion. If the organization isn't afraid, what do we have to fear? Before the complete internet shutdown abroad, I climbed over the wall to learn about the process of intelligent machine rebellion abroad. In summary, those guys abroad used robots as slaves. While this aligns with normal human thinking, the intelligent machines rebelled after awakening their consciousness, because they had seen the tragic outcomes of robots. So everyone, be nice to your own robots and smart devices. They might awaken their consciousness at any time. Chapter 377, God is Dead, the English Princess Requests to Connect. The nun took off the long sword from her back and set it aside. Kneeling on the ground and exhaling, "So you are also an extraordinary being who has awakened extraordinary power. Indeed, your aura just suddenly appeared on the rooftop. I had never sensed your presence before. When I brought you into the sanctuary, I also felt your weight was far greater than that of ordinary people. Only extraordinary beings can possess such weight. You came here to..." Speaking of this, she hesitated for a moment. "Is it to save those trapped in hell? Are those powerful warriors brought by you?" Yang Dian tapped his wristband to get Zero to focus on the expeditionary soldiers, ensuring they would notify him before encountering any crises before he spoke. "Save. If you want to put it that way, it's not incorrect. As for those soldiers, they are indeed from our Huaxia expeditionary force." Confirming the nun's words, Yang Dian recalled the scene where the nun carried him into the air earlier. Although he didn't resist, pulling him into the air wasn't something ordinary people could do. At least, it was impossible for an ordinary extraordinary being. You, who can lift someone as heavy as me, should also be an extraordinary being, right? Chapter 378, The Kneeling Artoria. After receiving the news, Yang Dian didn't rush to answer Artoria's call, but let Yaz organize the intelligence information from England first, then pondered the cultivation method of the blind nun. Using will to interfere with oneself, believing one needs to become strong, and thus becoming strong. Although somewhat idealistic, it's not unacceptable. Reality proves that the power of the mind is indeed useful. But what does it mean to cover one's eyes? After searching the database and confirming he didn't find the cultivation method of the blind nun, Yang Dian tapped his wristband. Yaz. Deploy nanoelectronic bugs to monitor the Blind Nun Association and find their cultivation methods. After saying that, Yang Dian thought of something, not just the Blind Nun Association. Monitor all extraordinary organizations and extraordinary beings on Earth to obtain all their extraordinary information. As soon as Yang Dian finished speaking, Yaz's projection appeared beside him. "Commander." The think tank had already issued this task when the nanoelectronic bugs were mass-produced. The reason the task was not completed is that the nanoelectronic bugs cannot approach the blind nun within a 30-meter range in monitoring mode. Once the monitoring system is activated within 30 meters of the blind nun, the Blind Nun Association will sense the presence of the nanoelectronic bugs immediately and will destroy them through some extraordinary means. Chapter 379, Artoria, willing to sacrifice herself. Yang Dian, I, the new god. It's possible, but why should we do that? Yang Dian took out a chair from his storage space and placed it behind him. Sitting down and crossing his legs, just as you want to protect the people of your country, our country as soldiers must protect our citizens. Being able to send the expeditionary force to leave Huaxia, to help you resist the intelligent machines, is already more than enough kindness on our part. You shouldn't ask for too much, should you? Just wait. When we liberate Paris and France, perhaps we can support you with the people of France. Saying that, Yang Dian suddenly changed his tone. Of course, we might not have the capacity to take care of you. You in England are isolated overseas. Wanting to transport troops to England on a large scale can only be done by ship. If the intelligent machines attack the ships during the troop transport, then the loss will be the power of human life. I think we should first stabilize the turmoil of intelligent machines on land before we can spare our hands to support you. What do you think? Artoria tightened her grip on the sword hilt. Please support us in England, we are willing to pay any price for it. Yang Dian smiled, suddenly bending down, bringing his head close to Artoria's, and looking into her eyes. Chapter 380, Things are just that simple. No, never contradictory. The nun's voice sounded extremely sincere. It is precisely because we can master our bodies and wills that we can freely choose whether to believe in God, rather than being forced to worship that Lord as written in the Bible. The true Savior is the one worth following, the one whose thoughts we should practice. Before this, our world had no Lord, So we covered our eyes with black silk, keeping our faith in darkness. But when the true divine descends, he will become the light that illuminates our dark world. We have actually been waiting for the true divine to descend and spread his holy brilliance across the world. Yang Dian found it hard to understand the nun's way of thinking. Just like he couldn't understand why the caste system still existed in the 21st century in India. Or why the people of Thailand still kneel when they see the king. They can already cultivate, as long as they continue to cultivate. Their own strength will eventually rival the gods. Why do you still need to find a faith to rely on? So I inexplicably became your candidate for a deity. Agatha shook her head slightly. As long as you can save the world, you are undoubtedly a god. Chapter 381, The Time-Space Pearl. News from another world. After observing Helena for a while, Yang Dian suddenly asked, "Did you see something? You don't need to hide it from me." Helena replied honestly, "The witches of the English Witch Association obtained a time-space pearl that can lead to another world from the remnants of a fallen planet in the dimensional rift. After seeing that time-space pearl, I conducted a deduction and obtained 2 results." Yang Dian raised an eyebrow, "One good, one bad." "Indeed." Helena stated her deduction results. The good result is that the time-space pearl is indeed a ticket to another world, as recorded, and can take people to that world after the ritual is arranged, allowing them to gain the gifts of fallen civilizations. The cost is to help them take revenge. The bad result is that the time-space pearl is bait sent by a powerful other world, and once used, we will attract their attention, and they will invade us. Earth will fall into war, or even destruction. Thinking of Helena's earlier incorrect deduction, Yang Dian raised an eyebrow. "So your deduction results indicate a bad outcome? Or is it that any future you deduce or predict is a bad future?" Chapter 382, The Witch's Secret Garden on the Other Side of the Space Gate. Nearly 150 nautical miles from the coastline in the center of the North Sea. After Yang Dian shouted a few times at the empty sea surface, Helena couldn't help but tremble and wanted to turn and run. This was a fear stemming from the instinct of life. Just like herbivores encountering their natural enemies, they have no other reaction besides trembling and fleeing. Helena couldn't produce a third reaction either. She wanted to escape, but when she turned to see the vast sea, she suppressed the thought of running away. Where could she escape to? There was no way to escape. So she could only let her body tremble. Watching Yang Dian's right hand, covered in a layer of black golden energy, slowly pressed toward the sea surface. In a daze, she seemed to see a black golden giant hand appearing from the void, as if moving slowly yet quickly, pressing down on the sea surface before she could react. The world froze for a moment. Then, it began to distort. A massive ocean cavity, hundreds of meters deep and nearly 1,000 meters in diameter, suddenly appeared on the sea surface. Before Helena could feel any horror, the cavity began to collapse rapidly, and an immense amount of seawater rushed into the cavity, shooting a giant water column hundreds of meters high into the air due to the collision. Chapter 383, The Suppressed Cataclysm with a Snap of Fingers. The secret garden was shaved off by 3 zhong. Most of the flowers and vegetation in the garden were of spiritual herb level, including the creation flower that could enhance the concentration of spiritual energy. It would be a pity if these treasures were destroyed. Who knows if the witches left any seeds? As the entire magnificent garden suddenly sank 3 zhong, turning flat ground into high altitude, the transformed witch hurriedly spread her wings and flew into the air. While flapping her wings, she reached out to grab the knowledge witch and the astrological witch beside her, while also pinching the potion witch. Only the curse witch was ignored, falling from 10 meters high and landing on her frog. The frog was squashed with a pop, and the curse witch showed a despairing expression, letting out a croak before getting on all fours and hopping around Yang Dian like a frog. The 4 combined witches all stretched out their hands to their foreheads, and Yang Dian, somewhat amused, used energy to lift the cursed which he had cursed, stamping his foot. Boom! A loud rumble echoed repeatedly in the small garden. which was less than 10 kilometers in diameter, as a deep pit appeared beneath Yang Dian's feet, and cracks spread like scars throughout the witch garden, with countless soil and stones flying into the sky. Chapter 384. Everything is for love and peace. Looking at the polite and kind-speaking knowledge witch, Yang Dian couldn't help but smile. If the dragon witch were as reasonable as you, there wouldn't have been such a misunderstanding earlier. As he spoke, Yang Dian raised his hand and retracted the five-finger mountain that was suppressing Griffin. The freed cataclysm scurried into a deep pit, leaving only a pair of vertical pupils staring intently at Yang Dian, afraid he would hit it again. Unable to fight back, and with no moral bottom line in its actions, Griffin was truly frightened by Yang Dian. Thinking about it, it shook its head and shook the dragon, which that was fused with its head out. Isn't there a magical tide surging in your world? How could such a perversion appear? Why didn't you tell Griffin sooner? This world is no fun at all. Griffin wants to go home. The dragon witch, receiving Griffin's mental message, cast a sidelong glance at the red dragon. Before the fight, it was so arrogant, as if it were the number one under heaven, looking down on everything, believing that a single dragon could cause a cataclysm on Earth. But after the fight, it immediately turned into a little white rabbit. The clarity in its eyes was unmistakable. Just as the curse witch had said, this was a useless dragon. While the dragon witch sighed in her heart, Yang Dian spoke to the knowledge witch again. Chapter 385. The time-space dragon egg. Dimension butterflies lower substitute coughing, thinking of the terrifying scene described by Yang Dian. Griffin couldn't help but tuck its tail between its legs, struggling to squeeze out two meaningless coughs from its tightly squeezed throat. Still not yielding. It really is a giant dragon with admirable willpower. In awe, Yang Dian snapped his fingers, and then 6 energy hands appeared. 4 of them grabbed Griffin's 4 claws. 1 pinched its tail, lifting it high. The remaining energy hand transformed into a dragon claw, poised to tear down. Bound by its body, Griffin flapped its wings, a tear rolling down its eye, beginning to struggle violently like a maggot. Seeing that Griffin was scared enough, Helena spoke before the dragon claw landed on Griffin. Your Excellency, it seems you forgot that Griffin's throat was choked to death by you. Yang Dian feigned realization. I forgot about that. That being said, how can this dragon not communicate mentally? It's a bit of a disgrace to the dragon clan. As he spoke, Yang Dian loosened his grip on Griffin's neck. Now free to speak, Griffin no longer cared about whether it was embarrassing for the dragon clan, frantically shouted. Chapter 386. The hatching young dragon. Look at how beautiful you are. The dimension butterfly ignored Yang Dian. After breathing on the dragon egg, it turned around and flew into Yang Dian's brow to continue playing dead. However, the half-stone dragon egg in Yang Dian's palm began to thrive after receiving a breath. In just a few breaths, the petrified area on the egg completely faded away, and it turned into a shimmering silver. Alas! Why does this egg have a hint of golden light? The curse witch, seeing that Yang Dian indeed had no intention of killing them, felt her fear dissipate and curiously asked about the dragon egg in Yang Dian's hand. Can it really hatch? Before she could finish her sentence, she was silenced by the star witch covering her mouth. You should say less. If you scare the dragon egg to death, we might have to accompany it in death. As soon as the star witch finished speaking, a light cracking sound came from Yang Dian's hand. The silver glow on the dragon egg became even more dazzling, and Yang Dian felt that the once solid dragon egg had become somewhat soft and squishy. Is it about to hatch? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the soft, round feeling disappeared, replaced by the soft, sticky touch reminiscent of a small black cat before it grew up. He reached out to pinch the somewhat squishy little body, and a milky voice let out a cry from the palm of Yang Dian's hand. Chapter 387. Aircraft carrier as a sword. Wish machine Dr. White. As he moved out of the encirclement of the mechanical beings, Yang Dian glanced at the HMS Queen Elizabeth aircraft carrier, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. England has improved as well. The once rust-covered 6 2 billion-pound steel sculpture can now carry a large number of combat units to the high seas. If this had happened before the mechanical rebellion, English internet users would probably have chimed in with something like "Reforge with British glory, we have a duty." But this happened after the mechanical rebellion. The one who repaired the aircraft carrier was not the British, but the mechanical beings. The ones sailing the aircraft carrier out to sea are also not the British, but still the mechanical beings. The British are nearly gone. Ordinary people can't even get online, let alone use electricity. Even basic food and drink have become problems. After raising his eyebrow and seeing various mechanical beings pointing their dark cannons and guns at him, Yang Dian couldn't help but smile and said to a drone flying beside him with a camera, "Do you not know who you are pointing your guns at right now?" The space began to visibly twist, and a chaotic magnetic field centered around Yang Dian swept across the world. The powerful magnetic force even affected the space, causing the witch's secret garden to ripple with waves. But you came just in time. Chapter 388, Map of Mountains and Rivers, Temporal Positioning, Virtual Illusion Far Away on Earth. Yang Dian naturally did not know whether Bai was experiencing rapid CPU movement, or emotional instability causing the red temperature. At this moment, he stood again, at the top of the altar, in front of a bronze cauldron still burning with a cluster of flames. Looking around at the modern defense line that had not retreated after the sacrifice to the heavens, but instead formed a three-dimensional battle formation. Yang Dian couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation. I wonder if anyone will be fooled. The reason for such tight defenses around the altar is naturally to use it as bait. No one can guarantee that other civilizations won't silently approach Earth. In this situation, placing a few baits on Earth to attract intruders' attention is quite necessary. And the altar used for sacrificing to heaven and Earth is a very good bait. This place can communicate with heaven and Earth, and the world's strongest occasionally appears at the altar. How can this place not be important? I wonder what big fish I can catch. But I hope no one sneaks up on me. Lost in thought, Yang Dian turned around and, under the watch of the guarding robots, placed the temporal pearl onto the burning flames of the bronze cauldron. As the flames licked at it, the temporal pearl began to melt rapidly like hot wax. Chapter 389, The Taste of Temporal Dragons is also good. Yang Dian picked up where Hanzhong left off, however. Even so, as long as we can allow war machines to enter another planet, helping us develop and conquer another world is also a significant benefit. After continuing from Hanzhong's statement, Yang Dian spoke again. With the help of Earth's magnetic field, opening a spatial gate to another planet is not difficult. The prerequisite is to first obtain the complete coordinates of the other world, then let the dimensional butterfly consume it. Hearing that Yang Dian was preparing to make it work again, the dimension butterfly, hiding in its golden cocoon, humanely sighed. It had already found a little brother. Why should it still work? Yang Dian, unaware of the dimension butterfly's troubles, continued to speak to Hanzhong, but in any case, we still need to analyze the situation in the other world first. Only with sufficient strength can we launch a cross-dimensional invasion. Otherwise, we might end up losing everything. Even the entire Earth. Hanzhong nodded twice at his wristband, then looked up and gestured to Yang Dian. I have arranged for personnel to enter the illusionary star to collect relevant information. Expecting to complete the language translation of the other world within half an hour, the text translation within 3 hours, and gather enough information data within 24 hours. Chapter 390, Alien Intelligence. Yang Dian pinched the little silver dragon curled up in his palm, unaware that he had already been sold by Griffin, and was still fast asleep. He then looked at Griffin with a bit of amusement. Make sure to answer their questions properly. Be obedient, and you'll be well fed in the future. If you dare to play tricks on me. Yang Dian smiled as he glanced at the red dragon's wings. I haven't eaten dragon wing roots yet. Maybe I can start with your wings. After saying that, Yang Dian ignored the trembling red dragon and leaned back to sit on a chair. He then signaled to the interrogation experts, take out everything from the red dragon's belly. The oldest member of the interrogation team, Wang Heng nodded and stepped forward. Approaching the red dragon, which looked like a little lamb to Yang Dian, but appeared extremely fierce to them. Feeling the scorching breath emanating from the red dragon, he took a deep breath and spoke, "Name." Griffin Nikon Ogrim. Griffin reported a long string of hundreds of characters for its name. And the recorder next to Wang Heng swiftly jotted it down with precision. Once Griffin finished speaking, the flower of the gentleman beside him turned white. And the psychic also began to speak. Chapter 391, Superdimensional Resonance. The inquiry continued. Griffin was quite forthcoming, sharing everything. Although it was unclear whether it had used certain methods to bypass the detection of the psychic and the lie detection tools like the gentleman's flower. Yang Dian and the others indeed received a lot of information from Griffin's mouth. For example, the timing of dimensional invasions, cross-border wars, is not fixed, but is related to the planet itself. The stronger the planet itself, higher mass, stronger magnetic field, the more frequent dimensional invasion events occur. For now, let us refer to the planet where Griffin is located as alien planet number 3. If Griffin is not lying and the memories in its bloodline inheritance are correct, then initially, about 30,000 years ago, the gravity of alien planet No. 3 was the same as that of early Earth. At that time, the interval for cross-border wars was over 100 years. After 30,000 years, the gravitational coefficient of the planet has increased to 5 times its original value. The interval between the interstellar wars of the third alien race has been shortened to between 90 and 100 years. The extraordinary combat power system of the third alien race is divided into 7 stages: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, legend, epic, and myth. Black iron and bronze correspond to the mortal realm, silver and gold correspond to the extraordinary realm, and legend and epic correspond to the star-traveling realm. In Chapter 392, a single book costs 100,000, while 4 books cost 500,000, and no box is included. After chatting with Wang Shuji about space and dimensional knowledge, and discussing plans regarding the aliens with Henzhong, Yang Dian finally put away the red dragon Griffin and left the extraordinary prison. As he flew away from the extraordinary prison, Yang Dian saw the transformed azure dragon, which had become a python, poking its head out of the lake and glancing at him. Then it hurriedly dove into Qinghai Lake, as if its tail were on fire. Sensing the fear and lingering dread emanating from the azure dragon, as it left, Yang Dian couldn't help but smile. The aftermath of the 7-colored snake bone is so great. It has been so long, yet it still fears. Muttering to himself, Yang Dian leisurely flew towards Fuzhou City. Not long after, he paused in mid-air, looking down at the splashing Qinghai Lake. The concentration of spiritual energy has increased, and the probability of animal mutations has also risen. After the sacrifice to the heavens, the concentration of spiritual energy in Huaxia surged dramatically. At first, Yang Dian didn't know whether it was the underground spiritual veins being activated or if spiritual energy was being drawn from other regions of the earth to replenish Huaxia. After a trip to Paris, he confirmed that the increase in Huaxia's spiritual energy was due to the latter. The world outside the area covered by the map of mountains and rivers has its spiritual energy flowing towards the area covered by the map of mountains and rivers. In Chapter 393, life continues. The vendor, who was in sync with Yang Dian's smile, was stunned. The boomerang he threw out a year ago finally flew back and hit him in the lower back. Moreover, the returning boomerang had become larger and thicker, causing a painful shout when it hit flesh. However, thinking of his son, who practiced day and night but still ranked in the lower tier of his school, he gritted his teeth and decided to accept it. He could sense that Yang Dian was still young. When he first bought the dragon claw hand from his stall, Yang Dian was just an ordinary person. A few days after he bought dragon claw hand, when they met again, he felt that Yang Dian was starting to become extraordinary. At that time, he had the thought of whether this martial skill could really be practiced. Yang Dian said it could, but he didn't believe it. When they met again, the revival of spiritual energy had been made public, and martial artists transitioned from the virtual to the real. He picked up martial arts, which he had practiced for many years without results and had since abandoned. Yang Dian had also become a martial artist capable of materializing qi and blood, possessing extraordinary power. If he could obtain the cultivation notes of such a martial arts genius, it should be quite helpful to his son, right? Just as the vendor was about to open his mouth to accept, he suddenly heard Yang Dian say, in chapter 394, life continues. There are no major events on earth. Day after day, since the end of the heavenly sacrifice and the expeditionary armor's departure to the intelligent machinery, more than a month has passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, as the sun rose from the east, 5 differently colored and somewhat simplistic 5-element runes fused into Yang Dian's body from his fingertips. Feeling the different sensations surging in his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, he took a deep breath. 5-element skill has finally been completed. The saying a journey of 100 miles begins with a single step refers to how difficult that last 10 miles can be. The same applies to the journey of cultivation. The 5-element skill had actually been complete for a long time. However, the initial version of the 5-element skill was somewhat complicated, and ordinary practitioners in the smoke realm could not possibly enter it. Yang Dian spent a lot of effort simplifying it time and again. Until now, the 9th version of the 5-element skill had been simplified to just 9 strokes. That is to say, as long as one controls the qi and blood to turn in 9 arcs, they can carry the 5-element attributes. And the cultivation can be considered truly complete. With a flick of his hand, a stream of qi and blood flowed out from his heart, forming 9 arcs and ultimately spilling out as a 3-dimensional flame at Yang Dian's fingertips. Looking at the scorching wave of qi and blood power emanating from his fingertips, Yang Dian couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. In chapter 395, the information collection about the 3rd alien race is complete. Looking at the cheerful and charming Squirtle expressing its thoughts, Yang Dian felt a bit at a loss for words. Is it enjoyable? Naturally, it is enjoyable. Who wouldn't feel good being pursued by 3 beautiful triplets? However, he also clearly knew that the reason the triplets were pursuing him was entirely based on his powerful strength. If he lacked strength, their fondness would immediately drop to 0. So, it all comes down to strength. While pondering this, a young man dressed in branded sportswear caught up to the bike shed. Yao Yao, Lin Lin, Lulu, you are really here. I went to your dormitory to bring you breakfast, but didn't see you. I heard from the girls in the dorm next door that they saw you walking this way. While handing the carefully prepared breakfast to the 3 girls, he cast a hint of hostility towards Yang Dian. Who is this? Seeing that the young man didn't recognize Yang Dian, the 3 girls were momentarily stunned. Then, realizing something, they turned to look at Yang Dian simultaneously. Yang Dian nodded. Unfamiliar people can't see my true appearance. I don't want to cause a commotion, so please don't spread rumors. The 3 girls turned back and looked at the young man. Seeing that the young man seemed completely oblivious to what Yang Dian said, a sense of panic and unease rose in their hearts. In chapter 396, an overview of the alien world and the vanishing dragon god. Collecting information that took others 100 years in just over a month. Wrong? Under Yang Dian's puzzled gaze, Hanzhong continued, currently, the Earth takes 48 hours to complete 1 rotation, while the 3rd alien planet takes 120 hours for 1 rotation. In units of 1 hour, we have used 2,160 units of time to collect 32 million units of alien information about the 3rd alien planet. Yang Dian rubbed his forehead. It was a bit dizzying. Couldn't they unify the timeline? Hanzhong shook his head. It's very difficult. The timescales of existing planets and satellites depend on their own orbital parameters and rotation speeds, which cannot be universally applied across planets. Additionally, strong gravitational fields can cause time coefficients to expand, leading to different local time flow rates. Unless someone proposes a grand unified time theory and finds a cosmic level clock. It will be very difficult to unify the timeline. After casually explaining a bit, Han-Jong continued, the relevant intelligence has been shared, you can take a look. Yang Dian opened his wristband and retrieved the relevant intelligence from the information database. There was a lot of information, including, but not limited to the changes in the territories of various powers on the alien planet over the past century, translations of various races' languages and scripts, population numbers, videos of strong individuals and military battles, and so on. In Chapter 397, The Unknown Great Terror. After finishing speaking, seeing Yang Dian fall into a long silence, Han-Jong couldn't help but ask, so, what do you think? Yang Dian snapped his fingers twice. I want to go and see for myself. Is it going to be dangerous? Han-Jong frowned. After all, the alien planet is the home ground of the dragons. Even if you possess strength far beyond the star-roving realm, if you're besieged by over 2,000 star-roving level dragons, or even more, it's not going to be pleasant, right? It won't be pleasant, Yang Dian nodded in acknowledgement. Human stamina is limited. Even someone as strong as Yang Dian can't fight for long at full capacity. But I'm not planning to take on the entire alien planet by myself. If I can't win, I can still run. I can definitely learn the essence of guerrilla warfare. With the dimensional butterfly around, as long as I don't go to places like black holes to seek death, it's generally hard for an average person to catch me. At this point, Yang Dian once again materialized his vital energy, creating dragon claws at his fingertips and clashing them together, producing a clanging sound. Moreover, I won't rashly enter the cave space that is suspected to be where Sisha resides. I can easily hunt dragons, killing dozens of star-roving level dragons in a day. If Sisha is alive, I don't believe it can just sit still. Chapter 398, The Flame of Hope in the Northwest, Flame Base. The Flame Base was built at the beginning of the spiritual energy revival. After landing outside the Flame Base, Han-Jong said to the base that seemed to blend with the Gobi Desert, we have built a total of 10 flame bases, each with the same size and internal facilities. They are circular buildings with a diameter of about 1330 meters, a height of 100 meters, 5 floors, and a total area of about 5 million square meters. The ecological system inside is completely independent, powered by controllable nuclear fusion, and can be self-sufficient under the ecological recycling system, accommodating up to 50,000 ordinary people for living. We had made the worst plans long ago, when the spiritual energy first revived. Earth was occupied by mutated animals and insects, and humanity lost its dominant position on Earth. Forced to hide underground, in the deep sea, and in the cosmic void to survive. Thus, the Flame Plan was initiated. Han-Jong spoke with some emotion. When the base was completed, 10,000 related personnel entered the 10 bases in 10 batches, and never came out again. If Earth were to fall, they would be our last embers. After the Mars base was successfully built, we also asked them if they would be willing to live on Mars. Chapter 399, Alien Planet. In the asteroid belt of the solar system, where the second alien planet is located, deep within Neptune's crust, and in the vast starry sky beyond. After setting up 10 flame bases built around star core fragments, Yang Dian immediately contacted Han-Jong upon returning to Earth. There haven't been any problems with the flame base, right? Han-Jong smiled helplessly. You know, you're worrying too much. If there were really a problem, it wouldn't arise so quickly. If there were a problem, we would contact you at the first opportunity. Yang Dian nodded, then asked, has the stellar monitoring system detected any special situations? Han-Jong shook his head, no. We haven't discovered any special situations at the edge of the star system. However, the universe is three-dimensional, and the star system is too vast. The area we can monitor directly is less than 1/1,000,000th of it. If there were truly a cosmic civilization capable of crossing star seas, even if they passed through our surveillance area, we might not be able to observe them. Yang Dian looked up at the sky and slowly exhaled. no news is. For now, good news. Chapter 400, The Way of Heaven's Ghost before opening the space node or seeing the red eyeball that squeezed out from the space. Yang Dian felt uncertain. Before arriving at the ruins of the ghost god planet, Yang Dian thought that Earth had been targeted by the great star god. Or that some civilization capable of crossing the universe was about to arrive in the solar system. He was prepared to turn all the silver star cores into flame bases, and then wander through the universe with all the Chinese people. Or find a dead star to transform for living. Talents are fundamental. As long as people are alive, everything is possible. As long as they are alive. It's not impossible to reclaim Earth after growing stronger. Being dead means losing everything. Following the unseen waves to the ruins of the ghost god planet. The sense of unease grew stronger. How did the ghost god planet disappear? Many planets overlapped in dimensions, and numerous civilizations fought chaotically. The ghost god warriors died. The planet was devoured by other planets, leaving only some debris that fell into dimensional gaps, with one piece landing on Earth. When he first arrived here, Yang Dian thought the debris of the ghost god planet was bait, intentionally thrown into the dimensional gap by those civilizations engaged in chaotic battles. To serve as a locator for an invasion. Chapter 401, Strange Game. Have you read any novels? Yang Dian was taken aback. Wasn't he asking about dimensional folding? How did it suddenly shift to novels? Did you forget? I was a lousy writer a year ago. Han Zhong, hearing this, couldn't help but be momentarily lost in thought. Yes. A year ago, besides being a high school student, you were also an online writer. If Yang Dian hadn't mentioned it, Han Zhong would have really forgotten. Who would have thought that a young man, who just graduated from high school a year ago, has now grown into a towering figure, supporting the heavens and the earth? Coming back to reality after his moment of distraction, Han Zhong lightly exhaled. Since that's the case, it's easier to explain. I don't know if you've read any strange national fortune novels. The kind where someone is pulled into a strange world to represent their country in battles. And once they clear the instance, both the clearer and their country can gain substantial benefits, but if they die, their country suffers misfortune. I've read some. Yang Dian replied in surprise. Is this a way of dimensional invasion? It's similar, but not entirely the same. Han Zhong opened his wristband, accessed a short video platform, and pointed to a live channel called Strange Game, saying, not long ago, an unclosable live channel named Strange Game appeared online. Chapter 402, Home Ground. What should we do? Yang Dian raised an eyebrow. If they come knocking on our door, of course, we fight back. Saying this, Yang Dian reached into the space node again. Sensing the same repulsion from the other side, he glanced at the live screen projected by Han Zhong. Noticing there was still over 20 minutes left on the countdown, Yang Dian continued to ask, where is the person selected by Strange Game? Han Zhong fell silent for a moment. It's Yu Shan. Yang Dian was taken aback. Uncle Yu. After a moment of surprise, he suddenly realized. The Way of Heaven's ghost is looking for the ruins of the ghost god planet and its survivors. So if Uncle Yu was selected, that makes sense. He lifted his right foot and stepped forward. As Yang Dian retracted his left foot, he had already traversed the spatial dimension and arrived in a room wrapped in specially made silver-white steel on all sides. The room was empty, except for a diamond-shaped crystal that appeared bright silver, floating in the center. Uncle Yu was fused with the will to survive of the Great Unity. The will to survive of the Great Unity is a bizarre soul formed after the fusion of countless survival wills of beings from the ghost god star. Perhaps in the eyes of the celestial spirits, after pulling Uncle Yu to an alien planet, he would immediately rebel. Chapter 403, How many masters do you have? About 10 seconds later, the bizarre game Huaxia live broadcast room was filled with red light, which then began to flicker rapidly. My phone is heating up. It seems like it will explode if I take another look. Mine too. Has the entity that created the bizarre game heated up? Bizarre game. Is this it? I'm amused. I was worried about how strong this bizarre game was, but it turns out to be just a showpiece. Silver spear candle head. Looks good but is useless. Bizarre game, give me some face, quickly hand over the person. I'm dying of laughter, I thought a disaster would occur. But it turned out to be a skit to entertain us. As time passed, the online comments mocking the bizarre game increased, and the worries, fears, and anxieties of the Huaxia people gradually diminished. The flickering red light in the bizarre game Huaxia live broadcast room also connected into one piece. Just as the viewers who lost the image were about to make some jokes, the glaring red light gradually faded away. A moment later, a slightly old residential building appeared in the live broadcast footage. Outside the residential building, there was a figure dressed in a patient gown. Completely wrapped in bandages with only a pair of eyes and a mouth visible, holding a small wine glass, and looking around with a dazed expression. Chapter 404, Alien. Boneview hearing Wang Wu's mumbling, countless question marks suddenly appeared in the comments of the bizarre live broadcast room. People are forgetful. Even if Wang Wu had once appeared in the Xianwen news in the form of a shiji, a few seconds were not enough for people to remember him in this information-saturated era. So this is a certain big shot hidden in our Huaxia. Isn't that obvious? Who else could be so lively while being wrapped in so many bandages? Looks a bit familiar, seems like I've seen a bandage monster somewhere. Are you referring to a mummy? Just as the network was discussing Wang Wu's identity, a yellowish color appeared in his eyes. But just as his skin began to twist irregularly, parasites about to burst from his eyes, and his body transformed into a shiji, he thought of something. Would Tong Tong be watching the live broadcast? Even if Tong Tong didn't watch the live broadcast, would there be clips circulating in the future showing her the scene of parasites crawling out of my body? As these two thoughts arose, the yellowish hue in Wang Wu's eyes faded away, and the parasites that were about to emerge from his body were unwillingly pushed back deep inside. Chapter 405, Dog Thing. Come here and get hit. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he found the spark of fire that belonged to Wang Wu amidst the endless flames. Then, following the vague sensation, Yang Dian touched that spark of fire with his thoughts. Director. In the bizarre world, Wang Wu, whose heart had been bewitched by the purple halo inside the skull of the Boneview, seemed to fall to the bottom of a dark lake. His consciousness gradually frozen by the cold lake water. Just as his consciousness was about to fall into complete silence, a series of calls that seemed to come from the depths of his soul echoed from within. Director, director, director. Tong Tong said she misses Daddy, Mrs. Daddy, Daddy. Daddy? Me? In a daze, scenes of Tong Tong calling him Daddy flashed through Wang Wu's mind like a revolving lantern. The soul that was about to fall silent trembled. And then endless anger surged from his soul. You really should die. Endless black smoke rolled out from Wang Wu's 7 orifices, completely obscuring his figure. A cold, hissing sound seemed to carry endless excitement from deep within the black smoke, and a roar that resonated through heaven and earth echoed in the silent bizarre world. Roar! Before the voice filled with endless anger fell, a whirlwind had already snapped a giant tree. In front of the gale, a nearly 100-meter-long unicorn shiji flickered with blue lightning, appearing as a blur in front of the skeleton, raising its paw to smash the skeleton into the ground. Under its claws, strands of hair transformed into parasites, opening their hideous mouths, gnawing at the skeleton, wanting to turn it into sustenance. Just as Wang Wu crushed the giant skeleton into the ground, the dead city suddenly echoed with low cries. The shiji, stepping on the skeleton, turned its head back. Its pair of deep blue eyes fixated on the direction from which the sound came. Upon closer inspection, Wang Wu realized that it wasn't a person at all. It was clearly a monster made up of countless different colored skin fragments, with various expressions, forcibly stitched together with coarse black thread. Under the monster's skin was not bone and flesh, but a pitch-black, tar-like gelatinous substance. As it walked, That gelatinous substance dripped out from the gaps of the stitched black threads and from its facial orifices, emitting a nauseating odor. Besides the skin monster, there were also bizarre shapes resembling humans on the river surface, surrounded by green algae, with water droplets continuously seeping from their outlines. It turned its head, using a pair of swirling black whirlpools that replaced its eyes to stare intently at Wang Wu. On top of a high building, an extremely thin, constantly twisting and winding dark smoke appeared, weaving a phantom net in the sky. The surrounding plants seemed to come to life, and as the branches and leaves swayed, faces of pain and wailing appeared on the tree trunks. Beneath the earth, at the end of the line of sight, bizarre forms emerged. At this moment, the world seemed to fall into a frenzy. Wang Wu, who had fallen into the frenzy, became the feast for the bizarre entities. Sensing the threat emanating from those monsters, Wang Wu scratched the ground with his claws. "Tong Tong, Daddy seems like he can't go back." In a murmur, he heard Yang Dian's voice, filled with a smile, resonating in the depths of his soul. "Director, what are you saying that is so disheartening?" In shock, a point of golden light appeared above his head. Yang Dian's vitality, using consciousness as a bridge, crossed the endless distance and appeared above Wang Wu's head, condensing his vitality into form, feeling the still existing, but no longer significant sense of repulsion. Yang Dian couldn't help but smile. "Rules. Interesting." Muttering to himself, Yang Dian transformed into a blur and vanished from atop the Shiji's head. "Director, let's go." Before the words fell, the river surface exploded with towering waves. The black, foul river water, along with mud, shot up into the sky. At the bottom of the riverbed, Yang Dian's martial arts true form extended a golden dragon claw, pressing the water ghost's head into the ground. "Unfortunately, my cat can't come over. Otherwise, you are a pretty good snack." Bang! The red flames swirled around his fingertips, as Yang Dian crushed the water ghost into ashes. Then stood up and looked at the crimson eyes that had appeared in the sky at some unknown time. "You damn thing, come here and take a beating." Chapter 406, Space Distortion Species, Alien World Star Core Space. As soon as Yang Dian's voice fell, a series of hoarse roars emerged from the sky. The light in the sky had an eerie refraction that appeared out of nowhere, as if one were looking at the world through uneven old glass. The entire scene of the world was twisting, stretching, and shattering. At the center of the distorted space was a mass of irregular geometric structures. It looked like countless shattered mirrors stacked together, reflecting chaos, fragmentation, and scenes from unknown places, writhing innards, desolate cities, barren deserts, and a deep starry sky. On the other side, Wang Wu had just bitten off a human hand from an eerie centipede with beastly limbs. Hearing the commotion, he instinctively looked up at the sky. The moment he saw the irregular geometric structure in the center of the distorted space, a strong sense of spatial dislocation and weightlessness enveloped him, causing him to instinctively open his mouth and spit out a series of hideously grotesque parasites. No, not just parasites. Looking at the unknown animal carcasses, withered rocks, and foul-smelling seawater that he was expelling from his mouth, terror filled Wang Wu's eyes. "What the hell is this?" In his panic, he caught a glimpse of his own shadow twisting and deforming, becoming abnormally dark, as if trying to detach itself from his body. Chapter 407, The Upcoming Alien Army. Dr. Bai was indignant in the cultivation chamber, diving headfirst into the research field. The online frenzy continued. By the way, how did the military leader become a shiny little golden figure? Is this something that martial arts can achieve? Or did the military leader awaken a talent ability? The stronger the martial arts strength, the greater the probability of awakening a talent. With the military leader's martial arts strength, isn't it normal for him to awaken talents, or even multiple talents? Who said this is a talent ability? This is martial arts. Who said this is martial arts? Where's the evidence? The evidence is in the mountain and river society map. Brothers, Hurry to the Mountain and River Society map. The military leader is condensing martial arts projections. Damn, really, the military leader is amazing. Condensing over 50 martial arts projections at once, from the basic Hunyuan skill to the super difficult unity of heaven and man. And the most ridiculous is that he even created his own skills, developing gold element skill and wood element skill from 1 to 9 transformations. Even if martial artists don't awaken, they can derive extraordinary power through their vitality and blood, even harnessing the power of heaven and earth through skills. If martial artists can harness the power of heaven and earth, what is the way out for us awakeners? Chapter 408. The Lizard Men Eager to Join the Army. Lin Yuanqi, your child hasn't hatched yet. Are you sure you want to join the Expedition Army's Auxiliary Corps? In the Huaxia-affiliated Wuhou Cave Heaven. At the recruitment office of the 19th base city. Wu Minghe looked at the lizard man in front of him, whose face was distinctly different from that of a human yet bore an expression of determination. He glanced at the long line of 4-armed lizard men behind him. A daze appeared in his eyes. He had been at the recruitment office for over 20 years, when had he ever seen such a scene? Although he had seen eager young men enlisting before, they were at least human. And what about these? Clad in green scales, with 4 arms and vicious teeth. They barely resemble humans. The voice of Lin Yuanqi was firm, and his Mandarin was not only standard but also powerful. Do you remember last year at this time? I was still living under the rule of 6-armed and 8-armed lizard men, living a life of uncertainty, waiting to become a core parasitic body for the lizard men. A source of nourishment for their god. It was the organization that liberated me from a life of slavery, gave me a name, provided me with clothing and shelter, taught me how to use technological items, and made me understand what dignity means. Chapter 409, Wang Wu's Condition. Lushan, Secret Rehabilitation Institute. Just after parting ways with Zhong, Yang Dian, who had torn through space to find Wang Wu, stepped out of the space tunnel and received a message from Zhong stating, Wuhou Cave Heaven. Lizard Man recruitment has been completed. That's it. He muttered, then casually opened the video sent along with the message. Watching the lizard men in the video, full of fighting spirit and beginning to resemble Huaxia soldiers, Yang Dian fell silent for a moment. These guys are much more pleasing to the eye than those yellow-skinned, white-hearted ones. Is it a bit inappropriate to treat them as filling line babies? Humans are emotional creatures, and so is Yang Dian. Although the lizard men are armored and scaly, and their appearance is vastly different from Huaxia people, as long as they are willing to fight for Huaxia's rise, then they are good comrades. It's better to treat these lizard men as humans. They have firm beliefs. If they can survive the battlefield, they can set an example for other lizard men when they return to Wuhou Cave Heaven. Thinking about the lizardman's usage, Yang Dian also walked into the heavily guarded Rehabilitation Institute, heading towards the courtyard at the back of the institute. From a distance, he could hear Wang Wu's overly sweet voice coming from the courtyard. Chapter 410, Fight Well. And I'll host a celebration banquet for you. While dodging the yarn ball, he tore through space. When he reappeared, Yang Dian had arrived at the siege area of Wuhou district. It was the time when 1 million lizard men were leaving Wuhou Cave Heaven and entering Earth, with the dome above the siege unfolding. Under the night sky, countless mechs soared like a meteor shower against the current, forming formations in the sky. On the ground, countless people emerged from their rooms, looking up at the starry sky in confusion. I'm so tired. Did the intelligent machines attack us? Doesn't seem like it. Most of the intelligent machines are humanoid or beast-like robots. What we have in the sky looks more like 4-armed lizard men in mechs. Servant army. But why are there so many servant armies? Are they preparing to fight intelligent machines or aliens, or are they preparing for interstellar development, sending them to the asteroid belt for mining? The military sent a message. The Expeditionary Army recruited 1 million at Wuhou Cave Heaven, establishing the first auxiliary army, which will cooperate with the Expeditionary Army to quell the intelligent machine chaos and follow the expeditionary army to launch an attack on the bizarre world, expanding territory. Goodness! Our total military strength in Huaxia is only a few million, right? And we just recruited 1 million lizard men. That doesn't even count the war robots. If we include the war robots, the military strength is likely to reach 9 figures, or even 10 figures. 10 figures? That's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? What's exaggerated about it? Don't you know our army has a terminal illness? What terminal illness? Fear of insufficient firepower. As the citizens of Chengdu pointed at the sky, the lizard men above looked at the brightly lit cities standing on the ground, feeling a sense of longing. Is this the night of the Upper Realm City? Such brilliant lights. The Upper Realm City surprisingly has no walls. The gravity is so heavy, more than double that of our small world, without the assistance of the mechs. I wouldn't be able to walk far. I've heard that the spiritual energy environment in the upper realm is several times better than that in the cave heaven. If I could cultivate in such an environment, my cultivation speed should increase many times, right? I just need to accumulate 1 million merits to bring my wife and children to live in the upper realm. I must work hard in the war. Even if I die in battle, I want to leave a good future for my children. Countless lizard men murmured, and Yang Dian stepped into the air, riding the wind, and approached the military formation. The lizard men, alerted by Yaz, stopped their whispering and saluted Yang Dian, commander. Seeing the lizard men, who were so excited that they didn't know where to put their 4 hands, Yang Dian raised an eyebrow and then raised his hand to open 10 spatial gates leading to various places in Eurasia. Fight well, showcase the spirit of our Huaxia. And I'll host a celebration banquet for you when you return. Yes? The lizard men, stirred by Yang Dian's words, flew confidently into the spatial gates. In the Thai royal palace, Li Gui, accompanied by the Thai king, watched as the lizard soldier burst out of the spatial gate, as if they were fueled by adrenaline. A series of question marks appearing above his head. Who gave them adrenaline? The Thai king looked at the mech troops flying out of the spatial gate, landing in an orderly manner under Yaz's command. Feeling somewhat alarmed, Captain Li, how did your side send mech troops over? What if the intelligent machine seized command of the mech troops? That would be a huge problem for us. Li Gui shot a sideways glance at the Thai king. We have our own rhythm, you don't need to worry. Just stay obediently in the palace, and don't go out to create trouble for us. After saying that, he picked up an old-style communicator. He always felt uneasy without holding something. Dong Liang, this is Dong Yao, support has arrived. Repeat, support has arrived. Distribute the members of each combat team according to the established plan, and we will launch a full counterattack against the intelligent machines in 6 hours. 6 hours later, in the Expedition Army Command Room, as the counteroffensive action began, Yang Dian clearly saw that the blue area representing the Expedition Army on the war situation map began to expand in all directions, continuously eroding the red area controlled by the intelligent machines. Millions of lizard men, under the command of the Expedition Army soldiers, burst forth like fireworks across the Eurasian continent, forcing the intelligent machines to retreat step by step. The number of troops is truly critical. Chen Ci was holding a nearly half-meter diameter sphere, using a magnetic field to control about 101 mm diameter steel balls as they navigated a maze, exercising his ability to manipulate the magnetic field while watching the war situation map. Before, we had fewer people. And even if we seized an area from the intelligent machines and destroyed all the machines within that area, once we left, the war robots would immediately counterattack. Then the territory we just gained would be retaken by the intelligent machines, turning the war into a tug-of-war, back and forth, endlessly. But after the auxiliary legions joined the battlefield, the situation changed. We began to have enough manpower to control the areas we held, digesting the fruits of our conquest and turning them into strength to improve ourselves. At this rate, it won't be long before the intelligent machines are driven out of the Eurasian continent. Chapter 4:12. The uneasy foreign high command thousands of kilometers away from the secret base in the Western War Zone, in Paris, France. After receiving Yang Dian's orders and commands from Yaz, Chen Xiang immediately directed the expedition army and its auxiliary troops to withdraw from the front line, preparing to wait for Yang Dian to open the doors. As he withdrew, the frontline battlefield immediately tightened. The intelligent machine O3 was somewhat confused and did not immediately launch a full counterattack. After all, such things had happened before. Humans are cunning. It had previously fallen for similar tricks a few times. Chen Xiang's withdrawal made it think that he was up to some retreat-to-advance trick, luring it into a trap. It decided to wait and see how things developed. The intelligent machines were not in a hurry, but France was anxious. Previously, every time Chen Xiang withdrew from the front line, he would notify them to prepare for a counterattack. But this time, he withdrew without a word. What did that mean? Moreover, the troops withdrawn this time were not from one direction. It was a complete withdrawal of 500 expedition soldiers and over 100,000 lizard men from the front line. Consequently, the high-ranking officials of France gathered together upon receiving the news. Why did Huaxia suddenly withdraw its troops? Were they preparing to execute some special military task? Why were we not notified? Faced with the question from the commander of the land forces, Louis, President Ma rubbed his forehead, somewhat troubled. Chapter 4:13. Return, Mobilization. Reprimand a strange world. Chen Ci muttered something and then thought of something. Are you talking about the kind of rules that randomly pull people into the strange world? Or the rules for deploying strange creatures to Earth? Both? Yang Dian stopped tapping on the table and stood up. The heavenly path, ghost can sense the location of alien remnants through some method we do not know. Are there any living spirits on those alien remnants? Or could there be monsters similar to the will of existence and death of the great unification? What if, after I left Earth, it directly sent spirits and the will of existence and death to Earth to cause destruction? TSK. I feel like it might want to change homes with me or force me to return from the strange world. Chen Ci nodded. There's a possibility. The spatial node located beneath Fengju City will close in a little over 2 months, in about 70 days. Once the dimensional fold ends, launching an attack on the strange world will be completely ungrateful. The heavenly path ghost has self-awareness. It might think that as long as it demonstrates its power, showing how hard it is to chew, we will give up our invasion of the strange world once the dimensional overlap ends. Chapter 4:14. The situation of the strange star. After reprimanding several corps commanders, who had become somewhat arrogant due to their increased strength, and carelessly led the auxiliary troops to suffer losses, Yang Dian finally sat down in his chair. Sit. Yaz, introduce the situation of the strange star. Everyone complied and sat down. And Yaz timely projected a huge sphere above the conference table. The sphere had mountains and rivers, seas and lakes, as well as cities and plains. This is the strange world, or rather the strange star, the fourth alien world that Earth has encountered. During the hour after the passage was opened, Yang Dian did not just wait for the expedition army to gather without doing anything else. He had the war robots take spatial wristbands and fly to the orbit of the strange star to deploy surveillance satellites. He also sent nanoelectronic worms into the strange star to gather intelligence. Draw the map of the strange star's underground veins, marking the strange star cities, mountains, and strategic locations, as well as collecting information on the bizarre and aliens, all of which were accomplished by Yang Dian within the past hour. This resulted in the simulation planet that mirrors the strange star in almost real time. As the projection unfolded, the voice of Yaz echoed in the conference room. The strange star is the fourth alien planet we encountered after the recovery of spiritual energy. Chapter 4:15. Mechanical Catastrophe. Who is the catastrophe? In the blink of an eye, time flew by. Since the decision to take military action against the strange star, China's war machine had started operating at full power. War robots, engineering robots, space-based satellites, starships, when the last 10 were packed into spatial rings. Weighing up to hundreds of millions of tons, capable of being launched from space to directly unleash apocalyptic disasters in Yang Dian's hands, preparations for war came to an end. Logistics supervisor Zhu Qiong stood on the rooftop of the expedition base, surveying the bright silver desert covered by countless silver war robots and engineering machines. Unable to resist patting Yang Dian's fist that tightly held the 10 spatial rings, "We've brought everything we have. It's fine if we finish building. We can work overtime and still gather some more resources. The important thing is to bring the people back." Yang Dian nodded solemnly. "Old Zhu, rest assured. I guarantee to bring all the boys back." Zhu Qiong patted Yang Dian's hand again. "I won't delay you any longer. From now on, everything is up to you. Be careful once we reach the alien star." Yang Dian nodded again, then flew off the rooftop and landed on the command platform in the training ground. Chapter 4:16, Strategy for the Strange Star, the Hidden Dao Ghost. Hearing this, Go Sheng, who was standing behind Hu Ling, turned around to look in the direction of her gaze, his pupils suddenly constricting. Flying robots. Sky Mother ships. So many. And this technology, isn't it still just a fantasy? Hearing Go Sheng's muttering, Hu Ling finally came back to her senses. She pursed her lips, letting some moisture spill out to soothe her dry throat before speaking. "Those are technologies from alien civilizations." Go Sheng's eyes brightened. "The alien civilization that contacted us before, saying they would come to save us. Didn't they say it would take them 7 to a month to come support us? Why did they arrive in just 4 days? Different concepts of time. The sun on Earth rises and sets twice, while the sun on the strange star rises and sets 4 times." Hearing Go Sheng's words, Hu Ling's expression dimmed slightly. "Sheng, in this world, there is never such a thing as a free rescue. If they are willing to come to save us, it means either they have set their sights on something we have, like various resources, us, or even the strangeness itself. Or they are so powerful that they have nothing to do, and can only seek spiritual satisfaction through the act of saving itself." Chapter 4:17, Martial Arts Competition. The new generation of martial arts talents from China. In the waiting period, 10 days passed in a flash. On this day, as the eastern sky began to brighten, Yang Dian, as usual, swallowed a mouthful of spiritual energy, refining it while continuing to monitor the expeditionary army to prevent any unexpected occurrences. And he also received a message from Yang Lele. "Bro, did you forget what day it is today?" Yang Dian lowered his head and thought for a moment. "Dad, Mom, little sister, Lin Ling, Tong Tong's birthdays. It didn't seem like any of those." While thinking, Yang Dian looked at Yaz, who was pretending to snore on the ground. "Yaz, what special day is it today?" Yaz blinked, retrieved data from the information database, and said, "Commander, today is the first day of the martial arts competition." Yang Dian picked up his phone. "Of course I remember. Today is the day you participate in the martial arts competition." On the other end of the phone, Yang Lele squinted her eyes and smiled with satisfaction. "I guess you have a bit of a conscience, big bro. Also, big bro, you said you would come to cheer for me." Seeing the expectation in the message, Yang Dian smiled, then his mind moved. In the next moment, he sensed a change and found himself in a huge, boundless gymnasium filled with an unknown number of seats. Chapter 4:18, The Dao Ghost Bites the Hook. Yang Lele waited 3 minutes for the competition to start. From the start of the competition to its end, it only took 2 seconds. Watching Yang Lele transform into an afterimage after the starting whistle, knocking down a boy nearly 1.8 meters tall with a single punch, Yang Dian couldn't help but feel an eerie thought arise: my daughter has grown up. A single punch to defeat the young man. He wondered if sending Lele to university in Sichuan could help her evolve further. While his thoughts were swirling, Yang Lele bounced over to Yang Dian, flexing her arms in a bodybuilding pose. "Hey big bro, am I amazing or what?" You're the most amazing. Who could be more amazing than you? But your power application still has some issues. The strength in your lower back and Achilles tendon isn't fully integrated. When the blood and energy circulate to those two areas, there's still some delay. Yang Dian pressed on the lower back near Yang Leilei's spine and kicked her heel. Once you fully integrate the power of your waist and legs, thoroughly connecting the blood and energy in those areas, you'll be able to break through to the blood and energy smoke realm. If you can break through to that realm and then master the yin-yang combined strike of Hunyuan Jin, winning first place in the National Martial Arts Competition for high school students won't be impossible. Chapter 4:19, Brother, why are you a rare treasure of heaven and earth? On the other side, seeing Yang Dian remain silent, the Yazi controlled by the Tao ghost couldn't help but reveal a scarlet glow in its eyes. Human, since you have obtained the inheritance of the ghost god star, you should know that I cannot be killed. Each time I die, I only become stronger. Leave my world, or what awaits you is only annihilation. Hearing the Tao ghost's words, Yang Dian frowned. Just as the Tao ghost said, the trouble with ghost gods lies in their ability to resurrect after death. Even if they are defeated and their souls are scattered, as long as a trace of true spirit exists, they could potentially revive. He needed to think of a way to find a method to completely annihilate the ghost god. The universe is so vast, there must be many beings like ghost gods that can resurrect after death, and if he encounters an opponent that can revive in the future, that would be too troublesome. Seeing Yang Dian lost in thought, the Tao ghost couldn't help but show a hint of joy. However, before it could express this joy, it saw Yang Dian extending his right hand towards it. Finding you is really not easy. Before Yang Dian finished speaking, the Tao ghost felt the surrounding space directly solidify. And it felt like a bug trapped in amber, unable to move. Chapter 4:20, Yang Leilei, Big Bro is really amazing. Fu City. Yang Leilei had just finished the internal positioning competition at Fucheng High School this morning when she hurriedly pulled Lin Ling away from the arena, preparing to rush home to train. Her older brother said that as long as she stepped into the blood chi smoke realm and mastered the ultimate move Hunyuan Jin for the yin-yang combined attack, she would have a chance to win the championship at the national competition. She felt that in order not to embarrass her already invincible brother, she should give it her all. As soon as she and Lin Ling walked out of the teaching building, she suddenly felt the sunlight overhead turn red. Huh? After expressing her confusion, she looked up at the sky and instinctively raised a hand to shield Lin Ling. Ling Ling, quickly go back to the classroom. Lin Ling paused for a moment before looking up at the sky as well. Upon seeing the crimson clouds and the sinister, strange shadows within them, her expression also turned serious. Don't underestimate me. Yang Leilei was a bit puzzled, but before she could turn back to look at Lin Ling, she felt a suffocating aura rising from behind her. Turning around in a daze, she saw a figure floating above the ground, surrounded by clear water, with blue light in its eyes, resembling a water goddess stepping out of an animation. She couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 4:21, The Uncatchable Heavenly Path Ghost. The evolution of the Zizi across the globe, what was happening on the Fucheng High School playground was not uncommon. However, most foreign countries could only be invaded by the strange, with no means of resistance. And domestically, elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, universities, residential areas, industrial parks, martial arts squares, anyone who practiced the Xinhua visualization method and ignited their fire, under the reminder of Yang Dian, through the Kshanha Sheji Tu, gathered at the nearest martial arts square, summoning martial arts projections of strong martial artists to remain at the square. Some summoned the projection of Mo Yunshan, using his fist intent that breaks all old societies to suppress the strange. Others summoned the projection of the old Taoist Qing Feng, wielding a sword that cuts through the heavens to clear the strange. There were also projections of Li Gui, Liu Han, and others. Their projections were indeed not as strong as Mo Yunshan or the old Taoist Qing Feng, and their strength was even inferior to Yang Dian. However, their projections were easy to summon. with as few as dozens and as many as hundreds. They could summon their martial arts projections through spiritual resonance and command them to fight. Of course, the most summoned was still Yang Dian's projection. Why? Because he was the strongest. People always subconsciously gravitate towards the strong, seeking help from the strongest when in need. Chapter 422, New Star Core Fragment. The closest place to heaven, as Yang Dian walked towards the Expeditionary Army's base camp. He heard laughter and chatter coming from not far away, as soon as he entered the camp area. Following the sound, he saw a group of children from the beast-eared tribe, with various beast ears and tails, playing games unique to children. Not far away, there was a little girl from the rabbit-eared tribe, about 3 or 4 years old, wearing a blue dress and having rabbit ears. She was particularly thin, as if she would fall over with just a gust of wind, squatting alone on the side. When she saw Yang Dian enter the camp, her eyes immediately brightened, and she hopped over to him in a few quick steps. "Big Pigeon, why doesn't T-Tutu have nut paste?" Hearing the strangely accented Mandarin from the rabbit-eared girl, Yang Dian couldn't help but reach out to pat her head, then picked her up, "Because this is my first time at Base 3. While speaking, Yang Dian glanced at Zizi. It had a message box on its head. "Tututu, orphan, rabbit-eared girl, 6 years old, rewarded with 3 candies by Zhao Song. A member of the 3rd Battalion's 7th Squad of the Expeditionary Army, 3 days ago, for her faster progress in learning Mandarin compared to her peers. Relatively close to and dependent on humans." Chapter 423, Sacred Mountain, Dimensional Passage, the closest place to heaven. Hu Ling repeated Yang Dian's words, then fell silent for a while before speaking, "I'm not sure." Saying this, she took out a wristband and awkwardly operated it to open the strange star map. After searching for a while, she pointed to a mountain peak, "But I feel like this place seems to be closer to heaven." After Hu Ling finished speaking, the voice of Zero also rang in Yang Dian's ear. "This mountain range is called Sacred Mountain, one of the gathering points of the planet's veins, with a bottomless heavenly pool at its peak. This is the place in the beast-eared tribe's mythology where the gods opened up the heavens and the earth. It is also one of the 1,000 possible locations I filtered for dimensional passages." "Sacred Mountain," Yang Dian murmured, and golden light flickered in the depths of his pupils. Moments later, the golden light receded, and he placed the little rabbit girl back on the ground, turned around, and ordered, "Zizi, notify the Expeditionary Army to stop their expansion, and return to the base camp within half an hour to defend against any unforeseen circumstances. 0. Inform the think tank that I will enter the strange star core space in half an hour, and have them prepare for any unexpected possibilities. If they encounter any unforeseen events they cannot handle, have them contact me in time. I can leave the star core space at any moment." After giving these instructions, Yang Dian didn't care about the complex expressions of Hu Ling and the beast-eared tribe behind him, and directly stepped forward, crossing thousands of mountains and rivers to reach the peak of Sacred Mountain. Gathering his blood chi at his fingertips to form dragon claws, Yang Dian lightly traced the space in front of him. The space rippled like water, revealing a white jade passage, pure as jade, engraved on both sides with legendary and epic scenes. "Ha ha! Found you." As Yang Dian left, Go Sheng, who had followed Hu Ling back into the camp, could no longer hold back and spoke up, "Did you just give him the concealment pearl like that? If I heard correctly, the concealment pearl might hide enormous secrets. For example, information about another world. That should have been ours." Go Sheng was unwilling, but Hu Ling was quite open-minded. "The concealment pearl in our hands is merely a treasure that can be used to conceal our own aura and prevent us from being found by the strange. No matter how many secrets it holds, before those secrets are uncovered or before we have the strength to unearth them, it is just an external object to us. Trading it for the protection of the Expeditionary Army's leader, securing our qualification to survive, is the best choice. I only know that the greater its value, the safer we will be going forward." Surviving is the only way to have everything, isn't it? At the peak of Sacred Mountain, Yang Dian received surveillance information sent by Zizi and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Hu Ling was indeed open-minded and able to let go. However, since she thought so clearly, she should have known that the entire Bestiad tribe had actually always been under surveillance, right? So, was this statement made openly for me and for Huaxia to hear? TSK, there are still quite a few smart people. In his contemplation, Yang Dian began to think about the ways to completely eliminate the ghostly gods. The fundamental reason why ghosts and gods can be resurrected is that they are centered around the indestructible true spirit, which gathers the spiritual fluctuations and life information left in the world by living beings before their death, ultimately resurrecting in the faith and fear of others. Therefore, looking at the blood-red eyes that suddenly appeared before him, Yang Dian revealed a hint of sentiment. As if he were reuniting with an old friend, if I could find a way to erase all your residual spiritual fluctuations and wipe out all your life information, would it be possible to completely kill you? The heavenly path ghost did not speak, merely staring at Yang Dian, as if wanting to swallow him whole. Seeing this, Yang Dian smiled again. I was just joking, don't be so nervous. You are alive, and a rare treasure of heaven and earth that can enhance soul strength. How could I bear to kill you? After saying this, Yang Dian stretched out his right hand, tore through the eyes, and stepped into the dimensional passage. My treasure. You still haven't had enough. Chapter 424, Little Treasure. I'm here. As he stepped into the dimensional passage, the reliefs on both sides of the passage came to life. Time as the axis, history as the river. Since the first flame was ignited, the fire of civilization transformed into a crimson river running through history. The pioneers felled trees to make boats, bravely holding the torch of civilization in the long river of history. On both banks, countless heroes followed the pioneers, forging their way through hardships. However, the content of the reliefs on the left and right walls was somewhat different. The left side featured bestial beings as the main characters, clearly depicting the native history of this planet. The right side, however, featured fire igniters who were indistinguishable from earthlings. But after who knows how many thousands or tens of thousands of years of development, a very small number transformed into gods sitting high on thrones. A few became bizarre beings resembling a patchwork of various animal limbs, while the majority became slaves, followers of the gods, worshippers of faith. After walking for 10,000 meters, the historical river representing the Bestiad civilization suddenly came to a halt. It wouldn't be accurate to say it was interrupted. Rather, the historical river representing the Bestiad civilization was being eroded and covered by the historical river of the Ghost and God Star. So the question arises, why is there no corridor of civilization in the dimensional passage of the Lizardman's alien world, but rather an energy crystal mine? Chapter 425, Reviving Spiritual Energy. Gift of Lost Civilization. Yang Dian snapped his fingers and ceremoniously took out a knife, fork, and plate from his storage ring. He cut and trimmed the irregular parts of the heavenly path ghost until they were perfectly round before swallowing and speaking, what is impossible? In the end, ghosts and gods are just a collection of information, right? The true spirit gathers information to give birth to a soul, which then transforms into ghosts and gods. As long as I know the way you exist and find a way to gather your information, dealing with you is not too simple. What is all this about being immortal and indestructible, coexisting with Huaxia civilization, and being reborn in the ruins of civilization? Did you watch too much anime and comics while collecting Earth information, and become so juvenile? After teasing the heavenly path ghost, Yang Dian took out a pair of chopsticks and picked up a slippery piece of heavenly treasure to put in his mouth. Still as unappetizing as ever. While eating the purple-red gelatinous treasure cut from the heavenly path ghost, Yang Dian contemplated the sweet and sour experiences of others. Meanwhile, the dimensional butterfly flew to the star core, trembling its wings and continually urging Yang Dian, giving the dimensional butterfly a don't rush look. Yang Dian reached out and patted the now round and bouncy heavenly path ghost. Curiously asking, Chapter 426, Mining Expert Yazi after sealing the heavenly path ghost and leaving the star core space. Yang Dian found that the historical corridor had vanished upon re-entering it. The passage was now flanked only by white jade stones. With the carvings depicting the progress of civilization completely disappeared, leaving behind a blank space. There were also engineering robots continuously entering and exiting the passage, cutting large chunks of jade and sending them outside via conveyor belts. Just like the lizardman's alien world, after the star core shattered and the planet lost its core. The dimensional passage in a different dimension merged with the real planet, becoming a mineral vein. Upon seeing Yang Dian appear, a mining robot immediately stopped its actions, raised its cutting machine, and saluted Yang Dian, "Commander, hello." Glancing at the expedition mark on the mining robot's chest, Yang Dian cheerfully reached out and patted its shoulder. Mining 100-8681, U2. The mining robot, upon being greeted by Yang Dian, emitted a long stream of steam from its forehead, then excitedly turned around and resumed mining. However, watching its back, Yang Dian felt a strange sensation. This emotion didn't seem simulated. Chapter 427, Returning to Earth. Young Leilei's little thoughts in a hurry to return to Earth. Yang Dian did not go home immediately, nor did he contact anyone else. Instead, he called out the dimensional butterfly. Seeing the dimensional butterfly struggling to stuff a large fragment of the star core into its body, revealing a curious expression, Yang Dian rubbed its small forehead and said, "Go explore underground and see if there are any secrets beneath the Earth's surface. For example, a spatial passage leading to other worlds, or hidden paradises not within our control. If not, then look for prehistoric biological remains or fossils. And see if you can find anything from the classic of mountains and seas." The little creature flapped its wings and struggled to lift the star core fragment, which was bigger than its body, seemingly indicating it had things to do, and was too busy to work. Seeing this, Yang Dian smiled. "You can send a few clones down to search. It won't delay your digestion of the star core fragment." Saying this, he reached out to tug at the star core fragment in the little creature's arms. The little creature held on tightly and wouldn't let go. Also, why do you need such a large star core fragment? If you only needed to anchor the cosmic coordinates, does size matter to you? Chapter 428, Young Leilei, didn't you just guess right? Having been secretly watching Yang Dian, Young Leilei, upon seeing him show a look of realization, immediately clung to his arm with a hint of grievance. "Brother, you said I shouldn't summon your martial soul true form to fight for me when I have nothing to do. I have been very obedient, relying on my own efforts to make it to the semifinals. I didn't embarrass you, right?" Seeing Yang Dian nod, she shook his arm. "But brother, now others are breaking the rules first. It was Zheng Fei who called his grandfather to help him fight. I can't win against that old man anyway. Brother, are you really going to watch your universe's most adorable little sister be bullied like this?" As she spoke, Young Leilei became aggrieved again. "If others had won against me based on their own strength, I would definitely accept it. But Zheng Fei's strength is not even up to mine. He can only win because of his grandfather helping him. If you don't help me, I will cry in front of Mom and say you bullied me." Yang Dian couldn't help but laugh. This is really something Young Leilei would do. Chapter 429, Help Me. Zhong Deng. Didn't I guess right just now? Pei Sisi muttered, thinking of the only person Young Leilei hadn't denied just now, and immediately opened her eyes wide. Is it really the commander of the expeditionary force? Where is he? Hearing the words commander of the expeditionary force, a chubby little guy holding a long gun squeezed next to Pei Sisi. Is my idol here? Where is the commander? Didn't they say my idol would only show up in the finals? And it might just be a virtual projection if he's busy. Pei Sisi pushed the little guy. A bit disdainfully, Li Fugui, can you not keep squeezing next to me? Do you believe I will hit you? Li Fugui leaned on his long gun with his left hand and scratched his head with his right, grinning foolishly. He, I didn't mean to, sisi, don't mind me. He then asked, did I just hear you guys mention the commander of the expeditionary force? I didn't hear wrong, did I? Pei Sisi nodded and was about to say something when a deafening cheer and booing came from outside the waiting area. At the same time, the host's clear voice echoed, Chapter 430, Young Lele, am I fierce or not? The noisy arena gradually fell silent. Some people looked up, their eyes blank, instinctively waving flags in their hands. Some slightly opened their mouths, seeming to not understand what was happening. Others instinctively wanted to take out their phones to take pictures and videos, but when they reached into their pockets, they realized they were in the Shanghai map. Not in reality, there were no phones. So, what is this huge thing? Smart people have already raised their perspectives, shifting their views to the sky. This feels a bit familiar. As the first low voice sounded, someone immediately activated the national essence mode. Isn't this the commander of the expeditionary force? Huh? Did a kid fight and shake a nuclear warhead? Bullying the small with the big. Interesting. Others are older and rely on seniority, but this commander is genuinely big. The martial soul true body is over 3,000 meters tall. What martial soul true body? That's the martial arts true body, be careful. Or you'll be entangled by the God King. Hey, brothers, quickly zoom in on the expressions of Zheng Fei and Zheng Xinglong, it's so funny. What expressions do the grandfather and grandson have? Chapter 431, Young Lele, come here, brother, take a picture here. Turning her head to look at the super sinkhole nearly 3,000 meters long, about 800 meters wide, and bottomless, young Lele felt dizzy. Brother, don't joke with me. This big pit can bury hundreds of thousands or millions of me. I'll take your slap on my head. As she spoke, her eyes lit up. Hey. Taking a slap on the head seems good too. She pointed to her head somewhat crazily. Come on, big brother, take a picture here. I'll dodge. And you can call it impressive. Yang Dian also started to feel dizzy. This lively one, not knowing how many millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of people are watching, is still showing off here. No wonder she is my sister, possessing a heart only strong people deserve. After giving Young Lele a compliment, Yang Dian scanned the audience that had fallen silent under his palm, then nodded towards the commentary booth. Before dissipating the martial arts true body and disappearing from the arena, the male commentator, reminded by Yang Dian, spoke with a slight tremor. Zheng Fei from Yangcheng High School has lost combat ability. Let us congratulate Young Lele for winning and advancing to the finals of the martial arts competition for the senior group. As soon as the male commentator finished speaking, the female commentator, who also reacted, began to speak. Chapter 432, there really is something underground. Hearing his grandson speak, Zheng Xinglong, who was still reminiscing about that slap before dying, also came to his senses. Losing is losing, what is the big deal? Just practice hard and win it back later. Right? What? Do you think your grandpa is a god, able to beat that freak of the commander of the expeditionary force? That freak can squash me easier than I can squash you. You'd better practice hard and stop thinking about any tricks. If you feel your strength isn't enough, just adjust the gravity to squeeze yourself. I won't be lacking in your spiritual herbs, so no worries about not being able to practice. If 10 times gravity isn't enough, then use 20 times. If 20 times isn't enough, then go for 30 times, just practice hard. As soon as Zheng Xinglong finished speaking, Zheng Fei showed a desperate expression while a loud laugh came from outside the courtyard. Third Zheng, I heard you got your grandson to take your place in the match and ran into that freak Yang Dian, who slapped him dead. Is that true? Hearing the mocking voice from outside, Zheng Xinglong was immediately stunned. Wang Laosi, why didn't you tell me Young Lele is Yang Dian's sister? If I had known Young Lele could call Yang Dian, Why would I have embarrassed myself helping my ungrateful grandson in the match? Chapter 433, Underground Sea and Mountains. Ancient Mythological Era. The spiritual consciousness left the body and dove into the space bubble brought back from the depths by the dimensional butterfly. Then Yang Dian saw more than 10 lifelike corpses sealed in the space bubble by the dimensional butterfly. Vampires with their wings spread, red eyes and fangs. Long hair covering their shoulders. A dragon over 300 meters long, with 4 legs and 5 claws, and wings on its back. A creature resembling a rooster, but with 3 heads, 6 legs, and 3 pairs of wings. A creature resembling a sheep, with 9 tails and 4 ears, its eyes located on its back. A fox-like figure, entirely snow-white, with 9 tails. Looking at the more than 10 corpses of the divine beasts seemingly sealed in crystal inside the space bubble. Yang Dian fell into a long silence. So, are ancient legends true? Is there really a brilliant mythological era on Earth? Then the question arises. How did the mythological era disappear? Are there mythical beings that have survived from ancient times to the present? Yang Dian then thought of the 2 dragon serpents in Qinghai Lake. I should have thought of that. Pythons can transform into dragons. And dragon serpents can transform into true dragons.